The prominent emotional streamer Jiang Xiao unexpectedly finds himself reborn on the very day of college applications. In his previous life, he secured a commendable score of 600 to enroll in an ordinary second-tier university, all in an effort to remain close to his beloved white moonlight. However, the outcome was far from favorable. Given a second chance, how would he choose differently? Confronted with a myriad of girls, each possessing distinct personalities, what audacious maneuvers would he undertake as a leading emotional streamer in the future? Born into a humble family, how did he navigate the fierce competition of the internet era to ultimately ascend the ranks of the wealthy elite? Chapter 1. Just a girlfriend. I have no intention of marrying her. In Wawang Province, Dezhong City, at number 2 high school, a lively girl stands before Jiang Xiao, around 17 or 18 years of age. Xiao, have you completed your application? We promised to apply together, remember? See you at Changhang. Today, the girl appears to have made a special effort, radiating brightness. She dons a uniquely designed pink silk blouse paired with a playful black skirt, her fair and straight legs exposed. With a delicate nose, slightly moist red lips, and sparkling eyes beneath curled lashes, she captivates attention. Most striking is her fluffy, slightly curled ponytail, adorned with 2 streaks of cherry blossom pink. She exudes a youthful, playful, and vibrant aura, distinctly recognizable. The girl's name is Yi Xing, Jiang Xiao's girlfriend. Observing the charming and radiant girl before him, Jiang Xiao's lips curl into a cold smirk as he replies enigmatically, understood. His Gaokao score stands at 607, a result that would easily secure admission to a prestigious 985 university this year. However, the Changhang she mentioned is merely an ordinary second-tier university that doesn't even qualify as a 211. At this moment, a heavily made-up girl approaches. She is Yi Xing's close friend, Zhang Meiwan. Zhang Meiwan gazes at Yi Xing's smug expression, tinged with envy and jealousy. Jiang Xiao, Yi Xing says with a hint of reluctant apology, Meijuan's sister is celebrating her birthday, and we might go to a bar tonight, so I may not be able to have dinner with you. Go ahead, have fun, Jiang Xiao replies without lifting his head, engrossed in flipping through the college application guide. His tone is flat, as if he were commenting on the pleasant weather. Yi Xing is taken aback, her rehearsed coquetry and justification caught in her throat. Frowning, she senses something amiss. This very scenario had led to a heated argument between them on the day of the Gaokao. She tentatively inquires, so, am I really going? Of course. Jiang Xiao finally raises his gaze, his eyes tranquil and unperturbed. You are right. Space is necessary between 2 individuals. Zhang Meiwan impatiently tugs at the still-dazed Yi Xing, exclaiming, what are you lingering for? Jiang Xiao has already agreed. After they leave, a dark-skinned boy with a buzz cut enters the room. This is Jiang Xiao's childhood friend, Chunbo. Observing the retreating figures of the 2 girls, he looks at Jiang Xiao with a mix of disappointment and frustration. Ah Xiao, are you really letting her go? Don't you know what kind of people Zhang Meiwan and her crew are? The bar is full of unsavory characters. Jiang Xiao's gaze follows Yi Xing's departing silhouette, his cold smile deepening. I'm aware, and yet you still let her go? She's your girlfriend. Chunbo exclaims, exasperated. Jiang Xiao smirks, turning to face Chunbo, his expression bearing a hint of casual mockery. As you said, she is merely a girlfriend. He pauses for a moment, his tone light, yet laced with a chill. I have no intention of marrying her. Chunbo is left momentarily stunned. Jiang Xiao swiftly drapes an arm around his bewildered friend, steering the conversation back on track. What was your score? 492, Chunbo responds, still reeling for the earlier shock. 492? Jiang Xiao contemplates, his finger tapping on the application guide. Apply for this. Yanjing University, School of Materials. Yanjing. Chunbo is thoroughly bewildered. Aren't you supposed to apply with Yi Xing? Even if Changhang is a bit low, you could apply to Changda. Changda is the only 211 university in Wawang Province, located right next to Changhang. Changda, I have applied to Huashimedia University. Jiang Xiao scoffs lightly, a fire igniting in his eyes that Chunbo has never seen before. Bro, don't you find Zhang a bit dull? Let's explore the outside world. Subsequently, he patiently persuades his somewhat dazed friend with the ultimatum of no application, no friendship, even going so far as to call Chunbo's parents, convincing them with grand visions of venturing into the capital. Chun and Mrs. Chun trust Jiang Xiao's words implicitly. After completing the applications, Chunbo suggests heading to an internet cafe for a gaming session, but Jiang Xiao mysteriously smiles. You go ahead, I have a bit of personal business to attend to. Reluctantly, Chunbo departs the school, casting a puzzled glance back at Jiang Xiao at the classroom door. The tables have turned. Yi Xing retaliates, lamenting that she is the one who bears the brunt of it all. He sacrificed his chance at a prestigious university for me. That was entirely his choice. What does it have to do with me? He doesn't trust me at all. I need my personal space. She is transformed into the pitiable abandoned one, while he has become the subject of ridicule throughout the school. Did you hear? That fool from a senior year who scored 600 points, all for a girl, ended up enrolling in a second-tier university and got dumped. Ha ha ha. The simp ended up with nothing. What a clown. After graduation, he fled his heartache and went to Yenjing to strive desperately. With a mere second-tier university degree, he endured countless hardships, working at a new media marketing company where late-night shifts became the norm. Just as he began to carve out a semblance of success, the pandemic struck and he lost his job. Unemployed at home, Jiang Xiao began to transition into an emotional streaming host, unexpectedly discovering a latent talent within him. He flourished remarkably, teetering on the brink of becoming a leading streamer. His financial situation gradually improved as well. However, settling down seemed a distant dream. It is often said that a man experiences the phenomenon of love brain only once in his lifetime, a sentiment Jiang Xiao wholeheartedly resonated with. Since his breakup with Yi Xing, coupled with a myriad of absurdly enchanting women he encountered during his streaming journey, he had long since lost hope in marriage. During the Spring Festival of 2025, under relentless pressure from his family, and in an attempt to atone for his past ignorance, Jiang Xiao reluctantly agreed to go on a blind date. He vividly recalls that the woman expressed her satisfaction with him that day, even reducing the originally proposed bride price from $880,000 to $688,000. The housing requirement also shifted from a villa to a more modest apartment that could suffice. She remarked that for a girl like her from Huaguang province, such demands were incredibly lenient towards Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao smiled and nodded, fully understanding her perspective, saying, "The bride price of $880,000 is acceptable, but I insist on purchasing a villa. I have just one request, to undergo a premarital health check." Upon hearing this, the girl's radiant smile faded, and she splashed water onto Jiang Xiao's face before storming off with a scowl, muttering under her breath, "What a lowly man, suggesting a premarital health check without an ounce of respect." Returning home to the disappointed gazes of his parents made sleep elusive. He cared little for anyone else, but the elderly couple before him weighed heavily on his heart. It was only after consuming 3 sleeping pills that Jiang Xiao finally drifted into a hazy slumber. Unexpectedly, those 3 sleeping pills transported him back to the morning of many years ago when he was filling out his college applications. Gathering his scattered thoughts, Jiang Xiao, hidden in a corner of the playground, discarded his cigarette butt and rose to pursue his awaited goal, a girl who might be the key to his first fortune. Chapter 2. The reluctance to earn money indicates a flawed mindset. The girl's name is Zhang Yin, widely recognized as the academic prodigy of the second high school. She is a girl whose self-imposed standards border on the obsessive. Throughout 3 years, she has never missed a single assignment, not even during winter and summer breaks. And she approaches each task with utmost seriousness. Her notes are so beautifully crafted that even the teachers are left in awe, often showcasing them for her classmates to study, and even exhibiting them in other classes. Jiang Xiao's interest does not lie in the girl herself, but rather in her meticulously organized notebooks. Having been reborn, he feels an urgent need to compensate for the debts he owes to his parents in his past life, and thus, his foremost objective is to amass wealth. As the saying goes, a reluctance to earn money reflects a troubled mind. Selling the academic notes is Jiang Xiao's plan for his first venture into financial gain. As for Zhang Yin, Jiang Xiao currently harbors little interest in her. Although she possesses an admirable figure, her style is inexplicably dowdy. She consistently dons the standard school uniform and wears a pair of enormous, old-fashioned glasses. Regarding her facial features, Jiang Xiao's heart and mind were wholly captivated by Yi Xing, leaving little room for attention to other girls. Consider this, in a second-tier city like Dachang, which barely qualifies as such due to its proximity to the provincial capital, how many truly perfect girls could there be in high school? Jiang Xiao believes that the Huaxia Media Institute is where the true talents lie hidden. "Which university are you applying to, Zhang?" he inquires, though his thoughts are elsewhere. "Are you addressing me as the campus belle?" "I've applied to Yin University. What about you?" Although the academic star appears somewhat unrefined in her appearance, her long-standing position at the top has cultivated a remarkable aura around her. "Indeed, aside from you, who else could embody that title?" He replies with a grin. "I've applied to Huaxia Media." Zhang Yin looks slightly surprised. "Huaxia Media? That is quite commendable. It pales in comparison to your choice, though. By the way, I do like to borrow your notebooks from the past few years. You haven't lost them, have you?" "I haven't lost them. What do you need them for?" Jiang Xiao manages to maintain a composed expression, flashing a bright, sunny smile as he candidly states, "To earn a bit of pocket money." Zhang Yin appears momentarily taken aback. "Earn money? Are you planning to sell them?" "Yes, we could split the profits. How does 20% sound?" Zhang Yin regards this cheerful young man with a hint of curiosity. Previously, Jiang Xiao seldom initiated conversations with her. Among the few classmates who left a positive impression on her, he stood out for his academic prowess, charm, and melodic singing voice. However, Ever since he began dating Yi Xing, he has changed somewhat. Shaking her head, she dismisses the notion of needing the money. Forget the money. You can borrow my notes. I'll go submit my applications first, and you can come with me to collect them later. Sure, I'll wait for you. Thanks, I owe you one. While waiting, Jiang Xiao did not remain idle. He consulted their homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, and acquired the WeChat contacts of several teachers from the first and second year classes. By noon, having retrieved the notebooks from Zhang Yan's home, Jiang Xiao hurried to the printing factory. After paying a deposit of 200, he finalized the price and quantity with the printer. In the afternoon, he dragged Chun Bo, who was sweating profusely from playing games at an internet cafe, out to accompany him on a tour of other high schools in Dachang City. With a combination of audacity and the communication skills he honed in his previous life, Jiang Xiao successfully obtained the WeChat contacts of many first and second year teachers. During dinner, as Jiang Xiao perused his WeChat messages, he faced Chun Bo, who resembled a famished dog. Hey, at least leave me some food. Shut it. You've exhausted me running around all afternoon. Let me tell you, is it really worth it to be doing this during the break? You should be taking the time to relax. Get lost. Don't come begging me for money once I earn it. Jiang Xiao quickly began to eat, realizing that the food was disappearing fast. After dinner, he initially intended to take Chun Bo to the internet cafe to show him what real gaming prowess looked like. However, upon checking his pocket, he discovered he had only 2 yuan left, while Chun Bo was equally broke, relying solely on the balance of his membership card for online access. He realized he would have to return home instead. Jiang Xiao's family is of modest means. His father, Jiang Rinchun, hails from a rural background and has spent over a decade working in the seafood market on Hama Street, eventually saving enough to purchase their humble apartment. His mother, Zhao Meijin, is a local from Dachang and works in an administrative position at a public institution. As for how Jiang Rinchun won Zhao Meijin's heart, Jiang Xiao is not entirely sure, though he has heard that there are numerous stories surrounding it. However, such matters belong to his parents' secrets, and he has never pried into them. In terms of family hierarchy, the Jiang family holds a unique status. Jiang Rinchun ranks second, while Jiang Xiao ranks fourth. Why fourth? Because they also have a dog. Upon entering the house, Jiang Xiao saw Chong Wei feeding Laifu. Mom, I'm not even home, and you're feeding Laifu? What if I hadn't eaten? Jiang Xiao was astonished. Zhao Meijin, without turning her head, replied with a chuckle. What's the rush? There's a pot of yam and pork soup simmering for you. After petting Laifu, she stood up, brushing off the dog hair from her apron. And you? Were you applying? Jiang Xiao slipped into his slippers and walked into the living room. Huaxia Media, in Yanjing. The soup spoon in the kitchen clattered lightly. Zhao Meijin paused momentarily in her motions before swiftly ladling out the steaming soup. Look at you, aiming high, traveling so far. She placed the bowl on the dining table, tapping the rim with her fingertip to check the temperature. Drink up, it's just right. Have you grown wings, young man? The second in command of the Jiang family remarked. I'm just trying to bring back a capital daughter-in-law. Jiang Xiao joked, leaning closer to the kitchen. Stop being cheeky. Zhao Meijin feigned a gesture to tap his forehead, but instead adjusted his collar. First, take care of yourself. Yanjing is quite far, and you've never ventured out alone before. As she spoke, a hint of sadness and concern flickered across Zhao Meijin's face, but she quickly regained her composure. After finishing the soup, the family gathered to discuss Jiang Xiao's plans. I'm planning to get my driver's license during the summer. I'll need a laptop as well. Even though I'm majoring in new media, a computer is indispensable. The driver's license is fine. I tentatively agree to the laptop, Jiang remarked. Tentatively agree? What does that mean? Jiang Xiao was puzzled. It means I don't have any money. Ask your mother for it. Then why are you even voicing your opinion here? Hey mother, what do you think? Jiang Xiao flashed a charming smile at his mother. The license is fine. The laptop will depend on your performance this summer. I'll give you 3,000 for now. Is that enough? 3,000? Was that a price from years ago? It's 4,500 now. Jiang interjected. Do you not remember? Who keeps track of how much a driver's license cost over a decade ago? It's that expensive? Fine. I'll give you 5,000. You can also buy a few sets of clothes. Don't dress so sloppily, Zhao Meijin stated as she got up to retrieve money from the bedroom. I want half of the rest. Jiang Rinchun whispered to Jiang Xiao, his eyes fixed on the bedroom door. Wow, are you serious, Dad? Jiang Xiao was taken aback. In the end, Jiang Xiao didn't share a single cent with Jiang Rinchun, infuriating him to the point where he kicked Laifu, who yelped in protest. Call for your mother to take revenge. Chong Wei, you still claim you don't know martial arts? As Jiang Xiao entered his bedroom with the money, Jiang urged Zhao Meijin's playful swats, shouting, You little rascal, I raised you for nothing. On television, the Gargia family was exposing the affair between concubine Shi and Wen Shichu. Once in his bedroom, Jiang Xiao powered on his computer and began researching the social developments of 2012. At that moment, it was announced that the number of mobile internet users in China had surpassed that of PC users for the first time, heralding the dawn of the mobile internet era. The fervent 100 Regiments War has now entered its latter stages, and the contest of capital is poised to unveil its victor. However, Jiang Xiao perceives that domestic group buying is merely a grotesque byproduct birthed by capital. On the e-commerce front, Alibaba Mama has announced its rebranding to Tianmiao, officially entering the B2C arena, commencing a fierce battle with Jingxi and Suning. In the realm of mobile social networking, WeChat reigns supreme. While LazyMe Talk has become a mere shadow of its former self, and Feishin has vanished entirely, Jiang Xiao has already initiated his first pot of gold. Though he remains uncertain of the exact sum, nonetheless, he understands that whatever the amount, it is merely a one-time transaction. He must contemplate his future path. As Jiang Xiao ponders his entrepreneurial journey at the Mayflower Bar in Dachang City, Chapter 3, he seems to have changed. I am not at the Mayflower. I am en route to the Mayflower. This is the bar's promotional slogan. A throng of youthful revelers sways their bodies to the pulsating music, the lights flickering and the air thick with fog, exuding an intoxicating aura of youthful exuberance. Dressed provocatively with a dreamy gaze, Zhang Meiwan is nearly nestled in a young man's embrace. Beside her, an elegant young woman holds a glass, eyeing the man approaching to strike up a conversation. Hui Xiao, seeing is our school's flower. You must perform well, Zhang Meiwan teased. Upon hearing Zhang Meiwan's words, Yi Xiying shyly retorted, Meiwan, stop talking nonsense. Haha, Yi classmate certainly deserves the title of school beauty. With such beauty, she must have already been snatched up. The young man, referred to as Hui Xiao, gazes at Yi Xiying, his eyes glinting with unabashed greed at her flushed cheeks. Xiying is quite obedient. She is not in a relationship. If it weren't for the exams being over, you wouldn't have had the chance to meet her. Whether due to intoxication or intentional disregard, she overlooked Jiang Xiao's presence. Yi Xiying hesitated, grappling with her thoughts, ultimately refraining from rebuttal. After sharing a drink with the young man, she set her glass down, feeling an unusual vibe permeating the evening. Checking her phone, she belatedly realized that Jiang Xiao had not contacted her all day. Not a single call, or even a message on WeChat. A wave of irritation washed over her. As her boyfriend, he had not even sent a caring text. Yi Xiying completely forgot that she had just tacitly accepted the reality of being single, as well as her previous impatient replies during Jiang Xiao's text bombardment. The bar's atmosphere soon swept Yi Xiying away from her unpleasant thoughts as she joined in the revelry, swaying her slender waist and relishing the longing gazes from those around her. Returning to Jiang Xiao, after more than an hour of information gathering, he had acquired a comprehensive understanding of the current landscape. He resolved to use the soon-to-be-launched WeChat public account as his starting point. In a month around mid-August, WeChat would unveil the public account feature, officially ushering in the era of individual branding. This development would give rise to a cohort of self-media moguls who achieved financial independence, such as Mimeng, whose advertising rates soared to an astonishing 600,000 yuan per post, alongside others like Dr. Xiang and Etiao Video. While Jiang Xiao had no intention of delving deeply into the public account, having witnessed its decline in his past life, he was eager to earn some money, especially given the minimal costs involved. In terms of niche selection, most men exhibit an interest in technology, military affairs, and politics. However, the latter two are too sensitive and difficult to navigate. Thus, he settled on the realm of technology, an area where he excels. As a former programmer, he is intimately familiar with the internet technology sphere, and with the advantage of having lived for over a decade, his insights would be a formidable force. As for women, the beauty industry is an undeniable draw. Although Jiang Xiao is not well-versed in makeup techniques, he understands the most effective promotional methods and marketing strategies. In this nascent era of mobile internet, creating a viral sensation is well within his grasp. However, both beauty and technology are not avenues for rapid monetization. They require a significant period of accumulation to generate substantial value. If one seeks the quickest route to monetization, knowledge-based paid content is unrivaled, as exemplified by Luo Pang Siwei, who generated immense value in just a year. Yet, that model of focusing on cognitive upgrades was not Jiang Xiao's forte. A thought struck him: why not take the opposite approach? While he may lack understanding of cognitive upgrades, he is well acquainted with the realm of emotional broadcasting and toxic positivity. In his previous life, he encountered countless brainwashed proponents of pastoral feminism during live streams. Their arguments as fantastical as they were hollow. By drawing them in, he could not only sell beauty-related books, but also potentially profit handsomely. He felt a twinge of remorse for the hapless simp brothers of the future. But he reassured himself that this was ultimately for their benefit. Toxic positivity serves as a catalyst for the simp economy. And only by reaching a certain threshold could one awaken to reality. Jiang Xiao's brand of toxicity would surely be the most potent. Given that this process is unavoidable, he might as well give it a push. Earning a modest fee for his efforts seemed reasonable. Why not follow in the footsteps of the forebears? What was he thinking? The current economic climate is flourishing, hence the rise of the simp economy. This is not something that can be curtailed by a mere handful of individuals. Even in his past life, the pioneers emerged only after the economy began to decline. Upon solidifying his plan, Jiang Xiao established 3 folders, the first for technology, the second for beauty, both public accounts targeting student and white-collar demographics respectively. The third folder was dedicated to toxic positivity. The names of the public accounts need not be ostentatious. They should be straightforward and instantly convey their purpose. With over a month remaining until the public account launch, Jiang Xiao could begin drafting some content. He then opened Word and commenced the introductory piece for Tech Insights. Blood and Flesh Grinding Mill. Countdown to the apocalypse of 10,000 regiments. 99 cannon fodder primed and ready, yet amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, I see only a glutton grinning coldly. Subtitle: A Madman's Cold-Blooded Prophecy for a Frantic Era. After an hour, Jiang Xiao had forecasted the trajectory of the 100 Regiments War, employing hyperbolic language to enhance the memorability of his message. Phrases like group buying is the road to the underworld and the current state of group buying is a monstrous aberration filled his draft. As the clock struck past 1 a.m., Jiang Xiao snored thunderously. Yi Xing, swaying unsteadily, exited the bar, declining invitations for late-night snacks as she prepared to take a taxi home. Hey, beautiful, where are you headed? Let me give you a ride. The calls and whistles from unlicensed drivers startled her, shaking off the remaining haze of inebriation. She opted for a legitimate taxi, and on her way back, her thoughts turned again to Jiang Xiao, resolving to teach him a lesson. 3 days without contact. Let us see how anxious he gets. June 29th and July 2nd are the dates for volunteer applications, during which teachers will guide students at school. This year, Dachang City has announced that high school students will have their summer break starting July 9th. Hence, students in grades 1 and 2 are currently preparing for their final exams. During these hectic days, Jiang Xiao was busily shuttling between several schools, leaving even Chun Bo looking a bit gaunt. However, the results were promising, with the second school yielding the best outcomes. As these students belonged to his own school, the teachers were more than willing to assist in promoting the notes, priced at just 100 or so yuan, which most could afford. Once others began purchasing, even parents who initially balked at the price felt compelled to buy due to anxiety. In other schools, the notes were also selling well. Even schools without a single student attending a prestigious university like 985 found parents eager to snatch up the notes of a prospective Yen University student. Another reason lies in the exceptional quality of Zhang Yan's notes, which are not only neatly and aesthetically written, but also exhibit remarkable clarity and, most importantly, completeness, encompassing all subjects from the first to the third year of high school. While other schools do have students with commendable academic performance and diligent note-taking, it is indeed rare to find anyone who can rival Zhang Yan's meticulousness. The teachers willing to endorse her are no fools. Although there may be some vested interests involved, the quality of her work is paramount, and the integrity of educators during this period is still commendable. It wasn't until the end-of-term examinations in the first and second years of high school that Jiang Xiao and Chun Bo began to feel a bit more at ease. When they calculated their earnings, it was astonishing, over 40,000 yuan in just 1 week. In a city with a population nearing 4 million and over 100,000 high school students, Jiang Xiao felt a twinge of disappointment at such modest sales. Yet it was nearly sufficient. He handed Chun Bo 2,000 yuan in cash, using the remainder to cover his driving school fees, encouraging him to learn as well. Come on, give me the money for my driving school. My dad will pay for that. Chenbo exclaimed incredulously. Jiang Xiao regarded him as if he were foolish. Well, can't you just ask your dad for money now? Ah, I guess you're right. Chenbo replied, suddenly enlightened. By the way, isn't your dad in the renovation business? Jiang Xiao was struck by a thought. Oh, you didn't know? Why do you ask? Chenbo inquired. Time had elapsed, and Jiang Xiao could hardly remember the details. But he hesitated to explain to Chun Bo his idea of starting a channel to provide renovation advice and subsequently promote home decor items. Tonight, help me write an article titled The 5 Major Pitfalls in Home Renovation. Writing that nonsense is absurd, Chun Bo said, staring at him in disbelief. I'll pay 100 yuan per article. Only a lunatic would write that. I will write it as soon as I get home. Upon hearing there was money involved, Bo immediately changed his tone, though he still queried, "Ah Xiao, what do you need this for?" "That is none of your business. Just write it." "It will be useful," Jiang Xiao replied, offering no further explanation. "Meiwan, has Jiang Xiao changed his heart? He hasn't contacted me voluntarily for a whole week." Yixing lamented. Chapter 4. A Chance Encounter. Zhang Meiwan was taken aback. "A week?" "Yes. Do you know what he has been up to?" I asked him, and he said he was busy. Yixing recalled the 4th day after submitting her college applications. Having endured her self-imposed flag, she confronted Jiang Xiao aggressively, questioning why he was ignoring her. Yet, Jiang Xiao had merely replied that he was busy, leaving the conversation at that. Any further messages vanished into the void. During those days, Jiang Xiao was preoccupied with the sale of his notes, and with 99 unread messages on WeChat, he had no time to attend to Yixing. Is it because of what happened on the day of applications? Why is he being so petty? Zhang Meiwan remarked. I don't know. What if he really has changed his mind? At this stage, Yixing still held Jiang Xiao in high regard. He was academically accomplished, attractive, and radiated a sunny disposition, embodying the type that grew increasingly handsome upon closer inspection. Standing at 175 centimeters, he was already considered tall in Dachang City. In his previous life, Jiang Xiao ultimately reached a height of 178 centimeters, which was deemed tall in the southern regions during that era. Yet it felt rather ordinary in the northern city of Yanjing, where many taller individuals congregated. What are you afraid of? You're so beautiful. You're more than a match for him. Stop overthinking it. Tonight, Hui Xiao is hosting a gathering. Should I call you to join? Huh? I think I'll skip it. I'm not really in the mood. My period just started. Then just drink less. Think of it as a way to unwind. Hui Xiao specifically organized this gathering for you. You should at least give him that much respect. Really? All right then, but I want to go home early. Yixing ultimately agreed, and the fact that the gathering was specially arranged for her offered a modicum of comfort to her troubled heart. On July 9th, Jiang Xiao and Bo went together to the talent driving school, registered, slipped the instructor a cigarette along with a few hundred yuan, and arranged to jump the queue for the first driving test a week later, also requesting a car with fewer occupants. This latter request was purely for Bo's benefit. Jiang Xiao had already learned to drive and merely needed to refresh his memory on operating a manual transmission and the exam requirements, which could be accomplished in a single day. This week, there is nothing else to do. Just practice your questions and focus on what I've instructed you. Jiang Xiao reminded the stubborn Bo, who insisted on visiting an internet cafe. Got it. You're as nagging as my mother. Ungrateful child. Is it easy being your stepfather? Shut up. By the way, have you been in touch with Yixing recently? Bo suddenly asked. No, damn it. I even forgot I have a girlfriend. Jiang Xiao still struggled to adjust to the reality of his rebirth. His feelings towards Yixing were quite simple, neither taking the initiative nor rejecting her, certainly not feeling obligated. There was no need for formal breakup ceremony. Adult separations should occur quietly. Are you really planning to break up with Yixing? Bo pressed again, sensing something strange about his childhood friend lately. Don't talk nonsense. I want to bring up a breakup. I intend to bear everything. Bo found Jiang Xiao as ramblings intolerable. Yet seeing no hint of sorrow on his face, he felt relieved, thinking perhaps Jiang Xiao was merely acting strangely due to some emotional turmoil. After bidding farewell to Bo, Jiang Xiao slipped into the Baixing building, a large upscale shopping mall in the center of Dachang City. In 2012, brands like Zhongda had yet to establish a presence in Dachang City. Jiang Xiao was here to find a writer for the beauty segment. Strolling through the cosmetics section of the mall, he observed the makeup of the sales staff. Though he knew little about cosmetics, he could at least discern that the overly pale individuals who shed powder while walking were not suitable. Eventually, he spotted a young saleswoman at a L'Oreal counter. Her makeup rather well done. The girl, in her early 20s, had features that weren't particularly striking, yet her makeup was quite refined, perfectly balanced without any caking. She was currently engaged in a conversation with another young lady about the products. Jiang Xiao refrained from interrupting their discussion and busied himself examining the various bottles and jars. In his previous life, he had never quite grasped the difference between primer and foundation. He also knew, for certain, that concealer and contouring cream were not the same, and the distinctions among loose powder and pressed powder were even more confounding. Despite his lack of understanding, he felt compelled to delve into the vast beauty market and was resolved to forge ahead. Once the saleswoman finished her conversation, she approached Jiang Xiao. Sir, what would you like to purchase? Jiang Xiao opened his mouth to respond, but before he could speak, the girl next to him suddenly turned her head. Jiang Xiao, Zhang Yin, Jiang Xiao exclaimed in astonishment, never expecting to encounter this somewhat unrefined classmate in the cosmetics section. What brings you here? Jiang Xiao asked, with a raised eyebrow. Zhang Yin replied. Shouldn't I be asking you that? I'm obviously here to buy cosmetics. This caught Jiang Xiao off guard, leaving him unsure of how to respond. After a moment, he said, I'm just buying a few things for my mom. Huh, as if I believe that. Just admit it. You're here to buy cosmetics for Yi Seeing, right? I heard you made quite a profit from the notes. Given that Zhang Yin was the source of the notes, Jiang Xiao was not surprised she had heard about it. This was one of the reasons he had not concealed his intentions regarding the notes. Jiang Xiao shook his head. That's not it. But seriously, what are you doing here? Are you learning to do makeup? Learn? Huh, I'm already an expert. Do I really need to learn? Jiang Xiao regarded her with skepticism, having never seen her wear makeup before, which left Zhang Yin feeling a bit indignant. In class, who wears makeup? I often apply it myself at home. It is a hobby, do you understand? If you don't believe me, you can ask her. I'm a VIP customer at their place. Jiang Xiao looked at the attendant with a mix of skepticism, and the attendant nodded with a smirk. Turning back to scrutinize Zhang Yin, she was taken aback by the transformation. The unsightly old-fashioned glasses were gone, revealing her brownish pupils, likely enhanced by colored contacts. The acne on her face had vanished. It became apparent that her features were no less exquisite than those of Yi Seeing, albeit with a different charm. While Yi Seeing exuded the allure of a petite beauty, Zhang Yin embodied the grace of a refined lady. The familiar school uniform had been replaced with a dress, its V-neck revealing a hint of alabaster skin that quivered slightly, eager to make an impression. Jiang Xiao snapped back to reality, momentarily dazzled. Was she not the perfect candidate? Knowledgeable about makeup and adept at writing as well. Fine, I believe you. What are you looking at? You wouldn't understand. Why ask? I merely wish to express my gratitude regarding the notes. Tell me what you fancy, and I shall gift it to you. It's hard to refuse when you've received something, isn't it? Oh, you intend to gift me cosmetics? Zhang Yin looked at Jiang Xiao with a playful glint in her eyes. Then let it be this. Jiang Xiao instructed the attendant to package the item, feeling somewhat pained as he completed the transaction. What a ridiculous price for such a small bottle. Over 1,000 yuan. No wonder the cosmetics industry is so lucrative. Shall we go for coffee together? After settling the bill, Jiang Xiao was reluctant to let Zhang Yin leave so easily, to which she readily agreed. They found a quaint cafe, nestled in a corner, and ordered 2 cups of coffee. Jiang Xiao began to reveal his ulterior motives. What do you need these strategies for? Mind your own business. Can you help me write them? There is compensation involved, 100 yuan per piece. Starting with the simplest content. If the results are satisfactory, I can offer more later. I'm not short on a few $100. Zhang Yin retorted. Suddenly, Jiang Xiao displayed a fierce indignation. Is that what I offered you? It's a recognition of your talent. Do you understand? Zhang Yin nearly spat her coffee in surprise. Smooth talker. I'm not Yi Seeing. I'll want to fall for that. Then what will you fall for? Tell me. I'm capable of any approach you desire. Roll on. Jiang Xiao continued with a cheeky grin. All right, but step aside. I fear I might accidentally roll into your heart. Ha ha ha, you're so cheesy. Zhang Yin burst into laughter. Are you satisfied now? I'll take that as your agreement. Seeing the conversation reach a comfortable point, Jiang Xiao hit the brakes. He had no genuine intentions of pursuing Zhang Yin. I did not agree, but I might consider it, provided I have a stipulation. Jiang Xiao replied without a moment's hesitation. Speak, as long as it doesn't involve selling oneself. I'm all ears. Chapter 5, The Downward Strike. Get lost. There is a movie tomorrow that I wish to see, but I do feel a bit frightened alone. Zhang Yin's voice dropped slightly, tinged with shyness. The blush on her cheeks imparted a peculiar charm. A horror film? All right, I'll bite. What time tomorrow? Jiang Xiao was surprised to discover that Zhang Yin was a fan of horror films, but it didn't matter. He would attend even if it were an adult film. I'll message you tonight. Sure. With his objective achieved, Jiang Xiao wasted no time in bidding farewell to Zhang Yin. He returned home to continue his efforts on the public account S articles. Today, he needed to write 2 pieces, the second being a tech article. Title, The Internet. And the first, a dose of cynical wisdom, naturally required a grand opening. Title, A man willing to spend money on you may not necessarily love you, but a man who refuses to spend is certainly not in love. Internally, he silently apologized to his devoted brothers and recalled the utterance of Master 2, sending a chill down his spine. His identity must remain a secret. To prevent unforeseen circumstances, he resolved to disguise himself as a charming playboy. Well, perhaps that did not require much disguise. Upon entering his home, he found the second-in-command already settled in, engrossed in the television. On the screen, Ugo portrayed Yuan Ta, wielding the Xianyuan sword, with golden sword energy sweeping across the battlefield, annihilating 100,000 Sui soldiers, standing resolute amidst the blood-soaked haze. Goodness, does this old man still have a fantasy dream? As soon as Jiang Xiao plopped onto the sofa, Jiang Daxiao leaned closer, Have you registered for your driver's license? Yes, I just paid today. Jiang Xiao replied. What about the rest? Send some to your dad. Finances are a bit tight lately. Jiang Xiao looked at his father with disdain. With your current state, how can you still be watching Xin Yuan's sword? Why not ask your mother? Jiang Rinchun shot a glare at Jiang Xiao. Nonsense, how would I know? The problem is, she won't give me any. Dad, it's your approach that's flawed. Stop talking nonsense. If you have the ability, go ask her. Jiang Xiao, feeling defiant, declared. Mom, I need to discuss something with you. What is it? Zhao Taiho's voice echoed from the kitchen. Tomorrow, I've arranged to see a female classmate for a movie and wanted to ask for some funds. The hurried sound of slippers approached as Zhao Meijin walked into the living room, shedding her sleeves. Going to the movies with a female classmate? Uh-huh. A classmate from my class. Jiang Xiao answered honestly. Which one? Have I met her? What does she look like? Zhao Meijin nudged Jiang Rinchun aside. Huh? I'm not sure if you've met her. She is quite ordinary looking, named Zhang Yin. Zhao Taiho's initial disappointment at the mention of an ordinary appearance faded upon hearing Zhang Yin's name, as she immediately stood up, retrieved her purse from the bedroom, and handed Jiang Xiao 200 yuan. Jiang Rinchun stared, dumbfounded. I can't use that trick. ISN T Zhang Yin, the top student in your class? Looks aren't everything. What matters is her character. I've met that girl, and she is quite decent, good grades too, well behaved. That's acceptable. No one is perfect. Jiang Xiao, astonished, interjected. Who said perfection doesn't exist? There is, Mom, you are one. Beautiful, gentle, kind, and intelligent. You little rascal. No son despises his mother's looks. Every child thinks their mother is the best. Zhao Taiho chided Jiang Xiao before pulling another 200 from her purse and handing it to him. For your first date with a girl, don't be stingy. Beauty cannot be eaten. Jiang Yi felt his brain shrinking. Was this still his frugal wife? Jiang Xiao retorted, it can, why not? Just look at how Dad has become so plump. Isn't it because he married such a beautiful wife like you? Zhao Taiho's lips nearly curled into a smile, casting a glance at Jiang Rinchun, whose expression of disdain was evident. Your father has merely gained weight. He eats well and is lazy. How could he not? Jiang Xiao continued. And Grandma? Didn't she always say that your marriage to Dad was a stroke of luck from the ancestral graves? That is how I came to be handsome and academically accomplished. Smooth talking. Enough of that. Go buy some decent gifts. Zhao Taiho emptied the remaining 300 yuan from her purse into Jiang Xiao's hands, then left the sofa, walking towards the kitchen with a spring in her step. Thus, the hierarchy of the household shifted, with Jiang Xiao taking the second position, leaving Jiang Rinchun at the bottom. Jiang Xiao tucked the money away, raised an eyebrow at Jiang Rinchun, and without waiting for his father to speak, headed straight to his bedroom. Jiang Rinchun stroked his chin, hesitating for a moment before rising to follow him into the kitchen. Get lost. What do you need money for? Planning to take someone out for a movie too? Jiang Erge grumbled as he exited the kitchen. Amidst Jiang Rinchun's sorrowful gaze, Jiang Xiao finished his meal and discreetly slipped 200 yuan into his father's hand. Rinchun, you need to be obedient and save some money. The boy in Jiang Xiao was kicked back to his bedroom by his father. In the evening, Jiang Xiao first sent a WeChat message to Chen Bo, outlining the main content and considerations for the article he was tasked to write before embarking on his own writing endeavors. After completing the manuscript, Jiang Xiao perused Weibo for a while, knowing that with limited financial resources, he could only promote his public account through this platform. Thus, he prepared by following several influential users, sharing suggestions in the comments to invigorate his account and ride the wave of trending topics. The following morning, Jiang Xiao visited a barber, where he meticulously described the desired Morgan front fade to Tony, and then awaited the outcome with a sense of anticipation. As the saying goes, no one can exit a barbershop smiling, despite one's best efforts to direct the stylist. Ultimately, the result was somewhat unsatisfactory. After applying some hair wax, he managed to create a semblance of style, but it was merely a compromise. He then purchased a white t-shirt and loose black straight-leg pants, as he had always been attentive to his attire during his previous life as a live streamer. Now, as a student, simplicity was key. The classic combination of black and white was eternally stylish, clean, and refreshing, coupled with Jiang Xiao's fair skin and well-defined features. He indeed exuded a bit of a pretty boy vibe. A pair of Air Force Ones completed the look, albeit a replica from Puqian, yet quite convincing. When Jiang Xiao, donning a black mask, arrived at the cinema where he had arranged to meet Zhang Yin, a small commotion ensued. After declining the advances of 3 girls seeking his WeChat, he spotted Zhang Yin. She scanned the area but failed to locate Jiang Xiao. Just as she was about to call, a handsome masked figure approached her. Zhang Yin maintained her composure, though her heart raced. Would you care to join me for a movie? Jiang Xiao lowered his voice intentionally, slightly embarrassed by his gaze. Zhang Yin replied, I'm sorry, I'm meeting someone. I know, Jiang Xiao said. He couldn't make it, so I came in his place. I figured the most refined person here must be you, and I took a good look around. I believe I was right. Slowly, he removed his mask. Grinning at Zhang Yin, realization dawned on her, and her expression brightened before she feigned annoyance at Jiang Xiao's teasing. Oh, Jiang Xiao, are you playing with me? She laughed. All right, let us hurry. The show is about to start. As they playfully entered the cinema, Jiang Xiao noticed Zhang Yin seemed unusually tense, her body pressed against him. Sister, you chose a horror film. You're not trying to take advantage of me, are you? He joked, though he soon dismissed this thought as he recognized that Zhang Yin was genuinely frightened. When the lights abruptly dimmed and ominous music filled the air, Zhang Yin jumped, instinctively clutching Jiang Xiao's arm. This reaction was unmistakably genuine. Jiang Xiao grinned through the discomfort, noting her long nails. For the sake of his career, he would endure. After the film, Jiang Xiao grasped the essence of being both inexperienced and playful, and while waiting for Zhang Yin to use the restroom, he counted the impressions left by her nails on his arm. He lost track, which was quite a feat for someone who scored 137 in math during the college entrance exam. With such a timid nature, how could she wish to watch horror films? Chapter 6, The Graduation Party. Upon exiting the restroom, Zhang Yin noticed Jiang Xiao still counting the marks on his arm, feeling a bit embarrassed. Today, she had meticulously dressed, showcasing her skills perfectly. Her makeup was just right, neither gaudy nor understated, highlighting her exquisite features. With an aura of sophistication coupled with her slightly bashful demeanor, she presented a delightful contrast that was hard to resist. After the film, they did not wander the streets, as they were not a couple and had no need for unnecessary activities. Jiang Xiao briefly outlined the direction for a beauty article, starting from the most basic concepts. Time flew by, and soon August arrived, marking the day Jiang Xiao would obtain his driver's license. Poor Chinbo was still struggling with parallel parking, having failed his second exam. He couldn't comprehend why Jiang Xiao, who rarely practiced, managed to pass on the first try, while he and 4 other students toiled under the sun daily. In the sweltering heat of July and August, aptly dubbed the 4 furnaces, Chunbo had turned into a darkened version of himself, so much so that he hesitated to cross the street at night, fearing a careless driver might whisk him away. Shaking his head in frustration, he suddenly recalled, Ah Xiao, there's a classmate gathering tonight, with early August upon them. Most who had qualified for university had already received their acceptance letters, and Jiang Xiao had received his from the University of Communication over a week ago. Eagerly anticipating mingling with numerous enchanting girls at the fairy pond, he was excited. Chenbo had also received his acceptance letter. Thus, the timing for a graduation party was perfect. Regardless of the outcomes, it would alleviate the tension in their hearts and ensure a night of unrestrained fun. Who is organizing it? Jiang Xiao inquired. I believe it's the class monitor. Most of the classmates are expected to attend. After some consideration, Jiang Xiao decided to join, as he had yet to reunite with many friends since his rebirth. All right, I'll go rest over there. Hurry up and practice. What's going on in that head of yours? Failing the second exam, Jiang Xiao headed to the break room, where the air conditioning was blissfully cool, making it the perfect place to catch some sleep without any cost. Yi Xing also received an invitation to the graduation party, though she was feeling somewhat dispirited, as Jiang Xiao had neglected her for nearly a month. During this time, the guy Zhang Meiwan had mentioned, Hui Xiao, had been pursuing her fervently, frequently organizing outings. They had gone to the movies and dined together, providing her with some satisfaction, yet she had not gone out alone with him. While she enjoyed the feeling of being pursued, she had no genuine interest in Hui Xiao. He was average-looking, poorly educated, lacking in manners, and significantly older than her. She found it peculiar that when Jiang Xiao had been so clingy in the past, she had found it bothersome. Now, with no contact, she felt a twinge of longing for him, accompanied by a faint sense of crisis, fearing that one day he might abruptly end their relationship. After several subtle attempts to gauge his intentions, she finally relaxed upon realizing that Jiang Xiao had no intention of breaking up with her. Should I dress nicely today to surprise him? Yi Xing pondered as she tried on various outfits in front of the mirror. Similarly, Zhang Yin was carefully preparing herself. Since their movie outing, she and Jiang Xiao hadn't seen each other, yet their WeChat conversations had been lively. She had come to understand the meaning of sweet talk and flattery. Especially when she submitted her articles, she would receive his 360-degree praise. Jiang Xiao's compliments were always unique, never straightforward. For instance, when she sent him a guide on concealer usage, he responded, "This one do." Zhang Yin asked, "Is it poorly written? What is wrong with it? I finished reading it and I'm worried." He replied, "Worried about what? I'm concerned that other girls will read it and become experts, leaving me vulnerable to deception." I can't very well ask girls to wash their faces before we meet. Godi. Zhang Yan laughed. Though their exchanges were brief, the emotional dynamics made his praise all the more impactful. Zhang Yan was perplexed by how Jiang Xiao had acquired such an array of conversational tactics, rendering each dialogue utterly irresistible and leaving her reluctant to conclude their exchanges. Even when the topics ventured into undeniably flirtatious territory, she found herself eager to continue the discourse. The thought that Jiang Xiao was still someone else's boyfriend did not evoke any sense of disappointment within her. Rather, it ignited a peculiar thrill. As evening descended, Jiang Xiao returned home to take a shower after a grueling exam, unable to bear the discomfort of his sweat-soaked attire. After a quick tidy-up, he proceeded to the dining venue. The restaurant, named Chime Yuyan, was relatively well-known in Dachang City, offering moderate prices and a pleasant atmosphere devoid of chaos. The class monitor, Yu Hui, tall and amiable with average academic performance, was well-liked among peers. Upon Jiang Xiao's arrival, Yu Hui greeted him warmly, indicating a reserved seat for him and Yi Xing. Due to the substantial number of attendees, they convened in a private room with several tables. Jiang Xiao, unpretentious, took his seat without hesitation. After an afternoon under the sun, the slightly tanned Pai Dan joined them, greeting the group before settling beside Jiang Xiao. "Em parched. Why did you rush over?" Chun Bo exclaimed, swiftly opening a bottle of beer and downing a glass. "While I was drenched in sweat, I had to freshen up," Jiang Xiao replied, casting a curious glance at his childhood friend. "Don't tell me you came straight here?" "Indeed. Get away from me. I can smell your sweat from here," Chun Bo retorted, visibly annoyed, distancing himself from Jiang Xiao. As classmates trickled into the private room, some names eluded Jiang Xiao's memory, and he felt a sense of disorientation as familiar faces emerged from his recollections. Finally, Yi Xing made her entrance, immediately capturing everyone's attention. Clad in a form-fitting t-shirt adorned with cartoon graphics paired with a light yellow skirt and knee-high white lace stockings that revealed a glimpse of her flawless thighs, she was a vision. Her hair was styled in a princess braid, her delicate features slightly flushed, with beads of perspiration adorning her pert nose and her cherry lips curving into an enchanting smile. In contrast to the bashful glances of other classmates, Jiang Xiao's gaze was unabashedly bold, devoid of any embarrassment. After all, he was thick-skinned, and she was ostensibly still his girlfriend. "Class monitor, we're not late, are we?" Zhang Meiwan emerged from behind Yi Xing, the two having arrived together. Jiang Xiao had barely noticed Zhang Meiwan, overshadowed by Yi Xing's radiance. "Not at all. The main characters always arrive last. Come, take a seat. Jiang Xiao is over there." Yu Hui, the class monitor, displayed considerable eloquence. Upon noticing Jiang Xiao, Yi Xing's eyes momentarily widened. A month apart had darkened his complexion slightly, but the tan added a touch of maturity to his youthful demeanor, enhancing his rugged features. As Zhang Meiwan nudged her to sit beside Jiang Xiao, her gaze lingered on him. Jiang Xiao's expression turned playful. She looked splendid today, regaining her composure. Yi Xing's lips curled into a smile, only to shift into a playful pout. "What have you been up to this past month? You haven't contacted me. Have you nearly forgotten me?" "How could I? Didn't you say you needed your space?" Jiang Xiao replied with an air of nonchalance. Yi Xing frowned slightly. In the past, such remarks would have made Jiang Xiao anxious, prompting an apology. "Jiang Xiao, have you changed? Is that so? I've just gotten a bit darker, thanks to the heat and driving lessons. But look at Chun Bo, he has practically transformed." Jiang Xiao pointed at Chun Bo, shut it. "Chim body tortit." Displeased with Jiang Xiao's jests. "That is not what I meant. I think you look even better with tan." Yi Xing hesitated before adding, "What I meant was." Her sentence was abruptly interrupted by the sudden opening of the private room door. Zhang Yan had arrived. Once again, the classmates collectively turned their gazes toward the entrance, their expressions somewhat dazed. Was this Zhang Yan? In school, Yi Xing had always exuded beauty, and while she appeared even more striking today, it remained within the realm of what everyone could accept. However, Zhang Yan was different. She had merely been perceived as an academically gifted student, with her looks overshadowed by her impressive grades. Yet today, she shattered their preconceived notions, evoking a singular thought in their minds. Stunning. Dressed in a sleek black dress cinched at the waist with a red belt, accentuating her slender figure, her hair cascaded straight down her shoulders, devoid of any elaborate styling. A floral necklace adorned her graceful neck, nestled within her burgeoning décolletage. While others might not recognize it, Jiang Xiao knew it was a four-leaf clover from a luxury brand. Jacques Fat, enhanced by makeup, her already striking features left Jiang Xiao feeling unexpectedly captivated, not to mention the others present. Impressive, Jiang Xiao silently marveled, contemplating the potential of her beauty influencer aspirations. Zhang Yan's entrance subtly eclipsed Yi Xing, creating a momentary hush in the room. Yu Hui, quick to respond, stood to break the awkward silence. Welcome, everyone. Let us give a warm welcome to Zhang Yan, the sole student from our class accepted into Yin University. Yin University, one of the prestigious institutions in Huaxia, added an illustrious layer to Zhang Yan's already resplendent presence. Yu Hui continued. I always thought of Zhang Yan as a studious type, but who knew she could transform into such a beauty? It seems the title of Campus Belle is up for grabs. This remark ignited Yi Xing's competitive spirit, while Zhang Yan's subsequent actions intensified her intrigue. With a smile, Zhang Yan acknowledged everyone with a nod, scanning the room before her gaze settled between Jiang Xiao and Chun Bo, hesitating momentarily before approaching. Yi Xing, momentarily forgetting her earlier intentions with Jiang Xiao, found herself puzzled as to why Zhang Yan chose to sit between the two boys. Given the abundance of vacant seats along her path, Zhang Yan, the last to arrive, perfectly embodied the phrase, the main character always makes their entrance last. As the dishes began to arrive at the table, Yu Hui stood to commence the evening's gathering, prompting everyone to raise their glasses in a toast. There were those sipping on soft drinks, and others indulging in alcohol. Jiang Xiao, of course, opted for beer, and Yi Xing also chose the brew, having developed a taste for it during their outings, not for the flavor, but for the pleasant intoxication it brought. What Jiang Xiao did not anticipate was Zhang Yan's choice. She, too, opted for white liquor, joining Yu Hui and a few other men. Watching her expressionless demeanor as she downed a shot of liquor, Jiang Xiao felt a twinge of admiration. He could not handle white liquor, not due to an inability to drink, but because he found the burning sensation intolerable. During the meal, Jiang Xiao focused on his food, oblivious to the tension that was gradually escalating between Yi Xing and Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan, either intentionally or unintentionally, kept placing Jiang Xiao's favorite dishes in front of him. Jiang Xiao, bemused, wondered what her intentions were, but he remained indifferent, accepting everything offered. As the dinner progressed, Yi Xing grew increasingly irritated, discreetly pinching Jiang Xiao under the table several times, her heart sensing an unspoken rivalry. Halfway through the meal, the atmosphere warmed as everyone began inquiring about the universities they had applied to. You applied to the normal university too? Huh. I thought it was just me and Zhou Liqing. My scores fell a bit short, so I applied to Changhang. Changhang? Doesn't that mean you'll be at the same school as Yi Xing? Zhang Miwan overheard someone mention Yi Xing and chimed in. Indeed, Xing is also at Changhang. And not only that, Jiang Xiao has enrolled there for her sake. The moment those words escaped her lips, the crowd was taken aback, and several classmates promptly inquired. Jiang Xiao, did you score over 600? You actually enrolled in Changhang? Zhang Yan was momentarily stunned. Hadn't Jiang Xiao claimed he was headed for a media institute? Yi Xing wore a look of smug satisfaction, casting a pointed glance at Zhang Yan, while Jiang Xiao remained engrossed in his meal, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding conversation. Not actively participating in the meal, his thought processes must be questionable. Eating to satiety is of utmost importance. Other matters can wait until after the meal. After all, should the conversation veer off course, one might impulsively upend the table in frustration. Once Jiang Xiao had finished his meal, wiped his mouth, and sipped a glass of liquor, he slowly addressed Yi Xing. Xing, there is something I need to tell you. Yi Xing fixed him with a questioning gaze, awaiting his next words. Didn't you previously mention that we need space? And what was that phrase again? Yi Xing recalled that during a study session when Zhang Meiwan suggested they go karaoke, Jiang Xiao had expressed his reluctance, prompting her to utter those words. Distance creates beauty? Yes, exactly that. I pondered over it for quite some time and realized you were absolutely right. I misunderstood you, Xing. Jiang Xiao spoke earnestly. Well, that's all right. As long as you understand. Yi Xing felt a flicker of relief. Understanding, indeed, I comprehend all too well. Thus, I pondered whether a bit of distance might enhance that beauty. Jiang Xiao continued. Huh, what do you mean? Yi Xing sensit an ominous premonition. Therefore, I enrolled in Huaxia Media University. This way, we shall be separated by 1,200 kilometers, which should be beautifully poetic. Jiang Xiao exclaimed with a dreamy expression. Zhang Yan suddenly burst out laughing. Oops, sorry, I choked a bit. She apologized while casting a playful, reproachful glance at Jiang Xiao, who was undeniably mischievous. Even if he had changed his mind, he left others at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Yi Xing sat there in a daze, her mind blank. Zhang Meiwan noticed something was amiss with Yi Xing and asked, Xing, what's wrong? Yi Xing snapped back to reality, her complexion pale, shaking her head. I am mifine. She lowered her gaze, her eyes slightly reddened, and no one noticed her distress, though Jiang Xiao was aware yet chose to remain silent. His callous nature was becoming all too apparent, and the persona of a heartbreaker was beginning to take shape. The dinner concluded swiftly, and the class monitor proposed transitioning to a KTV venue. Some agreed, while others declined. After finishing their final drinks, the group split into two factions. One headed to KTV while the other severed ties with their high school circle. Jiang Xiao initially intended to leave, but was pulled along by Chun Bo, who had developed a crush on one of the girls in class. Jiang Xiao muttered, "You fool. You're heading to Yinjing. Isn't it a bit late to be smitten now?" Nonetheless, he ultimately accompanied his friend to KTV, preferring to leave no regrets behind. Chapter 8. The Problematic Girl Zhang Yan. In the private room of Fongtang KTV, shadows danced amidst the flickering lights. A dozen youths, slightly inebriated, exchanged toasts as if bidding farewell to their youth. No one ordered any more drinks. The table was cluttered with empty beer cans. Chen leaned closer to Zhou Liking, stammering something. The girl kept her head down, her expression obscured by the dim light. Jiang Xiao reclined on the sofa, observing this youthful confession with a sense of satisfaction. Earlier, he had guided the clueless Chun Bo on how to approach the situation, advising him on how to express his feelings. Relationships at this stage lacked the melodrama. It was already twilight, so why prolong the inevitable? Jiang Xiao had encouraged Chun Bo to confess that he had secretly harbored feelings for her for 3 years, and that he wished to leave no regrets, regardless of her response. He suggested adopting a sorrowful expression while maintaining a carefree attitude about the outcome. As Jiang Xiao sipped his beer, Yi Xing approached him, having chosen to come to KTV as she had something to discuss. "Jiang Xiao, do you no longer like me?" "It's all right, I suppose," Jiang Xiao replied without looking at her. "Are you upset? Because I'm always out having fun?" Yi Xing's voice trembled slightly. "Not all. Your enjoyment is your prerogative, is it not?" Jiang Xiao regarded her with an utterly calm demeanor. "Then why? Didn't you say you wanted to attend university together?" Jiang Xiao found her question amusing. Attend university together? Only to watch her ride off with someone else? Perhaps I've come to realize that a bit of distance might be beneficial for both of us, don't you think? Jiang Xiao tossed the question back to Yi Xing. Yi Xing was at a loss for words, regretting her earlier actions. Realizing now that Jiang Xiao's affections were not an endless wellspring, they were not to be taken for granted. Observing her expression, Jiang Xiao felt a twinge of disinterest. This tug of war was rather tedious. Seizing the opportunity of the moment, he addressed Yi Xing directly. "That day, Chen Bo asked me, why didn't he stop you from going out with others? Would you like to know my response?" Yi Xing recalled Jiang Xiao's reaction that day and was eager to find out. "What did you say?" "I told him, you're merely my girlfriend. I never intended to marry you." Yi Xing's flushed face, slightly reddened from the alcohol, gradually paled, although she had never contemplated marriage. She understood the implication of Jiang Xiao's words. Jiang Xiao shifted to a different spot and continued drinking. The commotion did not draw anyone's attention. Chen Bo had already received his answer. Zhou Liqing had not outright declined, but had also not accepted his advances. Damn, yet another fickle girl. Qian Bo mused, though he remained hopeful, believing that her non-rejection signified some form of acceptance, and even if she hadn't agreed now, there were still possibilities. He then began drinking with the other boys, casually mentioning his and Jiang Xiao's venture in his selling notes. "Is that true? You made over 5,000 in just a few days?" One girl exclaimed in astonishment. In 2012, earning 5,000 in a few days was remarkable, considering that a year's tuition for college was only around 3,000 or 4,000. Of course it's true. Jiang Xiao earned even more. He made 40,000. Wow. A wave of excitement rippled through the crowd. While 5,000 seemed plausible, 40,000 was beyond their comprehension. "Jiang Xiao, did you really earn 40,000? The class monitor. Yuri chuted. "Roughly, yes. I owe my success to the esteemed Zhang, our campus beauty. Zhang Yan, let me toast to you." Jiang Xiao raised his glass toward Zhang Yan, who was engaged in a discussion about makeup techniques with the girls. Zhang Yan smiled slightly, lifted her glass in response, and down in one go. Goodness, her glass contained pure foreign liquor. The room buzzed with chatter and gasps, with no one noticing Yi Xing's body tremble slightly. So, while she was out having fun at the bar, he was already making money, and quite impressively at that. Hearing the admiration from the crowd, Yi Xing felt an overwhelming urge not to give up. She would surely regret it if she did. She lifted her gaze in search of Jiang Xiao, only to find he had vanished. After finishing his drink, Jiang Xiao exited the private room, craving a cigarette, as there were more girls inside. Zhang Yan also left the room, intending to visit the restroom. Upon turning the corner in the hallway, she spotted Jiang Xiao smoking and paused. "Today, She found herself reassessing this young man. Previously, she had thought him to be slick-tongued and somewhat humorous. Now, a label of maturity has been added. While an average young man would revel in the flattery of those around him, he quietly indulges in a cigarette. Observing Jiang Xiao's nonchalant and deft smoking technique, Zhang Yan's heart skips a beat, as if a devil has quietly invaded her mind. Jiang Xiao, where are you? The anxious voice of Yi Xing echoes from the end of the corridor. As Jiang Xiao turns, he finds himself ensnared by Zhang Yan's intense gaze, causing his heart to race. The sound of Yi Xing grows increasingly nearer, and Zhang Yan feels a mental string snap within her. In a sudden movement, she shoves Jiang Xiao into an adjacent empty room and swiftly shuts the door behind them. The room is enveloped in darkness, save for the heavy breaths of the two. Jiang Xiao, bewildered, contemplates her intentions just as a soft, warm mouth presses against his, silencing his inquiry. Zhang Yan wraps her arms around Jiang Xiao's neck, pinning him against the door, effectively obscuring much of the glass panel. She then seizes his hand and places it on her waist, signaling him to embrace her. Her ruby lips never straying from his. Standing at 168 centimeters, and with her shoes adding a few centimeters, Zhang Yan rises on her toes and kisses Jiang Xiao. Outside the room, Yi Xing's voice approaches, causing Zhang Yan's heart rate to soar to 160, her cheeks flushed with an unfamiliar warmth. The unprecedented thrill sends shivers through her, especially when she glimpses Yi Xing passing by the glass door, her heart nearly leaping from her chest. As the sensation of near-heart failure subsides, Zhang Yan feels weak, her body hanging limply against Jiang Xiao. Under immense stimulation, one's body becomes feeble, particularly the legs, akin to how many struggle to stand after a roller coaster ride. Jiang Xiao senses the increasing weight around his neck, instinctively tightening his hold on the somewhat weakened girl. Zhang Yan leans into Jiang Xiao's embrace, emitting faint murmurs. As Yi Xing's voice fades down the corridor, Zhang Yan gradually regains her strength. They remain in position, their lips parting. Jiang Xiao, still in a daze, begins to grasp the situation, a wry smile forming within him. He has, quite unexpectedly, been forcefully kissed, and this girl possesses a certain allure, relishing such daring escapades. Bathed in the light filtering through the glass, Jiang Xiao observes Zhang Yan's expression of lingering desire, a stark contrast to her usual haughty, scholarly demeanor. Chapter 9. Yi Xing's regret. Zhang Yan hails from a single-parent household. Her parents divorced early, and she has always lived with her mother, a formidable businesswoman. Thus, Zhang Yan has never lacked for money, leading a relatively comfortable life. However, her mother's discipline is notoriously strict, instilling in her a compulsive need to adhere to rules. To eliminate distractions from her studies, she was forbidden from wearing makeup in public, made to wear standardized school uniforms, and adorned with those outdated glasses. It wasn't until after the college entrance examination, when her scores surpassed the historical threshold for Yen University, that she was granted the liberty to pursue her passions. This prolonged existence of rigid conformity has fueled her yearning for excitement. Watching horror films serves as a thrill, and today's incident is no different. She is captivated by the exhilarating rush and derives immense pleasure from it. The two share no words, as none are needed. A mutual smile conveys everything. Zhang Yan heads to the restroom, having initially stepped out due to urgency. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiao prepares to return to the room, only to encounter Yi Xing, who has been searching for him. Upon seeing Jiang Xiao, Yi Xing rushes over, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Jiang Xiao, I was wrong. I promise I want to go again. Please don't leave me. Her voice trembles with emotion. It's fine if you enjoy it, go have fun. Why suppress yourself for me? No, I don't enjoy it. I'm just curious. I want to go again, please forgive me. Jiang Xiao furrows his brow. Unprepared for this scenario, he had anticipated that his deliberate coldness towards their relationship, coupled with his remarks, would incite her anger, leading to a breakup. After all, she was deeply enamored with the glamorous nightlife, but Jiang Xiao had not foreseen that such indulgences would only emerge post-university, having yet to engage with like-minded peers. Witnessing fellow students revel in the nightlife, Yi Xing had fully embraced her freedom. Moreover, in his past life, Jiang Xiao's incessant bombardment of messages had only served to irritate her further. Let it go. We should part amicably, Jiang Xiao suggests, attempting to alleviate the tension. Upon hearing the phrase part amicably, Yi Xing clings even tighter, her voice thick with sobs. I want to let go. Please, don't treat me like this. Jiang Xiao is momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, Zhang Yan reemerges from the restroom. Upon witnessing Yi Xing's tight grip on Jiang Xiao, she displays no signs of anger or jealousy. Rather, she appears excited. As Zhang Yan passes by, she shoots Jiang Xiao a meaningful glance before returning to the room. You need to let go. I can't breathe. Jiang Xiao gasps, feeling the pressure of Yi Xing's embrace. She loosens her grip slightly, but remains firm. I want to let go until you agree with me. I'm off to Yanjing while you're in Dachang. This relationship holds no significance. Jiang Xiao states the harsh reality. Long-distance relationships are merely self-inflicted misery. I can wait for you. You'll return during breaks, and I can find time to visit Yanjing. Jiang Xiao, resigned, replies, we'll see. You'll understand once you're in college. Hearing that Jiang Xiao is not entirely resolute in ending things fills Yi Xing with joy. She lifts her head from his embrace, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazes at him. So, am I still your girlfriend? What do you think? Jiang Xiao neither affirms nor denies her claim. Yes, of course. Yi Xing giggles, wiping her tears, and then takes Jiang Xiao's hand. Jiang Xiao, you smell wonderful. Did you spray perfume? Jiang Xiao stiffens momentarily before quickly regaining composure as they head toward the private room. No, it's probably just something I accidentally brushed against. Oh, that explains why it smells like women's perfume. Yi Xing thinks nothing of it, for now, as long as Jiang Xiao doesn't break up with her. Everything is perfect. Guided by Yi Xing, they enter the room, where the atmosphere remains lively, with everyone joyfully toasting and exchanging drinks. Zhang Yin holds a transparent glass, gently swirling the dark red liquid within, her expression serene. Amidst the raucous revelry, she appears particularly aloof and elegant. Pulling Jiang Xiao to the sofa, Yi Xing eagerly asks, Jiang Xiao, what kind of music do you like? I'll sing for you. Sing something you're good at. Jiang Xiao responds, all right. Yi Xing cheerfully dashes off to select a song. Jiang Xiao pours himself a drink, catching Zhang Yan's lingering gaze. Zhang Yan watches him, her actions seemingly deliberate. She licks her lips, her eyes narrowing into a smile, before swiftly reverting to her previous cool demeanor. This smile is undeniably captivating. Jiang Xiao smirks, downing his drink. Yi Xing returns with a microphone, ready to serenade him with a new song she has practiced for a month. Without a hint of hesitation or concern, she begins, you just appeared in my world. Surprises flood my heart with uncontainable emotion. My song, released just last month, has already captivated the streets and is particularly adored by girls. Jiang Xiao found himself lost in reminiscence, recalling that the original singer of this song would, in 2 years' time, face a tarnished reputation due to his mother's embezzlement, which also entailed the misallocation of funds meant for hundreds of laid-off workers. Yi Xing's voice is light and ethereal, a quintessential southern accent, delicate and gentle. Such a timbre is bound to enchant many introverted young men. You exist deeply within my mind, in my dreams, and in my heart, in my song. As Yi Xing gazed into Jiang Xiao's eyes, she concluded the song. The private room erupted in applause. Jiang Xiao joined in, and even Zhang Yin set her drink aside to applaud for the girl. A hint of shyness overtook Yi Xing as she placed down the microphone and dashed into Jiang Xiao's embrace. As time leisurely passed, the atmosphere of the gathering gradually turned somber. Eventually, it spiraled out of control during the class monitor's farewell song, wishing you a safe journey, leading some girls to quietly weep. The boys, in contrast, remained silent, lost in their drinks. Jiang Xiao did not feel particularly sorrowful. He had experienced such scenes multiple times. The tender years would inevitably come to an end, and the young men would eventually step into the societal cauldron, uncertain of how many would return unchanged. The girl in his arms felt similarly despondent, tears streaming down her face as she realized Jiang Xiao would soon depart. Come, let's all raise a glass. May we all have bright futures, peace, and happiness. The class monitor, Yu Hui, with reddened eyes, raised his glass and downed its contents. The boys followed suit, drinking deeply, and at that moment, no one dared to act slyly. The girls also lifted their glasses, sipping slowly from their drinks. High school was indeed a pristine experience, but alas, it has come to an end. Jiang Xiao pondered what it would be like if he could relive his first year of high school. He recalled the late-night study sessions and the mornings he rose before dawn to review, sending a shiver down his spine. Forget it, forget it. Chapter 10. Earning money is no easy feat. Time flows like an unyielding river, and regardless of how much one clings to the past, it marches forward at its own pace. The conclusion of the gathering effectively signaled the disbandment of a large family. Some would meet again, while others might never cross paths. On August 17th, with the WeChat update, Jiang Xiao promptly applied for an account. One individual can only register 2 public accounts with a single ID. Jiang Xiao utilized his mother's ID to apply for 2 beauty-related public accounts: Beauty Diary of the Self-Study Room and Exquisite Little Fairy. His second brother's ID was used for a cynical public account named New Era Women and Home Decoration Guide. His own ID was reserved for Tech Xiao Says. Additionally, He applied for another account titled 100,000 Cold Jokes. This idea struck him after thoroughly reading the public account guidelines, which had recently simplified and lifted many previous restrictions. For instance, actions such as inducing follows and shares were now permissible. If managed well, this account could amass followers at a terrifying speed. How many would depend on how quickly WeChat responded. At that point, turning a profit would be quite enticing. The operational strategy was straightforward. Follow for more content. If you don't share, you're not a true XX person. If you don't share, you'll have bad luck for XX years. Follow to receive rewards, and so forth. Jiang Xiao decided to test the effectiveness of the follow for more content approach first, seeking out amusing riddles or short articles for engagement. After preparing everything, he began to publish articles in succession. Tech Xiao says, Flesh and Blood Grinding Mill. Countdown to the apocalypse of group buying. 99 cannon fodder is ready, and amidst a sea of corpses and blood, I can only see a glutton sneering in the distance. Subtitle, A Madman's Cold-Blooded Prophecy for a Frantic Era. Click to publish. Jiang Xiao did not anticipate this article would go viral immediately, but as the group buying war progressed, its value would gradually manifest. In the piece, he meticulously analyzed the 5 largest group buying websites by market share, with the most extensive discussion on Mate1, laying bare its tactical maneuvers, shifting to lower-tier markets, avoiding subsidy wars, and maintaining cash flow. He concluded that while Mate1 would ultimately triumph in the group buying battle, it would also discover that group buying is a dead end, necessitating a bold pivot to new arenas. Whenever there was a significant development in the group buying war, this article could gain traction once more, ultimately culminating in its elevation to reverence. It was akin to someone accurately predicting the outcomes of every match from the onset of the World Cup, and then not only forecasting the final result, but also the score. Hardly anyone could resist the allure of such foresight. Beauty Diary of the Self-Study Room. Transforming beauty begins with washing your face. Do you even know how to wash your face? During this period, Zhang Yin had written nearly 20 articles for Jiang Xiao, and each time he received an article, he would refine it, bestowing upon it the wings of internet dissemination. Jiang Xiao had initially instructed Zhang Yin to start with the fundamentals, but to his surprise, she began with face washing, revealing to him for the first time the intricacies involved in such a simple act. This public account aimed to adopt a strategy-oriented approach, ensuring that each article not only had independent shareability, but also contributed to a cohesive, overarching system. The exquisite little fairy account, however, was yet to be populated with content. Home Decoration Guide. 5 major pitfalls in renovation. How many have you fallen into? New Era Women. A man who will spend money on you may not love you, but a man who refuses to spend will certainly not love you. This was another bombshell. The reason this viewpoint was so widely criticized lay in its toxicity. In 2012, it would certainly be venerated as scripture by women seeking easy gains. These individuals would become the most devoted fans and disseminators of this account. 100,000 cold jokes. Only 0.1 people in the world know the answer. There is little to elaborate on. An entirely straightforward and effective topic for engagement. Once all articles were successfully published, Jiang Xiao reviewed them all for any issues before embarking on his promotional efforts. In 2012, Weibo was the platform with the largest public traffic, already hosting several large influencers. At this moment, public accounts had just launched, and Weibo had minimal defenses against this new product. It was indeed a golden period. Jiang Xiao's strategy, which would later become cliched, was novel at the time and highly effective, riding the wave of trending topics. He operated like a digital advertisement machine, sticking to whatever was hot. Beauty, students, celebrity gossip, any topic that brushed against popular discussions saw his comments. 99% of people wash their faces incorrectly. The ugly truth is here. Scan this code for WeChat, QR code. Tieba, Dubon, and Penguin Weibo. Same here. Copy, paste, and bombard. The tech sphere was not spared either. He infiltrated comments from tech moguls, proclaiming, the most brilliant analysis of the group buying war. Come debate if you dare. Scan for details, QR code. Next came grassroots promotion. After lunch, Jiang Xiao dragged a reluctant Chunbo to a wholesale market where they purchased a batch of adorable plush keychains. They then ventured to a bustling shopping mall, wandering through cosmetic counters. Miss, could you do me a small favor? Please scan this new public account and follow it. I'll give you a cute little charm. WeChat's latest offering. Give it a try. Young girls, enamored with beauty and trinkets, quickly emptied a box of keychains. Thus, the two spent the afternoon darting between several malls, distributing all the plush keychains in their possession. Chunbo, exhausted, stuck out his tongue and exclaimed, Xiao Ge, you truly are my brother. This is utterly ridiculous. Jiang Xiao waved his hand dismissively, responding, it's hard work. Allow me to treat you to a cola. Next time an LOL. I'll let you play Yasuo. Isn't that gesture sufficiently sincere? Chenbo, bewildered, asked, who is Yasuo? Oh, just an orphan. Upon returning home that evening, Jiang Xiao, utterly drained, still had to continue his work, writing articles, posting on WeChat, and chasing online trends. Each day followed the same exhausting rhythm, running around outside during the day and typing furiously at night until his eyes blurred. Sigh, I'm utterly spent, Jiang Xiao thought, glancing at his dwindling wallet, feeling the sting of expenses. Promotion truly costs money, and he found himself continuously pouring funds into it. When would it ever conclude? On August 25th, a week had passed since the WeChat account's launch, and Jiang Xiao had traversed nearly every shopping mall, even visiting several newly opened residential complexes to post ads for his home decoration guide. Today, he decided to take a brief respite, for Yi Xing was on the verge of madness. They hadn't seen each other in over 10 days, and for the past week, he had been unreachable on WeChat. Home alone was dreadfully dull. Several times he had nearly succumbed to Hui Xiao's invitations to unwind at the bar. When Yi Xing threatened to come to his house to find him, Jiang Xiao agreed to accompany her to a movie and a shopping spree. After all, as the saying goes, don't waste a bad girl. After sleeping until noon, Jiang Xiao got up, had lunch, and checked the data on his WeChat account. Feeling quite satisfied, he then indulged in some online leisure before tidying up and heading out. At the entrance of a Zhongda cinema in People's Square, he spotted Yi Xing, who was shielding herself from the sun with an umbrella. She wore a cropped tank top, layered with a long-sleeved silk sun protection shirt, and a pair of super short denim shorts that showcased her fair, long legs, complemented by white ankle socks and floral canvas shoes. Upon seeing Jiang Xiao, she quickly jogged over, her bosom bouncing with each stride, causing beads of sweat to form on her forehead and nose. As she approached, she threw her arms around him, nuzzling her head against his chest. Hey, are you wiping your sweat on me? What if you run into my dining hall? Jiang Xiao took the umbrella from her, gently pulling her out of his embrace. Yi Xing didn't quite grasp the latter part of his comment, merely feeling she hadn't had enough of him, and looked up at him with a pitiful expression. I missed you so much. Do you not miss me at all? Yi Xing, confesset Herlungen. But I'm here now, right? Have we bought the tickets yet? Jiang Xiao opened the umbrella, positioning it between them. The girl's sense of grievance came swiftly and vanished just as quickly. Yes, we have. Let us go. She linked her arm with Jiang Xiao's, and together they entered the cinema. They first purchased popcorn, and Jiang Xiao instructed Yi Xing to fetch some drinks, requesting an iced cola. Before long, Yi Xing returned, carrying an iced cola and a cup of honey tea. Room temperature? Chapter 11, The Mechanic. The movie they were about to watch was The Mechanic, starring Guoda originally. Yi Xing had wanted to watch a romance film, but unfortunately, there were no new releases available at that time. Among the few domestic films, only The Wind Rises and The Disappearing Bullet had any notoriety, neither of which were suitable for couples. Thus, they settled on this film. With the group buying advertisement completed, a golden dragon formed from film reels flew into the green screen. The cinema quickly quieted after a brief flurry of chatter. Yi Xing rested her head against Jiang Zhao's shoulder, intertwining her fingers with his right hand, which lay in her lap. The tickets were for a couple's theater, which was essentially the same as any other, except the armrest between the two seats could be lifted. Yi Xing had chosen seats a bit further back, and only a couple sat in the corner behind them, already lost in their own world before the movie even began. Some folks really can't wait. Jiang Xiao chuckled lightly. The screen illuminated, revealing an airplane slowly entering a warehouse. Jiang Zhao's arm rested naturally in Yi Xing's lap, his fingers gently touching her fair thigh. Perhaps feeling a slight tickle, Yi Xing shifted her body as she clutched Jiang Zhao's arm, leading his hand to rest upon her thigh. On the screen, a drug dealer emerged from the airplane, swimming in a private pool, only to be abruptly seized by Guoda, lurking underwater. Yi Xing jumped in fright, her cheeks flushing slightly, hidden in the dim light of the cinema. As Guoda showcased his assassin skills on screen, the warmth of Yi Xing's delicate skin slightly trembled in Jiang Zhao's embrace. As the film progressed, the couple's theater began to exhibit its distinct characteristics. In 2012, many believed they could indulge freely in the dimness of the cinema, oblivious to the fact that their every action was being meticulously recorded by the special cameras in the theater. Jiang Xiao's lips twitched as he suddenly wondered if Zhang Yan would enjoy this place. Noticing Jiang Xiao's gaze drifting back, Yi Xing curiously looked over, but was met with Jiang Xiao covering her eyes. Don't look at others. Retracting his gaze, Jiang Xiao pulled his hand back, wrapping it around Yi Xing's delicate waist. It tickles, she squealed, squirming slightly, her voice barely above a whisper. A mischievous smile crept across Jiang Zhao's face as he slowly withdrew his hand, causing her body to tense once more. Not here. Yi Xing grasped his hand tightly, a hint of nervousness in her voice reaching Jiang Xiao's ears. "All right," he replied softly. Yi Xiying glanced at Jiang Xiao, engaged in an internal battle, before inching closer into his embrace, surveying their surroundings. She then released Jiang Xiao's hand, which he did not move, allowing his hand to retreat slowly. Yi Xiying, puzzled, looked at Jiang Xiao, who remained placid, his gaze fixed on the screen. He quietly remarked, "If you don't like it, then forget it." Yi Xiying immediately panicked, grabbing his withdrawing hand and placing it on her abdomen, whispering, "Please don't be angry, I do like you." "Really? Don't force yourself." "No, I'm not forcing it. Ah Xiao, I genuinely like you." Yi Xiying's cheeks turned crimson, illuminated by the glow of the screen. As the movie continued, the two of them gradually immersed themselves in the storyline. As the film approached its climax, Yi Xiying's attention shifted away from the screen. Her eyes darted around briefly before she seized Jiang Xiao, kissing him. This was not their first kiss. Jiang Xiao had kissed her during their first week of dating. Unlike that initial passive encounter, this time she boldly explored, as if wishing to leave an imprint. Just as the movie reached its peak, the kiss concluded amidst explosions, and all Jiang Xiao could see was the glimmering light in Yi Xiying's eyes. Exiting the cinema with the blushing Yi Xiying, the two strolled along Zhongshan Road after the screening had ended. The night had deepened, the shop lights illuminating Yi Xiying's anxious face. "I bought a ticket for the 29th. I'll be leaving in a few days." Yi Xiying's grip on Jiang Xiao's hand suddenly tightened, and she lowered her head, whispering, "Oh, I see." Along the way, Jiang Xiao bought her a dress as a gift, and after dinner, he intended to accompany her home. Yi Xiying's enthusiasm noticeably waned during the latter part of their journey, and finally, she clutched Jiang Xiao's arm and implored, "Can we not go home tonight?" Jiang Xiao furrowed his brow and looked at her, asking, "Not going home? Are we going to stay out all night? It's been a while since I've pulled an all-nighter." "Who said anything about going online?" "I meant." The girl feigned annoyance. Jiang Xiao chuckled and said nothing further, simply leading her towards home. The girl stood in front of him, gazing into his eyes. Her rosy lips slightly pursed in irritation. "We are still young, with plenty of time ahead, and who can predict what will happen in the future? What is there to predict? I will not have any regrets." The girl interjected, interrupting Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao pressed on, "Let me finish. There will be many opportunities in the future. As long as we think of each other, there's no need to rush certain matters." Yi Xiying nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. Ultimately, Jiang Xiao escorted her home, and in the fleeting moment he turned away. The tenderness on his face vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor. "Good acting," he murmured to himself. "What a pity." In the following 3 days, Jiang Xiao returned to his previous busy routine, yet he devoted all his time online. In addition to the various channels he had previously utilized, Jiang Xiao ventured into new territory, creating a new account on QQ groups and frantically joining various university groups through searches. Initially, he feigned a semblance of decorum upon entering these groups, but later, he resorted to brazenly posting advertisements, straightforward and unrefined. The effectiveness of this method was beyond his ability to ascertain, as the public accounts he managed could not distinguish the sources of traffic. By the 28th, several of Jiang Zhao's public accounts had garnered a substantial following. Self-Study Room Beauty Diary, 4, 700 Exquisite Little Fairy, 0, New Era Women, 3, 200 Technology Xiao Says, 2,000, Home Decoration Guide, 1, 600, 100,000 Cold Jokes, 70,000 in just 10 days. 100,000 Cold Jokes experienced explosive growth through induced sharing and engagement, a momentum that left Jiang Xiao cautious, as he only shared regular promotional content in recent days. Despite Technology Xiao Says having only a little over 2,000 followers, each article achieved an astonishing readership of 6,000. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xiao, one of the articles from Technology Xiao Says went viral within a certain circle. It was his third post. The first to fall among that will certainly be B. Baidu lacks the gene for mobile internet. The article highlighted Baidu's shortcomings, particularly its negligence in critical searches that could save lives, prioritizing profit over responsibility. While analyzing Baidu's positioning in the mobile internet sphere, the most shocking revelation within the circle was the mention of a potential challenger to Baidu's search monopoly. On the 21st, 360 replaced its default search engine with its independently developed one, and founder Zhou Hongyi even took to Weibo to declare the formal commencement of the 3B war. Due to this article, more and more individuals were drawn to Jiang Zhao's first post, although at that moment, no one was particularly astonished. They regarded it merely as a standard analytical piece. On the 29th, Jiang Xiao packed his belongings, which amounted to little more than a few sets of clothes, some documents, and a newly purchased laptop. At Dachang railway station, He met with Chunbo and an unexpected presence, Zhang Yan. With your circumstances, why take the train? Jiang Xiao remarked, observing Zhang Yan dragging her purple suitcase. I've never traveled by train. I wanted to try it. Perhaps it will be a unique experience. Zhang Yan had decided to take the train during a conversation with Jiang Xiao a few days prior. Thus, the three purchased train tickets, opting for soft sleeper accommodations. With a mixture of trepidation and anticipation for the unfamiliar city, they entered the station, journeying towards the bustling yet unforgiving metropolis. What's university life like? Chunbo, traveling away from Dachang for the first time, asked Jiang Xiao while gazing out at the receding landscape. Jiang Xiao raised an eyebrow in response. University students? Life is quite pleasant. Chapter 12. The second time. The most comfortable train from Dachang to Yanjing is the direct Z-Series train, departing at 8 p.m. and arriving at 8 a.m. after a 12-hour journey. The soft sleeper compartment accommodates 4 beds, with the remaining ones unoccupied at Dachang. Zhang Yan, experiencing her first train ride, displayed a sense of excitement, her gaze fixed outside. Jiang Xiao was uncertain what captivated her, as the outside world was shrouded in darkness, with only sporadic lights glimmering past the window. Chunbo produced duck snacks and beer he had purchased before boarding, and Jiang Xiao handed a can of beer to Zhang Yan after opening it. Have a drink. It's still warm now, but the air conditioning will be fierce later, he suggested. Zhang Yan accepted the beer. Do you often travel this way? I read about it online. Jiang Xiao reminisced about his first trip to Yanjing, marred by an unpleasant quarrel with his family over his application. He had embarked on that journey alone, purchasing the cheapest seat ticket for a grueling 17-hour K-series train ride, enduring a torturous experience amidst a crowded aisle. The heat had left the carriage permeated with a sense of sweat and feet, an unforgettable ordeal. An hour later, the train halted at Lushan City, and the empty beds attracted new passengers, a petite girl with an enormous suitcase. It was puzzling as to why such a small girl would possess so much luggage. Chunbo gallantly offered to assist her in placing the suitcase on the overhead rack. Thank you. Hello, I'm Huang Tingting, a sophomore. Are you also university students? The girl was cheerful, her smile radiant, though her appearance was merely average. Chunbo scratched his head in reply. No need to thank us. We are freshmen. Jiang Xiao nodded in acknowledgement, while Zhang Yan continued to gaze out the window, indifferent to the girl's inquiry. Oh, so you are the juniors. Where did you take the exam? I'm from the Communication University, Foreign Languages Department, Japanese major. Huh? A senior indeed. Jiang Xiao was somewhat taken aback. What a coincidence. Zhang Yan also turned her head, intrigued. Ah Xiao, she's your senior, huh? How fortunate. Senior. This one is also from Communication University. What major are you enrolled in? Jiang Xiao smiled and introduced himself. Hello, senior. I'm Jiang Xiao, majoring in internet and new media. Having broken the ice, Jiang Xiao introduced the others as well. Chunbo, School of Materials. Zhang Yan, Yen University. Zhang Yan gave a slight nod to the girl. Wow, Yen University. You are impressive, junior. Huang Tingting's exaggerated expression made Zhang Yan feel a bit bashful. The senior is impressive too. Communication University is quite prestigious. Zhang Yan finally spoke up for the first time. Jiang Xiao, let's exchange WeChat. You can reach out to me if you have any questions at school. Okay, thank you. Senior. Jiang Xiao took out his phone and added Huang Tingting. Jiang Xiao, you certainly made the right choice in selecting our university, not to mention everything else. You won't be disappointed in the beauty department. Huang Tingting smiled warmly at Jiang Xiao. Really? If there are beauties as stunning as you, I certainly won't be disappointed. Ha ha. Freshman, you flatter me. I can't possibly compare. There are countless girls more beautiful than me at the university. Jiang Xiao displayed an exaggerated expression of shock. Impossible, senior. I don't believe it. You shouldn't be so modest. No, really. Young men like you are quite rare at our school. Do you need me to introduce someone to you? That would be wonderful. Perhaps you could help introduce one for my friend as well? He has quite a specific preference for seniors above 170 centimeters. Jiang Xiao draped an arm around Chunbo. Don't be ridiculous. I'm only 172 centimeters myself. 170 is too tall. Come on, what nonsense are you spouting? Didn't you say you weighed only 120 Gene last time? When did you reach 172? Chunbo was taken aback, and then Zhang Yan was the first to react with a laugh. Huang Tingting soon joined in, giggling loudly. Damn it, Jiang Xiao. You just love to tease me. Chunbo lunged at Jiang Xiao, seeking retribution. The group engaged in conversation until past 10 o'clock, when the train attendant announced that the lights would be turned off in 5 minutes. One by one, they settled down. Huang Tingting and Chunbo occupied the lower bunk, while Jiang Xiao reclined on the upper bunk above Chunbo, scrolling through her phone. Seizing the fleeting moments, Zhang Yan made a trip to the restroom. But by the time she returned, the lights had already gone out. She had to feel her way up to the upper bunk, finding it somewhat laborious to step on the footrest in the middle. Jiang Xiao sat up, eager to assist her, grasping Zhang Yin's hand. He felt an overwhelming surge of emotion as he brushed against her soft, delicate skin, reminiscent of a scene from their KTV room. With a swift motion, he pulled Zhang Yin into his bunk. Oblivious to the unfolding drama, Huang Tingting and Chun Bo were engrossed in their phones. Zhang Yin nearly gasped, but Jiang Xiao swiftly covered her mouth. He made a shushing gesture with his other hand, gradually releasing his grip on her lips. Their eyes locked, igniting sparks in the air. Their breaths grew increasingly rapid. Before Zhang Yin could react, Jiang Xiao pressed his lips against hers. Unlike the passive moment before, he was now assertive, and Zhang Yin, already captivated by the thrill, responded with fervor akin to gasoline igniting. Without reservation, she reciprocated Jiang Xiao's advances. Having experienced this before, Jiang Xiao understood the art of seduction. He slowly withdrew his lips from Zhang Yan's crimson ones. A shiver coursed through Zhang Yin's body, a tingling sensation radiating from her earlobes, swiftly enveloping her entire being. At that moment, Chun Bo's voice pierced through the intimate atmosphere. "Ah Xiao, are you asleep?" Zhang Yan's heart raced again, her hand firmly covering her mouth, terrified of making a sound. "Em asleep," Jiang Xiao replied, exasperated. "Does it kill you to remain silent?" "I can't sleep. Keep me company. Don't disturb the senior," Jiang Xiao retorted, his warm fingers gliding along Zhang Yan's waist, teasingly close yet tantalizingly distant. Like a warm summer breeze brushing against the skin, that sensation slowly crept up her spine, akin to a delicate current surging through her nerves, stirring a vague sense of panic. "It's all right. I'm not asleep either. Chatting is nice." Huang Tingting chimed in. "Senior, are you awake? Can you tell us about fun places in Yinjing?" Chunbo asked eagerly. Jiang Xiao was too preoccupied to respond. His warm lips were greedily kissing Zhang Yan's soft mouth. Zhang Yan squeezed her eyes shut, desperate to suppress any sound, fearing the two below might discover their secret. The Great Wall is best at Simitai. It's the wild section, sparsely populated, free of charge, and retains its original form. Huang Tingting began to share about Yinjing. "Jiang Xiao, are you listening? Let us find a time to visit," Chunbo inquired, curious about Jiang Xiao's distraction. "Em listening. Sure, when we have time, we'll go," he replied, a peculiar sound escaping, though it failed to catch the attention of the two below. Huang Tingting continued to expound on Yinjing's attractions, mentioning Hohai and Nanluo Guxiang, but advised against shopping, as it was merely a ploy to deceive foreigners. Jiang Xiao's breath gradually receded from Zhang Yan's warm lips, as if lingering for a moment before deciding to part. Just as he intended to breach her next line of defense, Zhang Yan's vigilant hand gently intercepted his fingers. Without uttering a word, her hand was warm and resolute, guiding his wrist back to her slender waist, issuing a silent command. "This is a safe haven. Do not advance further." Jiang Xiao acquiesced without resistance, curbing his downward impulse. You could visit the Prince Gong mansion. It was the residence of Hushin, quite remarkable, Huang Tingting suggested. As Zhang Yin was swept away by Jiang Xiao's kisses, her mind momentarily blanked. Bastard. Chapter 13. Yinjing, I have returned. Zhang Yin's thoughts exploded like fireworks, her rationality crumbling. Jiang Xiao appeared unfazed, listening to the senior's discourse on Yinjing. Suddenly, Zhang Yin's tightly shut eyelids quivered violently, her teeth sinking into her tender lower lip. Jiang Xiao gently withdrew his hand and lightly tapped Zhang Yan's pert nose. Weakened, Zhang Yan buried her head deep into Jiang Xiao's chest. By this time, Huang Tingting had nearly finished her introduction of Yinjing's notable sights. That's about it. I've only been here for a year, so I'm not well acquainted with many places. You might want to ask local friends. There should be classmates from Yinjing in your class. Thank you, senior. I don't even know where my school is. Looking at the map, it seems to be in a corner of Yinjing, Chunbo remarked to Huang Tingting. Zhang Yan, having regained her composure, whispered to Jiang Xiao, I can't help you. How will you help me? Jiang Xiao inquired in the same hushed tone. With my hand. Jiang Xiao shook his head, playfully tapping Zhang Yan's red lips. No, not here. After considering, he realized the space was indeed too confined. He decided to hold back. Let us save it for later. Zhang Yan replied with a soft sound. Returning to Jiang Xiao's embrace, Jiang Xiao rearmed Zhang Yan's final defenses, while he could do little about the confines of her attire. It was easy to remove, but troublesome to put back on. Ah Xiao, what are you doing? Here, Jiang Xiao responded. We've got military training when school starts. Let's talk during the National Day holiday. National Day? Aren't you going home? Zhang Yan's friend, Yi Xing, had messaged him to keep an eye on Jiang Xiao. Upon hearing her name, Zhang Yan showed no reaction, as though it held no significance for her. Let us talk later. It's just a month. Isn't it a waste of money? Jiang Xiao pondered seriously. That makes sense. Huang Tingting interjected. Are you going home for National Day? No, I just left home. It's too much hassle. The train thundered along the tracks, producing a rhythmic clattering sound. Huang Tingting and Chen Bo soon fell asleep, while Zhang Yin curled up in Jiang Xiao's embrace, releasing gentle breaths, her lips forming a cute pout. To Jiang Xiao's surprise, this seemingly aloof and elegant academic resembled a little kitten in her sleep. At 6 in the morning, Jiang Xiao awoke to find Zhang Yin tangled around him like an octopus. After carefully extricating himself, he went to the restroom, splashed his face with water, and rinsed his mouth. As for brushing his teeth, he deemed it unnecessary for one day. In 2012, smoking was still permitted on trains. He took a cigarette at the connecting area before returning. After casually disheveling Zhang Yin's bunk, he settled in the aisle, gazing out at the scenery. The train gradually approached Yanjing, and the group began to stir awake. Zhang Yin transformed back into the poised, sophisticated student, exchanging a brief glance with Jiang Xiao as they exited the compartment. Everything was conveyed in silence. The two girls finished their morning routines and began to gather their belongings. The iconic architecture of the West Railway Station came into view. Yanjing West Station has arrived. Please collect your belongings and ensure nothing is left behind. Exit in an orderly fashion. Thank you for riding train Z67. We hope to see you again. Stepping off the train, standing once more on this land, Jiang Xiao yearned to exclaim, Yanjing, I have returned. Before he could utter a word, Chen Bo behind him shouted excitedly, Yanjing, here I come. Most of the passers-by paid no heed, with only a few young individuals casting a meaningful smile towards Chen Bo. Jiang Xiao skillfully navigated the north exit, pushing the luggage of both himself and Zhang Yin. Chen Bo followed closely behind, assisting Huang Tingting with her suitcase. Are Jiang Xiao and that girl a couple? Huang Tingting whispered to Chen Bo. No, Jiang Xiao's girlfriend isn't Da Chong. Oh, Huang Tingting replied, puzzled, as she recalled seeing Zhang Yin emerge from Jiang Xiao's bed earlier that morning. Jiang Xiao, slow down. You're following as if you've been here before. Of course. Can't you read the signs? Is that so? Chen Bo asked, somewhat bewildered, having also glanced around but still unsure of the direction. I'm off to take the subway. What about you guys? Huang Tingting said to the group. What do you think, Jiang Xiao? Chen Bo inquired, not quite grasping the situation. Let's head upstairs and check. There might be some newcomers assisting with arrivals, Jiang Xiao recalled. Right, but I'm not sure if our school has that. I'm not in the student council, so I'm not well informed. You all should take a look. Thus, Huang Tingting bid farewell to the group. At the north square of Yanjing West Station, Jiang Xiao spotted the new student reception area for Yin University in the parking lot to the left. Zhang Yin, over there is the reception for new students at Yin University. There are shuttles to take you. I won't be accompanying you any further. Let us keep in touch on WeChat. All right, goodbye. Zhang Yin confidently pushed the suitcase Jiang Xiao had brought for her and walked over. After a brief exchange, Zhang Yin produced her admission notice, and a tall senior guided her onto the bus. Upon seeing Zhang Yin board, Jiang Xiao began searching for the new student reception area for Communication University, but could not locate it. Damn, the difference is so stark. Forget it. I'll manage on my own. The two returned underground and purchased tickets for Line 9. The northern section of Line 9 had commenced trial operations in 2012, and the route to Junbo was fully operational. Hey, Blackie, you'll first come with me to register at Communication, and then I'll accompany you to your school, Jiang Xiao said as they squeezed onto Line 9. Why don't we take a taxi? Is the subway always this crowded? Probably, Jiang Xiao replied vaguely. It was currently 8:30 in the morning. A taxi? From West Station to Communication. That would take you halfway across Yanjing and get you stuck in traffic. As for whether the subway was always this packed, Jiang Xiao thought it was manageable. Compared to places like Hualongwen and Zierke, Sihui was relatively spacious. 40 minutes later, Jiang Xiao and Chun Bo found themselves at the transfer station between Line 1 and the Batong Line at Sihui. The train heading towards Tongzhou was quite empty, with only a few students also pushing luggage. Jiang Xiao, I'd like to go to school by myself, Chun Bo stated earnestly. Do you know how to get there? Jiang Xiao asked, surprised. No, but you haven't been there either, right? I want to try it myself. You can't accompany me every day. Jiang Xiao felt a sense of pride. The child was finally growing up and learning responsibility, and, as a parent, one must also learn to let go. All right, when you get to Beiyuan, take a taxi. Remember to hail a legitimate one. Don't ride in unlicensed cabs. Jiang Xiao cautioned seriously. In 2012, that area had yet to be designated as a subcenter, and it was still rife with chaos. Umichim Chin Bonodit. Chapter 1. Registration. Upon alighting at the Communication University station, Jiang Xiao glanced at the map. In his previous life, he often passed this area but had never entered. Wheeling his suitcase, He approached the modest entrance of the campus, where the main building came into view through the throngs of people, accompanied by a small square in front. Unlike other universities, most of the reception staff welcoming new students at Communication University were female, a school where the male-to-female ratio was less than 30, much to the envy of boys from certain technical universities. Let us not forget, the foreign languages university next door was also a place where the boys were outnumbered. Before Jiang Xiao even stepped inside the campus, a captivating girl had already set her sights on him. New student? Here, to register? She inquired, resembling a spider spirit, with a figure that seemed to defy gravity. Her looks were above average, and her voice was melodious. Yes, senior. I'm in the new media major. Jiang Xiao beamed a sunny smile. The spider spirit shielded her forehead from the sunlight with one hand, squinting at Jiang Xiao. New media, huh? It's over there. Let me guide you, Junior. Is that all right? Would to your boyfriend misunderstand? Giggle. Don't worry. I don't have a boyfriend. There is no need to be afraid. The spider spirit laughed. Jiang Xiao mused himself. Goodness, is it really that hard to find a boyfriend at this level? Did she not find someone good? Or is she simply not interested? Thank you, senior. I'm Jiang Xiao. How thoughtful of the school to have such a charming senior welcome the new students. Ha. I'm hardly a campus beauty. You're quite the charmer, Junior. I'm genuinely worried you might end up with nothing left. Li Wei, third year, the senior said, her cheerful laughter accompanied by her lively gaze assessing Jiang Xiao. If all seniors were like her, then perhaps I would willingly perish under the peony. Jiang Xiao refrained from expressing the latter half of that thought. Along the way, Jiang Xiao kept Li Wei in stitches, and by the time they reached the registration desk, had it not been for the presence of acquaintances, she might have already looped her arm through his. The sight of a newly registered student left in a daze. They had not yet shed the shyness of high school, and encountering so many vibrant and bold seniors left them somewhat flustered. After Li Wei assisted Jiang Xiao in completing his enrollment procedures amidst the crowd of onlookers, she eagerly offered to escort him to the dormitory, which Jiang Xiao politely declined. Jiang Xiao was quite adept at gauging situations, glancing at the number tag in his hand. He inquired about the location of Building 36 before bidding farewell to the many seniors at the registration desk. Li Wei, are you swooning again? A girl nudged Li Wei, who was still gazing at Jiang Xiao's departing figure. Li Wei retracted her gaze and scoffed. You silly girl, what are you saying? I just found a particularly intriguing junior. Particularly? Yes, all right, I suppose, quite handsome. But our school isn't lacking in that department. Li Wei shot a glance at her friend. Don't you think he seems too composed? Look at those guys over there. She pointed to a few boys, also registering nearby. The girl glanced over. Although those boys were making an effort to stand tall and keep their heads held high, the nervousness and panic etched on their faces betrayed them. Faced with the teasing gazes and light laughter of the girls, they stuttered, their faces flushed, barely managing to string together a coherent sentence. Reflecting on Jiang Xiao's earlier demeanor, the girl began to perceive the uniqueness Li Wei had mentioned. In comparison, he did indeed stand apart. So, is Wei Wei preparing to make a move? Go for it. Win him over. That's tough. I don't know why, but I have a premonition that this junior might be another character like Qin Wangchuan. No way. That is Qin Wangchuan we're talking about. My male idol. I'd be willing to pursue him even if it meant lowering myself. The girl mused, her eyes turning dreamy, wondering if he ever managed to win over Senior Liu. Qin Wangchuan was the acknowledged campus heartthrob of Communication University, having graduated a year prior. Yet still a topic of conversation among some younger students. With his striking looks, affluent background, and exceptional talent, he had ignited jealousy between two campus beauties vying for his affection. One explicitly stated she would marry no one but him, while the other even donned a wedding gown and publicly proposed. The number of girls harboring secret crushes on him was countless. However, Qin Wangchuan was infatuated with a senior, Liu Yi, who, even after graduation, remained indifferent to the fervent pursuits of the two campus beauties. Jiang Xiao was unaware of these tales, and even if he were, he would only shake his head in admiration, thinking, what a fool. However, for the senior sisters at the registration office, Jiang Xiao held little interest. The true creme de la creme are the ones pursued by countless admirers. How could they possibly be here, contemplating the younger students? Upon reaching the dormitory door, Jiang Xiao pushed it open and encountered 3 roommates with whom he would share the next 4 years. One of them exclaimed upon seeing Jiang Xiao, wow, the great one. It's you. What is going on? Has my reputation spread this far? Noticing Jiang Xiao's bewilderment, the speaker quickly added, just now on the way. I saw you chatting animatedly with a senior sister. The way she looked at you seemed as though she wanted to devour you. Xiang, is that who you were talking about? Another boy chimed in. Yes. You should have seen that senior sister's legs. I could play with those for a lifetime, said the boy referred to as Xiang. Wait, what are you guys talking about? Shouldn't we introduce ourselves first? Jiang Xiao interjected. All right, let's introduce ourselves before the class starts, said a tall boy, about 185 centimeters, turning around. I'm Shenwei Chao from Songhua Province. Li Zheng, local here, said another, slender and of similar height to Jiang Xiao. Cheng Xiang, from Aidu. What should we call you, big brother? Asked a shorter, stocky boy dressed in designer clothes, occasionally glancing at a nice watch on his wrist. Jiang Xiao from Dachang. Jiang Xiao introduced himself as well. Cheng Xiang promptly moved Jiang Xiao's luggage to the remaining empty spot. The layout of the Communication University dormitory is a standard upper bunk with a desk below, so there was no need for any disputes over top or bottom bunks. Brother Jiang, come teach us a few tricks. As Jiang Xiao settled down, he replied, There's no trick, just practice makes perfect. While tidying up his belongings, he engaged in casual conversation with the others. Throughout the exchange, Cheng Xiang persistently inquired how Jiang Xiao could remain so composed in front of beautiful women. Jiang Xiao, feeling helpless, offered the chubby boy a piece of advice. Old 4. As long as your heart is devoid of women, you can face a beauty without batting an eye. Dude, doesn't that mean turning into a monk? He retorted. I meant to have no distractions in your heart, not to be devoid of women around you. Jiang Xiao felt a pang of exasperation. The group then tidied up the dorm a bit, making it somewhat cleaner. Who knows how long this environment would last? In 2012, computers had become quite ubiquitous, and everyone had brought laptops. Li Zheng, being local, had even set up a desktop computer. During this time, League of Legends was all the rage. Everyone knew how to play a few rounds. The other 3 began to prepare for a game, but Jiang Xiao opted out as he had other matters to attend to. Moreover, he hadn't purchased a network card yet and needed to head out shortly. With school starting tomorrow, he wondered if his class would boast any extraordinary talents. Chapter 2. Class Introduction Meeting. Grabbing his wallet, Jiang Xiao stepped outside and, after some searching, finally located the office for activating his campus network account in a new comprehensive building of the South Campus. In his previous life at Chonghang University, obtaining internet access was as simple as purchasing a network card. Apart from the average speed, there was no concept of data limits. However, when a responsible teacher asked Jiang Xiao which package he wished to choose, he was taken aback. Ultimately, he selected the largest option, 50 yuan per month for 15 gigabytes. Unsure if it would suffice. Not in a hurry to return, Jiang Xiao wandered around the campus and then took a stroll around the Foreign Language Institute nearby. Eventually, he found himself at the west gate of the Communication University, sharing a smoke with the gatekeeper. As it turned out, the gatekeeper was also from Jiang Xiao's hometown in Yichuan, Vega Province. Having not returned in ages, with his children running businesses in Beijing, he sought a job to keep himself occupied and had been a gatekeeper for 7 years, making him a veteran at the Communication University. Uncle, can we do some ground promotion inside? Jiang Xiao inquired. Ground promotion? What is that? The gatekeeper didn't quite understand. After Jiang Xiao explained, he finally grasped it and said, You want to do that? You can apply for an entrepreneurial project. We won't interfere. Without proper documentation, it's not allowed inside. But at the entrance, as long as it's legitimate, I won't mind. All right then, thanks uncle. Keep this smoke for yourself. I didn't bring much from home. Next time I go back, I'll bring you a couple of packs. Jiang Xiao left half a pack of Jinseng cigarettes with the gatekeeper. Upon returning to the dorm, he found the others deeply engrossed in a game. Li Zheng was playing as Ezreal with a score of 2-7, cursing Cheng Xiang for being a noob. Looking at Cheng Xiang, he was still respawning, with a dreadful score of 0-11. Playing Li Xin, he was as blind as the character itself. It was akin to Chao Pai's wife entering the vegetable garden, Zhang Ji pulling up vegetables. Only the leader, Shenwei Chao, managed a score of 1-1. Yet, why was he still in the top lane while the opposing team was already at the high ground? Shut up. We can't lose the first tower in the top lane. The outcome was evident. The combined kills of the 3 of them didn't even match the single support of the opposing team. Jiang Xiao logged onto the internet, first searching the forum for the Communication University, only to find it filled with academic discussions. Disappointed, he had initially hoped to post some advertisements there. It seemed the funds for ground promotion would have to be set aside. Resigned, Jiang Xiao opened Alibaba Mama 1688, preparing to procure some plush keychains to replicate his previous success in Dachang. Back in Dachang, he had contemplated ground promotion in university, but during the summer, the heat kept even the dogs off the streets. He decided to order 2,000 plush bear keychains. After inserting his online banking details, he clicked to pay. Just then, Cheng Xiang, who was about to head to the restroom, caught sight of this. Third brother, are you buying these for a girlfriend? What the hell? 3,700. Were these things? Keychains. What keychains cost so much? Jiang Xiao was speechless and explained, not expensive, I bought a lot. I ordered 2,000. Cheng Xiang's eyes widened. And then he considered another possibility. 2,000? Are you planning to set up a stall to sell these? Sort of, but not to sell. It's to give away. I'll hand one to any girl I see. Li Zheng and Shen Weichao, seated nearby, turned in shock to stare at Jiang Xiao. Third brother. What did you just say? Give them away when you see a girl? Yes, I'll add them on WeChat and give them a keychain. Jiang Xiao realized these foolish boys had misunderstood. He quickly added, I plan to address the quantity issue first before considering the quality. The three of them exchanged glances, their expressions akin to seeing a deity, and fell silent. As for what they thought internally, Jiang Xiao was unconcerned. In dorm 306, Jiang Xiao was undoubtedly the boss. Evening chats were inevitable, and the center of conversation was always girls. In other male dorms, there is often someone bragging about the number of girlfriends he has. However, 306 was different. Even Cheng Zhang, who often prided himself on being a rich second generation, tactfully avoided the topic. Dude, chatting about buying 2,000 plush toys to give the girls to get their WeChat is just plain crazy. Yet, this didn't stump the group. Cheng Zhang began to approach from a different angle. My family has high standards for my girlfriend. You all know with my background, it's not easy for just any girl to enter. Li Zheng, not to be outdone, countered, our family is relatively okay. Just one requirement. 3 generations back, they must not hail from Yanjing. Shen Weichao, feeling the pressure, finally mustered the courage to declare, my girlfriend must be at least 175 centimeters tall. The three of them then pressed Jiang Xiao to reveal his criteria. With no choice, Jiang Xiao pondered for a moment and replied, girlfriend? Just don't pressure me in a marriage. That day, aside from Jiang Xiao, the perspectives of the others in 306 might have been a bit skewed. Whether it was due to this or the impending introduction meeting the next day, the group struggled to fall asleep late into the night. The following day, Jiang Xiao and his companions were roused from slumber by the persistent sound of an alarm, heralding the arrival of their first class meeting at 10 o'clock. A moment that would unveil their destinies. Despite their fatigue, the trio sprang from their beds, eager to prepare themselves. Cheng Zhang, having nearly emptied a bottle of hair gel, suddenly caught sight of Jiang Xiao post-shower, hair-dried and styled with a dab of wax, casually tousled. And that was where the matter ended. They had originally intended to indulge in a light breakfast, but these few rascals kept complaining about stomach aches and urgent bathroom needs. With less than 10 minutes to their assembly time, they had no time to eat. By the time they arrived at the new media college, it was already 9:58. As Jiang Xiao ran, he cursed under his breath at his companions, and upon reaching the classroom, they were not technically late, yet their arrival was hardly distinguished from tardiness. The 4 conspicuous bags entered the classroom sequentially, with the 3 of them pushing Jiang Xiao to be the first to step inside. Upon entering, Jiang Xiao glanced around to see a sea of youthful faces. He did not scrutinize them closely, but the sight of pristine white legs fluttering beneath desks was unmistakable. Out of 51 students, there were only 16 boys, a ratio that could easily bring tears to the eyes of some male students at a technical school. The quartet settled into a corner, and Cheng Zhang whispered, Row 4, middle left, row 5, far right. And the second seat in row 2 on the right are all excellent choices. Jiang Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you some kind of deity? Li Zheng, Akwali Astunisha, exclaimed, wow, old 4, are you part fly or something? How do you see so well? Cheng Zhang, puzzled, retorted, isn't it the eagle that has the best eyesight? Li Zheng clarified, eagles see far, but this requires extraordinary vision. Indeed, a compelling argument. The 4 of them engaged in a spirited discussion about the girls in their class, while the girls, too, were whispering among themselves about the boys. Yao Yao, what do you think of those few who just came in? A petite girl leaned in to whisper to Wang Yao. They're okay. Nothing particularly striking, she replied. Really? I think the first one who walked in is somewhat handsome. After wandering around the school for days, we hardly see any boys. We must act quickly. Oh, is that so? The girl named Wang Yao turned her head to sneak another glance at Jiang Xiao, who was the very one Xingzong had pointed out as seated in row 5. Far right. Unexpectedly, the trio from 306 were also looking in her direction, leading to a collision of gazes. Wang Yao, displaying a hint of boldness, was unfazed by their stares until Jiang Xiao quickly blinked his right eye, causing her to turn back in alarm. What do you think she was looking at? Cheng Xiang posed a rather loaded question. Chapter 3. A Ray of Hope Amidst the Shadows. Jiang Xiao felt a tinge of disappointment as he surveyed the room. Although he could not discern every face, he could make out some silhouettes and profiles from which to form an impression. As Cheng Xiang had stated, only a few could be deemed contenders for the title of class beauty. If Yi Xiying and Zhang Yan were to be rated at 7 out of 10, then Wang Yao, who had just turned back, could be placed at around 5 or 6. The meticulously groomed Yi Xiying and the fully made-up Zhang Yan had the potential to reach an 8, given just a little time and some special nurturing. Hey, old 3. What do you think about that girl? Who was she looking at? Cheng Xiang and Li Zheng continued their debate. Shen Weichao ignored them, his gaze fixated on a tall girl, his eyes revealing a hint of yearning. Ah, truly a vibrant group of university students. Jiang Xiao remarked. Do you think she might be looking at me? Cheng Xiang and Li Zheng fell silent, finding this possibility quite plausible. After a prolonged pause, Cheng Xiang finally asked, Old 3, do you have anyone you're interested in? Which one? We should steer clear. Just then, a figure entered the classroom, clad in a tailored blazer with a silk blouse underneath, radiating the confidence and charisma of a professional woman. In stark contrast, the woman had an exquisite appearance. Her makeup delicately applied, and her brows elegantly arched, yet her eyes conveyed a soft tenderness. With skin as fair as snow and a rosy blush on her cheeks, she exuded an ethereal beauty, her movements graceful. Jiang Xiao gazed at the woman as she entered, slowly commenting, Rest assured, I will not compete with you. However, the others barely caught his words. Goodness, what a delightful surprise. Who would have thought that a goddess would appear as our counselor? The exquisite fairy had finally met her match. The woman with cascading curls gracefully ascended the podium, took up a piece of chalk, and inscribed 3 characters on the blackboard. Lu Yi, a rather peculiar name. The class of internet and new media welcomed their advisor. An unexpected silence fell over the room, and the class of only 16 boys erupted into a chorus of wolf whistles, causing a slight smile to form on her lips. My name is Lu Yi, she began, and I will be your advisor for the next 4 years. You are my first class of students, and I hope we can understand each other, learn from one another, and make progress together. Absolutely, Jiang Xiao shouted enthusiastically. Now, starting from the left, let us all come up and introduce ourselves, and then the teacher will create a group for us. After your introduction, please scan the code to join the group. The first on the left was a petite girl, shyly stepping up to the podium. Hello, everyone. I come from the Sichuan Chongqing region, and my name is Jiang Xiao. After quickly entering the group code on her phone, she hurriedly exited the stage. 3 points. It can't be higher. Li Zheng critiqued in a judging tone to Cheng Xiang. I feel like she could earn 4 points. Oh, Old 4, your experience is just too lacking. What the hell does experience have to do with it? As classmates took turns introducing themselves, the 3 girls Cheng Xiang had noticed earlier presented themselves. Wang Yao from Dongshan Province, Chen Lighting from Qiantang Province, and Lu Yuqi, a fellow townsman of Jiang Xiao from Dachang. This revelation surprised Jiang Xiao. He had not anticipated encountering a fellow townsman. Old 3, I won't compete with you for your fellow townsman. Cheng Jiang elbowed Jiang Xiao playfully. Jiang Xiao chuckled in exasperation. Do you think this is a competition for the girls? You won't compete with me? Why don't you step up then? Jiang Xiao and his friends were among the last to introduce themselves. First, the eldest introduced himself properly before stepping down, his previously hunched back now standing tall and straight, his height nearly reaching 190 centimeters with the added effort of holding his head high. When Li Zheng took the stage, he spoke with a thick Beijing accent, mentioning that he had lived in the 49 city since childhood and that anyone needing information about Yanjing could approach him. Cheng Xiang was on stage, and his left hand had not remained idle for even a moment. Within less than a minute of introduction, he had adjusted his watch 6 times. When it was Jiang Xiao's turn, all eyes were on him. He deliberately took his time, rising calmly under the silent scrutiny of the entire class. Scanning the room, he picked up a piece of chalk and, after Lu Yi's name on the board, boldly inscribed 2 strong characters, Jiang Xiao, Dachang native. I look forward to your guidance in the future, he stated, his voice steady with a hint of a smile, succinct yet impactful. Just as everyone thought he was finished, he abruptly shifted his focus to the elegant counselor seated in the front row, his tone clear and resolute. Teacher, I wish to apply for the position of class committee member. A slight smile graced his lips as he added, to alleviate your burdens and contribute to my classmates. Class monitor? He had no interest in that. In a class dominated by girls, the role of monitor should naturally fall to them, making matters much more convenient. The position of class committee member was different, less work, yet directly connected to the youth league committee, which typically managed entrepreneurial affairs. Lu Yi was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Xiao's introduction, but she offered no further comment. After our military training, the class monitor and the youth league secretary decided that we would commence our training tomorrow. During this period, Wang Yao from the girls' side, you're responsible for notifying the others, while the boys' notifications will be overseen by Jiang Xiao. Is there any issue with this? Lu Yi, though outwardly gentle and composed, possesses a rational mind. She would not hastily agree to Jiang Xiao's words, but handled the situation with grace, ensuring Jiang Xiao did not feel awkward. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiao had already formed his own judgments. His statement was merely intended to leave a favorable impression on the captivating instructor. and he believed that her attention towards him would soon surpass that of others. Not only was he under the gaze of the instructor, but also more than half of the girls in the class. After Jiang Xiao stepped down, Lu Yi began to outline her plans and responsibilities, her tone slow and soothing. She concluded by providing information on where to collect the military training uniforms before announcing the dismissal. Upon receiving their uniforms, the group from room 306 returned to their dormitory. Cheng Zong, while trying on his training outfit, chatted about the girls in the class. I believe our 4 years at university will be vibrant and colorful. Indeed, this is a media university after all. I feel fortunate about my choice. Li Zenakua. Cheng Zong then turned to Shen Weichao and asked, Boss, who were you gazing at just now? Shen Weichao replied mischievously, Don't you think that girl named Dong Shui possesses an exceptional aura? Dong Shui? Which one? Li Zheng and Cheng Xiang couldn't help but inquire. The tallest one among the girls? Oh, not interested. The two instantly lost their enthusiasm, noting that there was a girl in the class taller than 177 centimeters, nearly Jiang Xiao's height. In the dormitory, apart from Shen Weichao, the others felt immense pressure. Old 3, what are you constantly doing on your phone? Jiang Xiao, without lifting his head, replied, Oh, I'm chatting with the instructor. What? You actually added her? The group was astonished. Of course. If I want to be the youth league secretary, how can I report without adding her? In an instant, 3 eager friends crowded around Jiang Xiao, peering at his phone. They were met with a chat history filled with dozens of messages. As they glimpsed the latest exchanges, they grew increasingly agitated. Zhu Xiao, Teacher Lu, where do you reside? What can I find you for work reports in the future? Lu Yi, Jiang student. You can reach me via WeChat if you have any matters to discuss. Zhu Xiao, oh, understood. If there is an urgent matter, how should I contact you? Lu Yi, then remember my phone number. XXXXXXXXXX. Zhu Xiao, saved it. Teacher, please also jot down my number. You can reach me for anything, truly anything. XXXXXXXXX. Old 3, you said you wouldn't compete with us. You're not planning something, are you? Cheng Xiang pondered a rather terrifying thought. Jiang Xiao shot him a glance. And Cheng Xiang smiled awkwardly, just joking. Just joking. Jiang Xiao was speechless. His eye rolls signified that this was merely trivial talk. He couldn't fathom how Cheng Xiang interpreted it. Chapter 4. Classes begin on this day. No one in the boys' dormitory indulged in games. Everyone was absorbed in their phones, gasping in surprise. Wow, have you seen Liu Yuqing's moments? Li Zheng exclaimed. TSK, 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 those artistic photos are so fair. Old 3, are all the girls at Dachang this fair? Shen Weichao asked Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao slightly raised his head, recalling Yi Xiying's legs and Zhang Yan's figure, and nodded yes. Quite fair. Silently, he added, however, my future mother-in-law's heart is quite dark. He then resumed, tapping away on his phone. Old 3, how can you chat so effortlessly? Zheng Jian inquired, intrigued. I added Wang Yao, but after a few exchanges, I was at a loss for words. Same here, Shen Weichao lamented, glancing at his awkward conversation with Dong Shui. After completing a message, Jiang Xiao set down his phone. One dinner. All right. Third brother, teach me. Cheng Xiang unconsciously switched from calling him Old 3 to third brother. Jiang Xiao took a sip of water. Remember one thing. Ask more questions. The 3 stared at him, puzzled. A bunch of fools. I mean to use as many interrogative sentences as possible. For example, Cheng Xiang, hand me your phone. Cheng Xiang quickly opened his phone and navigated to his chat history with Wang Yao. Puffing up, he said, Hello, I am Cheng Xiang. Yao, Wang Yao, hello. Puffing up, hello. Yao, is there something you need? Have you eaten? Puffing up, not yet. Jiang Xiao rolled his eyes. What kind of nonsense was this? He rubbed his temples and added 2 words in the input box. You? Then, Jiang Xiao opened Wang Yao's moments and browsed briefly, discovering a key phrase, I dislike coriander. Exiting her moments, he found a new message waiting. Yao, I haven't eaten either. Puffing up, shall we eat together? Yao, I've already arranged to eat with my roommate tonight. Puffing up, can we go together next time? Also, remember to tell the aunt in the cafeteria you don't want coriander. Otherwise, it will be assumed to be included. Yao, how did you know I dislike coriander? Are you serious? Good thing you reminded me. Next time we eat together, you must mention it. Hee. Cheng Xiang watched the chat history grow increasingly lengthy. Master, teach me. Jiang Xiao replied. Haven't you figured out yet? Li Zheng nodded, seemingly enlightened. Old 3. You mean to ask as many questions as possible? That's just the first step. The second step is to accurately cater to their preferences, which requires understanding your counterpart first. Third, establish rapport and cast a hook. Fourth, the 3 gazed at him as if he were a deity. Cheng Xiang finally inquired. How did you know the cafeteria automatically includes coriander? Jiang Xiao nearly choked. I have no clue. I was just guessing. The three suddenly understood and began anew, fervently attacking their phones. Jiang Xiao, too, began contemplating how to deepen his connection with the instructor. After a day of subtle probing, Lu Yi had amassed numerous labels in Jiang Xiao's mind. Patient, meticulous, organized in handling matters, highly perceptive, possessing a strong sense of responsibility, and most importantly, she showed interest in ambitious and intellectually mature individuals. Having reached a satisfactory point for the day, he felt that further conversation might be excessive. After dinner, Jiang Xiao dutifully completed his work for the public account and received a private message from the backend, originating from Tech Talk. Hello, I'm a manager of Garage Coffee. May I ask if you have some time? We would like to invite you to attend an entrepreneurial gathering. Garage? In 2012, the entrepreneurial atmosphere in the country was unprecedentedly vibrant, particularly in Haidian, where each day saw individuals clutching their laptop bags, dressed in the cheapest shirts, all dreaming of changing the world. They congregated in various cafes, seeking others to share their projects, ideas, and future plans. Among them, Garage and 3W were the most renowned cafes due to the numerous investment-worthy projects that emerged within their walls, with the owners themselves being venture capitalists. The invitation from Garage piqued Jiang Xiao's interest, yet after some contemplation, he responded, I am quite busy recently. When is your gathering? The reply came swiftly, we hold gatherings weekly. When would you be available? May I add you on WeChat? Sure, XXXXXXXXX. Inside Garage Coffee, the boss exclaimed, I got the WeChat of the author of Tech Talk. Shutting down his computer, Jiang Xiao prepared for bed, as tomorrow marked the official beginning of military training. With a gathering scheduled for 5:30 a.m. The following day, as dawn broke, the members of room 306 awoke to a series of urgent bell chimes, groggily completing their morning routines before sluggishly gathering on the playground. Among the quartet, only Jiang Xiao exhibited a modicum of vitality. The others relied on his guidance and their individual aspirations to engage in half-hearted conversation. The girls, too, appeared somewhat listless, not solely due to late nights, but rather from 3 months of indulging in the comforts of sleep. The abruptness of an early rise was a challenge for them all. An imposing female instructor strode to the forefront of the line. Given the prevalence of media students, a significant number of female instructors were assigned to avoid potential complications. My surname is Fong, and for the next fortnight, I shall be your instructor. I have but one requirement: obedience to orders. Any matters must first be reported. Is this clear? The response from the students lacked vigor, as the instructor's allure did not rival that of Lu Yi, and the collective fatigue rendered their replies feeble. Evidently, they had not yet fully awakened. Thus, the instructor commanded, let us commence with 2 laps around the playground to rouse your senses. Jiang Xiao was certain that regardless of the enthusiasm in their responses, this initiation was an inevitable rite of passage. He took the lead, jogging around the track, with his classmates reluctantly trailing behind. The 400-meter track took its toll, leaving some girls on the brink of exhaustion after just 2 laps. Instructor Fong shook her head, noting the declining physical condition of today's students, and decided to forego further exertions, commencing the first day of training. In stark contrast to the diverse training methods employed in Wang Province, the regimen at Yanjing proved rather monotonous, with repetitive drills of at ease, attention, and right alignment. While the first day was bearable, by the 3rd day, the conditions on the playground had become dire, with students succumbing to nausea and fainting spells. The students from the new media class were also struggling, their faces etched with worry as they exchanged complaints. However, the evening drills invigorated these adolescents, as the nighttime military training was widely recognized as an opportunity for camaraderie among peers. The talent showcase, however, would not commence until the final days of training. What are you thinking? Lu Yuqi, being the only girl who had exchanged a few words with Jiang Xiao due to their shared hometown, inquired. The girls, being naturally inquisitive, quickly took note of a trend. Every boy in the class, save for Jiang Xiao, had added the girls on WeChat. Jiang Xiao was the sole exception, prompting speculations among the girls. Was he aloof or merely playing hard to get? If Jiang Xiao were to overhear, he would surely scoff. Fully aware of the 3 cardinal rules of CAD, the first being the reluctance to initiate contact. Yet, there are always exceptions. For instance, a certain counselor had become the recipient of Jiang Xiao's attention over the past few days. Upon hearing Lu Yuqi speak, he raised his gaze, allowing his eyes to linger on her face for a brief moment before uttering something astonishing. I was just thinking, why didn't I meet you sooner in Dachang? As his words hung in the air, a profound silence enveloped the vicinity. Nearby girls, including Lu Yuqi's roommates, perked up their ears. The once lively corner now stilled to mere breaths. Lu Yuqi felt her heart skip, her cheeks flushed, and her tongue stumbled. Ah, so early, so soon? A bold roommate immediately chimed in. What difference would it make if you had known him earlier? Jiang Xiao met the bold girlesque gaze. His voice calm, yet distinct. Then she wouldn't have to contend with so many admirers. A collective gasp erupted. The impact of his words sending shockwaves through the crowd of girls. The trio of room 306 nearly leaped at the revelation. Li Zheng gripped Cheng Xiang and Shen Weichao. Squeezing out the words, damn, he asked, making a bold move. Cheng Xiang clutched his chest, exclaiming, Brother Jiang has gone all out. Shen Weichao murmured, is this what they call overwhelming firepower? Laughter erupted, the atmosphere charged with excitement. The audacious roommate, eyes sparkling, teased, wow, Jiang Xiao, are you trying to pursue our Yuqi? Lu Yuqi's face was aflame, her heart racing as anticipation collided with anxiety, causing her to forget her initial inquiry. No, Jiang Xiao firmly dismissed the notion, his expression serene, as if the earlier thunderclap had not originated from him. Chapter 5. The Tug of War. A profound stillness fell over the group, their smiles frozen in place. Lu Yuqi's blush faded, replaced by confusion and a hint of embarrassment. The girl beside her, still puzzled, pressed on, then what do you mean by competitors? Jiang Xiao lifted his gaze to the slightly disheartened Lu Yuqi and replied, unfamiliar admirers are merely attracted to appearances. Thus, I prefer to seek a resonance deep within the soul. What do you think, Lu Yuqi? Lu Yuqi's heart raced at the mention of resonance. The earlier discomfort instantly replaced by a more fervent emotion. He wants to understand me? The weight of this revelation left her tongue-tied. I don't know. Her voice barely audible, yet her cheeks betrayed her with a renewed blush. Cheng Xiang and the others stared, wide-eyed and breathless, sensing that their friend was again making a bold statement. Though they did not grasp the full meaning behind his words, the commanding aura he exuded was undeniable. That is quite true, a nearby girl mused, mentally affixing a profound label to Jiang Xiao. Perhaps I was presumptuous, she remarked, turning away gracefully, her movements fluid and untroubled. Shen Weichao whispered to the others, I recognize this tactic. It's the art of pursuing by creating distance. As Jiang Xiao prepared to depart, Lu Yuqi, without a moment's thought, blurted out, her voice noticeably elevated, that is not what I meant. Jiang Xiao paused, looking at her with mild curiosity. Then what do you mean? I mean, I'm a girl. Should I understand him? Let him understand me? The words hung in her throat, refusing to be uttered. Jiang Xiao, ever perceptive, articulated for her. What you mean to say is that you're accepting my request for a deeper understanding. Is that correct? I require a clear response, Lu Yuqi. Lu Yuqi's mind went blank, her cheeks burning like fire. Finally, her delicate head nodded ever so slightly, yet resolutely. Wow. Li Zheng, Cheng Xiang, and Shen Weichao felt as if struck by lightning, their scalps tingling. Was it really that simple? Just these few words? To them, Lu Yuqi's nod felt akin to consenting to a romantic relationship. Jiang Xiao's seemingly innocuous remarks harbored deeper implications. The first sparked Lu Yuqi's interest, while the second subtly conveyed his desire to pursue her, indirectly complimenting her beauty by alluding to the competition. This notion likely left her feeling secretly pleased. However, the third remark introduced a twist, leading her to question her earlier assumptions and instilling a sense of disappointment. Ultimately, he distinguished himself from the other boys by contrasting superficial attraction with a deeper connection, suggesting he was not a shallow individual. As girls are often complex beings, they yearn for beauty, yet desire not to be admired solely for their appearance. Jiang Xiao then shifted the conversation, drawing the members of room 306 into the discussion. And Lu Yuqi's roommates joined in, creating a lively atmosphere. Military training is exhausting. Have you all developed blisters on your feet? One girl grumbled. Who says otherwise? I have 3 blisters. Cheng Xiang echoed in agreement. Jiang Xiao recalled a practical tip mentioned in novels from later times. Then try placing some soft material in your shoes. It cushions and absorbs sweat. Soft material? Shen Weichao was puzzled, but the girls immediately understood. Really? I'll try that tomorrow. Jiang Xiao, how did you know? You didn't try it yourself, did you? The girl who spoke was a bold and open-minded lass from Yanjing. No, I'm a bit shy about purchasing it. I was hoping to borrow some from you all. Jiang Xiao scratched his head. It was then that Shen Weichao understood what Jiang Xiao was referring to, and he couldn't fathom how Jiang Xiao mustered the courage to bring up such a topic in front of the girls. Subsequently, Jiang Xiao proposed another idea. If you find it uncomfortable and don't have any breast pads, you can use adhesive bandages as a substitute. The sweltering heat during military training deterred most girls from wearing bras, yet the training uniforms were too rigid. Even wearing a thin camisole underneath caused painful chafing. Breast pads were not particularly popular among ordinary women, especially among this group of freshly minted university students. Upon hearing Jiang Xiao's suggestion, the girls reacted in various ways. The Yinjing girl burst into laughter, while the girl who initially defended Lu Yuqi giggled discreetly behind her hand. Lu Yuqi, on the other hand, blushed furiously. Her ample size had already led her to complain about discomfort in the dormitory. It was as if Jiang Xiao's words struck a personal chord, especially after the Yinjing girl playfully quipped, "Jiang Xiao, did you purposely come up with that suggestion for Lu Yuqi? Ha ha ha, you slay me." After today's military training concluded, the group returned to their dormitory. While several girls reviewed Jiang Xiao's lessons from the day, he took a shower first and then began his work. Today, it was time for the new Arrow Women column to be updated. Jiang Xiao selected a piece from his drafts titled, "What I Want Is Not the Dowry, But Your Attitude." Recently, the account had encountered some issues, as a user had been bombarding the backend with furious messages. They were filled with insults, accusing him of having warped values and deliberately leading women astray, calling him scum and threatening to expose him online. While he had faced criticism before, this was the first time it had persisted for several consecutive days. Jiang Xiao didn't mind. Any attention, even negative, was still attention. Expose me? I welcome it. Perhaps it would make this account even more popular. He clicked send. In a dormitory at a media university, a girl noticed a notification on her phone and nearly dropped it upon reading the title. "How shameless! What a disgrace!" she exclaimed, fuming while clutching her stuffed toy. "What happened? What's wrong?" Another girl inquired, noticing her sudden outburst. "That so-called new Arrow woman has published another article, and it infuriates me. Look at what she has said. Why do so many people agree with such misguided beliefs? Huh? Is it about the dowry?" The other girl opened the public account to check. "Oh, I think there's some merit to her argument." She mentioned that the dowry is a fine tradition passed down from ancient times. "And I believe that the larger the dowry, the clearer it is that a man truly loves you." The girl not only liked the article, but also shared it on her social media. "Xiaoling Han, do you think she's right? You shared it? This is bad. You'll be led astray." The girl had always believed that the author of the public account was a woman, one who was selfish and had a severely twisted worldview. After Jiang Xiao sent the article, he climbed out of bed for some rest. He and messaged Lu Yi today, thinking it was time to take a breather. Lu Yi was unlike any girl Jiang Xiao had encountered. Her 26 years were proof that she couldn't be swayed by mere flirtation. This called for a different strategy from Jiang Xiao. That evening, he decided to message Zhang Yan instead. Exhausted from the emotional tug-of-war with Zhang Yan, Jiang Xiao eventually fell asleep. Meanwhile, Zhang Yan found it difficult to drift off, cursing Jiang Xiao for taking so long to reply. Just then, a girl who had just finished her shower emerged from the bathroom and asked, "Zhang Yan, when is the best time to apply body lotion?" "After a shower. 3 to 5 minutes is ideal. Make sure to use hot water. This opens your pores and keeps your skin moist. Applying body lotion while your skin is hydrated locks in moisture effectively. Don't rub your body too dry. Just pat it gently with a towel." "Got it. By the way, shall we go shopping this weekend? I want to buy a bottle of perfume from SKP. Zhang Yan pondered. "ISNT SKP, located in Chaoyang District?" "Yes, it is. I've heard it's a paradise for women." "All right." Chapter 6. Application for Entrepreneurial Support. The sun rose punctually, showing no sympathy for the freshman. "March in step." Instructor Fong commanded, hands clasped behind his back, shouting orders. Today, the expressions of the girls in Lu Yuqi's dorm seemed to have brightened a bit, and their steps were much lighter. During lunch, as they passed Jiang Xiao, they exchanged a knowing glance that said, "You've got some skill." The Yinjing girl even whispered to her, "Yuki got a sticker," which prompted Lu Yuqi to chase her down in mock fury. After lunch, most of the newly trained students returned to their dorms for a nap, while Jiang Xiao headed to the office building. After inquiring with several classmates, he found the entrepreneurial application office. Much to his surprise, there was a queue. Was the entrepreneurial spirit in the media field so vibrant? Or was this a common sight across all Yinjing universities? After speaking with a senior, Jiang Xiao learned that the policy encouraging entrepreneurship had begun piloting in universities since 2012. In response, various universities had introduced generous reward policies. Take the Media University, for instance. Not only were there credit rewards, but projects deemed outstanding could also receive substantial resource support, such as free office space, basic facilities, and even startup funds. Setting aside the allure of free office space and startup capital, the credit reward alone were enough to entice many. It's noteworthy that the awarded credits could be included in transcripts, substituting for certain practical course credits, alleviating academic pressure, and enhancing competitiveness for awards and graduate school applications. Most crucially, compared to other industries, the media sector places significant emphasis on practical credits when hiring fresh graduates. Thus, while achieving good grades might earn a casual compliment, Making a name for oneself in entrepreneurship would garner resounding applause and keen attention. This context elucidates the sight of long queues. At the end of the line stood a senior, reviewing the applications handed to him. He needed to conduct preliminary checks. As most students were venturing into entrepreneurship for the first time and often filled out forms incorrectly, Jiang Xiao approached him to request a form. Upon glancing at Jiang Xiao, clad in military training gear, the senior frowned. What is a freshman doing here? Jiang Xiao was taken aback and asked in confusion, can freshmen not apply? Perhaps due to the ambiguity in Jiang Xiao's tone, the senior mistook his inquiry as a challenge and became somewhat displeased. Coldly, he replied, you can? But entrepreneurship isn't something to be taken lightly. It requires experience and insight. I advise you, junior, to think it over carefully. Don't waste your time and money. Come back in your sophomore or junior year. Jiang Xiao sighed in relief. As long as the school didn't prohibit it, he was willing to try. Thank you for the reminder, senior. I'll give it a shot. Jiang Xiao flashed a smile he considered modest. However, the senior perceived this smile as mocking. As if to say, the school doesn't care. What do you know? The senior ceased speaking, pulled a form from beside him, and gestured. You can fill it out over there. Accepting the application form, Jiang Xiao moved aside and diligently began to fill it out. Name, Jiang Xiao. Department, Internet and New Media. Project name, Online Self-Media Project Overview. In the section for the supervising teacher, Jiang Xiao found himself in a bit of quandary. Fortunately, the line below in small red text indicated that this was only a mandatory field for projects deemed outstanding after evaluation. Following this, there were several fields for basic project information, all of which were optional, such as project progress and funding sources. After diligently completing each item, Jiang Xiao picked up the form and began to queue. This project name is inadequate. What is an interest group? It needs to be specific. This isn't child's play. Go back and fill it out again. The senior reprimanded as he returned a boy's form with a stern tone. Just as Jiang Xiao thought the senior's demeanor was consistently harsh, he spoke to a female student behind him in a gentle manner. Classmate, you need to make some adjustments here. If the project hasn't commenced yet, please indicate it as in preparation. Also, this part needs to be revised. Please modify it and return. Jiang Xiao suddenly realized what a double standard, with 7 or 8 people ahead of him. After waiting for over 20 minutes, it was finally his turn. Just as he was about to hand over his form, a girl rushed out from the side, thrusting her form at the senior behind the desk. Taken aback, Jiang Xiao asked, Senior, aren't you supposed to be in line? Mind your own business. I was here this morning. The girl glanced at Jiang Xiao and, seeing he was a freshman, dismissed him. Jiang Xiao, who was sensitive to injustice and despised queue jumping, immediately retorted, You may have come before, but you still need to wait your turn. Don't you understand? What are you yelling about? Who do you think you are? A freshman? To shout here? A man should have some decorum. The girl, who was quite attractive, now wore an odious expression that made Jiang Xiao feel nauseated. So what if one is a freshman? Does that make one inferior? I'm not your father. Why should I give way to you? Get in line. Jiang Xiao placed the girl's form to the side. The girl was about to argue further when the senior interjected, Ching, calm down. This junior here is correct. The senior has indeed been here this morning to amend some issues on the form. Jiang Xiao silently cursed, thinking he's not even as good as a warm-hearted dog. Unwilling to back down, he pointed at the boy who had also been sent back to revise his form and said, Wasn't he just told to redo his application too? How does this senior know he should queue? The senior was momentarily at a loss, contemplating how he had encountered such a stubborn rookie. He was a vice minister of the student council in his 3rd year, while the girl was a second-year student and an ordinary member of the council. They had only become acquainted last semester, and the senior harbored some feelings for her, leading to his biased words. He had hoped that by speaking up, the girl would understand and give him some face. However, he did not anticipate running into Jiang Xiao, a resolute novice. Now the senior found himself in a difficult position, observing the displeased expressions of the students behind. He addressed the girl, Ching, why not step back in queue? It won't take long. Noticing the discontent among the waiting students, she snatched her application form, moved to the back, and began to queue properly, casting a fierce glare at Jiang Xiao as she left. The senior resumed his seat, taking Jiang Xiao's form, intending to skim through it quickly and dismiss him while also appeasing the girl to gain her favor. In his view, the forms filled out by freshmen were bound to be riddled with errors. However, upon examining Jiang Xiao's form, he was taken aback. Every item was completed, and both the format and content were remarkably standard, even containing some technical terms that he struggled to comprehend. Excuse me, what exactly is this WeChat public account? The public account was still a relatively novel concept, and it was entirely normal for some students to be unaware of it. Even if they had encountered it, they might not know it was referred to as a public account. It's a self-media platform newly launched by WeChat. You can think of it as a blog within the WeChat ecosystem, Jiang Xiao explained. In this profit model, knowledge monetization, soft advertisement integration, is this correct? And the part about guiding traffic to private domains and sales? Well, those are advanced strategies of fan economy. At this stage, you can understand private domain as WeChat groups or QQ groups. The senior meticulously reviewed each section of the form, even examining optional content. Aside from the empty field for the supervising teacher, he found no faults. Finally, with no choice left, he set Jiang Xiao's form aside and said, "All right, there's nothing wrong. Please wait for further notice." Jiang Xiao inquired, "How many days until we receive the results?" "That's hard to say. The review work is overseen by Director Chao of the Youth League, but generally, results are available within 3 to 5 days. This is just the first step. If you pass, there will be a subsequent project introduction meeting where outstanding projects with potential will be selected." Understood. It's akin to the selection process for venture capital. "Thank you for your assistance." Jiang Xiao politely exited the office. As he passed by the girl who had jumped the queue, he did not spare her glance. Once he left, the work in the entrepreneurial office continued. After all the forms were filled and students departed, the girls sat to the side, waiting for the senior to organize the paperwork. "I'm so furious. The quality of this year's freshman is appalling." "Don't be upset. Ching ching. It's just a freshman. Not worth it." The warm-hearted senior consoled her with a smile. "I'm just annoyed. I didn't even get a chance to nap this afternoon. I had hoped to catch a few winks. But now it's too late." "What about Yao Jun's application form?" Yao Jun was the boy who had submitted his form, a third-year student from the public administration department. "Here, his information was filled out quite well. I didn't find any issues." "Oomph. What's the use of being standard?" As she spoke, a mocking smile crept across her lips as she glanced at the door, then tore Jiang Xiao's application form to shreds and tossed it into the nearby trash can. Yao Jun merely chuckled and did not intervene. Chapter 7. I'm not acting. With some time left before the afternoon military training, Jiang Xiao decided to return to the dormitory for a brief rest. Being mindful not to disturb his roommates, he stealthily opened the dormitory door. However, as it turned out, he had overestimated the situation. The youthful vigor of his companions was unimaginable. The occupants of room 306 were not napping, but were busy immersing themselves in the League of Legends. "Where did you run off to at noon? I couldn't find you for lunch. You didn't go on a date, did you?" Cheng Ziong asked as Jiang Xiao re-entered after finishing a game. "You guessed it. I just had a rendezvous with Wang Yao to discuss life." Cheng Ziang's eyes widened. "Damn, you beast. Third brother, I beg you to spare Wang Yao, all right? Who do you think you are, to claim such a title as a wealthy second generation?" Jiang Xiao retorted with disdain. "Old fourth, you're the man with the Longines watch? Don't be a coward. Just do it." Shen Weichao teased. "Oh, and Dong Shui was also there at noon. I suddenly realize your taste is quite good. Just look at Dong Shui's figure. Damn. Brute. Old fourth, get him." Shen Weichao exclaimed as he grabbed Jiang Xiao by the neck. Cheng Ziong quickly restrained Jiang Xiao's hands, preparing to subject him to the tortures of the Qing dynasty. A gentleman uses words, not fists. Hey, wait. What the hell?" Li Zheng, sitting nearby, pulled out his phone and began filming. After a bout of playful scuffling, Jiang Xiao, panting, surrendered and revealed the truth. "Entrepreneurial application? What is the point?" Cheng Ziai inquired. "To make money, what else? If done well, it seems it can also earn credits. I thought it could help you get girls. Believe it or not, my project might actually attract some girls. At the very least, I'll get to see some beauties." Jiang Xiao pondered aloud. A few pairs of eyes gleamed with curiosity. "What project are you involved in?" "Self-media, the beauty industry." "Goodness," exclaimed 3 individuals simultaneously, their astonishment evident. They eagerly urged Jiang Xiao to unveil his project. "A WeChat public account? But how does that help in attracting girls? There are no photos." The trio scrutinized Jiang Xiao's public account backend. "This is merely the beginning. Once I finish promoting at school, I plan to invite my followers into a WeChat group where they can share their makeup results. It's as simple as that." Jiang Xiao elaborated on his future plans, inciting a chorus of exclamations from his companions. "Let's join in and take a look," Cheng Ziong said with a flattering grin. "Just follow the public account. Followers can join in." Jiang Xiao was indifferent, noting that while few boys engage in makeup, they certainly exist, and having a few more boys in the group was hardly remarkable. In the future, some boys would outshine girls in their makeup skills. "Jiang Xiao, did you write all this content yourself? Do you know how to apply makeup?" Shen Weichao glanced over the previous posts on the public account. "I had someone assist me with the writing. I know nothing about it. Those bottles and jars are harder to distinguish than Ultraman." With half an hour left before afternoon military training, Jiang Xiao opted to sit in a chair and rest his eyes. The 3 rascals had also forsaken gaming. Engrossed in their phones, judging by the speed of their fingers tapping the screens, they must have been chatting. The afternoon military training was the most arduous, with the sweltering heat of summer seemingly intent on leaving a lasting impression. Jiang Xiao's military training vest was already soaked with sweat as he sat in the shade, replenishing his vitality. Following their late-night conversation, 306 and Lu Yuqi had grown particularly close, often gathering to chat during breaks. Jiang Xiao, I heard you started a public account? Teaching makeup? Yang, a girl from Yinjing University, initiated the conversation. Jiang Xiao could guess who it was just by the tone. Without a doubt, Wang Yao's dormitory must have heard about it as well. Well, since I'm idle, I found something to occupy my time. Remember to help me promote it. Of course. Lu Yuqi chimed in, her cheeks flushing slightly. I think it's quite well written, especially the article on foundation. Is that so? Yang delighted in Lu Yuqi's bashful demeanor. Northern girls are generally more straightforward, making it rare to encounter the demure charm of a Jiangnan girl. Once the break ended, Lu Yuqi discreetly slipped a small black bag to Jiang Xiao, ensuring no one was watching. Jiang Xiao felt the contents of the bag, his eyes gleaming with mischief, which made Lu Yuqi even more bashful. After training concluded and they returned to the dormitory, Jiang Xiao had just pulled the black plastic bag from his pocket when Cheng Xiang spotted it. What is this? Shoe insoles. Jiang Xiao replied. Shoe insoles? Cheng Xiang snatched it from him, and upon opening it, revealed 2 insoles labeled 7 degrees of space. Where did this come from? Lu Yuqi gave it to me. Don't ruin it. I need it for tomorrow. Lu Yuqi? Dude, you're quite the charmer. It's only been a few days, and you've already managed that? Li Zheng was equally astonished. Manage what? I'm not even considering dating right now. Jiang Xiao thought to himself. He had no particular feelings for Lu Yuqi. His previous teasing was merely habitual. After all, in his past life as a relationship blogger, some fundamental conversational skills had become second nature. In this new life, Jiang Xiao made no attempt to conceal them. However, he maintained a fundamental principle. A man may be flirtatious, but he must not be lewd. Since he had no intention of developing feelings for Lu Yuqi, he resolved to avoid causing her any harm. From what he had observed over the past few days, Lu Yuqi seemed to be a decent girl. As for whether that would change in the future, Jiang Xiao chose not to dwell on it. The relationship blogger grappled with a dilemma. In his previous life, he had only studied how to attract women, engage with them, and discern their intentions. He had little experience in how to gently reject a girl. Thus, Jiang Xiao turned to the trio of romantic experts in Dorm 306. What do you think is the best way to politely decline? The trio wore expressions akin to having tasted something foul. Are you really asking? Stop pretending. They chorused. Jiang Xiao contemplated. I am genuinely seeking advice. Is that so hard to believe? Perhaps I do sound a bit pretentious. As military training progressed day by day, the freshman's skin darkened noticeably. Finally, they endured until Sunday morning, when the training concluded. The school graciously granted the freshmen a half-day holiday. Upon hearing the drill instructor's announcement regarding the afternoon and evening breaks, the members of New Media Class 1 erupted into exuberant cheers. What are we waiting for? Let's hurry back to sleep. Jiang Xiao rushed back to his dormitory, eager to rest. He had purchased a keychain a week ago, intending to launch his venture once the application was approved. Yet, for days had passed with no news. Is this project truly failing to review? What is going on? Are Yinjing University students that fierce? It shouldn't be. Chapter 8. Ground promotion awakened groggily by the alarm. Jiang Xiao slept until 3:30 p.m. After rising, he splashed some water on his face and tidied himself up, recognizing the importance of maintaining an appealing image during ground promotions. Are you heading out again, third brother? What's the plan? Don't tell me you're meeting Lu Yuqi? Cheng Xiang inquired as he noticed Jiang Xiao preparing to leave. No, Jiang Xiao hadn't spoken when Li Zheng interjected. How do you know? Shen Weichao asked curiously from his bed. Hey, Yang invited us to dinner tonight. Cheng Xiang perked up instantly. Really? Where? Of course. It's at the Mountain City Hot Pot behind the school. Awesome. Jiang Xiao shook his head as he prepared to leave. You haven't explained what you're doing yet. You're coming tonight as well? Li Zheng reminded him. We'll see. I plan to do some promotions, and if I do join, it'll be later. You guys can eat first. With that, Jiang Xiao stepped out the door. Time waits for no one. In this age of information explosion, every minute is invaluable. The afternoon was not ideal, with the sun still blazing in the sky. Arriving at the storage room of the security office, Jiang Xiao greeted a fellow villager and offered him a cigarette. Ready to start? The villager asked. Yes, since it's a rare day off. I thought I'd dip my toes in, Jiang Xiao said while assembling the customized pull-up banner. Is this for your entrepreneurial project? I applied. I expect to hear back by Monday, assuming the teacher isn't too busy over the weekend. All right, go ahead. If no one reports you, I'll make sure no one bothers you. Thanks, uncle. Jiang Xiao left with 2 boxes of keychains and a pull-up banner. Soon, he found himself on the small path at the west gate of the school. This route was essential for girls traveling between dormitories and classrooms, shaded by trees. Preparing his materials, he set up the pull-up banner and displayed the adorable plush keychains while beginning to advertise. There was nothing shameful about it. In pursuit of profit, one must not shy away from any endeavor. Jiang Xiao, having lived a second life, understood the difficulty of earning money. Free keychains, a special treat for the ladies. Come take a look. The foot traffic of girls was sparse, yet lively. In truth, even without shouting, they would have noticed the striking pull-up banner. A woman passed through, her face half withered and wrinkled, the other half bright and fair. Transform your beauty starting today. You can even receive a limited edition plush keychain for free. The students passing by are easily distinguishable. Those clad in military training uniforms, with expressions of innocent curiosity, are undoubtedly the freshmen, while those adorned in either provocative or elegant attire are naturally the upperclassmen. The 2 girls before me, sporting expressions of utter fascination, are indeed newcomers. What do you think? Classmates? Would you like one? Jiang Xiao inquired as he handed a keychain to one of the girls. She took it, examining it with a hint of interest. Is it really free? Yes. All you need to do is follow this public account and share an article on your moments, he replied. This account provides makeup tutorials. You can check it out before making a decision. Although the girl harbored some skepticism, she nonetheless pulled out her phone, preparing to take a look. Jiang Xiao added, I'm also a student here, majoring in new media. This is our extracurricular assignment. Oh, so it's for an assignment? Are you a senior? The other girl chimed in, also picking up a keychain to examine. Yes, indeed. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to do this on campus, right? With that, the 2 girls completely set aside their doubts and began to peruse the public account's content on their phones. Minutes passed, and the girl looked up, her eyes wide with surprise. Senior, did you write this? Do you know how to do makeup? I know a little, but these aren't my words. They are shared experiences from a campus beauty at Yin University. I'm just responsible for promoting it. Ah, a beauty from Yin University? No wonder. So I just need to share one article? Jiang Xiao nodded, affirming the girl's statement. Soon, the keychains and the fan count for the beauty diary began to rise gradually. 2 hours later, as the clock approached 6, the flow of female students increased, and Jiang Xiao's promotional stand began to attract more attention. The herd mentality kicked in. I followed and shared. Take a look. Me too. One by one, the girls presented their moments to Jiang Xiao. The keychains were swiftly claimed by the students, and the public account's followers steadily climbed. Just as Jiang Xiao opened the second box of keychains, an irksome voice interrupted. Oh, I thought the junior had a grand project. Turns out it's just a street stall? Is this what you call an entrepreneurial venture? Jiang Xiao frowned, recalling the woman who seemed to be named Qing, the one who had cut in line during the entrepreneurial support application process. What? Did the senior also follow it? You seem to have some makeup issues. There's a tutorial right inside. What are you saying? Who has makeup issues? The girl named Qing indeed had some makeup mishaps. And Jiang Xiao had been speaking out of turn. She felt a twinge of embarrassment regarding it, yet would not admit it. Moreover, setting up stalls on campus is against the rules. Your entrepreneurial application hasn't been approved, has it? The girl recalled the application form she had torn up that day, and a faint, mischievous smile crept onto her face. You don't need to concern yourself with whether my application was approved. I received a notification. If you're not interested, step aside and don't block others. Jiang Xiao's tone turned brusque. Received a notification? Huh, you must be lying. There's no way your application could have been approved. Huh, what do you mean? Jiang Xiao looked at the girl in confusion. How could a street promotion project possibly pass the review? Qing provided a barely satisfactory explanation. She didn't care whether Jiang Xiao believed her. It was too coincidental to encounter him today, and she had no intention of letting this opportunity for revenge slip away. Hey, security, I'm reporting this person for setting up a stall on campus without permission. Jiang Xiao's stand was not far from the west gate, placing it in close proximity to the security booth. The security personnel had been instructed to turn a blind eye to Jiang Xiao's activities. However, now that someone had reported him, they could no longer ignore the situation. After some negotiation, the woman stubbornly clung to the school regulations, leaving the security personnel with no choice but to inform Jiang Xiao to cease his activities until the proper procedures were resolved. Not wanting to make things difficult for the security staff, Jiang Xiao began to pack up his belongings, preparing to leave. Sensing Jiang Xiao's displeasure, the woman felt a sense of satisfaction. But Jiang Xiao was not one to easily concede. If the school prohibited stalls, he would set up just outside the campus. Thus, he reappeared on the street between the school and the female dormitories. The results were noticeably less favorable outside campus, as the passing girls were somewhat hesitant and cautious. Yet there were still some gains. As the clock approached 7, Jiang Xiao received a call from Li Zheng, inquiring about his whereabouts for a dinner gathering. Jiang Xiao glanced at the few remaining keychains in the box and replied over the phone, "You all go ahead. I'll catch up shortly." Lu Yi had just emerged from her dorm, intending to head to the West Street for a bite to eat. Upon reaching the entrance, she immediately spotted Jiang Xiao's small stall. Chapter 9. The Counselor's Curiosity. As a first-time counselor, Lu Yi paid meticulous attention to each student. Otherwise, she wouldn't have engaged in so many conversations with Jiang Xiao on WeChat. To her, Jiang Xiao was a bright, cheerful, somewhat mature young man. And if she were to add anything else, it would be that he was a bit of a smooth talker. However, given her experience, Jiang Xiao was not the first boy of this kind she had encountered. Lu Yi did not approach Jiang Xiao immediately to greet him. Instead, she quietly stood by, observing for a while, particularly intrigued by the content on the pull-up banner. "Senior, take this and remember to help me promote it." Jiang Xiao concluded a transaction and turned to discover his charming counselor standing there. Today, she was dressed casually in a long dress and a pair of sandals. Yet her ethereal grace remained unblemished. Her delicate arms, resembling lotus roots, were crossed over her chest as she curiously examined Jiang Xiao's pull-up banner. "Jiang, have you already started a part-time job just a week into the semester? I put this together myself. I just happened to have a day off, so I came to do some promotion." "Oh, you created this? It's not a part-time street promotion?" Lu Yi shot a surprised glance at Jiang Xiao, as she had assumed he was merely doing a typical flyer distribution job. "Yes, that's correct. I'm also managing this public account, though the content is written by someone else." Lu Yi was even more astonished. The public account had only been established for less than a month. And as a counselor for the new media department, as well as a lecturer in the same field, she had only just begun to explore this new medium. She never expected a freshman to have already delved into it. Managing it? Lu Yi heard yet another professional term. After all, military training had only just begun, and the new media courses had not yet commenced. How could a student who had just graduated from high school possibly comprehend these concepts? "Yes, well, Counselor Lu, you can scan the code to take a look. I'll finish up these last few." Jiang Xiao had several other female students observing nearby, so he couldn't afford to neglect his business and had to ask Lu Yi to wait a moment. He resumed calling over the nearby classmates, repeatedly explaining the process. "Senior, why learn makeup when you already look like this? Aren't you making it hard for others? Ha ha ha. Just for that remark, I need to help promote you. How do I do it?" "Thank you, Senior. It's quite simple. Open WeChat, yes, click here to scan, follow, and then you can select an article to share." "All right, just sharing one article is enough, right? Let me see." Jiang Xiao handed the last keychain to the girl, who cheerfully slipped on her flip-flops and walked into the female dormitory area. At this point, over 10 minutes had passed since Lu Yi had greeted him, and the counselor stood by, watching Jiang Xiao charm each girl into smiles, her curiosity intensifying. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Jiang Xiao swiftly packed up the pull-up banner. "Jiang, you certainly know how to win over girls, don't you? Have you had many girlfriends?" "Teacher Lu, please don't jest with me. Those who know me are well aware that I am notoriously straightforward and not one for many words." "Straightforward? That is hard to believe. I just checked your account. And you published an article on the 17th? That was just the first day, wasn't it?" Lu Yi, while waiting, casually glanced at Jiang Zhao's public account and stumbled upon something remarkable. He had indeed released an article on the very first day. "Well, I happened to see it, so I thought I'd give it a try. How many followers do you have now?" "Around 10,000, I suppose. I've been busy with military training lately, and Haven T had the time for promotions." 10,000? Are you saying you've already amassed 10,000 followers? Lu Yi pondered for a moment. It was the 8th now, and with just 20 days since the 17th, that's an average of 500 followers per day? How could that be possible? How did you manage that? Just through grassroots marketing? Lu Yi was now filled with curiosity and questions. No, I don't have that much money. I just pick up a bit here and there. Haha. Is Teacher Lu coming out for a meal?" Jiang Xiao smiled faintly, not elaborating further. It is essential to evoke curiosity in women. This is paramount in the dynamics of male-female relationships. Dating is akin to reading a novel. Generating mutual interest is the first and crucial step. Next, one must stoke that curiosity until one party can no longer bear the suspense and begins to explore actively, thereby commencing the narrative. What follows is a test of both parties' ability to engage and the depth of their character. "So, should we go together?" "Together?" Lu Yi hesitated. Although Jiang Xiao was her student, he was still a young man, and others were unaware of their teacher-student relationship. The more women present, the more rumors swirl. Don't misunderstand. Teacher Lu, our dormitory is having a gathering with Lu Yuqi's dorm at the Shanxing Hot Pot near the North Gate. Since you haven't eaten yet, I thought it would be nice if you joined us. Oh, a gathering? Never mind. If I go, you all might feel constrained. Enjoy yourselves. Jiang Xiao appeared somewhat disappointed, but did not press the issue further. He bid farewell to the counselor and, holding a portable display, re-entered the school, a smile returning to his face. Given his understanding of Lu Yi over the past few days, he was certain she would not attend a gathering where she was not included in the plans. His invitation was merely a means to convey a message. Look, I value you enough to invite you at the first opportunity, but you chose not to come. This gesture might leave her feeling as though she had let his goodwill go to waste, making it easier for her to agree to his future requests or offer some form of compensation. Displaying a sense of disappointment was also intended to deepen the feeling of having squandered that goodwill. At the Shanqing Hot Pot restaurant, has Jiang Xiao arrived? Yang Nudged Li Zheng. He's taking his sweet time. Who knows what he's up to? Wait, he just called me. Hello, Lao San, where are you? I'm here. Stop hurrying me. After a few minutes, Jiang Xiao finally arrived at the Hot Pot restaurant, greeted a few female classmates, and was unexpectedly met by Dong Shui. Shen Weichao has some clout, huh? He could arrange for her to attend this gathering so quickly. This was a dormitory-based gathering, and since Dong Shui was not from Lu Yuqi's dorm to an outsider, it appeared she was there by virtue of some connection with Shen Weichao. What kept you? Jiang Xiao, you didn't show up, and now Lu Yuqi is unhappy with her meal? Yang began again. Not at all. Yang, stop talking nonsense. My bad. I arrived late, so I'll drink a cup as penance. Jiang Xiao swiftly moved on from that topic, downing a glass of beer before taking a seat. The hot pot restaurant was quite decent. Whether it was beef, lamb, or tripe, everything was relatively fresh. It had been a while since Jiang Xiao indulged in Shanqing Hot Pot. The Dazhong Shanqing Hot Pot had been overshadowed by a local chain, Jijihong Hot Pot, likely due to regional preferences leaning more towards pure spiciness rather than a mix of numbing and spicy. Observing Chang Zong, who seemed less than enthusiastic, Jiang Xiao felt puzzled. A glance at the table quickly clarified the situation. Dong Shui and Shen Weichao were engrossed in conversation, while Yang and Li Zheng were discussing their high school experiences. Lu Yuqi and her two other roommates were whispering among themselves, occasionally sneaking glances at Jiang Xiao before hastily averting their eyes, as if afraid of being caught. Zheng Jiange, a rich second generation, was as inconspicuous as a shadow and couldn't handle spicy food, so he could only drown himself in drinks. Jiange, that watch of yours must be worth 15,000, right? It looks pretty new. Jiang Zhao's sudden remark quickly captured everyone's attention. Cheng Xiang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly shrugged it off. Yes, I just bought it this summer. It's a Longines Conca's diving series. Goodness, that watch costs as much as my living expenses for 4 years. You are truly extravagant. Another compliment from Jiang Xiao hit home with Cheng Xiang. It's not that great. I was actually considering a masterpiece, but it didn't quite suit a student. Hey, if you can't find a job after graduation, will you just have to go back and inherit your family's billions? Who knows? Singo, were you just now? Jiang Xiao cursed internally, thinking, why are you putting the spotlight on me? What a useless conversation. Yeah, I almost let you get away with that. You didn't come late because you were on a date, did you? Yang recalled that Jiang Xiao hadn't answered his earlier question. Poor kids grow up early. My family isn't like Cheng Xiang's. Lao Si, you must have had many admirers in high school, right? Jiang Xiao deftly redirected the topic back to Cheng Xiang. Not really. There were a few, but my grades were average, and you know how it is with families like mine. Relying solely on looks is tough. I get it. Only those who are both talented and good-looking deserve such accolades. Exactly. My family hopes that I can find a university in Yanjing. At the very least, a media program. Just then, the ringing of Jiang Zhao's phone interrupted Cheng Xiang's soliloquy. Jiang Xiao picked up the phone, casting a peculiar glance at Cheng Xiang. Chapter 10. Zhang Yan's Surprise Attack. What a mouthful. The call was from Zhang Yan at Yin University. Hello, what is up? I'm at your school gate. Huh. Zhang Yan had gone to SKP with her roommate earlier to replenish her cosmetics, but couldn't shake thoughts of Jiang Xiao from her mind. Remembering the enchanting moments on the train that night only intensified her longing. After checking the map and realizing that Communication University wasn't far, she told her roommate she wanted to visit a high school classmate. Initially, her roommate teased her, but ultimately declined, citing a desire not to be a third wheel. Don't move. Wait for me. I'll be right there. After hanging up, Jiang Xiao informed his companions, I have a high school classmate visiting, so I'm stepping out for a moment. Without waiting for their reactions, he hurried away. Li Zheng, with a mischievous glint, turned to the other two in room 306 and asked, do you think Lao San's classmate is a boy or a girl? Cheng Xiang confidently declared a girl. Of course. Didn't you see how Lao San just dashed out? If it were a boy, would he run? Li Zheng and Shen Weichao nodded in agreement. Jiang Xiao, panting, looked at the tall girl before him. who was smiling at him with narrowed eyes. Jiang Yan's skin remained as fair as snow, and it was hard to tell whether it was the effect of cosmetics or her natural beauty. What brings you here? In university, ISN, exactly close. I went to SKP with my roommate and happened to be nearby, so Jiang Yan struggled to express her desire to see Jiang Xiao. Regaining her composure, Jiang Xiao broke into a smile. Let us go. I was just about to have a meal. Would you like to meet my classmate? Is it appropriate? Why wouldn't it be? Let them witness the charm of the goddess from Yin University. Come on. Just in time, Jiang Yan arrived, and Jiang Xiao had been struggling with how to politely decline Lu Yuqi's kind intentions. But now this perfect excuse had presented itself. 10 minutes later, Jiang Xiao appeared before everyone with the elegantly poised Jiang Yan. The eyes of the few from room 306 widened in astonishment. The girl before them could easily be deemed the belle of any media school, a status that the current group simply could not rival. When going out for shopping, one must be impeccably dressed. Jiang Yan wore a carefully selected shirt paired with a long pleated skirt, her hair styled in beautiful pear blossom curls. Coupled with her innate regal demeanor, she effortlessly overshadowed the entire gathering. Jiang Xiao glanced at Chengzong and then proceeded with the introductions. This is my high school classmate, Zhang Yin, from the law department of Yin University. Yin University? A scholar, hello. Yang Yang exclaimed. Hello. The media field is quite splendid too. Zhang Yin greeted the group warmly as Jiang Xiao introduced her. At that moment, Lu Yuqi furrowed her brow, seemingly recalling the name. Zhang Yin? Wasn't she the one whose notes Jiang Xiao sold so well during the summer? The author used her real name as well. Some of Lu Yuqi's classmates had chosen to repeat the year and thus had purchased those notes. She had heard the name during a WeChat conversation. You know her? Inquired one of Lu Yuqi's roommates. Lu Yuqi observed the girl gracefully taking a seat beside Jiang Xiao, her expression somewhat complex. Li Zheng had been teasing Cheng Xiang from the side. So, she is from Yin University. She should be a fitting match for your family background. Look at that watch she's wearing, a Jacques Lemons. Buying 4 of those wouldn't be a problem for someone like you. As a native of Beijing, Li Zheng was certainly no stranger to such matters. Shut up. It's obvious you have a thing with the third wheel. No wonder the third will said not to date classmates. This is the reason. Jiang Xiao had just finished introducing the girl when she turned to the group in room 306. This is Cheng Zong, a coal miner. By the way, he.s. looking for a girlfriend from Yin University. Think you can introduce him? Hello. If you ever get the chance, let Jiang Xiao take you to Yin University. I can gather a few female classmates to join. Zhang Yin graciously offered. Oh, I just remembered. Is the author of that notebook you? Lu Yuqi finally recalled where she had heard Zhang Yan's name. The group looked puzzled. What notebook? Zhang Yan glanced at Jiang Xiao and nodded at Lu Yuqi, confirming. It's me, but you should ask Jiang Xiao about it. Seeing the curious gazes directed at him, Jiang Xiao took a sip of his drink and said, Oh, it's nothing much, just that I ran out of money and thought of making some pocket money. Lu Yuqi's expression changed to one of realization. So it was you? I heard it sold like hotcakes. Just SOSO. The time was too short. I made a few tens of thousands. If I had a bit more time for preliminary promotion and arrangements, I could sell it throughout Dachang City. After briefly explaining the situation, he stood up to prepare a dipping dish for Zhang Yan. The group felt a jolt at the mention of tens of thousands. Just so? Li Zheng nudged Cheng Zong. Your watch is worth 15,000. Damn it, don't mention it. I want tea, where tomorrow? Yang Yang nudged Lu Yuqi under the table, casting a meaningful glance at her, then shifted her gaze toward Zhang Yan. Lu Yuqi remained silent. Skipping over that topic, Jiang Xiao returned and reignited the lively atmosphere. Throughout the evening, Zhang Yin hardly touched the hot pot, instead continuously cooking for Jiang Xiao. The group from room 306 watched enviously, while Lu Yuqi felt increasingly dejected. With Zhang Yan's presence, even though she barely ate, Jiang Xiao instinctively settled the bill, having initially intended to persuade Cheng Xiang to do so. After all this time spent flattering him, well, never mind. On the way back, Lu Yuqi and her dorm mates walked together, with Dong Shui and Shun Weichao side by side, while the remaining 2 from room 306 kept each other company. Zhang Yin and Jiang Xiao were engaged in conversation. The girls in the dormitory whispered among themselves. Yuqing, the pressure is a bit much, but I think there is hope. Yin University is just too far from us. The early bird gets the worm, go for it. Yang Yang cheered for Lu Yuqi, raising her fist. Don't say that. If Jiang Xiao hears, how will I face him? Lu Yuqi grasped Yang Yang's arm, employing the classic Southern girl move, the 18 twists. I was wrong, stop twisting. Another girl chimed in. I think Yuqi has a great chance. Your chest is bigger than hers, and men prefer that. Lu Yuqi blushed deeply, covering her face with her hands, glancing furtively at Jiang Xiao before quickly looking away. Li Zheng, Cheng Xiang. old for as a rich second generation, and me as a Beijing second generation. Sheng Xiang interjected, second brother, stop talking. I feel like crying. Don't worry. Just for calling you second brother, I won't abandon you. Brother still has connections at school. Let us plan an outing with some girls from other departments next time. Sheng Xiang looked at Li Zhang, really? Then let us not call ourselves the third wheel. Okay? Of course not. How about the big brother? Big brother works. That is not too much of a threat. After bidding farewell to the group, Jiang Xiao strolled with Zhang Yin around the media department. Take a look at this public account, Jiang Xiao said, pulling out his phone to explain the study room beauty diary to Zhang Yin. Is your class schedule usually tight? Can you still find time to write? Jiang Xiao had heard that studying at Yin University was quite demanding, with the study rooms often staying lit until late at night. It's manageable. I quite enjoy researching these things. Zhang Yin replied. Can I call you Xiao? She asked, looking at Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao waved his hand in front of her face, of course, considering we had such intimate contact. Zhang Yin's face flushed, and she swatted Jiang Xiao's hand away, continuing, makeup is my passion, and it helps so many people. I'm really happy about that. Most importantly, it's useful for you. Thank you. Jiang Xiao began, but Zhang Yin quickly raised her hand to stop him. I don't want to hear you say those two words. Jiang Xiao gazed into her eyes, feeling a stir of emotions. Why don't you stay over tonight? Zhang Yin suddenly squinted and smiled. My relatives came to visit me yesterday. All right then. I want to stand on ceremony with you. After all, sooner or later. I'll send you the back end later tonight. You can check the comments your fans left for you. You can select some representative questions to answer in your future articles. Or even create a separate piece. After wandering around the media department for half an hour, Jiang Xiao hailed a taxi at the school gate. He opened the front door, leaned in, and told the driver to take them to the Yin University entrance. Then, he opened the back door for Zhang Yin, kissed her gently, closed the door, and waved goodbye. Inside the taxi, the driver, a local who enjoyed chatting, remarked, your boyfriend is very considerate. Zhang Yin looked at him with a hint of curiosity. He was staring at my work badge while talking to me just now. The driver pointed to the information about himself displayed in the front seat. Zhang Yan's lips curled into a smile, her eyes filled with warmth. Chapter 11. The Counselor. A new week began, and the freshmen once again found themselves lamenting their circumstances. Jiang Xiao felt even more exhausted, training all day and still doing promotional work at night. In the following days, Jiang Xiao also made a trip to the foreign languages department. During the last few nights of military training, the hidden talents in the class began to emerge. Wang Yao's ballet amazed everyone, while a male classmate captivated the audience with his soulful singing. Lu Yuqi even performed a fiery jazz number, eliciting howls from the boys in the class. On the morning of the 16th, on the playground, Jiang Xiao and her companions concluded a fortnight of military training. During this period of promotion and operation, the fanbase of Beautiful Diary swiftly escalated to 350,000, a remarkable achievement attributed entirely to Jiang Xiao's low-cost viral marketing strategy. In the final few episodes, she employed online inducement techniques, encouraging shares on social media. Those who garnered over 15 likes and submitted a screenshot to the back end would receive prizes such as free makeup, cotton, and travel bottles, awarded to the first 500 participants. Meanwhile, the New Era Women account successfully surpassed 30,000 followers. The momentum of this account was truly impressive. Jiang Xiao refrained from any manipulative sharing or following tactics, maintaining a steady rhythm of posting cynical aphorisms every 2 or 3 days. It can only be said that at this juncture, such cynical wisdom was remarkably appealing. However, what truly surprised Jiang Xiao was that TikTok also broke through the 20,000 mark with an unusually active comment section. At noon, Jiang Xiao faced off against the aloof canteen lady at the dining hall, ultimately suffering a disheartening defeat. She found it utterly perplexing how a seemingly ordinary scoop of potato and chicken could, with but a mere shake, send all the chicken pieces tumbling back into the dish. Frustrated, she returned to her dormitory for a shower. Having already dealt with her military training uniform, she changed into her favorite t-shirt and sweatpants. Just then, she received a WeChat message from her counselor, inquiring if she had time in the afternoon to discuss matters regarding the class committee leader. Jiang Xiao smiled faintly. It had been a week, and her counselor had shown remarkable patience, likely eager to ascertain the outcome of the recent viral activities. Half an hour later, Jiang Xiao arrived at the dormitory designated for faculty members. A soft knock followed by the creaking of the door revealed a fragrant waft of gardenia. Teacher Lu was dressed appropriately, donning a comfortable yet elegant cream-colored knit top, her long hair loosely tied up, paired with loose-fitting gray-white cotton pants. Jiang Xiao, you're here. Please, come in. My place is a bit messy. Have a seat and enjoy a drink. Anything will do. Jiang Xiao slipped off her shoes and stepped inside. Relieved she had just changed into a fresh pair of socks, Otherwise, arriving in her military training socks would have been rather embarrassing. After neatly placing her shoes, she walked barefoot into the room, noting the absence of men's slippers, which raised the likelihood of her host's single status above 70. Seating herself on a small sofa, Jiang Xiao began to scrutinize Lu Yi's solitary living quarters. The somewhat cluttered desk held a pink laptop with its screen aglow, displaying the Sina blog editor, accompanied by a stack of books, such as Introduction to Communication Studies and Practical Internet Marketing. The coffee table bore no ashtray, which increased the probability of her assessment by another 8. On the wall of the living room hung a small whiteboard, scribbled with words Jiang Xiao could not decipher. Lu Yi poured Jiang Xiao a cup of freshly brewed floral fruit tea, served in a whimsical cartoon ceramic mug, another 5 probability. After settling onto a nearby chair, Lu Yi initiated the conversation. What do you think about the atmosphere in our class? Jiang Xiao, relaxed yet composed, replied, It's quite pleasant. Everyone is very friendly, at least among the boys. Who do you think would be most suitable for class leader? She continued, I'm not very familiar with the girls, but I believe it would be wise to find someone from Yanjing, as it would facilitate various matters. Noticing Lu Yi nodding in agreement, Jiang Xiao added, Secondly, a cheerful disposition would be advantageous, perhaps someone a bit more easygoing. Why should they be easygoing? Isn't it better to be meticulous? Lu Yi inquired. Jiang Xiao chuckled softly. You misunderstand, Teacher Lu. I don't mean careless in their tasks, but rather in temperament. Someone not overly meticulous. Especially considering our class has a majority of girls. Realizing the implications, Lu Yi responded. Most girls tend to be sensitive, and unless your attention to detail accommodates everyone, it can be quite challenging to gain universal approval. Conversely, a more easygoing nature may be more widely appreciated. That makes sense, Lu Yi acknowledged. What about you? Are you still considering becoming the class committee leader? I'm still contemplating it. Initially, my intention was twofold: to assist the teacher and to facilitate closer contact with the Youth League for entrepreneurial project applications. Jiang Xiao hesitated briefly before continuing. However, it seems I may have miscalculated. My last entrepreneurial application was likely rejected, and I might need to devote more time to the public account. Rejected? What did you apply? Lu Yi asked. On the 3rd day of the semester, Jiang Xiao replied. Was your submitted project your public account? With the military training concluded, the preliminary selection for entrepreneurial projects should also be wrapping up. A meeting will be convened to clarify the responsibilities of the guiding teachers, primarily to support and oversee student projects. Could you elaborate on your project? Lu Yi eventually redirected the conversation back to Jiang Xiao's public account. I'm not quite sure where to begin. Perhaps you could ask me specific questions, and I can respond accordingly. After all, you're the teacher, and I'm the student, which should ease any tension, Jiang Xiao remarked, highlighting their roles in this intimate setting, where an air of forbidden intrigue lingered. Lu Yi nodded, her posture shifting from relaxed to more upright. All right then, how did you come to start a WeChat public account? By chance, really. I came across an announcement from WeChat, and given that I enrolled in our major, I thought I'd give it a try. Then tell me about the name Beauty Diary. It's quite distinctive and clear in its positioning. Who came up with it? Given Lu Yi's graduate background, it was no surprise she could discern the significance of a name. Well, female college students form a concentrated demographic with clear demands and a penchant for sharing, making them the most accessible seed users in the mobile internet era. The study room serves as a symbol to enhance the sense of belonging among students. Lu Yi's interest peaked. Seed users? That's an intriguing term. Why do you call them seed users? She continued, moreover, in the realm of new media, targeting the youth predominantly revolves around Weibo. Why did you opt for the public account platform? Weibo is like a public square, although it has a vast audience. It is too dispersed, making it difficult to cultivate loyal users amid fragmented information. In contrast, a public account. Jiang Xiao paused to sip her floral fruit tea, savoring its delightful aroma. Then, gazing at Lu Yi, she continued with a hint of mischief. A public account resembles a private club. If the content is sufficiently engaging, precise, and aesthetically pleasing, it can captivate users, resulting in greater stickiness and cohesion, especially with longer, more profound content, which offers far more operational potential than a 140-character Weibo post. Additionally, the competition is relatively light initially, and the rules are more lenient. Lu Yi nodded slightly, feeling a blend of surprise and admiration for the young woman's sharp insight and clear objectives. Now, please elaborate on your dissemination strategy. That piques my interest. The retweet mechanism on Weibo is quite mature, and while a private club has its advantages, the speed of accumulating followers presents a challenge. You can't rely solely on classmates for introductions, can you? Or do you plan to promote individually? Jiang Xiao leaned slightly forward, fixing her gaze on Lu Yi's eyes with a barely perceptible intensity. Initially, I relied on traffic acquisition through grassroots promotion. After securing a certain number of seed users, I shifted to viral content dissemination. Viral? What do you mean? Lu Yi felt a twinge of frustration, realizing these were terms she had yet to encounter, pondering who the true teacher was in this exchange. Chapter 12. Let's get to the results. Could you be more specific, Jiang Xiao? How exactly do you implement this? After all, I'm certain most people don't even know where the basic share button on the public account is. Her tone remained gentle, yet a note of skepticism crept in. Jiang Xiao smirked playfully. I wonder if you've closely examined the layout of my articles. And can you guess why I targeted the college student demographic? Lu Yi swiftly opened an article, only to be greeted by a GIF in the upper right corner, pointing out that university students are the quickest to embrace new ideas. The educational cost associated with this is negligible. The crux lies in how to stimulate their desire to share. I distilled this into 2 key points. The first is the substance, tangible, genuinely valuable content that resonates with them. The second is the element of boasting, essentially something that allows them to show off. Jiang Xiao's gaze shifted towards Lu, the counselor, and the utterance of such a colloquial term in the presence of such an elegant and beautiful lady felt somewhat provocative. Lu Yi's breath hitched slightly upon noticing Jiang Xiao's glance, instinctively curling her fingers. Lu, however, was no ordinary individual. She deftly sidestepped the term and continued. Then what about viral content and its viral growth? A hint of barely perceptible urgency flickered in her eyes, which Jiang Xiao astutely detected. After teasing for a moment, just as Lu was about to speak again, he slowly replied, Lu, some things are better experienced firsthand than described in words. Experienced firsthand? Lu Yi's face was a canvas of confusion. Indeed, I have a WeChat public account titled The Exquisite Little Fairy. I wonder if you would be interested in becoming a contributor. I will allow you to observe the entire operational process, from acquiring seed users to leveraging viral content for exponential growth, monetization, and even advanced strategies in private domain operations. At his words, a surge of impulse coursed through Lu Yi to accept his offer. The small dormitory fell into a prolonged silence as Jiang Xiao stood up, saying, I need to use the restroom. Lu Yi was still mulling over Jiang Xiao's proposition, instinctively pointing towards the restroom's location. Jiang Xiao pushed open the bathroom door and stepped inside. Whistling, Jiang Xiao leisurely unbuckled his belt, releasing his little Jiang Xiao. Men, when in such a moment of convenience, tend to let their eyes wander. Glancing to the upper left, he discovered an unexpected treasure. All of Lu Yi's undergarments hung inside. Jiang Xiao was taken aback, not by the presence of such items, but by the sheer variety of styles on display. The seamless cartoon ones are adorable, and this lace piece is quite lovely. What on earth are these 2 strings? Realizing the implications, Jiang Xiao hastily pulled up his pants, pressed the flush button, and exited. Lu Yi maintained a composed facade, appearing deep in thought, while internally she wished for a hole to swallow her whole. Prior to Jiang Xiao's arrival, she had specifically moved all her undergarments from the balcony to the restroom. Who knew that in her moment of contemplation, she would forget this detail? Now, she could only pretend that nothing had happened. How are your thoughts coming along, Lu? Haven't tea decided yet. How about this? You think it over tonight and send me a WeChat message. Jiang Xiao glanced at the time and noted it was getting late, preparing to leave. Has your project turned a profit yet? Not yet, but I plan to test the waters soon. I don't foresee any issues. Lu Yi nodded. All right, then you should conduct a profitability test. I will inquire with the entrepreneurship office on your behalf. Thank you, Lu. I shall take my leave now. I look forward to good news from you, my Lu. Jiang Xiao concluded with a double entendre before departing with grace. Lu Yi took a sip from her fruit teacup, feeling a warm blush creep to her ears. Upon returning to her dormitory, Jiang Xiao began searching online for advertisers. Initially, he contacted the promotion manager of Olay through a flagship store on a certain e-commerce platform. At Olay's headquarters in Beijing, a refined woman was responding to messages on her phone. What is your account name? I just received news from the e-commerce department about a self-media blogger interested in business collaboration. As an international brand holding a top 3 market position in its field, it was naturally a prime choice for various bloggers. The study room beauty diary. The woman was somewhat surprised. The name aligned well with their campus ethos. How many followers do you have? Approximately 350,000. The woman was speechless. Was this level of follower count truly seeking collaboration? Sorry. We only negotiate with accounts having a minimum of 100,000 followers. Jiang Xiao retorted with indignation. The public account has only been active for a month. Where am I supposed to conjure 100,000 followers? He understood that these big brands were still stuck in the stone age of Weibo follower counts, oblivious to the value of 350,000 000 targeted followers on a public account. After facing several rejections, Jiang Xiao exclaimed in frustration, "Damn it, this is a rough start. All right, you want follower data, do you? I'll give you some substantial content." Jiang Xiao's expression hardened. From the remaining manuscripts of Zhang Yan, he selected an article on moisturizing. He called Zhang Yan, "Yin, which brand did you use in your moisturizing article?" "Olay's Essence, called Hydrating Water Essence." "Oh, send me a photo of it. Make it look appealing." 5 minutes later, he received a high-definition product image featuring a strikingly beautiful hand. Half an hour later, Jiang Xiao made some adjustments to the article, inserting the images and adding an explosive phrase. "Sisters, I've personally tested this essence. It's incredible. Oh my god, buy it." He prepared to send it out. Checking the time, he noted it was 6 p.m. No, students are all eating right now. Back in 2012, they had developed the habit of eating while looking at their phones. "I'll wait until 8 p.m. He pondered the absence of a scheduled publishing feature and contemplated calling Longa. After dinner, Jiang Xiao sat at his computer, and at 8 p.m., he sent the article out. Having faced discouragement earlier, he decided to regain some confidence in the gaming realm, dragging along 3 others to dive into the game. "Li Zheng, are you selling me out?" "Boss, how did you die?" "Cheng Xiang, where did you place your skills?" "Performance, 0, 21, 0. Cheng Xiang was left incredulous. "Is this a joke? You always call us noobs." Jiang Xiao retorted defiantly. "What does my skill level have to do with me calling you all noobs? I never claimed I wasn't a noob." The group, bemused, had never encountered such audacity. The evening progressed with much laughter and lighthearted banter. Meanwhile, at Olay's Tianyao flagship store, the customer service representatives were left bewildered by the influx of inquiries. "Is that essence the one promoted by the public account study room beauty diary? Where can I find the link for this essence?" Screenshot. The team leader sensed something amiss and rushed to inquire with the manager whether they had run an advertisement. The manager, equally puzzled, found himself unable to sit still until the following noon, when he slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Investigate the source of this traffic. Conduct user follow-ups." Typically, a product with daily sales of only 50 units had skyrocketed to over 200 sales, a staggering increase of 400. "Manager Lee, we traced it back to a public account called Study Room Beauty Diary that mentioned our product." Manager Lee picked up his phone and quickly located the article. Soon after, the Study Room's backend received a message. "Hello, teacher. This is Lei from Olay's e-commerce department. Thank you immensely for recommending our hydrating essence. Would you mind adding me on WeChat?" Jiang Xiao smiled, but refrained from adding the contact immediately. He waited until the lights were about to go out before he added Manager Lee. "Apologies for the delay. I was swamped during the day." "Hello." The response came back almost instantly. "No worries. Thank you once again for your recommendation of our product. Oh, if the followers appreciate quality products, I merely spoke my mind. Your taste is impeccable. We have many other excellent products. Could we explore a deeper collaboration? It's too late now. Let us discuss it tomorrow." "All right, please rest well. I'll be available anytime tomorrow." Jiang Xiao smiled and concluded the meeting. Those who rush lose half. The following morning, just after the lullaby of the English class had ended, a message from the manager flooded the screen. "Good morning, Teacher Jiang. What do you think about the collaboration proposal?" Jiang Xiao maintained a demeanor of cold indifference throughout, but was finally swayed by the earnestness expressed and reluctantly agreed. "Please send the samples to Yen University. I will compose a review article. The cost is 3,000 for 30 samples." In the end, Jiang Xiao sent a screenshot of this collaborative intention to Liu Yi. Chapter 13, A Fiery Meeting. On Tuesday, there were 2 classes on the Introduction to Communication Studies that morning. Jiang Xiao was well-versed in many new concepts from her previous life, particularly regarding specific operations. However, she had little grasp of traditional theoretical knowledge, which still held significant value today. The essence of knowledge remains unchanged despite the myriad of transformations. What alters are merely the specific methods of operation and the implementation approaches under varying environmental contexts. Meanwhile, in a large office, a meeting was in session. As new students had just enrolled, numerous matters required attention. To ensure better teaching quality and address student-related issues, meetings had become increasingly frequent. The vice principal in charge was listening to reports from various departments. The current speaker was Director Chao Xingde from the Entrepreneurship Office. After a careful selection process, a batch of entrepreneurial projects had been identified, and the table of these projects had been distributed to everyone. "I want to go into detail. Let me summarize," Director Chao said, clearing his throat. "This batch contains many innovative ideas, as well as some projects that require substantial investment, which merit our attention and guidance. For instance, the Kitty Cafe at the West School Gate is one such project initiated by freshmen." Director Chao introduced several key projects and prepared to conclude his report. Typically, at this juncture, there wouldn't be much dissent, as everyone was somewhat aware of these entrepreneurial projects. After all, the advisors needed to provide input, and they would report back to their departments. Director Xiao, I have some questions. A cool voice interjected. Teacher Liu, please proceed, he replied. I've reviewed these entrepreneurial projects and would like to inquire about the criteria we use for selection. Director Xiao furrowed his brow slightly. The primary considerations are creativity, the project prospects, feasibility, and various other factors. Is that so? As you all know, we are a small department of new media with limited personnel. Yet, we shouldn't treat our students like stepchildren, should we? Louis' voice grew increasingly frigid. Director Xiao, what do you mean by that? Director Xiao asked, clearly agitated. As Louis' words implied accusations of favoritism. We have a student who has been working on a startup since the summer, and it aligns perfectly with our new media program. He has developed a WeChat public account, which you all must be familiar with in the media field. This student has already amassed nearly 40,000 followers and ranks among the top in his niche. Louis paused momentarily, allowing the attendees a moment to comprehend, then continued. Just yesterday, I received a collaboration proposal, and the application even promised to provide part-time positions for underprivileged students. Louis' voice crescendoed. I simply wish to ask Director Xiao, what issues exist with this project? Nonsense. I have not seen anyone from your department apply for entrepreneurship, Director Xiao retorted, clearly agitated. If such a project existed, he would undoubtedly have prioritized it, not to mention its profitability. It would certainly align better with the relevant major than most projects on this list. Furthermore, the ability to offer part-time jobs was a dream opportunity for him. Louis was momentarily taken aback by Director Xiao's response. You haven't seen it? If you check, you'll find that my student has no reason to deceive me regarding such matters. Moreover, I've seen his project, and truthfully, I would find it impossible to achieve such results in such a short period. The vice principal was astonished. Louis was someone he had recruited. A master's graduate entering a prestigious 985 university. Her capabilities were beyond reproach. What struck him most was her remarkable confidence. Could an incoming freshman truly outshine her? Director Xiao, let us take a moment to investigate further. We must treat every student with seriousness. Teacher Liu, please don't be upset. New media is our focus for development in the coming years, and there will certainly be no discrimination. I fear there may have been a misunderstanding. Louis nodded in agreement. The meeting continued, but she paid little attention to the subsequent discussions as she was busy confirming the application details with Jiang Xiao via WeChat. When did you submit your application? Louis inquired. On the 4th, around noon, Jiang Xiao replied. Who received the application at that time? Louis asked. I think it was a senior, but I don't know his name, Jiang Xiao responded. All right, I understand. After the meeting concluded, Louis approached Director Xiao. Director, I apologize for my impulsive remarks earlier. Director Xiao was still somewhat irked, yet he could not maintain his displeasure now that Louis had apologized. It's fine. It's all for the sake of work, and I understand. I will verify this matter right away. Okay. I just confirmed with my student that he submitted the application on the 4th around noon, and it was received by a male student. Let us do this, Teacher Liu. Come along with me to verify the situation. In order to clear his name, Director Xiao extended the invitation, and Louis gladly accepted. The verification process was straightforward. Knowing the specific time, Director Xiao directly accessed the surveillance footage from that day. Director, that's the student I mentioned, Louis pointed at Jiang Xiao, who had just entered the office that day. As the video fast-forwarded, they both observed the confrontation that had transpired, yet the video was silent, leaving them unaware of what had occurred. Until Yao Jun placed Jiang Xiao's application form aside, there had been no issues throughout. But where's the form? The video fast-forwarded again, and Director Xiao's expression darkened significantly. In the footage, the female student who had clashed with Jiang Xiao tore the application form to shreds in front of Yao Jun and tossed it into the trash bin. The truth was now evident, and Louis remarked, I won't disturb you any longer, Director Xiao. Rest assured, Teacher Liu, I will provide you with a thorough explanation. He replied, Thank you, Director. This project holds significant importance for our new media program. I hope you understand my earlier fervor. Louis said as she took her leave. With a loud smack, Director Xiao struck the desk. Bring Yao Jun to me. A flustered Yao Jun rushed into the office, confusion quickly draining the color from his face. The following day, the school issued a notice. Yao Jun was expelled from the student council for committing a grave error and was subject to public criticism. Alongside him, a female student named Shun Qingqing was also criticized. Furthermore, Shun Qingqing's previously approved entrepreneurial project was revoked, regardless of its nature. The school would not support a student lacking in character. Jiang Xiao learned of this through a WeChat message from Louis. while he was engaged in a discussion with Jiang Xiao about how to craft the first piece of soft text. In 2012, soft articles predominantly circulated across various portal websites, forums, and blogs. The insertion felt forced. In Jiang Xiao's view, it was akin to bluntly announcing, "Hello everyone, I'm here to advertise." There was little distinction, as it essentially amounted to mindless flattery. As Jiang Xiao requested Jiang Xiao to write a trial experience, she was instructed to highlight one or two inconsequential flaws, such as the product not being particularly suitable for women over 30. This flaw was virtually irrelevant to Jiang Xiao's target demographic of college students. Another example might be that the product is somewhat pricey, which serves to underscore the brand's positioning. At the conclusion of the article, Jiang Xiao also initiated an event wherein the 30 individuals with the most likes on their comments would receive a complimentary sample for trial. Jiang Xiao, your project application has been successful. Thus, where should I commence with my first article? Chapter 14, Outstanding Project Evaluation. Jiang Xiao felt a surge of surprise, not due to the approval of his entrepreneurial project, but rather because of the latter part of that statement. The coveted dish has been served. Observing teacher Lu's performance, he realized that as long as he maintained proper positioning, the refined and delicate young woman demographic would be the urban white-collar workers. He believed that the teacher would grasp the crux. While he was adept at promotion, he was truly at a loss when it came to makeup itself. He also needed to update the other two public accounts. The New Era Women account had already amassed 30,000 followers, and it was time for a potent strategy. Those with ambition do not require instruction, while those lacking it cannot be taught. This phrase, which he had encountered in a toxic self-help book, could still contend for the top spot. Even in 2025, countless individuals would continue to regard it as a principle of truth. If he were to inadvertently expose his identity, Jiang Xiao could scarcely fathom the consequences. Tech Xiao also needed to deliver some substantive content. Jiang Xiao planned to elaborate further in his second article about the internet. Previously, he had merely provided a broad overview of the concept, and upon reviewing the readership numbers, it seemed that the audience was rather indifferent, with minimal feedback. This concept had yet to be discussed by anyone, so Jiang Xiao resolved to revisit it, allowing more individuals to associate the entire concept with Tech Xiao. When a prominent figure eventually brought it up, it would be difficult for this nascent entrepreneur to remain unnoticed. The account 100,000 Cold Jokes had already garnered 300,000 followers. Jiang Xiao was unsure how many public accounts had surpassed this figure, but he presumed there were not many. He was quite concerned that this account had already caught the attention of the WeChat public account team. Consequently, Jiang Xiao decided to seek a suitable owner for this account. While diligently planning his business, in Dormitory 306 Li Zheng, "You've really done me in this time." King Xian spot at Li Zheng. However, Li Zheng did not retaliate, as he had indeed been a bit reckless, which had led to their loss in the previous round. Presently in the dormitory, it was just him and Cheng Ziong wandering through the canyon. Shen Weichao had begun to exhibit signs of infatuation. Now, he would often hug his phone and message Dong Shui, eagerly seeking to dine with her daily. All right, it's on me. Damn it. Li Zheng spot. You owe me my win rate. It's my promotion match. You bastard, compensate me. A silver promotion match. Why get so worked up? Tomorrow I'll arrange a gathering with some fellow villagers from the dorm. How about that? You're absolutely right. It's just silver. Who the hell cares? Even if it's a master promotion match, it doesn't matter. Hee brother Erwin. Let me check. Li Jing opened his phone to initiate the arrangements. Anyone who has attended university knows how relaxed the first year studies can be, especially during the first semester. This left many students who had just emerged from the hellish grind of senior year, feeling somewhat adrift, and Yixing was among them. Chongqing University differed from others in that military training was scheduled during the National Day holiday, and the duration was shortened to a mere 7 days. After getting past the novelty of the new semester, Yixing gradually began to feel bored. She had enrolled in the School of Humanities and Law, majoring in journalism, a field predominantly occupied by females. Nonetheless, she had been recognized as the belle of her department. Whether or not she was the campus beauty was still up for debate, as many girls had yet to make their mark, especially considering Chongqing was a university with an aviation program. At this moment, she was listlessly playing with her phone in class, momentarily lost in thought as she scrolled through her intermittent chat history with Jiang Xiao. Seeing, "Do you have any plans for the weekend?" Her roommate whispered, "No, I'll probably go home." "Oh, come on, you're in college now. Why do you still go home so often? You should go out and have fun." "Where to?" Yixing was from Dachong. What was there left for her to explore? Moreover, with the weather being so hot, her enthusiasm waned. "Let us go to the bar. That guy from the sports academy we met at the last social gathering invited us to join." "A bar?" Ever since she apologized to Jiang Xiao, she and T returned to one. "I'd rather not. My boyfriend doesn't like me going to those places." "Your long-distance boyfriend?" P.S. in Yinjing. How would he know you went? The girl was curious about what kind of person Yi Xing's boyfriend was to make such a beautiful girl accept a long-distance relationship. To her, long-distance relationships meant dating when together and merely existing apart. Well, Yi Xing hesitated. I'd just go to hang out, not do anything. So it should be fine, right? To be honest, she quite enjoyed the atmosphere of bars, the complete release that came after a few drinks, and the flirtatious ambience shrouded in smoke. If only Jiang Xiao were there. Stop thinking about it. We've made plans for the weekend, okay? With her, well, already wavering. Yi Xing acquiesced. On Friday afternoon, after finishing class, Jiang Xiao hurried to a lecture hall. Today was the outstanding project evaluation. A total of 27 projects were nominated across the university, from which 6 to 8 key projects would be selected for school support. Lu Yi, as Jiang Xiao's project advisor, was also participating in this evaluation meeting. By the time Jiang Xiao arrived in class, over 10 project presentations had already concluded. In contrast to those entrepreneurial students presenting with elaborate PowerPoint slides, Jiang Xiao's preparation could be described as exceedingly simplistic. His PowerPoint consisted of only a few slides. The first was an introduction to the project, explaining what a WeChat public account was. The second slide detailed why he chose this project, where Jiang Xiao articulated the vast traffic of WeChat and the advantages of WeChat public accounts, further explaining that due to its alignment with new media, it could receive better guidance, hence the selection of this project. Lu Yi felt a slight blush creep across her face. She was hardly a mentor in the true sense, but merely a nominal figure participating to learn. Following this, he showcased the current progress of the project and presented a few screenshots from their initial collaboration to several teachers. The amounts involved were modest, yet there was indeed a demonstrated profitability. Finally, Jiang Xiao outlined his planning, stating that once this model was operational, he would successively launch several public accounts, ultimately merging them into a UGC community. Throughout the presentation, Jiang Xiao never glanced at his notes. He had not prepared extensively and delivered his thoughts without pause for the full 15 minutes, even responding to the evaluator's questions spontaneously. After bowing and stepping down, several evaluators nodded in acknowledgement, and Lu Yi beamed at Jiang Xiao as she watched him depart. That evening, the evaluation results were announced, and among the 6 key projects, Jiang Xiao's public account secured the second position. The first place was claimed by a physical store project called Kitty Cafe, which had begun renovations over the summer. It was said to involve substantial investment, strategically located at the entrance of Media West Street, with a hefty expenditure attributed to the purchase of the storefront rather than leasing it. The first weekend following military training saw the newly settled freshmen engaging in various social activities. Early Saturday morning, Jiang Xiao set out, as receiving the title of Outstanding Project meant he could access school support. This necessitated establishing a legal entity, so registering a company became his immediate priority. In Yinjing, this process was remarkably straightforward. After consulting with an intermediary, Jiang Xiao clearly outlined his requirements, naming the company Jiang Xiao Technology Company, Limited. A minor complication arose regarding the ICP, as obtaining an Internet Information Service license was mandatory for engaging in information dissemination activities. Fortunately, the platform of the Communication University is available, so it is not a significant issue. By the time Jiang Xiao finished his errands, it was already past lunchtime. He calculated the cash in hand, which was less than 20,000 yuan. Having barely been in school for less than a month, he couldn't help but wish for a wealthy benefactress to generously bestow upon him 6 million. The 3 rascals from room 306 were preparing for their expedition. Cheng Zong reattached his Longines watch and donned a full outfit from Jack Jones. Aside from being overweight, he exuded a hint of British style. Li Zheng had also made a special effort to dress up today, indicating that this classmate had something noteworthy about him. Shen Weichao, however, appeared somewhat disheartened. His relationship with Dong Shui had hit a snag. Such is the nature of university relationships. Intense at first, only to retreat with equal fervor. Chapter 15, Chin Bost Misadventure. After hastily finding a place to have lunch, Jiang Xiao returned to the dormitory at 2:30 in the afternoon. He knocked for quite a while, but received no response. Jiang Xiao, they've gone out, a male classmate from the opposite dormitory remarked. What? They left? Jiang Xiao was at a loss for words. He had only taken his phone and wallet when he left that morning. Damn it, on such a sweltering day. Where could those 3 rascals have gone? Jiang Xiao picked up his phone, preparing to call Cheng Zong, but unexpectedly noticed an incoming call from Chun Bo. What's up? Ah Xiao, I need to borrow some money. What? The semester just started a few days ago, and you've already run out? Yeah. Jiang Xiao frowned. Chun Bo's tone was unusually somber, unlike his usual demeanor. It had only been 20 days since the semester began, and there was still half a month of military training to endure. Jiang Xiao was well aware of how much money Chunbo had when he arrived. Having sold his notes, he had received over 5,000 yuan, and his father had provided fund for his driver's license. Considering the considerable distance from Yanjing, Chunbo's parents had given him a meager amount for living expenses, so he should have had at least a few thousand yuan when the semester began. What have you done? I told you to be careful. Jiang Xiao felt a pang of concern. I wasn't reckless. If you weren't reckless, how did you spend so much? Hurry up and tell me what you did with the money. Chunbo was Jiang Xiao's childhood friend, and before coming to Yanjing, his parents had repeatedly urged Jiang Xiao to keep an eye on him. Are you going to tell me or not? If not, I'll call your mom. Xiao, I've been scammed, boo-hoo. Chunbo, a grown man, surprisingly began to whimper. Scammed? By whom? A female classmate? I don't think she is a student. It was the other day. Chunbo started to recount the details of his unfortunate encounter. Not long after the semester commenced, Chunbo purchased a second-hand assembled computer from a senior. One evening, he received a QQ message in a bottle, and out of curiosity, he opened it. A pure-looking female studentess avatar greeted him. I'm in Yanjing, feeling lonely, looking for friends. Seeing the avatar, Chunbo felt a rush of excitement. Girls majoring in logistics were already rare, and the naive Chunbo promptly replied, Hello, I just arrived in Yanjing. What's your name? To his surprise, he received an immediate response. Lily, and you? What brings you to Yanjing? Chunbo, I'm a freshman. Oh, I'm also a university student. Where are you? After a brief exchange, they transitioned from the message bottle to WeChat. Aside from the first day, Lily had been somewhat indifferent in her responses over the next few days, occasionally hinting at wanting to meet. However, Chunbo was preoccupied with military training and had no time to spare. Once military training concluded, Chunbo checked his class schedule and, seizing the opportunity of having no classes on Wednesday afternoon, arranged to meet Lily. With excitement, he finally met Lily in Wangjing, who was stunningly attractive in a tight-fitting t-shirt and a super short skirt, her thighs gleaming in the sunlight, making Chunbo's heart race. After walking under the sun for less than 5 minutes, Lily exclaimed that it was too hot outside and suggested finding a place to sit for a while. Chunbo readily agreed, and by chance, they stopped in front of small KTV. Lily proposed they go sing a few songs, as it was air-conditioned inside, and they could enjoy some privacy in a booth, just the two of them. With a slightly shy yet flirtatious glance, Lily captivated Chunbo completely. With money in his pocket, he felt emboldened. How much could a KTV cost? He thought, and without a second thought, he entered. The KTV was on the second floor, dimly lit and sparsely populated. Aside from the staff, Chunbo saw no other customers, likely due to the time of day. Lily seemed familiar with the place, guiding Chunbo into a booth. After chatting for a few minutes, a server arrived with the drink menu. Chunbo, feeling dazed, was soon trapped into spending several thousand yuan, only realizing he might have been scammed when he left. In 2012, the practice of scamming through alcohol was rampant in Yanjing, primarily targeting innocent freshmen like Chunbo. Are you an idiot? You're driving me crazy. Jiang Xiao had arrived in Yanjing when such scams had largely faded away. He had never encountered such low-level tricks, having only heard colleagues mention them. How was I to know? What the hell are you saying? Do you even remember where that place is? In the past few days, Jiang Xiao had been so busy that he had almost forgotten about this fool. Who could have anticipated that he would be scammed so soon? What does that mean? Forget it. We're in Yanjing and unfamiliar with the area, so let's not provoke those people. Did they hit you? No, they just threatened me. They didn't actually lay a hand on me. Jiang Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, but remained furious. All right, we'll settle this score eventually. Give me your card number, stay put at school, and if you're bored, come to my school to check out the girls, understood? As Jiang Xiao grew increasingly angry, he scolded Chunbo for another 5 minutes before hanging up. Unable to enter the dormitory, and without the means to transfer money online, Jiang Xiao had no choice but to make a trip to the bank. Fortunately, he had brought his wallet and other essentials. The school bank was not crowded on weekends, and Jiang Xiao transferred 1,000 yuan to Chunbo, advising him to spend it wisely. After handling everything, he received another call from Li Zheng. Old 3, what are you up to? Want to grab a coffee? Rewinding an hour, the trio from room 306, taking advantage of Jiang Xiao's absence, hurriedly left the dormitory and met up with 4 unfamiliar girls. Li Zheng, you made it. Oh, you have another person in your dorm? The girl introduced herself as Tian Chao Chao, a high school classmate of Li Zheng, though not from the same class. Beautiful and charming. She came from a family that could barely be considered middle class in Yanjing, as her parents had purchased a flat in the city specifically for their daughter's education. Oh, he has something to do, so he wants to be joining us. Let me introduce you. This is Shun Wei Chao, and this is Cheng Xiang. Hello. Nice to meet you. The 3 greeted Tian Chao Chao, who in turn introduced her friends. This is Xin Shi, this is Xiao Linghan, and this is Nian Nanchi. Nanchi is also from Yinjing. Jiang Xiao pointed to a girl wearing a mask. Nanchi has a bit of a cold today, so please don't mind her. No worries. The three from room 306 thought, noting that aside from the masked girl, the other two were also quite beautiful, feeling that their outing was well worth it. When it was Nian Nanchi's turn to greet them, she gracefully removed her mask from her face. In that instant, the three felt as if time had come to a standstill. Even the blazing sun seemed to dim in comparison. The girl had long, soft chestnut-colored hair cascading down her shoulders with naturally curled tips. Beneath her elegantly arched brows were eyes that sparkled with clarity, the corners subtly tinted with a delicate blush, radiating a gentle and focused gaze. Her straight nose and naturally rosy lips accentuated her face, which was adorned with just a touch of makeup, rendering her exquisitely beautiful. A pair of elegantly minimalist earrings swayed gently with her movements, while a similarly understated silver chain adorned her slender neck. She wore a silk blouse with a pale gray base, adorned with subtle floral patterns, its simple design exuding a sense of cleanliness and sophistication. Below her perfectly proportioned A4 waist, she donned a pair of hot pants, her long, straight legs rivaling the purity of snow. On her feet, a pair of white, jeweled high-heeled sandals complemented her delicate toes, painted in a vibrant red polish. Hello everyone, my name is Nian Nanchi. The girl's slightly husky voice resonated. Chapter 16. The Sorrow of the Three Musketeers. The group remained momentarily speechless, preoccupied with thoughts of Wang Yao, Dong Shui, and Lu Yuqi, who was the class flower. It hardly mattered at all. Soon, the initial awe transformed into a sense of awkwardness. Gazing into the girl's seemingly expressive eyes, the self-proclaimed romantics in the dormitory found themselves stumbling over their words. And yeah, classmate, hello. Nian Nanchi playfully tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear and pulled her mask back over her face. Shall we find somewhere to grab a drink? It's too hot outside, suggested Shenwei Chao. Sure, let us go to Kitty. The ambience is nice, and there's air conditioning, proposed the girl Xianxi, as several pairs of eyes turned toward Nian Nanchi. Her sweet voice emerged from behind a mask. Sounds good. Let us go there. The group quickly made their way to the Kitty Cafe at the west gate of the school. The cafe was spacious, approximately 50 square meters, with dim lighting that created a cozy, laid-back atmosphere, clearly emulating a certain popular coffee chain. Let us sit over there. Jiang Xiao led the group to a secluded corner with a plush sofa. Nian Nanchi approached the counter, where Li Zheng intended to follow, thinking it inappropriate for a girl to pay. However, he was pulled back by Jiang Xiao. Once seated, Li Zheng wanted to say something, but Jiang Xiao interjected. This cafe is owned by Nanchi. Just bring more people to support it in the future. Cheng Xiang's lips twitched. What a remarkable girl. He fancied himself a wealthy second generation, but running a cafe? One could tell a significant investment had been made just by observing the surroundings. Nian Nanchi returned with several cups of coffee, followed by a staff member carrying more drinks. I ordered the new products for you all to try. Thank you. That's too generous. With the arrival of the coffee, Jiang Xiao became the catalyst for the conversation, and Li Zheng gradually regained his jovial demeanor. Laughter and cheerful chatter filled the air, with Xianxi and Xiao Linghan, the two girls, easily engaging in conversation with Cheng Xiang and Shenwei Chao. As their discussions shifted from the cafe to entrepreneurship, one said, "It seems our absent roommate has ventured into business as well. Though I wonder if she has applied for the school support." School support isn't granted to just any project, Xianxi chimed in softly. Indeed, one must first pass the preliminary review, followed by selection to earn the title of an outstanding project to receive school support. Xiao Linghan added, "Our Nanchi's Cafe has achieved first place among the outstanding projects. It's the first time a freshman has earned this honor." Really? That's incredible. The group was taken aback. What is your roommate's project? Nian Nanchi inquired. Her interest piqued due to her own entrepreneurial endeavors. It seems to be. Suddenly, a mature-looking boy approached, interrupting Li Zheng before he could finish. Dressed in a gray suit with a tie on a sweltering day, he exuded the aura of a business elite. "Hello, Su Xiuzhang, just chatting with friends." Nian Nanchi replied politely. "Since I have nothing pressing and it's too hot outside, I just met with a few investors. Mind if I join you for a chat?" The boy casually boasted. "Investors?" Xianxi and Linghan were bewildered. "Yes. My entrepreneurial project from last year, an instant UGC campus interest live streaming platform. It was the first place winner for outstanding projects last year. And with the school's support, the platform has been almost fully established and has begun trial operations." Su Lingyun's gaze fell on the masked girl as he spoke, a smile curling his lips. "There are a few investors interested in discussing it with me." "Wow, senior, so your project has attracted investors already? That's impressive." "Nanchi, do you know Su Xiuzhang?" Yes, Su Xiuzhang is the vice president of the Entrepreneurship Association. No wonder he is so impressive. He is the president. Su Xiuzhang adjusted his glasses modestly. It's nothing. Our school has been a national pilot for entrepreneurship in recent years, which is why this association was established not long ago. However, it's quite robust. Many alumni have become high-level executives or even CEOs. Many aspire to join the association. But we follow an elite route, so we implement a recommendation system. Recommended classmate. With every gesture, Su Lingyun exuded the air of a successful mogul. He was already quite handsome, but in a suit, he appeared mature, confident, and elegant. Jiang Xiao couldn't help but praise impressive. At this moment, Xi and Qi and Linghan were somewhat dazzled by the radiance emanating from Su Lingyun. Senior, what exactly is that interest live streaming platform you mentioned? It sounds fascinating. Xi and Qi probed further. It's quite simple. Our slogan is, use your lens to illuminate every wonderful moment on campus. Let the world see the truest media flair. It represents the forefront of current internet trends. Nevertheless, let's not delve too deeply into entrepreneurial matters, Cheng Xiang scoffed, having intended to show off his watch to Xi and Qi, but now feeling overshadowed by this newcomer. Li Zheng and Xin Weichao were equally displeased. Anyone would feel uncomfortable with an unfamiliar male trying to impress a beautiful girl right in front of them. Although they were self-aware enough not to consider themselves capable of pursuing such a radiant girl, witnessing this pretentious individual attempting to catch her attention was quite irksome. Most troubling was the flicker of interest in Nian Nanxia's eyes. Yet, no one cared about the trio's feelings as Xi and Qi and Xiao Linghan were captivated by the lofty slogans, gasping in admiration. Wow, that sounds incredibly interesting. Look, everyone has a camera on their phones these days, especially at our media university, where everyone has a creative urge. Our app captures this pain point. As they watched this illustrious senior commanding attention, exuding confidence as if the world revolved around him, the trio felt utterly disheartened. Cheng Xiang muttered curses under his breath and quietly told Li Zheng, this pompous senior, didn't he just say entrepreneurial discussions were meaningless? Li Zheng shot a glance at this foolishness. Can't you see? He is just putting on show. What can we do? Should you say something too? Ding, ding, ding. Li Zheng glanced at his phone. It's the third one. He answered the call. What? You forgot your keys? Oui. Li Zheng assessed the situation and, gritting his teeth, said, we're at the Kitty Cafe by the West Gate. Come on over. Seeing Cheng Xiang's expression, Li Zheng hung up. With this situation, does it really matter whether the third one comes or not? Cheng Xiang thought to himself, damn it. I truly wish Lao San would come and teach this lesson. But after a moment's reflection, he shook his head. Just listen. It's $1 trillion market. Chapter 17. Vice President of the Entrepreneurship Association. Kitty Cafe. Jiang Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this the very project that ranked first? At the West Gate, Jiang Xiao located the Kitty Cafe, which was easy to find, as it stood out like a crane among a flock of wild chickens on the bustling street. After observing for a moment at the entrance, Jiang Xiao pushed the door open and scanned the interior, spotting 3 foolish dogs in the corner. What are you doing here? Jiang Xiao directed his gaze towards Li Jingdao, and upon noticing 4 girls, he instantly understood. 3 girls were barely scoring 6 out of 10, and the one wearing a mask likely wasn't too much better off. After all, who in this day and age could be a beautiful girl hiding behind a mask? The group of girls also turned their attention towards Jiang Xiao, with Tian Chao Chao casting a questioning glance at Li Zheng. Li Zheng introduced, this is our dorm's Lao San. Come, Lao San, let me introduce you. This is my high school classmate. These are her roommates. Upon hearing Li Zheng's introduction, Jiang Xiao politely remarked, oh, so you're the girlfriend of Erga. Hello, hello. Tian Chao Chao's face flushed slightly upon hearing this, while Li Zheng felt awkward and hastily interjected, Lao San. What nonsense are you spouting? Just classmates. Jiang Xiao mused to himself. Serves you right for arranging dates behind my back. Oh, my apologies, sister-in-law. You all take your time chatting. I just need to grab a key. A snort of laughter escaped from the girl wearing the mask. The other 2 girls also giggled discreetly, while Tian Chao Chao shot an unfriendly glance directed at Li Zheng. How did you introduce me in the dorm? Li Zheng cursed inwardly, but then thought, Lao San, don't be in such a hurry. Aren't you also starting a business? This senior is the vice president of the Entrepreneurship Association, and I've heard that investors are interested in his project. You should listen. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiao was taken aback. Wow, a student securing investment? That's remarkable. He immediately sat down. Senior, please continue. I would love to learn. Su Lingyun, feeling more enthusiastic with the growing audience, repeated the content he had covered earlier for Jiang Xiao's benefit. UGC Interest Live streaming platform? Captivating terms spilled from Su Lingyun's lips. Real-time interaction, UGC, sharing media value. A platform for media professionals, the new media wave, leaving the girls somewhat bewildered. The two infatuated girls chimed in. Wow, that sounds fascinating. It's so cool. At first, Jiang Xiao listened intently. To conceive a live streaming project in 2012 indeed required foresight. The industry truly exploded around 2015 when the internet environment and hardware were adequate to support it. However, when this senior mentioned meeting an investor today, with his project valued over $5 million and an intention to invest $1 million, Jiang Xiao nearly choked. Don't be misled by the million. It might only last for half a year. Advertising costs are exorbitant. Su Lingyun was already planning how to allocate the $1 million. We'll also need to expand the team, and if you ladies are interested, you can come and give it a try. Jiang Xiao couldn't suppress his laughter any longer, even though he hadn't consumed anything. My apologies. Hearing the Senior S project has truly opened my eyes. I'm quite impressed. However, I'm in a bit of a rush, so I'll take my leave now. Jiang Xiao clasped his hands together, requesting Li Zheng to hand him the key. Damn it, you wasted 10 minutes of my time. Why the rush, Lao San? Aren't you also working on a project? Let the senior offer you some advice. Li Zheng sought to avenge the embarrassment he just faced. Forget it, compared to the Senior S grand project. Mine seems hardly worth mentioning. Su Lingyun, however, kindly interjected, no worries, Junior. Feel free to share your project. I might be able to offer you some insights. I frequently guide newcomers in the association. Spare me. You're putting on quite the act. Jiang Xiao could hardly tolerate it. Su Lingyun was taken aback, not immediately grasping the situation, while the two girls beside him were displeased. How can you speak like that? Senior Su is kindly offering you guidance. And you respond this way? Su Lingyun regained his composure, his lips twitching slightly. Attempting to appear magnanimous, he said, forget it. Today, as freshmen are all like this. Pretending to know it all to seek attention. Jiang Xiao had no desire to argue with this fool. There was no benefit in it, nor were there any attractive girls present, making the time spent feel wasteful. He urged Li Zheng to hurry up and hand over the key. Cheng Xiang, however, was beginning to catch on. While he didn't understand the project, he understood Jiang Xiao and sensed something was amiss. Third brother, just listen. After all, it's not like you have anything else to do. I'll treat you to coffee. Enough. It's a waste of time listening to this fool brag. I'd rather head back and brag to you, guaranteed to be 1,000 times better than his nonsense. Jiang Xiao showed no mercy, and the atmosphere fell silent. Su Lingyun's expression darkened. Who are you calling a braggart? Do you even know what the internet is? Do you know what UGC is? You're utterly clueless. Jiang Xiao was truly exasperated. What did you eat for lunch to get this way? With that, Cheng Xiang erupted, spraying his coffee all over Li Zheng. Li Zheng, too, felt uncomfortable, while Shun Weichao had his head down, his 180 centimeters frame trembling like a sieve. Su Lingyun shot a disdainful glance at Jiang Xiao. I want to waste my breath arguing with you. If you want to leave, then leave quickly. Nieshuejia, your cafe project is excellent in all aspects. But I believe it would benefit from some internet thinking. Jiang Xiao, who had been rummaging through Li Zheng's pockets, looked up. You're the one with the top-ranking project? Are you a relative of the school leaders? Nian Nanchi was taken aback by Jiang Xiao's question. What do you mean? Why do you ask that? Then how did you manage to secure the top rank? The higher a project ranks, the more support it receives from the school. Jiang Xiao wasn't envious of the top position, but rather the funding that came with it. He truly was out of money. Enough. Junior, please stop acting crazy here. Shuejia's project deserves its top rank. What do you know? Hurry and leave. Su Lingyun was also growing weary of Jiang Xiao. What does it have to do with you? Your so-called UGC live streaming project is nothing but garbage. Don't you have any self-awareness? What did you say? Su Lingyun was thoroughly enraged, and the tension in the room escalated. Li Zheng and Tian Chao, sensing the situation, hurried to mediate. As this gathering was orchestrated by the two of them, and they needed to maintain the peace. All right, we need to keep the face of Ergo and Saw intact. I'll take my leave now. Stop right there. Clarify your words. On what basis do you criticize my project? Su Lingyun assumed Jiang Xiao was trying to slip away using this opportunity. He was quite confident in his eloquence, as he had secured last year's outstanding project with just a PPT. I've seen shamelessness, but never such shamelessness. Since you've brought it upon yourself, I want to hold back. Otherwise, you might just deceive yourself. Chapter 18, Hanging Up to Strike. Jiang Xiao slowly sat back down, first gesturing for Li Zheng and Tian Chao to take a seat as well. Lao Si, you mentioned treating us to coffee. Let us go. This coffee is ridiculously expensive. Damn it. Cheng Xiang regretted his offer to buy coffee. Jiang Xiao glanced at the expressions of those present. The two infatuated girls looked on with disdain. Tian Chao appeared somewhat awkward, and the masked girl's expression was obscured, but her eyes reflected her displeasure. This was only natural, having not reacted initially. Jiang Xiao's earlier remarks implied that her project had secured the top position through connections. As for the three rascals, apart from the complexity etched on Li Zheng's face, the other two wore expressions that exuded a sense of gleeful anticipation. So, you just mentioned that the venture capitalist valued your project at 5 million, correct? Indeed. Is there a problem? Do you find it hard to believe? Let me tell you, a creative idea in the internet sphere is worth precisely that. All right, let me ask you, do you possess the necessary licenses? Su Lingyun paused for a moment, bewildered. Licenses? That's not important. Not important? Without a broadcasting license, how can you possibly go live? Do you have any idea what a single license costs these days? Su Lingyun's face turned slightly awkward. He genuinely had no clue. He had heard of broadcasting licenses, but thought they must be similar to a business license. Surely, he could just find an intermediary to assist. How much could a single license possibly cost? He could deal with it when the project went live. Jiang Xiao was at a loss for words. You truly dare to deceive, don't you? A broadcasting license now costs at least around 800,000. You just mentioned needing 1 million for financing. What exactly do you intend to do with it? Su Lingyun's eyes widened in shock. How much? 800,000? He wore a look of sheer confusion. The two infatuated girls, waiting for their senior to teach Jiang Xiao a lesson, were equally stunned by Su Lingyun's expression. Secondly, do you have any understanding of the current mobile internet speed? What is the download speed of 3G? Have you ever tested it? Do you know the bandwidth requirements for large-scale real-time video streaming? Jiang Xiao continued. Don't even mention supporting 5000 viewers. Do you know how much the bandwidth costs for 50 streams? Su Lingyun's face flushed crimson from his neck to his ears. And even the cool cafe, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Trying to maintain composure, his voice became unnaturally high-pitched and rushed. These are trivial matters once I secure the investment. Trivial matters? A smooth live stream requires a bitrate of at least 800 kbps, doesn't it? Even if there's just one live room for 5000 viewers, while all other rooms are closed, a 30 bandwidth redundancy is essential. Therefore, for just that one live room, the monthly bandwidth cost will exceed 500,000. How much did you say you were looking to raise? Jiang Xiao picked up the coffee that Cheng Zong had just purchased, took a sip, and grimaced at the bitterness. Is this an iced Americano? The two girls, who had been anticipating a rebuttal from their senior, were now utterly bewildered, their mouths agape and eyes wide, shifting back and forth between Jiang Xiao and their senior. Tian Chao and Nian Nanshi exchanged glances, their expressions conveying a shared understanding that only they could decipher. Jiang Xiao, undeterred by Su Lingyun's silence, pressed on. Thirdly, even if you had the licenses and sufficient funds, I just heard you mention your organizational structure. There's neither risk management nor content review in place. Do you realize the magnitude of risk involved? The live streaming features you described sound appealing, but fundamentally, it resembles an uncontrollable public restroom message board. Do you comprehend that? Li Zheng kicked Jiang Xiao gently. There are girls present. Mind your tone. The trio from 306, witnessing Jiang Xiao's condescending demeanor, could only surmise the situation. It resembled the expression of someone who, in their eagerness to seize the moment, was sent back to the fountain by a mere flick of a finger. Cheng Zong could hardly contain his laughter, his face reddening as he stifled his amusement. Oh, my apologies. Any emotionally charged student seeking attention or harboring ulterior motives can go live. What will you do when they stream illicit content? Let us not even discuss the inhumane or antisocial content. If someone airs an artistic film featuring a certain actress on your platform, what will you do? The penalty for disseminating such content could be a minimum of 3 years. With just your team, can you monitor dozens or even hundreds of streams that could go live at any moment? Do you have any idea how substantial the review costs are? Su Lingyun's complexion shifted from red to ashen. His face drained of color as sweat trickled down his cheeks, his lips dry, and he found himself incessantly swallowing. Deep down, he realized he had hit a brick wall. The two infatuated girls also grasped the gravity of the situation, their faces flushing with embarrassment, expressions shifting to discomfort as they bit their straws and looked down, seemingly sharing in their senior's humiliation. Tian Chao had little genuine interest in entrepreneurship. Her enthusiasm was solely to support Nian Nanshi, with whom she had forged a close friendship over the past month. At this moment, she mirrored Li Zheng and the others, wearing an expression of amusement. As for Nian Nanshi, her initial anger had dissipated. Jiang Xiao delivered a final blow. Furthermore, your model is utterly nonsensical. Do you truly believe that relying on meager incentives to enhance UGC content quality will yield results? Brother, are you living in a fantasy? After the initial novelty wears off, 90 of live streams will devolve into low-quality, meaningless snippets. You think advertisers will want to promote on a platform rife with spit, charging for official live streams? Do you think others are foolish? Wouldn't it be more worthwhile to spend that money on trending topics on Weibo? Jiang Xiao spat dismissively. And you dare to approach investors? My project is valued at 5 million. How about 500 billion? I'm in. I have something to attend to. I must take my leave. Su Lingyun could no longer remain seated. The only thought racing through his mind was to exit swiftly, nearly fleeing the cafe. What? Leaving already? I haven't finished speaking. Jiang Xiao expressed disappointment. Was that all it took to deter him? Ha ha! The trio from 306, who had been holding back their laughter, erupted in unison. This feels incredible, absolutely exhilarating. Cheng Xiang mocked Su Lingyun's earlier tone. The investors are particularly optimistic about my project. They're prepared to invest 1 million. Ha ha ha. Tian Chao giggled uncontrollably. Shun Weichao clapped Jiang Xiao on the shoulder. I believe you should take over as president of the Entrepreneurship Association. All right, that should be sufficient. I'm heading back now. Take your time drinking. Jiang Xiao retrieved his keys, preparing to return to his dormitory. Wait, Jiang Xiao, is that you? Niananchi called out, halting him. She recalled the words Jiang Xiao had initially spoken. What is your surname? Niananchi. Oh, Niananchi. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. I must take my leave. Stop. What do you intend to do? Are you running a black shop? Jiang Xiao was taken aback. This masked girl had risen to block his path. Uft. You're the one running a black shop. You still haven't clarified your stance. All right. You know whether this cafe has been profitable these days, don't you? My review can be summed up in 4 words. What 4 words? Jiang Xiao stared at the bright-eyed girl as she uttered the 4 words. Foolish people with money. Chapter 19. Foolish people with money. Upon hearing those 4 words, Niananchi's previously narrowed eyes widened in astonishment. Cough, what did you say? Jiang Xiao held his coffee, tilting his head and remaining silent, simply gazing at Niananchi. Behind them, Li Zheng and Cheng Zong whispered amongst themselves. What do you think the third one would react if he saw her appearance? Cheng Xiang chuckled. Ha, I bet he would kneel down. Shun Weichao added. We ought to give him a lesson. Li Zheng nodded. Third one, don't rush. Come sit with us and share. I'm not her father. I'm not teaching her anything. Niananchi felt a bit suffocated with anger, compounded by her mask, making it hard to breathe. You were just talking nonsense. I've designed this place to emulate Starbucks while incorporating many campus elements. Haha. Then why do you think Starbucks has never opened a store in schools? Niananchi paused, having pondered that question before, but never arriving at a conclusion. Ultimately, she could only attribute it to Starbucks not yet recognizing the student market. Enough. Your provocations won't work on me. Cheng Zong stood up, pulling Jiang Xiao back to his seat. Third one. Next week, let me treat you to breakfast. Will you tell us more? Really? Absolutely. Your longins is collateral here. Leave, eat if you like. Forget it, now that we've come this far. I still need to give some face to the 306 rascals. Seeing a few girls looking on with innocent curiosity, Jiang Xiao slowly began to speak. Firstly, the ambience here is indeed quite pleasant, reminiscent of a laid-back Starbucks. Jiang Xiao cast a glance around. Tian Chao had also pulled Niananchi back to her seat and spoke on her behalf. Then why do you say Nanchi is foolish? Because it's too good. Hence, it has become trash. The others were momentarily taken aback. Too good, thus it is trash? Noticing their bewildered expressions, he continued. Let me ask you, what is your monthly living allowance? Upon reaching Cheng Xiang's territory, he took the initiative to respond. 3,000 to 4,000, just enough to get by. Get lost. You're a rich second generation. That doesn't count. Jiang Xiao spat, spoiled rich kid. In 2012, the living expenses for an average university student were roughly around 1,000. Even in Yinjing, it could hardly exceed 1,500. Xin Shi, hailing from an ordinary family in another province, provided a fair figure. 1,200. You see, with a monthly allowance of 1,200 and a cup of coffee costing 30, and there are even those priced at 35, who do you think can afford that? Jiang Xiao picked up the bill and remarked, don't be deceived by the influx of new students. They're merely here to try something novel. How many returning customers can there be? You can fill up on 15 at the cafeteria with 2 meals and a cup of coffee. Jiang Xiao set down the bill. Thus, from the very beginning, the direction of this establishment was misguided. This shop occupies approximately 50 square meters, setting aside the initial investment, rent, employee salaries, raw material costs. Utilities. Each day must generate at least 5,000 to barely break even. How much are you selling daily now? Secondly, the arrangement is entirely misguided. The ambience of a certain Starbucks is tailored for business discussions, quick refreshment for young professionals, and pretentious middle-class youths. They demand high quality and privacy in their environment. However, what do students seek? I drink coffee merely to stay awake while cramming for papers, preparing for exams, or editing assignments. What I need is a cheap, comfortable place where I can linger for an extended period. The decor is overly lavish yet dimly lit. If not for sheer folly, who would spend their money here? Jiang Xiao paused for a moment, feeling he had said enough. In truth, there were still numerous issues, such as marketing and promotional activities, which he had yet to observe. Taking a sip of the bitter iced Americano, he noted one crucial point. The Chinese generally do not favor bitter coffee. Most merely consume it to stave off fatigue. The group of 306 nodded in agreement. The initial coffee had been treated to them by Nian Nanshi, so they hadn't noticed. It was only when Cheng Zong went to buy coffee for Jiang Xiao that he felt a slight pang of guilt. Tian Chao Chao and the others felt somewhat awkward. They had no understanding of the market, let alone user preferences and cost calculations. Nian Nanshi understood a little, but not much. This prime location sees at least 8,000 people passing by daily. Based on a coffee price of 30, they would need to attract at least 3 customers to make a profit. There are many more issues I want to list one by one. These 2 are already tantamount to a death sentence. Jiang Xiao slurped another sip of iced coffee, standing up again, preparing to take his leave. These girls were not worth his time. Damn! Nian Nanshi, increasingly frustrated, removed her mask to get some fresh air. Jiang Xiao felt a jolt in his heart, staring blankly. Li Zheng and the others had turned a deep shade of crimson, leaning on the table, their hands twisting their thighs, forcing themselves not to laugh. Observing their reactions, Jiang Xiao realized that these cunning individuals had already known and were merely waiting to see him make a fool of himself. He silently cursed. Are you out of your mind? Why were a woolen mask looking like that? The saying fools have money really isn't unjust. Fine, let us add beauty into the equation. Wait a moment, a sweet and naive rich girl. Why does this persona seem familiar? Oh my, the beginning is a bit of a mess. I can't leave. He is definitely worth wasting time on. But now that he was already standing, what to do? Jiang Xiao's eyes suddenly caught sight of the girl's phone on the table. It seemed to be a 4 of 4s. He quickly turned his gaze. Hey, is that a 4 or a 4s? Nian Nanshi glanced at this somewhat mischievous troublemaker and mumbled 4s. Jiang Xiao had a 4, but what did it matter? He immediately said, just like mine, I'm not very tech savvy. My phone seems to have a few issues lately. Could you help me take a look? Jiang Xiao pulled out his phone and handed it to Nian Nanshi. She was a bit taken aback. Why was this person so strange? However, out of politeness, she accepted it. Having used iPhones since the 3GS, she was fairly adept. Unlocking the screen, Jiang Xiao timed it perfectly by saying, 0401, my birthday. Nian Nanshi rolled her eyes. Who would care if it were your birthday? She entered the unlock code and started checking sound, camera, swiping, and scrolling. Everything seemed fine. There's no issue. Classmate. Jiang Xiao feigned confusion. That can't be. If there's no problem, why can't I find your contact information? Tian Chao Chao was the first to burst out laughing, and the 3 from 306 reached their limit, erupting in laughter simultaneously. Nian Nanshi was utterly speechless, both exasperated and amused. She had encountered requests for WeChat and phone numbers countless times, but this was the first time in such a manner. Cheng Zong looked astounded. You really are something? Third brother. I could never learn such audacity. Nian Nanshi, holding the phone, somewhat defiantly retorted to Jiang Xiao. What? You want the WeChat a fool too? Ha ha ha. Tian Chao Chao finally laughed out loud, and the 2 girls beside her seemed to have forgotten the earlier awkwardness, stifling giggles. Nian Nanshi nudged Tian Chao Chao and turned back to Jiang Xiao, waiting for his response. Jiang Xiao's mind raced, various strategies flashing through his mind, only to be dismissed one by one, ultimately deciding to take a bold risk. Chapter 20, A Bet. Without a hint of embarrassment, Jiang Xiao stated, I merely wish to see when your establishment will go under. At that point, I shall step in to take over and show you how a coffee shop should be run. Since he had already offended her, he might as well go all in. Girls like Nian Nanshi never lack for admirers, and the counter-strategy would surely have no market in the future. However, in 2012, it would at least distinguish him from the vast majority of boys. His second statement also revealed an underlying message. He had ideas to revitalize this coffee shop. You're boasting, and you're mistaken. As long as I have a daily flow of around 3,000, I can still be profitable. Impossible. This place is all mine, so I don't need to pay rent. Damn, so extravagant? And what then? Not needing to pay rent doesn't mean there are no costs. Why not just lease the shop and be a decorative piece? This statement struck a nerve with Nian Nanshi. Throughout her life, she had been cherished like a precious gem. Her parents indulged her, teachers cared for her, and boys always helped her. Due to her affluent background and generous nature, most girls maintained a good relationship with her. However, Not everyone is fond of you simply because you're well off. In high school, there was a girl who didn't get along with her. Apart from family background and looks, this girl excelled in all other aspects, better grades, superior abilities, and even more adept in arguments. During their disputes, the most common retort directed at her was, "You're merely a pretty vase. Everything you have is given by your parents. What do you possess on your own?" In 2025, a girl would likely accept such a statement with ease. Even if someone called her a mere ornament, she would probably take it as a compliment. However, at this moment, Niananshi felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation, which was precisely the motivation behind her entrepreneurial venture of opening a coffee shop before the school year commenced. You're merely a decorative vase. Jiang Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Me? A decorative vase? Has someone truly labeled me as such? Am I really that handsome? He then turned his gaze earnestly towards Niananshi. Classmate, your taste is impeccable. Giggles erupted from Jiang Xiao, who was nearly in stitches beside him. Meanwhile, Niananshi's face flushed crimson with indignation as she retorted, "You want my WeChat, right? Fine, provide me with a useful suggestion, and I shall grant it to you. TCH, whether I give it or not is my prerogative. Do you have any idea how much a pragmatic business suggestion is worth?" Jiang Xiao reclaimed his phone from Niananshi's grasp, the impudent rogue even daring to stroke her delicate hand. So incredibly smooth, he mused. "You speak nonsense. Provoking me is futile. However, if you wish for a suggestion, I may consider it." Jiang Xiao stroked his chin, concocting an eccentric idea. "How about this? My roommate just mentioned providing breakfast for a week, so I'll leave that to you. Help me procure a month's worth of breakfast and deliver it to my building." Chengzong felt a shiver run down his spine upon hearing Jiang Xiao's words. If Niananshi actually agreed, having such a celestial beauty deliver breakfast to the dormitory daily was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Li Zheng and Shun Weichao shared the same sentiment, while Tian Chao looked at Jiang Xiao with a teasing glint, pondering how Niananshi could possibly accept such a condition. But as she turned to face Niananshi, her expression shifted to one of seriousness. For Niananshi appeared deep in thought, genuinely contemplating the proposal. What if it proves ineffective? You can give it a try. If it yields no results, then it shall be null and void. If it proves beneficial, you can start from the 10th of October when classes commence. Not many school days in October, right? Consider a bargain. Niananshi gazed at Jiang Xiao's confident demeanor, nodding decisively. All right, I agree. Speak. The hearts of those present tightened with anticipation. Upon witnessing Niananshi's genuine agreement, Jiang Xiao ceased to be coy. Prepare several power outlets in your shop, ideally one at each table. Then, set up Wi-Fi for patrons to connect. Finally, hang a large sign at the entrance declaring Wi-Fi available. Charging stations, free of charge. College students are often too bashful. Even those who simply come to leech off the Wi-Fi are a rarity. Thus, while this idea may not turn a profit, it will undoubtedly increase foot traffic. As soon as Jiang Xiao finished speaking, Niananshi's eyes lit up, her exquisite face adorned with a look of delight. She regarded Jiang Xiao with admiration. Despite his mischievous nature, he truly possessed some cleverness. Yet, recalling their earlier bet, she felt a twinge of discomfort. Did she really have to deliver breakfast to him for a month? Nevertheless, she decided to see if his idea would indeed prove effective. All right, this should conclude our conversation. Let us depart. Wait, Niananshi halted Jiang Xiao once more. What now? This time, Niananshi remained silent, extending her hand to snatch Jiang Xiao's phone. She unlocked it with the password she had just seen and opened WeChat. Jiang Xiao's heart inexplicably raced. Why was that? Perhaps it was the remnants of an old trauma from being checked by an ex-girlfriend. Niananshi opened Jiang Xiao's WeChat, the first message being from Chenbo, containing a bank account number. The second was from Zhang Yan, and the last displayed two simple words. All right. The third was from Zhao Taiho. At the bottom of the screen was a message from Lu Yi regarding entrepreneurial support. Niananshi did not scrutinize the messages closely. She navigated to the Add Friend page, entered her information, and clicked to add him. Then, she picked up her phone to accept the request. Jiang Xiao took back his phone, relieved that there were no scandalous messages. Although he often flirted with Zhang Yan, he noticed the WeChat ID seemed somewhat familiar. Angle? However, with so many people sharing that name, it was not surprising. Satisfied, he pocketed his phone. The two groups exited the cafe, parting ways due to their differing dormitory directions. Old 3, could you tone it down next time? Your behavior makes me, a wealthy second generation, feel utterly inconspicuous. Jiang Xiao chuckled in exasperation. If I refrain, will you feel more prominent? Besides, wasn't it you who urged me to speak more? Li Zheng patted Old 4's shoulder. Enough now. In a girls' dormitory at the Advertising Academy, Art Design Department, Tian Chao lay on her bed, messaging Li Zheng while conversing with Niananshi, who was washing her face. Nanshi, are you really going to deliver breakfast to Jiang Xiao for a month? Uft. He hasn't even proven his idea is worthwhile yet. Nanshi replied fiercely. Haha. It's the first time I've heard someone say you're foolish yet wealthy. Tian Xiao recalled, and couldn't he help but laugh heartily. You still dare to laugh? Watch me not claw your eyes out, Nanshi exclaimed, tossing aside her towel and attempting to leap onto Tian Xiao's bed. All right, I concede. But he does seem quite impressive. He knows you're the top of your project. Don't you think so? I suspect the same. Though I've forgotten what his project entails. Nanshi paused her playful banter with Tian Xiao. Tian Xiao squinted, shaking her phone. The implication was clear. Beg me. And I might help you inquire. TCH, I can ask myself, you know. Are you embarrassed to ask? Well then, since you want to chat with Li Zhang, you can ask him. Nanshi saw through Tian Xiao's intentions. You little rascal, I'll tear your mouth apart. 10 minutes later, Tian Xiao lay on her bed, exclaiming in astonishment. So that is how it is. Damn, no wonder my makeup keeps coming off. Xiao, what are you doing? Xin Qi, also lying on her bed and scrolling through her phone, inquired upon hearing Xiao's commotion. Oh, I found out about Jiang Xiao's entrepreneurial project, and I'm reading about it now. Really? What is it? Let me see. Xi and Xiao Linghan leaned in closer. Nanshi sat at the table, feigning indifference, yet her ears perked up attentively. The three girls gathered around Xiao's bed, gazing at her phone. Look at this article. I have oily skin too. Ugh, don't you all have phones? Go check for yourselves. Tian Xiao replied in exasperation. Oh, right, what is the name of it? In a frenzy for key information. Nanshi focused all her attention on hearing. Who would have thought that Tian Xiao would directly say, I'll send you the name. You can search for it yourselves. Nanshi pouted, feeling that Xiao was being mischievous. Did I wash my face wrong? No, I must wash it again. Xiao Linghan hurriedly jumped off the bed after finishing the first article. Observing the excitement of her dormitory mates, Nanshi felt a surge of curiosity. Oh no, I shared it incorrectly and accidentally sent it to Nanshi. Tian Xiao suddenly exclaimed. Chapter 21. The Second Confrontation with Lu Yi. Nanshi felt a surge of joy and quickly pulled out her phone, opening WeChat. After scrolling for what felt like ages, aside from a few messages from male classmates, she found no trace of Tian Xiao's message. As Nanshi looked up, she noticed Tian Xiao's gaze fixed on her, and she understood immediately, feeling a rush of embarrassment and irritation. You, how annoying. Xin commented with a peculiar expression. Do you Yinjing folks also say annoying? I thought only us Southern girls would say that. Tian Xiao finally regained her composure. Generally, we don't say that, but it's hard to avoid when in a relationship. Oh no, Tian Xiao, I'm going to kill you. After a few minutes of playful banter, under the authoritative presence of Nanshi, Tian Xiao finally shared Jiang Xiao's study room transformation diary with her. Subsequently, Nanshi returned to her desk, engrossed in her research. Her focus lay not on the content, but rather on the patterns exhibited in Jiang Xiao's recent entries. However, she found it difficult to comprehend the significance of such an approach. Nanshi seldom wore makeup. Aside from some sunscreen and skincare products, her complexion was flawless, fair, and rosy, with delicate features, curled eyelashes, elegantly arched brows, and large, bright eyes. Makeup seemed entirely unnecessary for her. Thus, she struggled to grasp some of Jiang Xiao's subtle sharing techniques. On Sunday, Jiang Xiao received another invitation from Lu Yi. In the single dormitory, the fragrance of gardenias lingered, accompanied by the aroma of fruit tea. Although the restroom no longer boasted its previous picturesque views, with a hint of disappointment and curiosity about Lu Yi's outfit for the day, Jiang Xiao stole a glance at the lightweight, loose-fitting silk trousers as Lu Yi poured her some water. Just before Lu Yi turned back, Jiang Xiao adjusted her expression and lazily leaned against the sofa, inquiring, Teacher Lu, what support can the school provide us? Lu Yi began to outline the options. First, there's South an incubation park in the West District where we can apply for an office space, which can serve as our commercial registration address, free of rent for the first year. Second, there are small funding supports available, but since your project is already profitable, you might not need this, right? Of course we need it. Why would we pass up free money, you spendthrift? Jiang Xiao exclaimed, growing anxious as she relied on this funding to develop the exquisite fairy account, which was far more challenging than managing the study room. Students were easy to deceive, but young professionals were not so simple. What did you just call me? Lu Yi's expression darkened. Spendthrift? It slipped out. I hear my dad say it too often. We absolutely must apply for that funding. The more, the better. Your initial seed users will definitely need to be incentivized. I can try to help you apply, though it's hard to say how much we can secure. Additionally, we might be able to exempt some taxes and receive entrepreneurial guidance, along with various resources. However, most of the resources are film-related, which may not be relevant for you. Jiang Xiao was indifferent towards the guidance, but eager to pursue resources. The more funding support we can secure, the better. Guidance isn't that crucial. But if we can acquire some resources, like professional cameras for rent, that would be beneficial. What do you need a camera for? To take photos of products, and to capture before and after makeup effects. These definitely require professional equipment. Louis pondered for a moment and nodded. All right, I'll inquire about that. If it's truly necessary, borrowing should not pose a significant issue. Jiang Xiao felt relieved. After all, how could they possibly do without Teacher Chen's equipment? She scanned the dormitory, contemplating which angles would be most favorable for photography. What else do we need? What other assistance is required? This marked Louis' first experience as a counselor and, naturally, her inaugural role as a guiding teacher. Encountering such a promising project, especially with a talent like Jiang Xiao, filled her mind entirely. Unbeknownst to her, the prodigy she admired was busy contemplating how to film a meaningful action piece. We're short on uniforms. Cough, cough. Short on personnel. Didn't we promise part-time positions? Let's prioritize students from low-income backgrounds, preferably female, and they should be at least presentable after makeup, with proficiency in Photoshop as a plus. Presentable? Why? Louis asked, puzzled. Of course, this is a beauty project. If you're not attractive yourself, how can you convince others that your public account can teach them to become beautiful? Louis felt a bit embarrassed. She hadn't considered such a straightforward point. Have you figured out how to promote it? Initially, we should focus on grassroots marketing. Without a substantial number of seed users, achieving viral growth will be challenging. Keychains likely won't work. We need something else, as well as some clever strategies. Jiang Xiao pondered seriously. What about phone cases? They have a high usage frequency and a strong presence, offering ample space for our display. Women have a significant need for changing phone cases. Drawing from her expertise, Louis offered a suggestion, satisfied with her input as a guiding teacher. No. Jiang Xiao immediately rejected Louis' proposal without a moment's hesitation. Oh, what is the reason? Louis felt a tinge of indignation, yet maintained a calm facade. Compatibility issues. There are far too many phone models on the market. If the compatibility rate is below 50, it might yield negative effects. Secondly, even if the models align, the taste differences among white-collar women are vast, which would lose us a segment of users. Thirdly, the cost. High-quality options are too expensive, while poor-quality ones would diminish our public account's prestige in women's eyes. All right, enough of that. What do you suggest we use instead? Louis retorted, exasperated. Is my idea filled with so many flaws? Jiang Xiao stood up and began to pace around the dormitory, approaching Louis' makeup table and observing the somewhat disheveled surface. Louis blushed slightly, having rushed out earlier that day without tidying up. This one will do. Jiang Xiao picked up a folding mirror, turning to Louis. This shouldn't be too expensive, has a high usage frequency, and requires no specific style, just a touch of design and quality. And for the second prize, let us include some hand cream. Autumn is approaching, and that will certainly have some market demand. The cost for a small tube won't be too high. It should suffice as a second prize. Second prize? What do you mean? A raffle. Third prize, a delicate makeup mirror. Second prize, a tube of hand cream. First prize, a complete set of premium cosmetics. How does that sound? Interested? Jiang Xiao turned to Louis, a mischievous glint in her eyes. After Jiang Xiao departed, Louis remained seated on the sofa, unable to calm her racing thoughts. The two had just discussed the fundamental aspects of the project and its development strategy. Louis felt a flush of embarrassment, recalling how Jiang Xiao had shared her insights, while Louis had asked questions to understand better. The concepts of viral event marketing, H5 marketing, and trending event marketing were somewhat familiar to her, yet the later discussions about private domains, matrices, and sharing economies left her bewildered. Moreover, the audacious young man had used grandiose justifications to pry into her personal life. Chapter 22, The Rise. Time rewound half an hour earlier. Does teacher Lou have a boyfriend? Jiang Xiao asked playfully, her curiosity piqued. She suspected something, noting that since her first day in the dormitory, she had seen no male-related items. Louis turned to face Jiang Xiao, their eyes locking. It was undeniable that there was a somewhat stern pressure emanating from her gaze. Though this was only directed at typical students. Jiang Xiao, however, remained unfazed, meeting her scrutiny with a teasing glint. That is not something a student should inquire about. Louis replied slowly. Indeed, it's not a question a student should ask. However, Teacher Liu, have you forgotten that I hold another identity? What identity? Your partner in this endeavor. Naturally, I must understand my partner's basic circumstances. I need to consider your working hours and whether your personal life might influence the project. Jiang Xiao spoke earnestly, weaving a web of nonsense. Partner? Yes. As far as I know, guiding teachers are assessed, right? You mentioned this is your first time as a counselor. You must have recently started working. Lu Yi crossed her arms over her chest. So, if this project can succeed and expand, it should significantly enhance your standing at the school, correct? Therefore, it's only reasonable for me to gather some essential information, isn't it? Expand? Huh. Jiang, do you really believe a public account can grow that large? Though the new media major has only emerged in recent years, it has already birthed several entrepreneurial ventures, albeit with rather lackluster outcomes. Jiang Xiao mused to herself. Others are others. Your elder brother Jiang is distinct. Do you truly believe this is the culmination? A public account? Surely, you do not consider this the end of the road. Moreover, Teacher Lu, do not underestimate its potential. It may very well astonish you in due course. Lu Yi paused momentarily, observing the young boy before her exuding confidence. Jiang Xiao's words resonated. As a newcomer in her probationary period, the prospect of dismal performance loomed large. While termination was not an immediate threat, a position of insignificance awaited her if she faltered. Yet, should she achieve remarkable results, her influence within the academy, and even the university, would significantly amplify. Beneath her gentle and humble exterior lay an ambition that rivaled the fiercest competitors. Otherwise, she would not have taken on the role of a counselor upon her arrival. No, Lu Yi promptly countered Jiang Xiao's assertion, thus conceding this round to Jiang Xiao, who departed with the grace of victor, leaving the vanquished to ponder a singular question. Who truly holds the mantle of teacher? Upon returning to her dormitory, Jiang Xiao immersed herself in managing the back end and responding to private messages. The soft advertisement was scheduled for release at 8 p.m. on Thursday, a time negotiated with the L'Oreal team. That very evening, the L'Oreal store experienced a modest surge in traffic, and this uptick persisted for 3 days, only gradually returning to normal by Sunday. The inaugural soft advertisement for Diary of Beauty yielded commendable results, much to the satisfaction of the L'Oreal e-commerce manager, who promptly settled the promotional fee of $3,000 and expressed eagerness for future collaborations. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Xiao also commenced cultivating her private domain, which entailed establishing a new account and forming groups. Zhang Yan, as the author, was the first to join the group, stealthily gathering feedback from fans across several circles. Through the distribution of 30 sample bottles, Jiang Xiao garnered over 2,000 new followers, bringing the total for Diary of Beauty to nearly 40,000. With her private domain encompassing over 3,000 individuals across 8 groups. They say 3 women create a spectacle. What chaos might ensue with 400 to 500 women in a single group? Jiang Xiao felt her head might explode. Sisters, may I ask why my makeup always seems to smudge? Accompanied by an image. It's too hot outside. What sunscreen do you use? I've darkened 2 shades. Anessa is great, sister. Highly recommend it. Accompanied by a photo of legs. Jiang Xiao instinctively clicked on the leg photo, only to be spotted by Cheng Xiang. Goodness. Third brother, who is this? A fan. A fan? Let me see. This was soon followed by a cascade of exclamations. What on earth? Li Zheng and Shun Weichao succumbed to temptation, joining the chorus of astonishment. Third brother, let me in. Quick. Cheng Xiang pleaded with Jiang Xia, threatening to kneel should she refuse. Li Zheng and Shun Weichao acted decisively, one restraining Jiang Xia while the other snatched her phone. For heaven's sake. You guys just created a new account and switched to a female one, was Jiang Xiao's last-ditch effort. That night, within room 306, peculiar laughter occasionally echoed through the air. Lu Yi displayed remarkable efficiency. By Tuesday, Jiang Xiao met with a candidate she had selected for a part-time position. Su Ziying, a sophomore from the College of Arts, majoring in language and culture, presented well. Though her attire was modest, her demeanor was pleasant, devoid of the typical introversion associated with many impoverished students. Accompanying the girl, Lu Yi, and the 3 ventured to the West District Incubation Building. Room 207 was designated as the entrepreneurial support base assigned to Jiang Xiao by the university. The facilities were satisfactory, with complete furnishings. This shall be our office moving forward. I will handle the necessary paperwork in the coming days. Allow me to introduce our project to you. Jiang Xiao instructed the girl to take a seat, retrieving a small whiteboard to inscribe the words WeChat public account. This is a new feature released by WeChat last month. You may perceive it as a blog within the WeChat ecosystem, distinct from Weibo. A WeChat public account exists in a relatively enclosed environment, with both advantages and disadvantages. Jiang Xia elaborated on her understanding of WeChat public accounts, while Lu Yi listened intently. Simultaneously, a topic on Weibo was igniting fervent discussions. Those with intent require no instruction, while the indifferent cannot be taught. The catalyst was a small internet celebrity with tens of thousands of followers who, upon encountering the article in her circle of friends, shared on Weibo. The demographic targeted by this influencer closely aligned with Jiang Xiao's focus on the modern woman in the workplace. Once reposted, the commentary section erupted. So insightful. Some individuals, no matter how much heart you pour into them, remain unaffected. Save your energy. Applicable in both the workplace and relationships. It's crucial to discern early on when one is merely casting pearls before swine. This is enlightening. Understanding this principle early on could spare one from 80 of heartache. Modern women? Which prominent figure is this? As a seasoned self-media host, Jiang Xiao always included a disclaimer at the end of each article. Repost with attribution. The key to an article's virality often lies in the controversy it generates. For every endorsement, there exists opposition. Isn't this too absolute and cold-hearted? Who is born skilled? How can one grow without guidance? This comment garnered considerable agreement and quickly climbed to the forefront. The typical victim-blaming narrative. If one is wronged, must they then blame their inability to recognize the truth? Has the blogger perhaps been hurt too deeply? Such sentiments were deemed overly extreme. Is this about relationships or the workplace? Blogger, please share your story. I believe it depends on the specific circumstances. Ahem, let's not deviate. The analytical content is what truly matters. As time passed, the comments section began to reveal confrontations that escalated into personal attacks. You deserve to be deceived. You must be one who refuses to learn, right? With your attitude, you'll never find a girlfriend. Chapter 23, Trending on Weibo. The blogger's backend experienced an unprecedented surge of interaction. Thus, the blogger initiated a new topic. Those with intent require no instruction, while the indifferent cannot be taught. What do you think? Initially, discussions were modest in scope, but as both sides remained unyielding, the discourse transformed into a heated argument, which further devolved into a verbal skirmish. A sharp-tongued blogger known for dissecting emotional matters took notice of the situation. After reading the article, they exclaimed its incisiveness and clarity. Shortly, they tracked down the article's origin, the WeChat public account, Modern Women. After perusing all of Jiang Xiao's articles, the blogger felt as though a new world had unfolded before them. So this is how one could articulate such thoughts? This perspective was undeniably powerful. Consequently, this blogger, boasting nearly 500,000 followers, joined the heated discourse, proclaiming, truth can be painful, yet it is absolute truth. Those with intent require no instruction, while the indifferent cannot be taught. They even recommended Jiang Xiao's public account on their Weibo, accompanied by the remark, this is the most accurate understanding of modern women's perspectives I have ever encountered. There is no competition. Though the sharp-tongued blogger had a significant following, they also attracted a legion of critics. It is often said that rivals are born from the same industry. Shortly after the sharp-tongued blogger expressed their views, another emotional blogger, known for their warm and healing approach, immediately responded with a lengthy post that bore a provocative title, somewhat at odds with their usual persona. Nonsense. This is the most distorted worldview of the year. The lengthy post commenced with a direct approach. What a display of coldness. Love and growth require patience and guidance. Every individual transitions from indifference to care. The inability to teach stems from a lack of teaching ability. Thus, a new confrontational narrative was born. The heated debate among fans of both sides has escalated to unprecedented levels. They are two factions with fundamentally different perspectives, and there is no need for pleasantries. Insults are hurled without restraint. Is it because you are unattractive? Have you even looked in the mirror? Photo. You can never awaken those who feign slumber. The viewpoint of this new age woman is incredibly incisive. I have followed her account. Sisters, I have found a mentor for life. With a single statement, the blogger has provided a theoretical foundation for countless irresponsible scoundrels. Many individuals have shared their own tales of betrayal and misunderstanding, creating an overwhelming sense of empathy. The number of participants in this verbal skirmish has steadily increased, and the topic has quietly ascended the trending charts, as those with genuine intent need no guidance, while the indifferent remain unreachable. The instigator of this altercation has just finished explaining the basic concepts and operational logic of public accounts to Su Zhijing. Take your time to digest this information. Although we do not have many specific tasks in the coming days, your learning responsibilities are substantial. First, you must learn about the formatting and operational knowledge of public accounts. Second, you need to study makeup using the content from this public account as your guide. I will recommend this author to you. Feel free to ask her questions, and you should communicate with her frequently. You may also consult our teacher, Lu. Third, you need to familiarize yourself with private domain matters. For now, join the group and observe the discussions taking place. Jiang Xiao, using her newly applied WeChat, added Su Zhijing to the group and Lu Yi joined as well, expressing her desire to assist. "Are you heading back, 11? Jiang Xiao inquired of Su Zhijing. "Not returning. It's a bit far and a waste of money." "All right, then 11 will accompany me for some ground promotion." On their way back, Jiang Xiao called Zhang Yan, informing her about Su Zhijing's situation, stating that she would now be her assistant. Articles written could be submitted to her for revisions and formatting, but they would still require Jiang Xiao's review before publication. Zhang Yan also mentioned having some trial products she could give to the new assistant. Upon returning to the dormitory, Jiang Xiao checked the back end of each public account as usual and was taken aback by the astonishing statistics of a New Age Women account. What on earth is going on? An avalanche of back-end messages, several thousand. Checking the follower count revealed 50,000, and it was rapidly increasing. After half an hour of investigation, Jiang Xiao finally grasped the situation. Opening Weibo, she was astonished to find the topic ranked 29th on the trending charts. An unexpected delight. It was time to capitalize on this momentum. Jiang Xiao first released all the comments. This account was not afraid of criticism. If anything, the more it was criticized, the more attention it garnered. However, seeing those comments threatening to dox the blogger made her heart race with anxiety. Jiang Xiao began drafting the next piece of cynical wisdom. "A man who truly loves you will embrace all your flaws." This particular phrase, aside from the one about needing no guidance for the willing, was the most exasperating, as it left no room for rebuttal. When one attempts to counter with examples, the retort is simply, "That means this man does not genuinely love you." QNMLB, this was Jiang Xiao's way of firing back. After finishing, she refrained from immediately clicking publish. The topic's heat was still high. She decided to wait until the excitement began to wane from the trending charts before releasing it. The arguments on Weibo also spilled into Nian Nanqi's dormitory, where Xian Qi and Xiao Linghan supported one side, while Nian Nanqi opposed it. And Tian Chao Chao was merely an observer. "Ah, Chao Chao, just in my misery," Nian Nanqi lamented, lying on her bed in despair. The statement, "those with intent need no teaching, while the indifferent cannot be taught," was undeniably accurate. It encapsulated my sentiments perfectly. Xiao Linghan gazed at her in admiration. Ever since the last encounter, she had followed this public account. Due to Nian Nanqi's previous remarks, she had begun to worry whether her worldview was flawed. Given that Nian Nanqi was so beautiful, came from a good family, and had grown up in a big city, undoubtedly more worldly than herself. When she first encountered this series of posts, although she wholeheartedly agreed, she had refrained from discussing it. However, with this topic trending, seeing so many share her views instantly bolstered Xiao Linghan's confidence. "Linghan, are you still cheering for them? This perspective is clearly too one-sided and cold. Just glancing at it is infuriating. The idea that those with intent need no teaching while the indifferent cannot be taught is a blanket condemnation of everyone." "Cold? Not at all. I view it as awakening." I concur with Linghan." Xian Qi chose her side. "How can this be called awakening? What do you think, Chao Chao?" Nian Nanqi began seeking allies. I find it quite lively, haha. I'm just here for the gossip. How many followers do you think this public account will gain?" Upon realizing Tian Chao Chao was not supporting her, Nian Nanqi felt even more despondent. "I feel like I'm going to crack." What do you feel the crack starting? Let me inspect." Tian Chao Chao began to tease. Unable to contain her frustration, Nian Nanqi grabbed her phone and started bombarding the New Age Women account's backend with messages. "Scoundrels, may you meet a wretched fate." The intensity of the topic persisted for 2 days before finally fading from the trending list, with New Age Women's followers surpassing 80,000. Jiang Xiao timely published the prepared article, which sparked another brief surge in interest, though it did not reach the previous levels of fervor on Weibo. Nevertheless, Jiang Xiao's backend was once again inundated. Chapter 24. Countertrap for Nian Nanqi. On the final weekend before 11. As the leaves of the phoenix trees in Yanjing turned a pale yellow, the air still carried the remnants of late summer's heat. After lunch, Jiang Xiao did not return to the dormitory with the others from 306. He had matters to attend to. The garage cafe had extended several invitations, and delaying any further would seem rather pretentious. Bidding farewell to the group, Jiang Xiao walked alone towards the west gate, only to unexpectedly encounter the haughty owner of Kitty Cafe. She was conversing with a male staff member at the entrance, gesturing toward a poster affixed to the glass door. Glancing at it, Jiang Xiao noted the availability of Wi-Fi, charging facilities, and free services. Quite efficient, he thought to himself, but he did not linger. Hadian was not nearby, and traveling by subway would take nearly 2 hours with 3 transfers. Fortunately, in 2012, Yanjing subway fare was still a mere 2 yuan for unlimited rides. Xiao, halt. Upon spotting Jiang Xiao, Nian Nanqi called out, abandoning the male staff member to hastily catch up with him. "Yeah, what is it?" How rude of you to demand I stop. I haven't wronged you. Nian Nanshi seemed to realize that her words were somewhat inappropriate, feeling a bit awkward. About what you mentioned last time, I took care of it the next day. Come take a look, Nian Nanshi said, a hint of pride in her tone. Though she was uncertain what she was proud of, as it was Jiang Xiao's idea and the staff member who executed it. It seems all right. How's the effect? There should have been an increase in traffic these past few days, right? Not bad. The staff at the cafe estimated around 20. That's good. Remember to deliver breakfast to me after the holiday. Just avoid bean juice. You can choose anything else. As soon as Jiang Xiao finished speaking, the joy on Nian Nanshi's face vanished, replaced by a look of distress. You're not planning to back out, are you? Nian Nanshi stammered. Not out of fear of trouble or concern over the cost of breakfast, but because delivering it to Jiang Xiao's dormitory posed a significant challenge for her. Those in the know understood she was fulfilling a bet. But what about those who didn't? A girl delivering breakfast to a boy. How could that not raise eyebrows? Jiang Xiao was certainly aware of Nian Nanshi's inner concerns. This was one of his objectives. At present, he could not win over the girl, given that they were not in the same department and could not arrange private meetings. In a school with over 20,000 students, encountering her by chance might mean not seeing her for an entire year. Thus, he decided to undermine those competitors who were vying for Nian Nanshi's affection. Jiang Xiao displayed an expression that suggested he had anticipated this, laced with a hint of mockery. Well, I'd already guessed as much. Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave. The derision in Jiang Xiao's gaze caused a faint blush to rise on Nian Nanshi's cheeks, a flicker of embarrassment crossing her face. I'm not planning to backtrack. It's just, oh, you know what I mean? What do I understand? Are you afraid of what others might think? Do you have a boyfriend? No, I don't. Then what are you afraid of? If an entrepreneur can't even swallow their pride, they might as well shut down the shop and lease the premises. Jiang Xiao's tone was far from polite. Such a girl had undoubtedly been coddled throughout her life. Flattery and sycophancy were commonplace. So turning the tables was an excellent strategy, assuming one had attributes that piqued the girl's interest. Otherwise, any tactic would be futile. What do you mean? You can't possibly think that just my single piece of advice could resurrect your cafe, can you? I am certain I can make this cafe thrive. Do not underestimate me. Jiang Xiao wore an expression of skepticism, yet replied, of course. How could I underestimate you? You're at the top of the excellent projects list. A lethal jab. Fine, if you wish to give, then give. What is so impressive about that? Just wait. Unable to endure the sarcasm, Nian Nanshi disregarded the rumors. As Jiang Xiao pointed out, she had no boyfriend, so what was there to fear? Once her cafe became profitable, she would show him. Oh, how resilient. Very well, I shall wait. If one day you can't keep it up, remember to seek my counsel. Perhaps I might soften and offer you another idea. Do not look down on me, Jiang Xiao. I will undoubtedly succeed. Your success will also bear some of my credit. I'm off. Remember to bring breakfast when you return on the 11th. Jiang Xiao felt no concern for the cafe. It was fraught with issues. Setting aside the problem of positioning, this woman was not truly committed to entrepreneurship. With 4 employees, it appeared they were all hired externally. Wouldn't student part-time work be more appealing? Did she really think her establishment was a Starbucks? No flyers, no events. It was a miracle if it could succeed. Completely unconcerned about the girl's displeased expression, Jiang Xiao turned and departed without a trace of regret. Bastard, go to hell. Nian Nanshi bit her silver teeth and stomped her foot in exasperation. Once Jiang Xiao was out of sight, she glanced back at her laboriously established cafe. Throughout the summer, while her classmates reveled in joy, she had been here daily overseeing renovations, recruiting staff, and procuring equipment. As she scrolled through her social media feed, filled with photos of friends traveling and enjoying themselves, tears had threatened to spill on several occasions. She had always believed that hard work would yield rewards. Yet the reality was that her cafe barely broke even during its opening week and had since been operating at a loss. When she opened the cafe, she had confidently assured her father that everything would be fine, only to find that next month's salary would need to come from her savings. Reflecting on her father's expression back then, she realized he had never truly believed in her. Although he would undoubtedly support her if she asked, she simply could not bring herself to ask for help. Her gaze shifted back to the direction Jiang Xiao had taken, watching his distant figure with a mix of anger and frustration. Why couldn't that jerk say something pleasant? She would have to bring him breakfast every day. How infuriating. Nanshi, what are you looking at? Tian Chao emerged from the west gate, noticing Nanshi glaring in a particular direction. Who is that? An insufferable jerk. A jerk? Then why do you keep staring at him? Tian Chao replied, with a playful glint in her eye. I want to see him fall flat on his face. At that moment, Jiang Xiao stumbled, tripping over the curb. Ha! Both Nian Nanshi and Tian Chao burst into laughter. By the way, I did some digging. That Jiang Xiao is second place on the excellent projects list. His WeChat public account has garnered over 40,000 followers in just a month. I asked Li Zhang, and he is already making money. 3,000 for a single article. What? Nian Nanqi was somewhat taken aback. She had invested so much and worked so hard, while he merely sat in his room, writing articles and earning money. Her gaze lingered on Jiang Xiao, somewhat entranced. Tian Chao Chao, noticing her fixation, suddenly realized something. That can't be Jiang Xiao, can it? It is. Next month, I'll have to bring him breakfast again. It's so annoying, Chao Chao. You really plan to bring him breakfast? I can already hear the sound of boys' hearts breaking in the courtyard. Tian Chao Chao teased. I will. I want to let him look down on me. Nanqi, since he is so impressive, why not take decisive action and win him over? Let him work for you, for free later. You silly girl, what are you talking about? Nian Nanqi reached out to tickle Tian Chao Chao. Tian Chao Chao, who was particularly sensitive to being tickled, squealed and darted away, laughing. What are you afraid of? You're already going to bring him breakfast. Ha ha. Our school beauty is chasing after a man. Tian Chao Chao, shut up. I'm going to kill you. Nian Nanqi chased after her. The two girls ran playfully, captivating the attention of passing boys, particularly the one behind, whose every smile and frown seemed ethereal. After a 2-hour subway ride, Jiang Xiao finally arrived at this hub of dreams, Haitian Entrepreneurship Street. Chapter 25, Entrepreneurship Salon. Upon entering the Entrepreneurship Street, the air was suffused with a distinctive Zhongguancun aroma. The scent of freshly unwrapped electronic product packaging mingled with the oily fumes of 10-yuan lunchboxes, blended with the dust blown in by the autumn wind and the smoke wafting from nearby old residential buildings. However, the pulse of this area was being redefined by a nascent yet vigorous force. This street, not particularly wide, could hardly be termed a formal entrepreneurship avenue. Yet ambition was writ large upon its walls. It resembled a colossal bandage, crudely affixed to the increasingly weary body of Zhongguancun's old electronics marketplace. Beneath the giant billboards of once thriving electronic stores such as Pacific Digital Plaza and Dinghao, a plethora of brand-new, vibrantly colored signs had emerged, each bearing catchy English names or convoluted Chinese phrases. XXX Incubator, Angel Investment, Garage Coffee, 3W Coffee, Innovation Works Office. The throngs of people each possessed unique characteristics. Some were dressed relatively well, mixing English with Chinese, often gathered around tables and whiteboards, attempting to apply Silicon Valley models to outmaneuver others, returning expatriates. Others had disheveled hair, their focus locked on computer screens filled with rapidly scrolling code or graphs. Oblivious to the external clamor, geeks. Their t-shirts might display the logo of some open-source project. As for those with slightly weary yet sharp gazes, weaving through small groups, exchanging business cards and information like falcons in search of opportunities, they were seasoned entrepreneurs. There were many youthful faces like Jiang Xiao's, filled with curiosity, excitement, and the fearless spirit of the inexperienced, eager to integrate into this vibrant atmosphere. In a corner, there are several middle-aged men, clad in ordinary jackets, sipping coffee. Their wrists casually reveal elegant timepieces, and they carry well-crafted hiking backpacks. Though their presence is understated, the occasional glance they cast, piercing through the clamor of the crowd like X-rays, speaks volumes. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Garage Cafe, one can already see a considerable number of attendees. The weekly entrepreneurial sharing salon holds an irresistible allure for frequent visitors. Hello, are you here to attend the entrepreneurial sharing salon? You can enter after purchasing a cup of coffee over there. The youthful staff member regards Jiang Xiao with a hint of skepticism. I am here by invitation. Invitation? The young staff member pauses, somewhat doubtful, as typically, invitees are either industry giants or pioneering entrepreneurs with notable achievements. Jiang Xiao, with a student demeanor, hardly fits the mold. May I ask who you are? Is Manager Wang available? Manager Wang? I'm sorry, he hasn't arrived yet. The staff member remains unconvinced. It is understandable, as Jiang Xiao has only been in contact with Manager Wang and has not disclosed his identity. It is hard to believe that this student-like individual is indeed the invited guest. All right then, I'll have a caramel macchiato. Jiang Xiao sighs, unwilling to turn away just because of this misunderstanding, waiting for Manager Wang to contact him and subsequently vindicate himself before the doubting staff member. Such an act would be childish, even if Jiang Xiao does indeed possess a youthful appearance. After purchasing his coffee, Jiang Xiao finds a secluded corner where a group of young people, similar in age, has gathered. The majority are boys, with a few girls among them. Entrepreneurship is not solely a male domain. Some women are even more tenacious than men in their pursuits. One of the boys is animatedly sharing his experiences, captivating the attention of the group. First, you must clarify your user profile, then directly address their pain points. Burning cash is inevitable. You need to broaden your perspective. Initial losses are a given. Time is money. The market will not wait for you. Though young, he articulates a plethora of industry jargon with ease, a cascade of theoretical knowledge flowing from his lips. After listening for a while, Jiang Xiao realizes that these are mostly university students, primarily in their junior and senior years. However, compared to Su Lingyun from his previous cafe visit, these students seem to possess a deeper understanding, albeit still somewhat restless. Yet it is evident that most of them are genuinely striving. Student? A young man next to Jiang Xiao greets him. Yeah, I'm a freshman in media studies. A freshman? Planning to start a business this early? What project are you working on? Self-media. The atmosphere is invigorating for Jiang Xiao. In his past life, when he arrived in Yanjing, the mobile internet landscape was dominated by giants and opportunities were scant. Thus, he had never experienced such a vibrant entrepreneurial spirit. The previously loquacious boy turns to glance at Jiang Xiao, assessing him as somewhat youthful, yet somewhat attractive. Self-media has little future. It can't grow large enough to go public. The boy offers his critique. Wow, aiming for an IPO already? Impressive. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just giving it a try. I don't have the capability to scale it that big. At least he shows some self-awareness. A novice entrepreneur, perhaps. Just learn more. After a few failures, you'll grow. The boy adopts a tone of mentorship. Isn't that the idea of coming here to learn? Jiang Xiao replies, amused rather than irritated. Classmate, what is your name? Which university do you attend? A girl approaches Jiang Xiao. She is around a score of 5 in attractiveness. And in a gathering dominated by boys, she stands out like a flower. Jiang Xiao, Media University. Media? No wonder you chose self-media. I'm Chi Qian from the Institute of Technology. The girl extends her hand graciously. Jiang Xiao shakes her hand lightly. Shy, are we junior? Ha ha. The few joys of being a senior involve teasing the juniors, especially when they look as youthful and slightly charming as you do. Shy, if you look like Nian Nanchi, I would be so outgoing you wouldn't be able to close your legs. Jiang Xiao muses, a youthful innocence gracing his features. The mentor-like senior feels a twinge of annoyance, but brushes it off. Boys who choose to venture into entrepreneurship tend to be less fixated on girls. Jealousy is a rare occurrence among them, although their competitive spirit is remarkably strong. Before long, the salon commences. The cafe is now brimming with nearly 200 attendees. The confined space thick with a sense of stale smoke and caffeine. In a corner, a few individuals with keen eyes yet calm demeanors savor their coffee. The sharing session begins promptly. After the host's customary introduction, the first speaker, a senior executive from a group buying company, takes the stage. Jiang Xiao does not recognize the company name, indicating it is not among the surviving few. At this juncture, aside from the top 10 group buying companies, most others are struggling to survive, with many on the verge of collapse. In August, the originator of the group buying model, Groupon, saw its market value plummet from 10 billion to 2 billion. After over a year of fierce competition in the domestic market, more than half of the 5,000 group buying websites have perished. Capital, once recklessly wagered, has gradually cooled and is now observing the market. A man in his 30s, his eyes betraying a hint of fatigue yet brimming with enthusiasm, steps onto the stage and passionately begins to share his story. From the initial concept to the challenges faced and, ultimately, the breakthroughs achieved, he fervently asserts that group buying is neither dead nor dying, attempting to frame the current downturn as a normal market cooling period. Waving his data reports, he addresses the audience of over 200, stating, "Our daily orders have surpassed 10,000. The digitization of offline merchants is a trillion-dollar opportunity. This data does not lie. This year, the transaction volume in the group buying market has exceeded 90 billion yuan, and surpassing 100 billion by year-end is not an issue, with a compound annual growth rate exceeding 100. Jiang Xiao observes the group of young individuals surrounding him, their eyes ablaze with passion, radiating excitement. A trillion-dollar market is where we should be venturing. Even a small piece is far larger than self-media, the boy declares to those nearby. Several nod in agreement with his perspective. Fool, you can boast as much as you like, but why step on me in the process? Chapter 26, Commanding the Room. Applause erupts throughout the cafe. The audience comprises the era's most empathetic thinkers, so regardless of whether they agree with your views, they do not hesitate to offer their applause. Amid the clapping, the first speaker returns the microphone to the host and descends from the stage, rejoining his team. Thank you, Mr. Li, for your wonderful sharing. I hope everyone can glean valuable insights from this session. Next, let's welcome our second speaker of the day, Mr. Zhang Lei. From the audience, a middle-aged man in a suit rises, acknowledging those around him with nods as he ascends the stage to take the microphone. Hello everyone, Mr. Lee's presentation was truly remarkable, and I too believe in the future of the group buy market. Today, I will share with you a project in the short-term rental space. Although the short-term rental sector is still in its infancy, its potential is boundless. The current market transaction volume has already surpassed 100 million, with a staggering year-on-year growth rate of 18 times. According to predictions from analyses, it is expected to exceed 288.7 billion yuan in 2 years. The platform's monthly active user growth rate is over 200, a truly terrifying pace. The man's words were profoundly compelling, as he recounted the origins and business model of short-term rentals, while also elucidating the challenges and strategies for overcoming them. Much like a redeemer who has traversed numerous trials only to finally glimpse the path to salvation, Jiang Xiao listened intently, possessing a certain familiarity with the project. In his previous life, he had utilized AI Rizu for a trip with Yi-Xing, meticulously preparing every detail, with accommodation being provided by AI Rizu. However, in July 2013, AI Rizu officially shut down, collapsing within a mere 2 years from being a financing star. Its demise directly plunged China's short rental industry into a 3-year winter, during which capital became wary of the shared economy concept. As Jiang Xiao reflected on the trajectory of this project, the young man who had previously obstructed him at the door approached. "Are you the author of Tech Xiao Talks?" The young server's voice drew the attention of the surrounding students. "Yes, that's me. I sincerely apologize for my earlier oversight. Once Mr. Zhang concludes his presentation, we will move on to your segment. Is there anything you need us to prepare?" "No, there's nothing to prepare. Has Manager Wang arrived?" "Yes, he is over there discussing matters with our boss. Would you like me to call him over?" "Never mind, we can address that later." The young server repeatedly expressed his apologies, and, after discussing the details of the introduction segment with Jiang Xiao, left somewhat dejected when he saw no displeasure etched on Jiang Xiao's face. When Jiang Xiao turned around, he found the group of university students staring at him in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. You're going to share?" Qian Chichi's previous nonchalance had vanished. "I suppose so. It wouldn't be right to back out after promising," Jiang Xiao shyly replied, scratching his head. A sound of swallowed disbelief echoed among the students, particularly from the boy who had just lectured Jiang Xiao, whose face flushed with an unusual hue. This group of university students, seeking to partake in the salon, often face disdain when attempting to engage with entrepreneurial youth, and seasoned entrepreneurs rarely acknowledge their presence. As for the guest speakers invited to share, each was a figure of some accomplishment in their respective fields. Consequently, sitting here, jesting with them, and being lectured was hardly sufficient. "Jiang Xiao, right? Add me on WeChat." After the initial shock, Qian Chichi quickly regained her composure and took out her phone. This was a rare opportunity, and the others soon followed suit, pulling out their phones to request friendship. The boy who had lectured Jiang Xiao found himself in a dilemma. He yearned to add him, but felt embarrassed. Jiang Xiao smiled gently and displayed his WeChat QR code, inviting them to scan it. Upon seeing his openness, the boy shed his reservations and swiftly retrieved his phone. This commotion, however, failed to capture the attention of the majority at the sharing session, as most eyes remained fixed on the middle-aged man in a suit presenting his project. As the man declared that the shared economy was the future trend, he concluded his presentation. The host took to the stage once more to express gratitude for Zhang Lei's insights, but his expression bore a hint of bewilderment as he lifted his cue card. Our next speaker, Jiang Xiao, is a freshman." As this introduction was made, an initial silence was soon disrupted by murmurs and quiet laughter from the audience. "What's Garage Coffee doing? Inviting someone who hasn't even grown a full beard to share? Isn't that the truth? Your project is decent. You'd be better off presenting than a freshman." "Freshman? Is this some mid-show entertainment?" Jiang Xiao naturally caught wind of the discussions but remained unfazed, determined to impart a valuable lesson. The students beside him empathized, as they often found themselves marginalized on the entrepreneurial street, experiencing frequent moments of disregard. A few exchanged encouraging glances with Jiang Xiao, while Qian Chichi raised a small fist and whispered words of encouragement. Jiang Xiao smiled, slowly rising to his feet. He adjusted his clothing and strode confidently onto the stage. Noticing the host still in a daze, he reached out to take the microphone from him. Nervousness? It was a foreign concept Jiang Xiao had shared at a live-streaming gala before, let alone in such a modest venue. He patiently waited for the audience to settle before testing the microphone, then began, "I am Jiang Xiao, a freshman entrepreneur and the author of Tech Xiao Talks." As silence enveloped the audience, a few pockets erupted into small murmurs, clearly some recognized Tech Xiao Talks. "I will discuss my project shortly, but today, I wish to engage in a conversation about how ordinary individuals can embark on their entrepreneurial journeys. Unlike the previous speakers who aimed to revolutionize the world, He drew attention by addressing the concerns most relevant to the audience. The vast majority present were ordinary people lacking funds and connections, who ventured onto this treacherous path fueled solely by passion. What they sought were genuine insights, not grandiose discussions about trillion-dollar markets or avant-garde concepts. As anticipated, after Jiang Xiao concluded, although the disdain on some faces lingered, many began to listen intently. Opportunities abound, yet entrepreneurship is fraught with challenges. We must possess keen eyes and a clear mind to analyze the industry we wish to enter. Jiang Xiao skillfully matched the audience's rhythm, diving into the heart of his topic. His composure drew the attention of those who had largely kept their heads down. In the corner, a gentleman in a suit raised his eyebrows slightly, adjusting his posture from a recline as he rubbed the white ceramic coffee cup in his hands. I would like to share my humble insights regarding the sectors discussed by the previous two speakers. Those familiar with my public account will know that my first article was about group buying. Unlike Mr. Lee, I do not hold a favorable view of the current group buying market. Mr. Lee had mentioned that the group buying market was adding users by the millions daily. Jiang Xiao inquired, in such a rapidly growing market, how can one ensure quality control and service standards? Mr. Lee's expression shifted slightly, yet he managed to smile, regarding Jiang Xiao with an air of condescension, as if to say, "You're still too young." Jiang Xiao merely smiled in response and posed a second question. Could the volatility of consumer experience ultimately harm the platform's reputation? And what of the issue of redemption rates and the low consumption ratio post-purchase? Who bears the burden of these sunk costs? Once trust erodes, how does one continue? Is this model sustainable in the long term? Chapter 27, a bit of a challenge for Mr. Lee. This time, Mr. Lee chose to remain silent, instead bowing his head as if contemplating Jiang Xiao's inquiries, though internally he was taken aback. The first question could be brushed off as a developmental growing pain, but the subsequent chain of questions led to a dead end, particularly the last one. If the trust crisis dissipated, the entire group buying market would collapse. As for redemption rates, if consumers bore the cost, discontent would inevitably arise, resulting in diminished enthusiasm for consumption. The same outcome would occur if merchants absorbed the costs. And what a platform! Would any company willingly part with the funds it had absorbed? The audience below, having waited in vain for Mr. Lee's response, began to murmur amongst themselves. Wow, I just recalled my last experience with Meat One's hot pot set. Not only was the meat scarce, it was also far from fresh. I even said I wouldn't return, no matter how cheap it got. At the time, I did not ponder deeply, but reflecting on it now is truly alarming. Furthermore, the issue of verification that he mentioned earlier is also crucial. What you all discussed is secondary. The most significant point raised by that young man pertains to the crisis of trust, which lies at the heart of the group buying model. This young man's insight is remarkably astute. I had underestimated him. A gentleman in a suit, absent-mindedly rubbing his coffee cup at the bar, subtly raised an eyebrow upon hearing about the verification rate, as if recalling something. In the corner, a few enigmatic figures began to scrutinize Jiang Xiao on stage with newfound seriousness. Now, let us turn our attention to General Manager Zhang's short-term rental sector. Take the industry leader, AI Rizu, for instance. This model replicates the C2C short-term rental concept pioneered by Airbnb in the United States. Zhang Lei in the audience felt a subtle twitch at the corner of his eye. He had closely observed General Manager Lee's expression, which indicated that this young man had indeed struck a nerve. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of reassurance, as the plummeting stock price of the group buying source suggested that there are indeed underlying issues with the group buying model that remain unresolved. Yet, Airbnb is currently riding a wave of success, boldly proclaiming its intent to disrupt traditional hotels. But have we considered a pivotal question? What is the essence of Airbnb? The presentations by the first two CEOs resembled grand speeches, while Jiang Xiao's delivery felt more akin to a classroom lecture. As a host, it is essential to invigorate the atmosphere of a live stream, captivating the audience, a skill indispensable for success. The C2C model, igniting consumer curiosity? There were a myriad of responses from the audience below, yet Jiang Xiao did not hear the answer he sought. There is no definitive answer, but I believe the core of this model can be distilled into two words. Jiang Xiao paused once more. At this moment, the attention of all the entrepreneurs in the audience was solely fixed on him. Even the suited gentleman at the bar and the mysterious figures in the corner set aside their distractions, eagerly awaiting Jiang Xiao's response. Trust. Trust? The younger audience members appeared somewhat bewildered, while the seasoned entrepreneurs seemed to grasp it only partially. The figures in the corner furrowed their brows, contemplating the significance of Jiang Xiao's two words. Only the suited gentleman at the bar exhibited a glimmer of realization in his eyes. His previously languid posture straightened, and he squinted attentively at the youthful figure on stage. The first to achieve clarity were the figures in the corner, followed by the seasoned entrepreneurs, who now regarded Jiang Xiao with astonished expressions. Meanwhile, some of the younger entrepreneurs remained perplexed, leaning towards others for clarification on the meaning behind Jiang Xiao's statement. Seeing that a portion of the audience had comprehended his point, Jiang Xiao continued. I believe Airbnb's success hinges upon the established credit system in mature Western economies, such as LinkedIn's social connections and credit card assessments. However, our nation still lacks a personal credit infrastructure. What implications does this have? It engenders significant safety concerns among landlords regarding unknown tenants, while renters may worry about the authenticity of listings, misleading photos, health hazards, and safety issues. Thus, I am convinced that the dispute rate for AI Rizu must be quite high. Oh, I see. General Zhang, what is the dispute rate for your project? A curious audience member inquired about Zhang Lei's earlier presentation. The entrepreneurs of this era have yet to reach the level of those in the future who speak without thought. Zhang Lei merely replied, we have not yet compiled that data, but everything is currently running smoothly, though his tone betrayed a hint of uncertainty. Of course, in my view, AI Rizu's problems extend beyond this, such as consumer habits. The people in our nation prioritize low prices and do not possess the same fervent desire for personalized experiences as Western users. Moreover, its rental rates exceed those of budget hotels, which is permissible only if commensurate service value is provided. Compared to these low-frequency demands and high-cost conflicts, as well as the low prevalence of offline payments, these issues hardly warrant mention. Jiang Xiao smiled, choosing not to delve into the subsequent matters. Goodness, I have researched this sector extensively, yet I failed to notice these issues. I find some of this talk alarmist. I have used AI Rizu and found the experience satisfactory. Perhaps you were merely fortunate, another voiced. I used it once, and to my dismay, it was a sparsely furnished apartment, yet they described it as a luxury suite. An experienced entrepreneur interjected. The issues he raised regarding consumer habits and the high costs associated with low-frequency demand are indeed fatal. To be frank, the credit system is essential, but management can address this through measures like offline team inspections. However, this would escalate costs significantly, inevitably raising rental prices, compounded by high customer acquisition costs and marketing expenses. These far exceed the lifetime value, rendering it an unsustainable business model. After analyzing the cases presented by the two CEOs, Jiang Xiao garnered widespread recognition for his incisive insights and unique perspective. The audience was now eager to learn about Jiang Xiao's entrepreneurial experiences. Although such eagerness might seem somewhat taxing on the CEOs, Li had not lifted his head since Jiang Xiao posed those questions. Had it not been for the presence of the garage owner, he would have left long ago. General Zhang, seated directly under the air conditioning, was sweating profusely. Jiang Xiao continued on stage, reciting some overly formal pleasantries as he prepared to introduce the theme of his presentation today. A poised young woman appeared at the garage entrance, and upon entering, she was momentarily taken aback. After a considerable pause, she returned to reality, thanks to the server's gentle reminder, and quietly positioned herself where Jiang Xiao had stood moments before. Students naturally gravitated towards their peers. A few entrepreneurial university students remained engrossed in Jiang Xiao's presentation. Upon noticing the arrival of a new companion, they exchanged glances. Though their desires were not particularly stirred, a hint of awe and longing flickered in their eyes. Classmate, are you an entrepreneur as well? Which school do you attend? Yin University, the girl replied, then inquired, who is on stage? Qian Shiqi enthusiastically explained the current situation to the girl, occasionally gesturing towards General Li and General Zhang, while casting admiring glances at the young man on stage. As the girl absorbed Qian Shiqi's introduction, her expression transitioned from a smile to surprise and then to fervor. The entrepreneurial young men, witnessing this exchange, sighed in resignation and redirected their focus back to Jiang Xiao's speech. At last, Jiang Xiao commenced the crux of his presentation, stating, Chapter 28. All greatness begins from humble beginnings. I have long pondered how an ordinary young person like myself, devoid of resources and connections, might embark on the journey of entrepreneurship. After a brief pause, he successfully captured the attention of those genuinely interested in learning how to initiate their ventures. Ultimately, I opted for a public account recently launched by a certain messaging platform, and after 2 months of exploration, I came to believe that this could serve as an excellent micro-entrepreneurial training ground. Training ground? The audience was rife with curiosity. No one regarded Jiang Xiao as an uninformed freshman any longer. Yes, a training ground, he reiterated, sketching a flowchart on the whiteboard behind him. Public account, testing user preferences, gathering in-depth feedback, iterating product models, validating profit models. Firstly, the barrier to entry is low. Registration incurs no cost. The threshold to acquire users is also minimal. A simple follow suffices, no downloads required. This allows for the validation of ideas and market demand. Reader feedback serves as the finest litmus test. Lastly, we assess whether the profit model is sound. To be candid, the account you all know is not my entrepreneurial project. It merely serves as a platform for expressing my own viewpoints and validating my ideas. As for my actual entrepreneurial project, hee. With a mischievous smile, Jiang Xiao quipped. I won't say much. I fear that everyone here might rush in, and, as a novice, I'd be no match for the experienced ones. If I get beaten up, I'll be left searching for my teeth, and I might just end up in tears. Laughter erupted from some of the audience. And, as Jiang Xiao shared insights on micro-entrepreneurship through public accounts, those who initially underestimated him began to reflect. Whispers circulated among the crowd. He makes some valid points. Should we perhaps start a public account ourselves? Those with past failures murmured among themselves. Damn it. The fun from the last day round could have allowed me to launch 1,000 public accounts. Eventually, Jiang Xiao seemed poised to conclude his presentation. Do not underestimate a public account. It might just be your first step in understanding the market, refining your product, and establishing your brand. Rather than blindly investing on a large scale, it is wiser to conduct a test first. Sharpening the axe does not hinder the cutting of wood. And I firmly believe this. All great things begin from humble beginnings. Try small now. A sudden applause erupted. A gentleman in a suit at the bar had risen to his feet, the first to offer his applause. This was soon followed by scattered claps from various corners of the room, culminating in a resounding ovation that honored this unexpectedly impressive freshman. The university students were particularly exhilarated, as they resonated with Jiang Xiao's journey, lacking funds and connections, relying solely on passion and a myriad of imaginative ideas. The newcomer, Zhang Yan, observed this scene with shining eyes, reflecting the spirited youth on stage. Suddenly overwhelmed with emotion, her legs felt weak, but fortunately, she was seated. Zhang Yan, who had received a call from Jiang Xiao before his departure, but missed him due to a discussion with her advisor, hurried over as soon as she was free, unaware that he would be a guest speaker. Fortunately, she did not miss the most captivating moments. She may not fully grasp the value of Jiang Xiao's insights, but the audience's admiration and respect were palpable in their applause. As the applause faded, fervent discussions erupted among the audience. A young man beside Zhang Yan nudged his companion, saying, his suggestions are brilliant. We should start a campus news account, right? Let's plan this out. A previously confused girl, clutching a notebook, now looked at Jiang Xiao with newfound determination. Meanwhile, several older audience members exchanged glances of approval. This kid is impressive, calm, clear-headed, and far more pragmatic than those who merely talk grand ideas. It's rare to see such fresh blood with practicality. The gentleman in the suit beckoned to a man in his 30s who approached him. Xiao Wang, is this the person you recommended? Xiao Wang. The manager Jiang Xiao had contacted replied affirmatively, yes, Mr. Su. Mr. Su, the owner of Garage Coffee and a regular in the investment circle, nodded. This young man shows promise. Let us observe him further. Give him a card and mention I'd like to invite him for coffee sometime. Understood, Mr. Su. Xiao Wang felt a surge of excitement. Upon seeing Jiang Xiao take the stage, he had broken into a cold sweat, never expecting the speaker to be a freshman. Thankfully, Jiang Xiao indeed proved to have remarkable abilities. Mr. Su's card was not something easily obtained. It was reserved for those who had achieved certain milestones or had the right connections. A card from Mr. Su was even more rare. In a corner, Xiaoli sat against the wall, his ultra-thin laptop displaying an evaluation model for an 020 project, with key highlights marked on user quality and LTV. The project file was titled, Pioneer Huashing 020 Project Data Model. On a blank page in his paper notebook, he wrote, unique perspective as an observer, strong insight, clear communication, coherent logic, potential points, industry analyst, early project screening. He marked the Tech Xiao Shuo public account with a star, resolving to thoroughly review the articles and mention this intriguing freshman in his weekly report. Xiao Zhang, an assistant investment manager at Jingo Fund, focused more on the individual, assessing Jiang Xiao as composed yet assertive, hitting the core issues with courage and creativity. She particularly appreciated his final suggestion that a public account serves as a training ground for micro-entrepreneurship. This young man's understanding of the essence of entrepreneurship, validated through small-scale testing and iterative growth, mirrored the qualities admired by Professor Su Ping. Nearby, a well-dressed yet understated lady whispered to a young man beside her, who promptly pulled out his phone to search for the Tech Xiao Shuo public account and handed it to her. After a brief glance, she nodded slightly, her gaze revealing intrigue and the prospect of continued observation. As the crowd dispersed, Jiang Xiao was surrounded by fellow young entrepreneurs, inundated with questions about how to position their public accounts in the early stages and which data metrics to focus on. Meanwhile, the two initial speakers hurriedly exited, their expressions grim, deliberately avoiding any eye contact with Jiang Xiao. Jiang Yin chose not to interrupt, instead quietly watching as Jiang Xiao explained matters to those older than him by several years. At last, as the throng began to thin, Jiang Xiao noticed Jiang Yin smiling brightly at him. Dressed in a flowing black off-shoulder gown that reached her knees, her slender legs appeared delicate. Her features, enhanced by skilled makeup, looked exquisitely refined. Her eyes squinted slightly, and the corners of her mouth curved in a subtle smile, exuding an air of aloofness. Before Jiang Xiao could speak, a voice emerged from behind him. "Classmate Jiang, this is a VIP card from our boss, Mr. Su. Whenever you visit, a spot will always be reserved for you." Xiao Wang hurried over, handing the VIP card to Jiang Xiao. "Mr. Su also mentioned that we could arrange a time for a private coffee chat." The implication was clear. He was open to discussing potential projects. Having an investor willing to invest time in hearing about your project is the most coveted dream of any entrepreneur. As Xiao Wang departed, Jiang Xiao turned to Zhang Yin and asked, "When did you arrive?" "I came when you looked the most handsome," Zhang Yin replied, waiting for Xiao Wang to walk away. "Is that so?" Jiang Xiao teased. "Absolutely," Zhang Yin whispered in his ear. In an instant, his cheeks flushed crimson. Chapter 29. She owes me 1 million. Just as Jiang Xiao stepped out of Garage Coffee, he realized he had forgotten something important and hurried back to find Xiao Wang. "Manager Wang, I have a public account I want to sell. It has around 500,000 followers." Xiao Wang was taken aback. 500,000? What is the user demographic? As Jiang Zhao's introducer, he was well aware of the public account's status, which had only been active for about a month. That is a significant number. It's definitely within the top 20 at the very least. The account, named 100,000 Cold Jokes, had a diverse user base, primarily accumulating followers through humorous anecdotes and funny videos. "If you're interested, we can discuss this further." "Sure, I'll spread the word. You're quite something," Xiao Wang replied, grinning. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Xiao turned to leave. Xiao Wang then returned to the back to report to Mr. Su. 100,000 Cold Jokes? 500,000? Fine, let us circulate the news through our channels. Mr. Su mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. As Jiang Xiao emerged, he noticed several individuals standing beside Zhang Yin, the very group of entrepreneurial university students he had encountered earlier. "Do you know each other?" Both Qian Qiqi and Jiang Xiao inquired simultaneously, with Jiang Xiao directing his question toward Zhang Yin and Qian Qiqi, while Qian Qiqi was inquiring about Jiang Xiao and Zhang Yin. "Jiang Xiao, you are remarkable. I just read your public account, and your analyses are so profound. Please do share your guidance with us in the future," interjected a male student. "Let's not speak of guidance. We shall learn from one another. In truth, entrepreneurship is merely a side endeavor for me," Jiang Xiao replied, eliciting a wave of puzzled expressions from a group. Qian Qiqi, with understanding, remarked, "So your primary occupation is being a student, right?" The others suddenly comprehended, but Jiang Xiao shook his head and turned to Zhang Yin, who appeared equally perplexed. "Why are you looking at me?" she asked. Jiang Xiao responded earnestly, "My primary role is to play the kept man for her. For now, I plan to rely on my looks for sustenance. Only when she no longer desires me will it be time for me to subsist on my talents." Both Qian Qiqi and Zhang Yin erupted in laughter, while several male students chuckled, their laughter infused with camaraderie and a hint of envy. After bidding farewell to a few individuals, Jiang Xiao and Zhang Yin proceeded toward Zhongwanken. The entrepreneurial street was just a stone's throw away from the renowned Zhongwanken, where bustling electronic markets like Haidalong, Dinghao, and eWorld thrived with crowds. This locale was a favored destination for purchasing electronic products, particularly gray market goods, yet was also rife with touts, overcharging, and counterfeit items. The air was thick with the scent of new computer packaging, and vendors frequently brandished signs for invoice issuance and mobile or computer repairs. Such an environment was hardly ideal for a date. After declining 2 requests for scanning codes and a recommendation from a middle-aged woman, Jiang Xiao found himself unable to enter Yin University. In 2012, outsiders were permitted to visit the campus only under specific circumstances. Jiang Xiao had long been intrigued by the legendary Weiming Lake, rumored to be the spiritual totem of Yin University students. Besides studying and strolling, students could enjoy ice skating in winter. It was said that the Flower God Temple could bless couples who passed through its gates or offered flowers, ensuring their romantic endeavors flourished. However, whether it could guarantee success in the CET-4 and CET-6 exams was uncertain. One could only speculate that Yin University students likely did not require such assurances. This area was Zhang Yan's domain, and Jiang Xiao offered no opinions, simply following her lead as they wandered. Eventually, Zhang Yin guided him to Changchun Garden Food Street, located on the southwest side of Yin University. Are you hungry? Zhang Yin asked Jiang Xiao. Not too much. I had a cup of coffee in the afternoon. But still, we should eat something. I don't want to be running out later. Jiang Xiao replied. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yin's neck flushed with a hint of crimson, yet she refrained from retorting. Jiang Xiao chuckled. He didn't need to test the waters with cold drinks or suggest going to an internet cafe. The previous time Zhang Yin visited, she had just come from her aunt's media class, and her earlier remark at the garage cafe, "I'm so in love," had already conveyed everything. Today marked Jiang Xiao's rite of passage into adulthood in this new life. Soon, they found themselves in a fish restaurant, and after placing their orders, the two began to converse. So, how's studying at Yin University? Is the workload heavy? Not too bad. I'm not vying for any scholarships or anything. Just completing my basic coursework. It's nothing significant, Zhang Yin replied, assuming Jiang Xiao was quite busy with his entrepreneurial pursuits. It's pretty hectic. There's a lot to manage at the beginning. You wouldn't believe it. I have several public accounts that require operation, all needing attention. Are they all like today's? Zhang Yin inquired. Not quite. The tech account isn't really what I'd call entrepreneurship. I merely express some viewpoints to attract attention, hoping to build a network of connections. So far, it seems to be working well. In Zhang Yan's presence, Jiang Xiao felt no need for concealment. Have you been trying to flirt with any female classmates? The media university is teeming with beauties. That fellow townsman from earlier seemed quite decent. Zhang Yan's eyes sparkled, showing no hesitation regarding such topics, even as she prepared for the impending storm of emotions that evening. Absolutely not. Jiang Xiao promptly denied. Lu Yi isn't a classmate. And I haven't started flirting with Nian Nanshi yet. So no, not at all, no matter who it is. The restaurant was sparsely populated, and the dishes arrived promptly. Jiang Xiao and Zhang Yin conversed about their lives while they dined. That idiot drove me insane. I took my eyes off for just a moment, and I lost several thousand. Zhang Yin remained silent, simply laughing. What was originally a misfortune became a humorous tale through Jiang Xiao as storytelling. Their appetites waned, and they were ready to settle the bill and embark on another delightful adventure. Hey, Zhang Yin. A male student entered and approached Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao glanced up. The boy wore a solid-colored Oxford shirt paired with gray straight-leg khaki pants, complemented by black-framed glasses, exuding a distinctly legal air. Classmate? Senior Lu Tong. Zhang Yin furrowed her brow, her tone tinged with impatience. Jiang Xiao immediately understood and shot Zhang Yin a look, as if to say, watch this. Zhang Yin, what a surprise to see you here. And who is this? The shirt boy inquired, adjusting his glasses. Jiang Xiao picked up a toothpick, casually placing it in his mouth, reclining against the chair while resting one leg over the other, embodying the essence of a rogue. And you are? Zhang Yin, is this your boyfriend? The senior quickly denied it, a flicker of joy evident in his eyes. No, just a misunderstanding. I'm Wang Xuebing, a fourth-year law student at Yin University, currently interning at Hangzhou. Unsul? What kind of place is that? Jiang Xiao's tone remained nonchalant. Oh, it's one of the best law firms in our country, Wang Xuebing replied, a hint of pride in his voice as he adjusted his glasses. Oh, so that means you must be earning a fair amount? The pay is decent, but I'm still interning. Once I officially become a lawyer at Hangzhou, making over 10,000 a month shouldn't be a problem. Is that all? Jiang Xiao expressed surprise, suddenly recalling that it was 2012. Wang Xuebing's lips twitched. Making over 10,000 is considered low? How much do you earn? Well, it's all right, I suppose. What about you, classmate? Me? I haven't attended school. I came to Beijing to collect debts from women. I noticed you seem quite taken with her. Are you planning to pay her debts? Wang Xuebing's expression shifted, glancing at Zhang Yin, who remained silent, merely sipping her water. How much does Zhang Xueji owe you? He reasoned that with his internship salary, he was reasonably well off and thought Zhang Yin, being a freshman, couldn't possibly owe much. However, her attire hardly suggested that she was in debt. Her mother took 1 million yuan as a betrothal gift, insisting that she return home with me after graduating high school. Yet this girl ran off. Her mother has squandered the money, and now I can only seek repayment from her. Upon hearing Jiang Xiao's words, Zhang Yin struggled to contain her impulse to burst out laughing. Wang Xuebing's face reflected disbelief. 1 million? What? Don't believe me? I saved every penny. If you're not planning to pay her debts, then you might as well leave. You owe this woman money, don't you? If you don't repay it today, you're coming with me. Jiang Xiao glared fiercely, perfectly embodying the role of a delinquent. He then turned to Wang Xuebing. By the way, you're studying law. Why don't you enlighten us on what to do when someone refuses to repay a debt? Wang Xuebing, suddenly brought back to reality by the question, stammered and turned to Zhang Yin. Xuejia, is what he said true? Zhang Yin lowered her head, exuding a helpless and pitiful demeanor. Yes. The soft affirmation left Wang Shiwebbing in a daze. He had never imagined Zhang Yin, who usually seemed so affluent, could be entangled in such a situation. She can't possibly be that kind of woman. No, I have a bright future ahead. I can't let myself be dragged down by someone like her. Wang Shiwebbing was lost in thought, contemplating the future, which, if known to Jiang Xiao, would undoubtedly lead to a cascade of scornful remarks directed at him. While there are indeed legal stipulations surrounding such matters, one must not overstep the bounds of friendship. I have something to attend to. I must take my leave, he hastily declared, leaving behind a vague utterance. As Zhang Yin watched his hurried figure vanish, she could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter, clutching her stomach. Jiang Xiao, idly picking his teeth, awaited the conclusion of Zhang Yin's amusement. Have you finished? Your reputation at school is utterly tarnished. I wonder how you will find a boyfriend now. He teased. It matters not. I had no intention of seeking one anyway, she replied dismissively. Well then, let's be off. If we're short on funds, we can always settle our debts in other ways. Jiang Xiao maintained his signature rogue demeanor. Zhang Yin playfully shot him a mock glare. Very well, you can certainly pursue your debts with vigor. Indeed, with someone like you. It would take me no longer than 5 minutes to conquer 10. Jiang Xiao jested as he rose to settle the bill. The pair took their time, meandering around the vicinity of Yin University, for the night was still young and there was no rush. All right, we've strolled enough. Our energy is depleted, and it's time to repay our debts, Jiang Xiao declared, leading Zhang Yin into the hotel. Under the suggestive gaze of the receptionist, he secured their room and then guided the blushing Zhang Yin towards the elevator. Although she had witnessed countless scenes and dramas, this was her first experience entering a hotel with a man. Yet, as the only passageway behind them closed, an involuntary shiver ran down her spine. This was not a matter of desire. Even if Zhang Yin had planned to surrender herself to Jiang Xiao that very day, her instinctive fear of unfamiliar surroundings was insurmountable, particularly upon gazing into the unlit room devoid of a key card. Feeling scared? Jiang Xiao inquired as he inserted the room key, and with a beep, the darkness was dispelled by light. He had intended to employ a classic CAD-S tactic of reassurance. But Zhang Yin simply shook her head and uttered 3 words, not stimulating. Uncertain of how to respond, Jiang Xiao lowered his head and entered the room, flinging himself onto the bed, the white sheets exuding a faint scent of disinfectant. Go take a shower, Zhang Yin urged, noticing Jiang Xiao reclining on the bed without undressing. What's the rush? The night is still long. Are you in such a hurry? Jiang Xiao replied nonchalantly, sitting up to retrieve the snacks and beer he had purchased downstairs, placing them on the coffee table. With a hiss, he opened a can of beer and offered it to the slightly anxious Zhang Yin. She accepted it, opting not to sit on the bed, but rather on the small sofa beside the coffee table. As she opened her own can, Jiang Xiao took a swig, feeling the icy beer cascade down his throat, exclaiming, refreshing. Zhang Yin managed a faint smile, taking a sip herself. This man always knew how to ease others' tensions. Just as she was about to set her beer on the coffee table, she noticed Jiang Xiao had leapt onto the small sofa, wrapping his arm around her waist from behind. The suddenness startled her, causing her to gasp, spilling beer on her long dress. Look what you've done. Could you not be a bit more careful? She exclaimed, hastily placing the beer down and attempting to dab at her black gown, only to be firmly lifted by Jiang Xiao and seated on his lap. In that moment of intimacy, free from external disturbances, the atmosphere, though lacking in certain thrills, became intensely charged with an intoxicating ambience. Their gazes locked, the air thickened with palpable electricity coursing between them, igniting every nerve in their bodies. Overwhelmed by the suggestive atmosphere, Zhang Yin slowly closed her eyes, her red lips inching closer to Jiang Xiao's. After an extended kiss, their lips parted. Breathing heavily, they were drawn together once again, like magnets reattaching. Finally, Zhang Yin, summoning all her strength, managed to still Jiang Xiao's restless head, placing a gentle kiss on his forehead and softly instructing, "Be good. Shower first. I'll carry you," Jiang Xiao proclaimed, rising to cradle Zhang Yin in his arms as he made his way to the bathroom. Embarrassed, she buried her face in his shoulder. The sound of running water filled the bathroom, mingling with soft whispers, creating an enchanting, dreamlike atmosphere. "No, this won't do," Zhang Yin stated, her dwindling rationality rejecting Jiang Xiao's intention to escalate their encounter in the bathroom. Men shower quickly, and Jiang Xiao soon emerged, eager to assist Zhang Yin with her back, only to be unceremoniously expelled from the bathroom. "I genuinely just wanted to help you wash your back," he lamented, his disappointment evident as he exited. Drying off, he lay back on the large bed, turning on the television, though his gaze did not linger on the screen. Through the frosted glass, a delicate silhouette emerged, hazy but alluring. As the sounds of water ceased, a graceful foot stepped out from behind a glass door, followed by a shapely calf, then a smooth thigh, and finally her expression was as cool and elegant as a snow orchid. Yet her gaze burned with a seductive intensity akin to that of a mandala. In that moment, all remnants of reason were swept away. With a click, the bedside lamp extinguished. Chapter 31. Not stimulating? Suddenly, a low, vibrating hum echoed through the room. With eyes still closed, Jiang Xiao jolted awake, scanning for the source of the sound. It was Zhang Yin's phone, casting a faint glow in the dim room. She reached for it, glancing at the screen and signaling Jiang Xiao to be quiet. Hello, Wang Xuezhang. The call was from Wang Xuebing, who, upon returning home after their encounter at the fish stall, had mulled over the events and arrived at a startling conclusion. This was Zhang Yin's test of him. He had been foolish to think otherwise. Zhang Yin, with her demeanor, could never be the type to seek superficial validation. Realizing this, Wang Xuebing felt an urge to chastise himself for missing such a splendid opportunity. If Zhang Yin had chosen to test him, it implied that she held some interest in him. After all, why would one test someone they were indifferent towards? After much contemplation, he decided to make a call to rectify his previous folly, recalling that he had offered some supportive words to Zhang Yin before leaving. Zhang Xuejia, I left in a hurry, but I've returned to help you. Where are you now? I'm in my dorm, preparing to sleep. Zhang Yin replied, her impatience evident as she sought to conclude the call swiftly. Jiang Xiao lay patiently beside her, one arm around the aloof scholar while he listened to Zhang Yin converse. Suddenly, an idea struck him, recalling Zhang Yin's earlier words upon entering. A mischievous smile crept upon Jiang Xiao's lips as he snatched the phone from her hand, activating the speaker function to eavesdrop on what this Wang Xuezhang had to say. Before long, Wang Xuebing's voice resonated through the line. Zhang Xuejia, your friend from earlier was just joking, right? I initially intended to help you gather funds, but then I realized you couldn't possibly be that type of person. Zhang Yin, you were testing me, weren't you? As Wang Xuebing began his monologue, Jiang Xiao felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Zhang Yin, however, felt even more perplexed, wondering what was happening. Zhang Yin, are you listening? Wang Xuebing pressed. Yes, I'm listening, she replied, her tone flat. Wang Xuebing, oblivious to the nuances of her situation, continued, utterly unaware of the tension enveloping Zhang Yin and Jiang Xiao. Without refuting her previous statement, she surprisingly did not challenge the remark about testing him. What does that signify? Indeed, my initial intuition was correct. Zhang Yin harbors an interest in him. Upon confirming this, Wang Xuebing felt an exhilarating tremor of excitement. Consequently, he prepared to convey his carefully crafted words to Zhang Yin. Undoubtedly, he was about to confess his feelings. At this moment, Zhang Yin must be grappling with her own turmoil and helplessness. The likelihood of his confession succeeding appeared to be quite high. Zhang Yin, what I truly wish to express is that I have always held affection for you. Suddenly, a shrill cry erupted from his phone, followed by the monotonous tone of a disconnected line. This left Wang Xuebing perplexed. After several attempts to call, he was met with silence. Ultimately discovering the phone was turned off. Meanwhile, Zhang Yin was fiercely biting down on Jiang Xiao's shoulder. Wang's confession was too subtle, whereas Jiang Xiao's was far more direct. That morning, Jiang Xiao was jolted awake by a ringing phone. Groggily, he picked it up and pressed to answer. Who is this? It's early in the morning. Have you no sense of decorum? Your mother, do you think so? Jiang Xiao was instantly alert, sitting upright in bed. Yes, mother. What is your command at this early hour? Ah, Xiao, you're sitting on my hair. Ouch. Zhang Yin lay beside him, eyes closed and still in a daze. Jiang Xiao's heart raced. He quickly covered Zhang Yan's mouth, but it was too late. Jiang Xiao, where are you? I can hear a woman's voice. Zhao Taiho's tone was stern. Jiang Xiao's mind raced as he glanced at the clock. I'm in the dormitory. Then why is there a woman's voice? Zhao Taiho was not easily deceived. It's a roommate, Cheng Zong, a rather effeminate fellow, just messing with me. Really? Zhao Taiho was skeptical. Of course. I've only been at school for a month. It's not as you might think. Zhang Yin had now awakened, gazing affectionately at Jiang Xiao, recalling the previous night. Her heart still racing. Watching Jiang Xiao navigate the phone call, she couldn't help but smirk mischievously. Aren't you in Yinjing? I heard you made plans to see a movie with someone else during the summer break. What? Jiang Xiao's eyes widened as he caught Zhang Yan's cunning gaze. While managing the call with Zhao Taiho, he simultaneously resisted Zhang Yin's playful teasing. After 20 minutes of Zhao Taiho's nagging, she finally got to the point. On the 3rd, your brother Wei Min is getting married. You need to come back early. All right, Jiang Xiao replied. Wait, Mom, what did you say? Who is getting married? Your brother Wei Min. Didn't you know already? Others were informed before the college entrance exams. Lying on his bed, Jiang Xiao recalled that was a decade ago. Who could remember such details? Watching Zhang Yin, who appeared somewhat childish as she headed to the bathroom, Jiang Xiao felt helpless. He could push others around, but not with Wei Min, the eldest of the Jiang family. Although he was his aunt's son, she had raised Jiang Rinchun and had always been exceptionally caring for both Jiang Rinchuan's and Jiang Zhao's generations. All right, I understand. I will contact my brother. After hanging up, Jiang Xiao chastised Zhang Yin, though not too harshly. 2 hours later, after having breakfast together, Jiang Xiao and Zhang Yin parted ways at the entrance of Yinda. Zhang Yin mentioned she would not be returning home as her mother planned to visit her in Beijing. Watching her somewhat awkwardly retreating figure, Jiang Xiao chuckled and boarded the subway back to school. Chapter 32. Free Labor. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found his companions present, with Cheng Xiang busy packing his belongings. As soon as Jiang Xiao entered, he was forcibly seated on a chair, surrounded by 3 burly men, each wearing a lecherous grin. Confess openly, or face the consequences. Last night's absence had ignited their imaginations, leading them to deduce that all the girls in their class were in the dormitory. Naturally, they thought of the academic achiever from Yinda. Jiang Xiao gazed at them and coldly stated, "From now on, I am the dormitory leader." The 3 stared wide-eyed. Though they had their suspicions, hearing it from Jiang Xiao's lips was still hard to accept. That was Yinda, and she was a campus beauty. The dormitory erupted with cries of disbelief. Is this what you call confessing openly? The leader, Shen Weichao, and Cheng Xiang planned to head back home. Shen Weichao was close by, while Cheng Xiang was simply indulging his wealth. "I can't go back. I'm being forced," Jiang Xiao lamented. "But don't worry. I estimate my mother will start to find me tiresome by the 3rd day." Li Zheng, being a local, took the subway home without haste. "Big brother, you should head back first. I'll return tomorrow afternoon." "All right, call me when you're back. I'll be around." In the afternoon at the West District Incubation Area, 207. "Xi Jing, how are you feeling? Are you confident?" Jiang Xiao had initially intended to guide Su Jing through the grassroots promotion, but plans had changed, leaving her to tackle the task alone. Grassroots promotion is the fastest growing job. First, extreme communication skills. Second, battlefield-level execution. Lastly, and most crucially, high-precision user insights. These are essential abilities in the self-media industry. Jiang Xiao prepared Su Jing for the challenge, originally planning to mentor her, but now had to let her fend for herself. Perhaps it would serve as a test for this young lady. In truth, she wasn't overly concerned about the first 2 points, as long as Jiang Xiao was present. They wouldn't pose much of an issue. However, what Jiang Xiao required was battlefield-level execution, the ability to complete assigned tasks without compromise. This is fundamentally an issue of attitude. Jiang Xiao believed attitude is paramount, while skills can be cultivated. As for talent, it merely pertains to the extent of one's potential. In Jiang Zhao's view, potential? He observed the girl before him, biting her lip and nodding resolutely, and felt a twinge of admiration. "Tomorrow, I'll find you a helper. He is my childhood friend, and you can assign him all the heavy and tedious tasks." Shen Bo, having been swindled out of money, was too embarrassed to return home and planned to find a part-time job. Jiang Xiao decided to bring him on board to avoid him getting tricked again. Su Jing chuckled, her earlier anxiety easing slightly. Jiang Xiao then went over the grassroots promotion strategies and key details with her. An hour later, Su Jing closed her notebook and exited room 207. Jiang Xiao then turned his attention to Lu Yi, who had been quietly observing. Today, she still donned her OL outfit, reminiscent of a lady from an ancient painting. The skirt accentuated her long, shapely legs, which were elegantly encased in flesh-toned stockings. "Stunning," Jiang Xiao mused. "Teacher Lu, I appreciate your hard work these days. We will need an article each day to retain incoming users. Of course, I have already pinned a few. Would you like to take a look?" Jiang Xiao shook his head, saying, "I'm no expert in makeup, and as for new media, you are the professional, so I won team medal." Approaching different women cannot be one-size-fits-all. Zhang Yin's unique family background and childhood shaped her thrill-seeking personality. As long as her needs are met, she will unconditionally love you. Yi Xing, on the other hand, lacks any self-identity, so once you grasp a person's essence, it becomes easy to manage them. What is human nature? Wealth and money, each holding equal weight. Don't understand? Pathetic. In the realm of Lu Yi, she embodies an extraordinary self-assurance, harboring confidence in her writing abilities. Her desire to share her work with Jiang Xiao is merely a means to validate herself in his presence. To dismantle such a woman's confidence, one must first sow seeds of doubt within her, subsequently presenting oneself with an undeniable superiority, proclaiming, "You possess no advantage before me." However, This assertion must not be delivered bluntly. Rather, it should be articulated with a gentle, nurturing approach. This is imperative, as she possesses a rational disposition. Yet Jiang Xiao understands that those who are most rational often harbor the fiercest madness, a paradox indeed. He eagerly anticipates the spectacle of this seemingly rational and confident female counselor spiraling into madness. As for Yananchi, she is a pampered heiress, equally proud and self-assured, yet devoid of the rationality that characterizes Lu Yi. Her pride and confidence stem from the adoration of her parents and the incessant flattery from her admirers. Conquering such a girl poses a challenge not from her own character, but rather from the throngs of sycophants surrounding her. Thus, one must distinguish oneself from the rest, evoking a unique sentiment within her, whether positive or negative. Of course, one cannot simply approach her with a slap. That would be foolish. The following day, Chen Bo arrived, and Jiang Xiao introduced him to Su Jijing. Upon witnessing Chen Bo's bashful demeanor, Jiang Xiao felt an urge to slap him. Where was this shyness when he was dealing with the barmaids? After offering some words of encouragement, Jiang Xiao set off for the airport. Once aboard the plane, he hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to call Yi Xing, but ultimately decided against it. Unlike other schools, Changhong's military training commenced in November. Now that he had returned, Jiang Xiao intended to spend quality time with his parents. Upon disembarking, he was greeted by his elder brother, who had come to pick him up. The majority of the Jiang family lacked formal education, with Jiang Xiao being the sole university student of his generation. Thus, everyone held him in high regard. Reflecting on this, Jiang Xiao felt an urge to slap his past self for allowing a woman to cause discord within the family for years. Our esteemed scholar has returned. Gulme, let's dine. Rest well today, and tomorrow you shall visit my home. We will revel together in the evening. His elder brother was a retired soldier, now working as a civil servant at the Quality Supervision Bureau. Hearing his brother's words, Jiang Xiao smiled, acknowledging that the last night of his bachelorhood called for a final bout of revelry. Laughter filled the air as they ventured forth. However, the following day, Jiang Xiao found little to smile about, perplexed as to why he was summoned in the afternoon instead of enjoying the night as planned. After 2 hours of inflating balloons and an hour of affixing auspicious symbols, he declared his fatigue and reclined on the sofa, impervious to any calls for assistance. At 8 p.m., they finally completed their tasks, and one of his brother's old friends, embracing Jiang Xiao, grinned widely. Let us take our esteemed scholar to witness the world. Jiang Xiao was the pride of the Jiang family, and his brother's friends were well aware of this, having dined with him during their high school years. Previously, they refrained from taking him to raucous venues, but now, as a university student, there were no restrictions. They opted not to drive, and instead took 2 taxis. To Mayflower. Chapter 33, The Inherent Flaws of Humanity. The 2 taxis arrived at the entrance of Mayflower shortly before 9 p.m., yet this hour remained early for a bar. Having spent the day busily, they decided to first visit a well-known late-night eatery nearby. Xiongshi Escargot King, Jiang Xiao recalled visiting every year upon his return. The pig liver noodles, fried quail, and escargot were simply delightful. Relishing the long-awaited flavors filled Jiang Xiao with immense satisfaction. With his hunger sated, it was time to seek out merriment. The bar was no stranger to Jiang Xiao. During his initial years in Yanjing, he had ventured there out of curiosity, eager to uncover the allure that kept Yi Xing so enthralled. However, after just 3 months, he had grown weary of it. Later, after achieving some success in his live-streaming career, he frequented the bar to hone his practical skills. His brother's friends were clearly regulars, and even before entering, they encountered several familiar faces at the entrance. There were youths clad in tank tops with tattooed arms and spirited individuals with dyed hair, while the girls donned heavy makeup and an array of t-shirts paired with shorts, often with lollipops in their mouths. Guided by a girl in her 20s, they entered the bar, and as the door swung open, deafening electronic music engulfed Jiang Xiao, while vibrant lights spun wildly, casting distorted shadows amidst the swirling smoke. On the dance floor, groups of youthful bodies writhed ecstatically, colliding in a haze of sweat and alcohol that was almost suffocating. Brother Jian, the man who had initially promised Jiang Xiao a night of excitement, threw an arm around his shoulder and shouted in his ear, "How are you finding it? Can you adapt?" "Not bad," Jiang Xiao replied, leaning closer to Jian's ear to respond amidst the cacophony. This was the most common form of communication in a bar, as the noise was overwhelming. Tonight, being his brother's last night of singlehood, they naturally could not settle for a casual table. A private booth had already been reserved. Seeking a relatively quiet corner, Jiang Xiao lit a cigarette. Perhaps influenced by emotions from his past life, he felt a faint detachment from the bar's atmosphere. In 2012, the bar still retained traces of the chammate trend and a rustic vibe, As Jiang Xiao observed the scattered tables, he couldn't help but chuckle. Suddenly, a flurry of excited screams and whistles erupted from the center of the dance floor, drawing his attention. A group of flamboyantly dressed youths surrounded a girl clad in a sequin tank top and ultra-short shorts. The girl moved her waist rhythmically, her head shaking incessantly. With two striking pink streaks in her hair, her face adorned with an uninhibited and indulgent smile, her gaze glazed, clearly under the influence of alcohol. Nearby, a boy with dyed yellow hair, dressed in a studded leather jacket, pretended to embrace the girl's slender waist, dancing in sync with her exuberant movements. Yixing. A momentary surge of anger coursed through Jiang Xiao, but it quickly subsided. After all, they were both children of the world. There was no need to dwell on it. He could simply leave. Besides, after his rebirth, he had never truly regarded that girl as a girlfriend. His mindset had shifted entirely from his past life. Now, he could accept anyone's departure and would not hesitate to leave anyone behind. As if guided by some unseen force, Yixing executed a dazzling turn. Her swaying form abruptly freezing, her previously carefree smile instantly replaced by a look of shock, as if doused in icy water. Upon noticing Jiang Xiao, a smile crept onto his lips, and he raised his hands, applauding the girl's earlier dance. Observing Yixing's reaction, his roommates rushed to inquire, their eyes following her gaze to find a somewhat sunny boy clapping and smiling in their direction. Another girl rushed over. Jiang Xiao recognized her as Zhang Meiwan. Upon spotting Jiang Xiao, Zhang Meiwan quickly concealed herself behind Yixing, muttering incessantly, "It's over, it's over." "Meiwan, who is that? What's the matter?" Seeing the two of them in such an unusual state, Yixing's roommate couldn't help but inquire. "That is Yixing's boyfriend." "Ah." Looking back at Yixing, she seemed oblivious to the raucous environment surrounding her. Her eyes widened, and her complexion drained of color under the shifting lights, rendering her pale as parchment. Her teeth clenched tightly on her lower lip. "What's wrong, Yixing?" the young man with blonde hair exclaimed, somewhat disgruntled, as he reached out to tug at her. "Ah, don't touch me," Yixing cried out in terror, swatting away the young man's hand and nearly stumbling as she dashed out of the dance floor toward the booth where Jiang Xiao was seated. Upon reaching Jiang Xiao, Yixing's eyes were filled with panic, her words tumbling out in a frantic, high-pitched tone amidst the cacophony. Jiang Xiao, when did you come back? How could you be here?" The older brother also noticed the commotion at Jiang Xiao's table. How could he miss such a dazzling girl rushing toward them? "Xiao? Who is this?" "Classmate," Jiang Xiao replied with a smile. The older brother, ever the genial host, invited, "Oh, come sit down and have a drink." "No need. She has friends over there." Jiang Xiao politely declined on Yixing's behalf, his tone devoid of any annoyance or anger. The more dismissive Jiang Xiao was, the heavier Yixing's heart sank. Suddenly, she reached out to grasp Jiang Xiao's arm, pleading, "I am not. It's Zhang Meiwan. It's all Zhang Meiwan's fault. She dragged me here, saying it would just be for a little while, and I only had a little to drink. Why do you feel the need to explain this to me? You are free, and of course, I am free too. See, I came here, didn't I? Xiao, please don't be like this. You can scold me, hit me, whatever." Yixing's voice began to tremble with impending tears. Her roommate, unwillingly dragging Zhang Meiwan, approached Yixing's side. A pang of sympathy struck her. She could hardly fathom that the once radiant Yixing would stoop to such depths in a plea for forgiveness. "Nonsense. Hitting someone is against the law. Oh look, Zhang Meiwan is here too. Quickly, help classmate you back to rest. She has had too much to drink and is rambling nonsense." Jiang Xiao's tone remained calm, as though he were recounting an event entirely unrelated to himself. Extending his hand politely towards the exit, "It's crowded over here. Be careful not to fall. Goodbye." Yixing had no recollection of how she returned to her seat. Jiang Xiao's demeanor felt like that of a stranger, and her attempt to salvage the situation had been nothing more than a one-woman show. She contemplated the notion that she might now consider her relationship with Jiang Xiao completely severed, an unexplainable ache piercing her heart as she bent forward, stifling a sob. People are curious creatures. In a previous life, Jiang Xiao had sacrificed a prestigious university for Yixing, devoting himself entirely to her, while she had found him utterly bothersome, daring to drink and dance with others in his presence. Now, having chosen to pursue media studies at a prestigious university, Jiang Xiao seemed to overlook her entirely. The chat history was filled with her daily updates shared with him. In a bid to capture his attention, she had even sent him intimate photographs, to which he responded merely with brief replies. Yet, it was precisely this indifference that made Yixing cherish him all the more, constantly tiptoeing around him in an effort to please him. Such is the human flaw. People often undervalue what comes easily. In the corner of the booth, Jiang Xiao held a glass of beer, having consumed half, pouring out the other half, as if bidding farewell to his previous life. Zhang Meiwan gazed at the sobbing Yi Xing, at a loss for words, feeling a pang of guilt towards her friend. Once the blonde-haired youth grasped the situation. He appeared nonchalant and remarked, "I thought it was a big deal. The guy doesn't seem special. Seeing doesn't need to react this way. You're so beautiful." Breaking up is his loss. Yi Xing abruptly lifted her head, her eyes reddening as she glared at the blonde youth, roaring, "What right do you have to say that about him? He scored 600 on the college entrance exam. What about you? He earns tens of thousands in a week during summer break. What can you do other than ask your family for money?" With that, she seized her bag, shoved past the young man, and sprinted toward the exit. Seeing, Zhang Meiwan and her roommate hurriedly grabbed their bags and chased after her. The blonde youth stood frozen, his face alternating between red and green, feeling exceedingly awkward. Having said goodbye to his past, Jiang Xiao reveled in the festivities of the day, astonishing both Brother Jian and the older brother. Especially during the boasting games, Jiang Xiao, adept at gauging human psychology, dominated the scene, whether in one-on-one or group confrontations. The next day, before dawn, still feeling a bit dazed, Jiang Xiao was roused from his slumber. Today, he was one of the 3 groomsmen. Groomsmen had to be unmarried adult males, and due to the early marriages common among his friends, only 2 of them remained unmarried. A sleek black Mercedes S320 led the procession, followed by a Land Rover filming vehicle, and behind them trailed 11 black Audis, all heading toward the bride's family. As they entered the building amidst the murmurs of the neighbors, they encountered the bride's friends, the first hurdle, the bewitching maze. Countless paper cups lined the way, mostly filled with plain water, but some contained white vinegar and others, white liquor. Jiang Xiao felt a shiver run down his spine, but fortunately, his friends are no pushovers. Brother Jian took the lead, grabbing a cup and downing it. What the hell? Vinegar. He didn't fear the liquor, but the vinegar was truly unbearable. Jiang Xiao needed to conserve his strength. The final task of breaking through the door fell to him, having navigated the bewitching maze. Brother Jian and the others were already showing signs of rosy cheeks. They soon faced the second challenge, the pressure-sensitive floorboards. This was specifically designed for Brother Jian, leaving the others unable to assist. Jiang Weimin, undeterred, shed his shoes and charged forth, howling in agony, but ultimately, they managed to pass the second hurdle. Finally, they arrived at the third challenge, confronting the blocking bridesmaids. This required red packets to pave the way. Jiang Xiao had brought plenty of them, swiftly distributing them. 2 of the bridesmaids cheerfully accepted the red packets, quickly clearing the passage. However, the 3rd bridesmaid remained unimpressed. Jiang Xiao had no idea of her connection to his sister-in-law, and she appeared slightly older than him. No matter how Jiang Xiao pressed the red packets into her hands, the girl merely shook her head, refusing to even glance at them. Well, it seems I must show my true skills. Jiang Xiao handed the red packets to Brother Jian, then adjusted his attire. As a groomsman, Jiang Weimin had specially rented a silver-gray suit for him. He was already handsome, and today, his polished appearance along with his devil-may-care smile and the confidence he exuded had drawn considerable attention from the bridesmaids. Jiang Xiao looked up, locking eyes with the blocking bridesmaid, and that single glance sent a jolt through her, making her want to shy away. Step by step, he approached her, the glimmer in his eyes intensifying. The bridesmaid's heart raced, and as they stood mere inches apart, they could feel each other's breath. "I am Jiang Xiao, a student from Yen University. May I ask if you have a boyfriend?" I don't have one." The girl was utterly flustered. Jiang Xiao's striking features further enhanced by the aura of his university. Jiang Xiao extended his hand, saying, "I'm sorry for being late." The girl, still in a daze, instinctively reached out her hand to shake his. Jiang Xiao smoothly entwined his fingers with hers, suddenly tightening his grip, pulling her in, and pinning her against the wall, locking eyes with her. "Ha ha ha ha, cousin impressive." Brother Jian observed Jiang Xiao's animated gestures from behind, signaling the others to charge ahead. By the time the girl regained her composure, it was too late. Laughter erupted throughout the hall, and the girl's friends stifled their giggles behind their hands, unable to contain their amusement. The girl's cheeks flushed crimson as she raised her small hand to push Jiang Xiao away, her lips protruding in a pout. "Ha ha!" Jiang Xiao, unfazed, laughed and followed the crowd into his sister-in-law's room. Jiangu and the others had already begun rummaging through drawers in search of high-heeled shoes, while Jiang Weimin was drenched in sweat. His sister-in-law sat elegantly in the center of the vibrant red bed, adorned in a pristine white wedding gown with its skirt spread out. Finally, they discovered the bride's shoes in his sister-in-law's cousin's bag, a contribution from Jiang Xiao, who had overheard his elder brother mentioning it during a drinking session in his previous life. Who would have thought that a reincarnator could possess such abilities? Ultimately, his sister-in-law's uncle carried the bride downstairs and into the car. The female relatives began to look for their vehicles, and as the door to Jiang Xiao's car swung open, a disgruntled bridesmaid squeezed in, glaring at him the entire way. The other relatives proceeded directly to the hotel, while the bride and her bridesmaids made a brief stop at the new house, fortunately avoiding any demand for transportation fees from the bridesmaids. In the new house, after a series of rituals including tea serving, renaming, and red envelope giving, everyone hurried off to the hotel. However, Jiang Xiao felt quite uncomfortable, as the bridesmaid did nothing but fix her intense gaze on him, as if she wished to devour him. "Sister, what are you doing? You've been staring at me for 2 hours." Jiang Xiao helplessly took a sip of water. "Be my boyfriend." Oofed. Jiang Xiao turned and bolted, thinking her insane. The wedding concluded before he succumbed to intoxication. Later that evening, Jiang Xiao groggily rose from his bed, rubbing his temple, and glanced at the clock. It was already 8 p.m. Damn, being a best man is utterly exhausting. Who would want to get married? Opening the bedroom door, he sought some water, only to find Zhao Taiho and Jiang Lao Deng lounging on the sofa, engrossed in a television show. "Awake? It's not even your wedding. And you've drunk to this extent?" Zhao Taiho shot Jiang Xiao a scrutinizing look, her eyes filled with concern. "How could I escape this?" "Don't worry. I want to get married." "What did you say?" Zhao Taiho's voice escalated by an octave. "I said I want to get married." Jiang Xiao's voice dwindled. "I'll beat you to death, you unfilial child." "No, please don't hit me, Mom. I was wrong. I'll marry her. I'll bring back 10 or 8 for you to lecture. You intend to drive me to my grave, don't you?" Zhao Taiho's grip tightened. Thus, Jiang Xiao found himself relegated back to the lowest status within the family hierarchy. On the 4th, he hung up on Yi Xing's 17th call and sat with Zhao Taiho watching television. On the 5th, Zhao Taiho forced him to cancel his evening train ticket, replacing it with a morning flight on the 6th. On the 6th, amidst Zhao Taiho's reluctant yet threatening gaze, Jiang Xiao stepped out of the house once more. With his next return likely coinciding with the new year, on a Dazhong flight to Yanjing, Jiang Xiao clutched his phone, watching the city of Dazhong shrink beyond the window, silently vowing, "It's time to make my move." The channels of Garage Coffee proved formidable, as 10,000 cold jokes welcomed its new owner. Jiang Xiao transferred the operational rights of the WeChat public account, boasting 480,000 followers, for a sum of 400,000. Although the account's identity cannot be altered, there exists a workaround. By signing a document, Jiang Xiao entrusted all operational rights to the other party, who also agreed to take responsibility for any issues arising in the future. Upon arriving in Yanjing, they would sign the documents. With ample funding, Jiang Xiao's plans could advance to the next stage. At 10 a.m., his flight landed, coinciding with another flight arriving from Huqing. "Director Liu, what exactly does Tonghe Capital mean by this?" A woman clad in a sleek black designer suit briskly approached the exit. "What else could it mean?" "They're observing. We currently hold only the 7th market share, and..." The woman felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. After nearly a month of preliminary discussions for financing, everything had seemed nearly finalized. Suddenly, Tonghe Capital insisted on reviewing the write-off rate data and demanded a user survey first. After several days of investigation, it became clear that an unknown young man had exposed this during a small salon at the garage last week. The woman drifted off and thought, "Hey, watch where you're going." A male voice jolted her back to reality. Soda. The woman replied with a slight nod, not pausing as she and her assistant exited the airport. This time, it was Jiang Xiao who found himself distracted, as the voice he had just heard had emanated from him. His distraction was not due to the woman's demeanor, but rather the uncanny resemblance she bore to his counselor, Lu Yi. Chapter 35E, particularly her features. While Lu Yi's eyes radiated warmth like spring, this woman appeared as though she had been encased in ice. If Lu Yi were a refined lady emerging from an ancient painting, then this woman resembled a general emerging from the battlefield. Shaking his head, Jiang Xiao pushed his suitcase toward the subway. At Garage Coffee, through manager Wang's introduction, Jiang Xiao signed a contract with a technology company named Future Technology, a new media marketing firm centered around technological innovation. The primary aim of purchasing the public account was for event promotion. Jiang Xiao understood that while it was labeled as event promotion, it primarily involved inflating data. Many new media marketing companies promise their clients results for events. Thus, when expected outcomes are not met, it necessitates channels to compensate. The head of this company clearly had a keen insight, recognizing that WeChat would become a battleground for businesses in the coming years, and thus made early arrangements. After signing the contract, both parties engaged in mutual flattery. Jiang Xiao returned to the media center by 4 p.m. Upon entering his dormitory, Room 306 was empty. He set down his luggage and picked up his notebook, heading to room 207. He had just messaged Su Zhijing and Chunbo to join him for a meeting in room 207 once they were finished. Sitting in room 207, Jiang Xiao reviewed the backends of various public accounts. Self-study rooms beauty diary, 42,000. Delicate little fairy, 1,500. Tech Xiao says, 31,000. New Arrow women, 108,000. After browsing the content data and backend feedback of the delicate little fairy, Jiang Xiao noted that Lu Yi had updated 4 articles in recent days. As expected, the data was quite mediocre. Jiang Xiao skimmed through the content, finding both the titles and concluding calls to action lacking in finesse. The first to arrive was Lu Yi, and upon seeing her, Jiang Xiao was momentarily taken aback, recalling the woman he had encountered at the airport. Today, Lu Yi appeared somewhat listless, perhaps disheartened by the unsatisfactory data of her articles. Lu teacher is here. Please have a seat. I'll finish reviewing the data, and we can discuss your article. All right. Lu Yi quietly observed Jiang Xiao, who occasionally frowned or scratched his head, her expression shifting to one of surprise upon seeing him. How do you feel about it? Lu teacher? Jiang Xiao refrained from directly addressing the issues. I don't know. You've seen the data. It's a genuine market reflection. Lu Yi's tone carried a hint of discouragement. What is wrong? My Lu teacher seems a bit downcast. Jiang Xiao chuckled, as it was his first time witnessing such an expression on her. It's nothing. I'm just a bit disappointed by the data. The student demographic is indeed more responsive than the white-collar demographic. Lu Yi offered a plausible excuse for her unsatisfactory results. It's not as dire as it seems. While the student demographic may be more active, their user value is not as high as that of white-collar workers. After all, they're the ones earning their own income. Jiang Xiao reined in her smile and adopted a serious demeanor. I've reviewed the article. There's no need to discuss the content. The primary issues lie within the title and the concluding phrasing. Lu Yi furrowed her brow. If the content were subpar, she could console herself with the excuse of lacking expertise. However, when it came to titles and phrasing, those were her professional strong suits. I want to elaborate on the reasons. Instead, I'll provide you with several templates that you can apply in the future. First, the pain point resolution type, pain point, quick solution. Second, the trending leverage type, trend, related knowledge point. Third, the emotional resonance type, audience, counterintuitive behavior. Lu Yi stared in confusion at the text Jiang Xiao had inscribed in the document. What is this? Noticing Lu Yi still did not comprehend, Jiang Xiao continued. For instance, regarding this article, your title reads, Solution to Floating Makeup, Bid Farewell to Embarrassment. While the pain point is present, it lacks specificity. We could present a concrete scenario, such as, is your commuter makeup always floating? Lu Yi's eyes widened as she compared the two titles. Furthermore, regarding the solution aspect, we could rephrase it, quantifying it with numbers or time, like 3 steps or 5 minutes. Lastly, we should create some memorable points. The entire title could be transformed into, Is your commuter makeup always floating? 3 steps to achieve flawless base makeup and bid farewell to unsightly patches. Do you understand? Jiang Xiao secretly altered her form of address, but Lu Yi remained oblivious, her focus entirely on the document. After comparing, her feelings were a mix of disappointment and admiration. If she encountered such a title herself, she would be unable to resist clicking on it. Not bad. I'll give it a try in the future. Though tumultuous emotions surged within her, as a teacher, Lu Yi maintained an air of calm detachment. Jiang Xiao chose not to press the issue and continued. Aside from these, there are some additional tips, such as the earlier numerical specification, creating a sense of conflict and triggering emotional awakenings. I trust that teacher Lu doesn't require further elaboration on these, does she? Coughing lightly, Lu Yi replied, Jiang Xiao, I believe you should also document these. If you encounter any issues, I would be happy to provide guidance. Lu Yi coaxed, a subtle flush blooming on her cheeks, akin to a ripe apple, irresistibly tempting. Very well, I shall write it down, and allow teacher Yi to provide thorough guidance. Upon hearing this form of address, Lu Yi frowned, yet did not correct him. The inclusion of teacher left her with no grounds for rebuttal. Subsequently, Jiang Xiao typed while articulating her thoughts. The guiding phrasing should primarily aim to lower the user's decision-making costs. For instance, instead of welcome to follow us, we could rephrase it to tap, follow to unlock commuting essentials. Jiang Xiao provided detailed explanations, and Lu Yi listened attentively, though occasionally. Jiang Xiao's casual use of he made her feel slightly uncomfortable. Half an hour later, Jiang Xiao sent the completed document to Lu Yi's email. Lu Yi transformed from the diligent student back into the authoritative counselor. Jiang Xiao, Does it roll off the tongue well? Not bad. Ah, please don't misunderstand. Teacher. Jiang Xiao donned a playful expression, explaining, I find that this form of address doesn't feel too distant. In truth, I certainly regard you as a teacher. It must be teacher. Otherwise, the sanctity of the teacher-student relationship would be compromised. In the future, you may only refer to me as Teacher Lu or Counselor. Do you understand? Oh, understood. Teacher E. Teacher Lu. Jiang Xiao sighed in resignation, bowing his head. Alas, the revolution has yet to succeed. Comrades must strive further. Observing Jiang Xiao's despondent demeanor, Lu Yi felt slightly guilty. Perhaps she should allow him to call her that? No, this mischievous boy would undoubtedly take advantage of it. And before long, he would feel emboldened enough to drop the teacher altogether. The thought of a boy calling her Yi stirred something within her. Just as Teacher Lu grappled with her thoughts, Su Zhijing and Chunbo returned. After 5 days of grassroots promotion, both appeared somewhat fatigued, yet their eyes gleamed with excitement. Zhijing, you've worked hard, Jiang Xiao remarked, standing to greet Su Zhijing. It was manageable. I owe much to Chunbo. He exerted himself tremendously. He deserves it. Ignore him. Jiang Xiao glanced at Chunbo with a look of disdain, reminiscent of a father observing a wayward son. Jiang Xiao invited Zhijing to sit before the computer, briefing her on subsequent work arrangements. Here, S500. Consider it your overtime pay for the National Day holiday. Jiang Xiao pulled 500 yuan from his pocket and pressed it into Su Zhijing's hands despite her protests. He held great appreciation for this young woman. She was diligent, resilient, and eager to improve. What surprised Jiang Xiao was that upon receiving the money, Su Zhijing immediately approached the somewhat dejected Chunbo. Let us go out for hot pot together tomorrow. Her voice was soft but sincere. Chunbo looked up, his expression a mixture of shock and delight. Sure. Jiang Xiao and Lu Yi exchanged glances, as if sensing an unspoken connection. That evening, Jiang Xiao hosted a dinner for a few people. Lu Yi escorted Su Zhijing back to the female dormitory area. Stop staring. If you keep looking, your eyes will fall out. Damn it, you're mocking me again. Chunbo playfully pinched Jiang Xiao. Damn it, Su Zhijing is now my employee. Tomorrow, I'll initiate some rules with her. Chapter 36, Chunbo's Moment of Glory. Damn, I'm going all out against you. Jiang Xiao brought Chunbo back to the dormitory, planning to have him stay the night in his room. Upon opening the door to 306, he discovered Cheng Xiang and Li Zheng were already back. The third one is back? Who's this? This is my childhood friend, Chunbo, from the Materials College. Jiang Xiao introduced Chunbo to Li Zheng and Cheng Xiang, leading him into the dormitory. Hey, bro, you're the third childhood friend? Cheng Xiang grinned, throwing an arm around Chunbo's shoulders. Hello. Chunbo felt somewhat awkward, not quite accustomed to Cheng Xiang's exuberance. However, the greatest asset of youth is adaptability. Soon, Chunbo and Cheng Xiang were conversing freely. Chunbo, don't you have a lot of girlfriends over there? Li Zheng inquired with interest. Chunbo glanced at Jiang Xiao before replying candidly. Just one. Oh, is she pretty? Third, why have I never heard you mention her? Damn it, you're such a scoundrel. Cheng Xiang looked at Jiang Xiao with disdain. We broke up, what is there to say? Enough with the chatter. Where are the local specialties you brought? Huh, Xiao. What did you break up with Yi Xiying? Chunbo was surprised, unaware of the events that transpired during Jiang Xiao's 11th. Although he didn't have a particularly favorable impression of Yi Xiying, he recalled how Jiang Xiao had liked her before filling out his college application. Just a few days ago, we clarified things on the way back. Did you even bring anything? Jiang Xiao merely brushed over the topic without delving deeper. Damn it. What specialty do I have? Should I bring you a piece of coal? When I have the time, I'll take you all to my home, let you see the club. First, let us check out the third ex-girlfriend. Haha, Cheng Xiang said mysteriously, and Jiang Xiao could tell that the lad had returned from home with some intriguing experiences. Finally, Li Zheng and Cheng Xiang leaned in closer to Chunbo. Peering at his phone, Yi Xiying's social media was filled with numerous photos, nearly daily updates, but after that night at the bar, it had abruptly ceased. Holy cow. Third, are the girls in Dachang City all this beautiful? I think I must visit Dachang sometime. Cheng Xiang gazed at the photographs on Yi Xiying's social media. In this era, where beauty filters were scarce, the images shared were refreshingly authentic. Both Cheng Xiang and Li Zheng were taken aback. They had encountered Lu Yuqi and Zhang Yan from Yin University, whose allure had already set high expectations for the girls of Dachang City. Yet, the sight of Yi Xiying, a pure, lively, and exuberant young lady, was truly captivating, setting aside the coincidence of Lu Yuqi. Both Zhang Yan and Yi Xiying were inherently linked to Jiang Xiao, which fundamentally misled Li Zheng and Cheng Xiang, as the root of this illusion was Jiang Xiao's aesthetic sensibilities. Without a modicum of social capital, Jiang Xiao would hardly engage with them. Disinterested in the antics of these simpletons, Jiang Xiao busied himself with the back end of his public account, contemplating monetization strategies for his new Arrow Women initiative. His first idea was to offer paid knowledge services, such as emotional counseling. However, this would demand all his energy, clearly an unsustainable choice. Next, he considered venturing into microcommerce, ideally partnering with a relatively obscure domestic cosmetics brand, engaging in a distribution model for sales. This was a viable option. Although he lacked a suitable brand at the moment and needed to consult Zhang Yan, the simplest and most convenient approach would be to utilize an online marketplace, as, back in 2012, WeChat had yet to restrict access to such platforms. Though profits were modest, the ease of operation was appealing, particularly if he selected books as merchandise, which would elevate the profile of new Arrow Women while minimizing risks associated with quality issues. Having made his decision, Jiang Xiao began selecting appropriate titles online. Meanwhile, Chunbo and Cheng Xiang had started hurling banter at each other, indicating their growing camaraderie. Xiang, you're truly pathetic. The Dragon Lady isn't played this way. How can you even attempt to engage without infiltrating? Chunbo remarked, his technical skills surpassing those of their peers. Damn, I know. It's not that I can't get in. Cheng Xiang retorted, visibly frustrated. Xiao, pass me the computer. I'll show them how it's done. Chunbo dismissed Jiang Xiao and commenced a journey into the gaming realm with Cheng Xiang and Li Zheng. Jiang Xiao, muttering a curse at the simplicity of it all, climbed onto his bed to embark on his own escapade of idle chat. Upon opening WeChat, he was immediately met with a barrage of messages from Yi Xing, over 20 unread notifications, despite having deleted them earlier that morning. Without opening them, he lightly tapped his finger to erase the conversation. Yet moments later, new messages arrived, prompting him to block Yi Xing entirely. With tranquility restored, Jiang Xiao began messaging Zhang Yan and, intriguingly, a contact labeled Teacher Lu. Fatigued from a restless night, he soon drifted into slumber. In a dormitory at the Aviation University in Dachang City, Yi Xing stared blankly at her phone, noting that her message had been sent but rejected. Tears flowed unbidden. She had spent the last few days in a daze, moving through military training like a soulless automaton, often remaining frozen in place long after her peers had dispersed. Seeing, don't be sad. This line had been repeated countless times. Yet, Yi Xing remained in her melancholic state, clutching her phone, alternating between moments of bewilderment and tears. Each time her phone chimed, she would frantically check it, only to be met with disappointment. In just 3 days, this usually radiant girl had become a shadow of her former self. That evening, the excited voices of Jiang Xiao and his friends awakened her. Drag them along. Don't let them return to the city. Jin Wushautit. I know, damn it, I'm dead. Cheng Xiang and Li Zheng exclaimed amidst a cacophony as their screens faded to gray. Abandoning their mice, they rushed over to Chunbo's side, who was already controlling his character, preparing to strike the opposing base. One's back, Cheng Xiang exclaimed, his expression tense, while Chunbo was equally thrilled. Despite his exceptional performance, he knew that without Cheng Xiang and Li Zheng's contributions, the situation would have collapsed. After a tense search for an opportunity, Chunbo's palms were slick with sweat. Ultimately, amidst the cheers of Cheng Xiang and Li Zheng, he detonated the enemy's base first. Incredible. Ha ha ha. Brilliant. Chunbo reveled in the praise of his less skilled companions. Damn it, could you all keep it down? Jiang Xiao, irritated, had nearly succumbed to sleep only to be abruptly awakened. Ha ha ha, ignore him. Xiao Bo is amazing. Call me if you need anything in Yinjing. Li Zheng exclaimed, ignoring Jiang Xiao's complaints. Jiang Xiao allowed Chunbo to sleep on his bed while he made do with the larger bed of their leader, Shunwei Chao. That night, the 306 gaming group welcomed a newcomer, igniting a fresh wave of late-night discussions. What? Are you serious? You were swindled out of several thousand? Li Zheng was incensed upon hearing about Chunbo's misfortune with a scammer. We need to get revenge. Xiao, do you have any ideas? Cheng Xiang echoed his frustration. Jiang Xiao, nearly forgetting the incident, pondered for a moment before responding. There's a way, but we need to set a trap for that woman first. Drift bottles, right? We should fish for a few every day. Who knows, we might catch that conniving witch. When we do, she'll be sorry. After some deliberation, they resolved to begin fishing for drift bottles daily and concocted plans for revenge. Jiang Zhao's thoughts drifted to the impending start of classes. Wondering if Nian Nanshi would bring him breakfast, he felt a flutter of anticipation. Chapter 37. Are you committing to him for life? The following day, their leader Shun Weichao returned, prompting Jiang Xiao and Chunbo to rise. After freshening up, they realized it was nearly lunchtime. Jiang Xiao dismissed Chunbo, declining the invitation to accompany him for hot pot. Get lost. I won't be a third wheel. Xiao, I'm a bit anxious. Jiang Xiao stammered, his expression betraying his nerves. Where are you off to? Jiang Xiao asked, noticing Chen Bo's discomfort. After some hesitation, Chen Bo finally revealed, I'm going on a date with a senior from our school. No way. You guys from Dachong are that impressive? Li Zheng was astonished. I can understand Jiang Xiao. But now Chen Bo too? In just a few days, he's managed to win over a senior? Following Chen Bo's explanation, their surprise began to level out. Don't worry. Chen Bo, I'll create a group chat. Keep us updated on your situation, and we'll be your strategists. Cheng Xiong suggested, having formed a brotherly bond with Chen Bo. Once the group chat was established, Chen Bo felt emboldened, and with encouragement from his friends, he ventured forth into the battlefield. Jiang Xiao, however, opted out, not wanting to be a third wheel, and also because he had an unexpected engagement. In a corner of the cafeteria, a middle-aged man watched Jiang Xiao's youthful visage with intrigue. The man was Li Lei, the head of e-commerce for L'Oreal. Who would have thought a university student beauty blogger would be such a handsome young man? Li Lei remarked, smiling at Jiang Xiao. Oh, come on, Manager Li. Don't be so modest. The content isn't mine. It's authored by someone at Yin University. I'm merely the operator, Jiang Xiao responded humbly. Li Lei had come to discuss a collaboration with Weibo and took this opportunity to meet Jiang Xiao, requesting his cooperation for a large-scale marketing campaign. Such initiatives typically spanned multiple platforms, with Weibo being the primary avenue, while WeChat, as an emerging platform, have been gaining tremendous traction. This only deepened Li Lei's admiration for Jiang Xiao's insight. Could you elaborate on the campaign? Jiang Xiao did not hastily agree. She wished to first ascertain the details before responding. Here's the situation. L'Oreal is preparing to venture into the college student market, developing an exclusive line of products tailored for university students, a complete range that includes lipsticks, eyeshadows, various lotions, and creams. The primary marketing strategy revolves around soliciting names for this new product line, encompassing product introductions, student trial experiences, naming events, raffles, and a series of related activities. Manager Li implied that he wanted me to participate in the student experience aspect. Yes, but more importantly, your cooperation is also needed for the naming campaign. Jiang Xiao contemplated for a moment, then shook her head and remarked, that would be quite challenging. WeChat and Weibo are competitors. If we direct traffic to Weibo, I fear it might provoke resentment from WeChat, leading to a reduction in my account's authority. Li Lei furrowed his brow, as this was the first time he had heard such a concern. Of course, Jiang Xiao was exaggerating. At this stage, public accounts were still in their infancy, and their traffic could hardly compare to that of Weibo. However, such a situation could indeed arise in the future. WeChat provided a plausible excuse, citing system fluctuations. Yet, Li Lei was not fully aware of the situation and found Jiang Xiao's reasoning somewhat convincing. So what is your suggestion? Perhaps we could conduct the voting within WeChat itself? I can attach an event page at the end of the article to complete the whole loop. Jiang Xiao demonstrated the specific operation to Li Lei, who nodded in understanding. I'll discuss this when I return. By the way, what are your fees this time? The budget is quite ample. Li Lei had high hopes for the public account platform, aiming to maintain a good collaborative relationship with Jiang Xiao. Given the generous budget, he seized the opportunity to boost his rapport. We can discuss that later. I just want to confirm that I am only organizing a voting activity, correct? Yes. If that is the case, I fear the response may not be very effective. Suddenly introducing such an activity to my users will likely leave them bewildered. Li Lei laughed, aware that Jiang Xiao had undoubtedly devised another idea. He directly inquired, come on, just tell me what you want to do? Hee brother Li. What if I could also participate in the naming campaign? That way, it would be complete, wouldn't it? Experience and naming voting. Jiang Xiao discreetly replaced Manager Li with Brother Li. You rascal, fine, I'll bring it up in this afternoon's meeting. Li Lei was fully aware of Jiang Xiao's intentions. The more involvement, the more financial gain. This initiative is led by Hong Biao and Ao Mei, so coordination from their side is essential. All right, I won't keep you any longer. Brother Li, I'll wait for your news. Hong Biao is not particularly close. Yes, it's nearly time. We'll keep in touch by phone. After bidding farewell to Manager Li, Jiang Xiao returned to her dormitory, where she found 3 rowdy boys in room 306 huddled together, each clutching a phone and murmuring. What are you doing? Jiang Xiao inquired with curiosity. Just sending you some suggestions for your friend? This guy is stuck. Perfect. Can you think of a way for him? Jiang Xiao scoffed. Stop giving misguided advice. That senior sister is a part-timer I recruited. A student from a poor background. She wouldn't be fond of slick-tongued boys. It's better for him to remain authentic. At least the LL earn a reputation for being honest. Oh, is that a perspective? Cheng Xiang seemed to have stumbled upon a new revelation, urging Jiang Xiao to elaborate, while Li Zheng and Shen Weichao also set aside their phones, eagerly awaiting Jiang Xiao's insights. Students from impoverished backgrounds mature quickly, so they are likely to appreciate earnest boys. Those who favor smooth talkers wouldn't come to work part-time here, do you not see? After Jiang Xiao's thorough analysis, the three nodded in a half-understanding manner and resumed brainstorming ideas for Chun Bo. Understanding or not, it did not hinder their enjoyment of the spectacle. In the afternoon, Jiang Xiao selected 2 books for the new generation of women. One was a classic titled Tear Down the Walls of Thought, which advocates breaking free from societal constraints, such as the necessity of homeownership before marriage and the expectation that women should sacrifice their careers, encouraging women to transcend cognitive limitations. This aligns perfectly with the philosophy of Jiang Xiao's public account. The second book was a new release, Jiang Xiaoxin's Women Under the Breadfruit Tree. This book also addresses women's dilemmas and resonates with the rising consciousness of female empowerment. After registering everything on a certain e-commerce platform, Jiang Xiao commenced editing the first promotional article for the new generation of women. In the dormitory of the advertising design department, Nian Nanqi was rolling around on her bed, occasionally punching a doll in the corner and muttering, "Bastard, bastard, what is wrong? Did Aunt Flo arrive?" Tian Chao Chao asked while tidying her desk. "I would rather have Aunt Flo every day than deliver breakfast to that bastard." "What should I do, Chao Chao?" "Well, just don't go then." "What can he do to you?" "No way, if I don't deliver, I'll never be able to hold my head high in front of him." After considering Tian Chao Chao's suggestion, Nian Nanqi shook her head. "Are you planning to be with him for a lifetime?" "Ha ha, that cracks me up." Tian Chao Chao seized on the flaw in Nian Nanqi's words and burst into laughter. Who wants to be with him for a lifetime? If you keep laughing, Chao Chao, I want to hold back." Nian Nanqi waved her small fist. "You said it yourself, haha. I can't take it anymore. I'm on my period and about to bleed out, haha." On October 8th, a Monday, Nian Nanqi dressed up, wearing a look of resolve akin to one going to the gallows. "I'm leaving first." Chapter 38, The Unevenness of Life. At 7:30 a.m., the time Jiang Xiao had set, this marked the peak hour for boys leaving their dormitories, though those without classes were an exception. This morning, Jiang Xiao's class was fully attended. It must be said that students from prestigious institutions like 985 tend to be quite self-disciplined. Jiang Xiao recalled that after the first exam, half of her roommates had already started skipping classes. After the first exam, the weather in Yanjing had begun to cool. The sweltering summer a distant memory, as the refreshing autumn breeze swept through the campus, carrying with it golden leaves. Dressed in a classic Chanel-patterned wool coat, Nian Nanqi, with a stunningly beautiful face, sported a delicate door handbag slung over her shoulder, while she clutched a white plastic bag containing 2 buns and a cup of soy milk from the cafeteria. Her steps were heavy, reminiscent of a condemned person approaching the gallows, her face etched with humiliation, resentment, and a fierce determination, each step weighted with gravity. She halted near the flower bed not far from the dormitory. As the clock approached 7:30, boys began to trickle out of the dormitory, preparing for classes or morning practice. Then, all at once, nearly everyone paused in their tracks. They rubbed their eyes, some questioning whether they were still dreaming. "What the heck? Which department is that from?" In the crowd, there were indeed those who recognized Nian Nanqi, primarily because of her fame. The kitty cafe at the entrance and her captivating beauty made it impossible for her to remain inconspicuous. "I know her. She is a freshman from the advertising department. Nian Nanqi, the owner of that kitty cafe by the West Gate." "TSK, TSK, TSK. Is she here to deliver breakfast?" Some boys began to take out their phones, pretending to chat while secretly snapping pictures to send to their dorm buddies. The boys from 985 were not fools. A girl as enchanting as this, standing at the boys' dormitory with a bag of breakfast in hand, could only mean one thing. The crowd slowed their pace, eager to discover which deity could win over such a mesmerizing beauty. Their eyes reflected astonishment, confusion, and a mix of envy and jealousy. Damn it, with a girlfriend like that, one should cherish her like a goddess. How could they let her deliver breakfast? Nian Nanqi's face shifted from pale to red, then to a deep shade of purple, though it had long been anticipated, the moment when countless gazes pierced her like daggers, accompanied by the faint whispers of speculation about boyfriends and conquests, left her feeling utterly exposed and humiliated. Never before had she experienced such disgrace. All of it was due to that damned Jiang Xiao. Nian Nanqi ground her teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, the subject of the gossip, Jiang Xiao, was washing his face, tidying himself up before stepping out with his dorm mates from room 306. As they encountered a few individuals from the neighboring dormitory, they began to discuss their plans for the upcoming holiday, leaving the dormitory together. "Wow, Cheng Xiang truly lives up to his reputation for being a pest." The moment we step out, he spots Nian Nanqi by the flower bed. The trio from room 306 felt a shiver run down their spines and turned to look at Jiang Xiao. Another boy from a different dormitory, who had charmed many girls during military training with his serenades, also caught sight of Niananchi. He was a notorious flirt, and upon arriving at the school, he had eagerly inquired about the campus beauty, quickly recognizing Niananchi as the universally acknowledged flower of their department, likely the campus belle as well. Did you know? The Kitty Cafe at the West Gate is owned by her. Damn, not only is she stunning, but she's also wealthy. The boys speculated. Who do you think she is waiting for? Wait, is she carrying breakfast? Is she delivering it? The boys were incredulous, while the trio from room 306 was already aware of the enchanting lady's intentions, wishing only to bury Jiang Xiao in the process. Oh no, she's coming towards us. Quick, make way, the boys murmured anxiously. Nearly every male student in the vicinity halted in their tracks, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Jiang Xiao stood there, clutching his book, a sly smile playing on his lips, exuding a mix of confidence and provocativeness. Observing Jiang Xiao's mischievous grin, Niananchi's face contorted with fury. Her cheeks flushed as she disregarded the classmates around Jiang Xiao, hurling the cheap plastic bag she held forcefully at his chest. Here, catch. Hope it chokes you. Oomph. The bystanders gasped in astonishment. Wow, she is really delivering breakfast. Remember that scoundrel. Niananchi, do you have some leverage over him? Just give me a signal, and I'll make this brat disappear. Jiang Xiao, however, paid no heed to the murmurs and heartbreak around him. The reaction he sought was unfolding perfectly. He caught the plastic bag with ease, glancing inside. Is this it? How stingy of you. Is this really too little? Are you a pig? The young lady scoffed, clearly unimpressed, as she knew she couldn't even finish half of it. All right, I suppose it'll do. Thank you, Bosnia. Until tomorrow. She extracted a bun, nibbling on it while beckoning a few stunned classmates, making her way towards the teaching building amidst the bewildered gazes of the boys. Niananchi stood rooted in place, her anger nearly causing her to explode, her cheeks crimson as she gritted her teeth and shouted at Jiang Xiao's retreating figure. Jiang Xiao? Just you wait. Then, amidst the gazes of all present, she stormed away from the boys' dormitory, her high heels clacking furiously, leaving behind a cacophony of gossip and countless shattered hearts. Throughout the morning, the glances from the other boys towards Jiang Xiao transformed, becoming increasingly peculiar. The trio from room 306, having mentally prepared themselves, maintained their composure, though Cheng Xiang occasionally trembled uncontrollably. This flirt had put himself in Jiang Zhao's shoes and couldn't help but shake at the thought. What's wrong with you, Fourth? Stop shaking. The table is about to collapse. The news of Niananchi delivering breakfast spread swiftly, reaching the boys' dormitory of the International Media Education Institute, where one boy slammed his palm onto the table. On the table lay a newly released Samsung Galaxy Note 2N7102. In the chat history was a photo capturing the moment Niananchi handed breakfast to Jiang Xiao. The boy, Qin Haoran, originally from Qiantang province, had seen some success in his youth thanks to his father's endeavors in Yanjing, prompting a change of residence. He was also a high school classmate of Niananchi. To pursue Niananchi, he had forsaken the opportunity to study abroad, fully supported by his parents who understood her circumstances. While beauty was a given at their level, it merely served as a prerequisite. The most critical aspect was Niananchi's family background, which made families like theirs, with unstable foundations, yearn for connections. Qin Haoran picked up his phone and dialed a number. Help me find out who this guy is. After hanging up, he pondered for a moment before sending a WeChat message to Niananchi. Nanchi, I heard Chanel has a new bag out. Shall I accompany you to see it this weekend? I'm not going. The sales associates sent me photos, and they're not appealing. I'm heading home this weekend. All right. Then I'll take you shopping when there's new merchandise. What are you doing during the holiday? Didn't you already ask? Chapter 39. The Disdained Wild Goose of Self-Media. On the second day of school, Niananchi appeared punctually at the entrance of Jiang Zhao's dormitory once more. The boys who hadn't seen her before were left speechless, while those who had already experienced it felt an unsettling sensation from head to toe. Even more absurdly, one boy seemed somewhat irritated. Why are you making that face just for delivering breakfast? If you don't want to do it, then don't. Jiang Xiao intentionally raised his voice. Niananchi glared at him, her eyes ablaze with fury. Niananchi, keep my word, I delivered your breakfast. What do you care about my expression? You never specified what expression you wanted. Jiang Xiao smirked disdainfully. Fine, I believe you'll come begging me again. I'll just add that condition next time. Dream on, Jiang Xiao. Don't get too cocky. I've seen your project, and it's just mediocre. What's there to be proud of? Let us wait and see then whether the top-notch project lives up to its reputation or if I merely bask in fleeting glory. With that, Jiang Xiao snatched the breakfast from Niananchi and strode into the dormitory without looking back, as the day's classes were in the latter half. Ignoring the complex gazes, Niananchi turned to leave, her mind racing with curses directed at Jiang Xiao. though she maintained her composure, directing all her ire solely at him, sparing his relatives from her vitriol. In the afternoon, Jiang Xiao had no classes but felt quite dejected after receiving a call from Li Guo at L'Oreal, who had dismissed his beauty diary. The scene shifts back to the morning within a large conference room at the Hongbiao Company, one of the largest marketing communication groups in China. Ji Ran, a 30-year-old woman clad in a white blazer, stood as the director of the client department at Hongbiao, addressing a group of about a dozen people within the conference room, presenting her proposal. This marked the second meeting. They had convened once before on the afternoon of the 7th, but due to an abundance of feedback, they reconvened the following day to discuss the revised proposal. She was frustrated. Having been in marketing for 7 or 8 years, these clients understood nothing, merely barking orders. Moreover, the design and branding personnel were always meddling in the marketing activities. The primary plan was straightforward, supplemented by some KOL collaborations. And our main objective this time is not sales, but to generate buzz, making a strong entrance into the student market. The discussion then delved into various details, with Hongbiao representing the secondary party, while additional parties present were the specific executors of different aspects, though they were all nominally part of Hongbiao's departments. This is a matter that everyone is tacitly aware of. L'Oreal is cognizant of it as well, yet chooses to remain indifferent, allowing them to seek out specific executors themselves, which is cumbersome and difficult to control effectively. Instead, they simply allow the red label to take charge. Ji Ran gazed at the KOL list in his hand, his dissatisfaction apparent. The profit margins demanded by the company were excessively high, leaving little funds available for KOL engagement. Besides the celebrity endorsers, only 2 influencers could be deemed noteworthy. Frowning, Ji Ran remarked, "Why are there KOLs with just a few tens of thousands of followers who reached out to this study room?" Upon hearing this, Li Lei cleared his throat and replied, "This was my suggestion. The users of this account are predominantly students. I've collaborated on the e-commerce side, and the results were quite satisfactory. Even if they are concentrated, just a few tens of thousands of followers, their asking price is still so high. Mr. Li, can we guarantee results?" This seemed a bit unreasonable, which KOL nowadays would promise results. Jiang Xiao's quote was indeed higher than those of KOLs in the same tier, but the quality of his audience was superior, and he operated on WeChat, not Weibo. "Mr. Li, it's not that I doubt you, but these unknown self-media outlets are not very effective. Much of their data is fabricated. Look, some of their article views exceed their follower counts. This is truly unreliable." Li Lei, not being the ultimate representative of the client, felt somewhat chagrined by Ji Ran's words and refrained from further comment. During a break in the meeting, he called Jiang Xiao, summarizing the situation and expressing his apologies. Upon hearing Li Lei refer to his public account as a mere self-media outlet, Jiang Xiao's mind was inundated with expletives. Jiang Xiao took his laptop to the West District Incubation Park, room 207. Su Zhijing was also present. Under Lu Yi's coordination, room 207 had acquired additional equipment, including a computer for Su Zhijing. At that moment, her screen displayed the document Jiang Xiao had prepared for Lu Yi regarding titles and guidance. "Jiang, classmate." Su Zhijing addressed Jiang Xiao, uncertain of how to refer to him. "Just call me Jiang Xiao when there are no outsiders. With clients, refer to me as General Jiang." Jiang Xiao clarified, expressing indifference regarding how he was addressed, yet emphasizing the importance of maintaining a professional image in front of clients to avoid conveying a lack of control over the company. Not wanting to interrupt Su Zhijing, he opened his computer as if devising a plan. After a while, he called Li Lei. "Hello, Brother Li, it's Jiang Xiao. I believe this event is perfectly suited for my public account. Since Red Label wants me to guarantee results, I'm amenable, but I have a request." "What is it?" Li Lei, having a favorable view of Jiang Xiao due to witnessing his promotional effectiveness, listened intently. "If I am to guarantee results, then I wish to charge based on the outcomes. Is that agreeable? I will plan the marketing activities myself, operate independently, and ultimately charge based on the topic's popularity. Is that acceptable?" Li Lei was taken aback by Jiang Xiao's proposal. Such an arrangement was virtually unheard of in the marketing sphere. Performing the work first and settling based on the results was a dream for clients. "I'll discuss this with the leadership. I believe it shouldn't be an issue, though there may be no budget initially." "Are you certain?" "Well, if we're going to do this, let's do it big. I'll cover the budget myself, but I will need a set of your products and some subsequent perks." "That's not a problem. Await my news." After concluding the call, Li Lei returned to the meeting room to communicate with his superiors. The leadership found the idea intriguing and nodded in agreement. Upon learning of this development, Ji Ran expressed his disdain, emphasizing he can do his own thing, but it must not disrupt my rhythm. This was merely a minor interlude in the overall project, and everyone paid little heed. After receiving Li Lei's response, Jiang Xiao reclined in his chair, beginning to contemplate his strategy. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yi arrived and, upon seeing Jiang Xiao, sat beside him. She had just penned a promotional article and sought his feedback. Jiang Xiao glanced at it, noting Lu Yi's rapid learning ability as she had already begun employing emotionally resonant titles. Female sales reps refused to conceal dark circles. Enhancing client trust. Jiang Xiao took her pink notebook and revised the title. Female sales reps reject concealing dark circles. A fatigue aesthetic that increases client trust by 50. Lu Yi compared the two and pouted, appearing somewhat disheartened. Jiang Xiao chose to ignore her disappointment, returning to his earlier posture as a storm of ideas raged in his mind. In his past life, numerous marketing events had gone viral on social media, such as the 98 yuan destination blind box orchestrated by a certain travel agency and the book-tossing battle devised in collaboration with a celebrity by another entity. In 2012, people had yet to comprehend the terrifying virality of such events. Take the destination blind box, for instance. Nearly 20 million users participated, and the topic garnered over 1 billion in popularity. Although mobile internet was not as widespread as it would become, Jiang Xiao's target demographic, university students, represented the forefront of the mobile internet age. Lu Yi's gaze traversed Jiang Xiao's demeanor today. He lounged lazily against the chair's back, yet his eyes gleamed with a sharp intensity, exuding a strange, almost perilous focus. "What are you thinking?" She couldn't help but softly inquire, a novel curiosity quietly scratching at her heart. Jiang Xiao did not respond immediately. He maintained his profound stance, his gaze seemingly piercing through the void, directed towards a battlefield visible only to him. "Teacher Lu," he deliberately paused, each word laced with a searing fervor. "Would you like to witness a truly viral marketing phenomenon? An event capable of sweeping through social media?" "Sweep through social media?" Lu Yi instinctively echoed, her heart tightening at those 5 words. Chapter 40. The Art of Tugging. Golden-hued phoenix tree leaves drifted slowly outside the window, the evening light melting like gold, penetrating the branches of the phoenix trees, while the sunset clouds resembled a vast palette spilled across the sky. The leaves fell softly, and the clouds rolled silently, the interplay of movement and stillness crystallizing into a scene at dusk. Lu Yi continued to ponder the implications of Jiang Xiao's notion of sweeping through social media. Gradually, an unprecedented light ignited in Lu Yi's eyes, one she herself had not recognized. Her typically composed and graceful voice trembled with a fervent intensity. "You can achieve that?" Jiang Xiao, however, at that moment, withdrew his gaze, focusing on Lu Yi's classically exquisite visage. "If I can accomplish this, then henceforth, I shall call you Yi. Is that agreeable?" His voice was remarkably calm, even carrying a hint of lazy banter. "Yi." The 2 syllables, imbued with a burning warmth, fell into the still air like a thunderclap. Lu Yi felt as though the blood coursing through her veins had suddenly frozen, only to surge violently towards her head. She instinctively glanced at Su Zhijing, noting that she seemed oblivious to their conversation, and sighed in relief, turning back to refuse. Jiang Xiao's voice rang out once more. "When there are no outsiders." Lu Yi froze in her seat. Rationality screamed in her mind. Danger, absurdity. Yet the desire ignited by Jiang Xiao's mention of sweeping through social media burned brighter than the warnings of her reason. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, or perhaps it merely passed in an instant. A barely audible breath struggled to escape from Lu Yi's taut throat, manifesting as 2 words. Light as a feather yet heavy as lead. "I can." The moment the words left her lips, an overwhelming embarrassment and the tremor of breaking a taboo engulfed her entirely. The neck concealed beneath her scarf burned crimson. On October 11th, Thursday, Niananshi once again appeared beneath the boys' dormitory building number 36. The embarrassment that had marked her expression in previous days had dissipated, yet anger still lingered on her face. Although the boys passing by had seen her several times, the sense of incredulity they felt remained intense. "Don't come to deliver next week. It's unbearable to see that expression all day," Jiang Xiao remarked as he accepted the breakfast, his tone laden with disdain. "Go to hell." "No way," Niananshi retorted instantly, her voice rising slightly, imbued with an unwavering determination. "I, Niananshi, always keep my word." Within that insistence lay an almost imperceptible stubbornness. "Fine," Jiang Xiao seemed to chuckle. "Since you are so trustworthy, would you like to hear some advice?" Niananshi's gaze flickered, a fleeting glimmer of light passing through her eyes before she suppressed it. She turned her face away, deliberately lightening her tone. "Say it or not, it's up to you." Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Xiao had already turned away, stunned in place. She found herself choking on the unfinished retort of "who cares" as she watched Jiang Xiao disappear through the door. Biting her lip, She ultimately just stamped her foot lightly and turned to leave amidst the intertwined gazes. Why is this guy so different from everyone else? Back in her room, Nanshi furiously pounded her stuffed doll against the headboard. She had climbed out of bed to buy him breakfast despite having no classes that morning, and he actually... Damn it, she cursed vehemently. Nanshi? What's wrong? Jiang Xiao, roused from her slumber by the commotion, murmured sleepily. Is it really that early to be this irritable? It's that jerk. I went to deliver breakfast this morning, and he complained about my attitude being poor. The most infuriating part is that jerk. After venting her frustrations about the morning incident to Jiang Xiao, Nanshi, unable to contain her anger, struck the doll with another punch. If that doll had thoughts of its own, it would have already cursed Jiang Xiao's ancestors 36 generations back. Besides that damn new age female blogger, it was definitely Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao, now fully awake after hearing Nanshi's tale, chuckled. So do you want to know his advice or not? Nanshi, slightly calmed, pondered seriously. Of course I want to know. His last suggestion was somewhat useful. But I won't beg him, not a chance. Her words were defiant, yet her expression was somewhat subdued. Although the previous suggestion had indeed improved the cafe's performance, they still incurred considerable losses. That jerk had pointed out that the hidden costs of rent should also be factored in. Then just keep quiet and show it through your actions, he is clever enough to realize. Jiang Xiao offered her friend a sound piece of advice. That morning, Jiang Xiao had attended 2 professional-related classes and spent the afternoon in room 207 of the West District drafting a marketing plan. He had already boasted, and if he didn't create some buzz, he feared leaving an exaggerated impression on that classically proud advisor. The first challenge was the lack of budget, so he could only devise an interesting story to engage the students voluntarily. The second challenge was the limitations of the public account. Unlike Weibo, which allows unlimited posts per day, the public account only offered 3 opportunities for Jiang Xiao to operate. The public account would be initiated, Weibo would track the events, and the public account would provide periodic summaries, ultimately launching a vote on the public platform. This was Jiang Xiao's marketing pathway. He also possessed 2 advantages. First, the inherent viral thinking that disrupts traditional marketing models, which could be described as a dimensionality reduction strike. The yearning for novelty among people is always urgent, especially when targeting the university demographic, known for their insatiable curiosity. Second, the school he attended had media students whose DNA was inscribed with an acute sensitivity and desire for content, communication, and storytelling. On the 12th, beneath the boys' dormitory, Jiang Xiao looked at Nanshi with a teasing glint in his eye. Today's breakfast was considerably more lavish. Soy milk had been replaced with a box of imported milk. Dumplings had been substituted with exquisite little cakes, and there were even some sweet pastries and snacks. An extraordinary spread. Observing Nanshi, the previous expressions of grievance and anger had vanished, replaced instead by a bashful demeanor. Her head lowered, hands clasped behind her back, her body shifting slightly, and a little foot incessantly rubbing against the ground. Her deep brown, slightly curled hair was tied up in a high ponytail. After handing the breakfast to Jiang Xiao, Nanshi did not leave immediately, maintaining her previous posture. The corner of Jiang Xiao's mouth curled slightly before he quickly reverted to his usual demeanor. All right, you can go back now, he said in a casual tone. Nanshi's eyes widened a fraction as she lifted her gaze to Jiang Xiao, her expression revealing a hint of flustered annoyance. I've gone to this extent, and you still don't understand what it means? This was the unvoiced sentiment of Nanshi at that moment. A few seconds later, she softly acknowledged with an "oh," slowly turning away. In an instant, her shoulders seemed to sag slightly, and her footsteps slowed. It was her first experience attempting to win over a boy, and to be met with such indifference was simply unacceptable. Change the table to a modular type. Jiang Xiao's voice came from behind, clear and resolute. Also, buy some popular tabletop games and place them prominently. If you buy coffee, you can play for free. Yeah, Nanshi whipped around. Chapter 41, Knowledge Points. Jiang Xiao, carrying the food box, hastily ascended the steps, leaving her with only a fleeting silhouette. She stood rooted to the spot, contemplating the direction in which he had vanished. Didn't he seem so bad after all? Nanshi mused. A slight smile crept to her lips, silently curving upwards. Humph. In the end, he did tell me. On her way back, Nanshi felt as joyful as a little bird. Had there not been so many pedestrians, she would have leapt for joy. She believed she had emerged victorious, unaware that in just 2 short days, Jiang Xiao had already etched a profound mark in her heart. The push-pull method of practical teaching. Initially, he had deliberately provoked Nanshi, reigniting the anger that had just begun to fade. This was the essence of the push technique. Next, he cast a bait of suggestion, drawing Nanshi's emotions back, instilling surprise and anticipation. It could have ended there. But Niananqi's proud nature led her to habitually mask her emotions while still wanting to maintain control. But who was Jiang Xiao if it weren't for his rebirth? Becoming a leading figure in the emotional streaming realm would be just around the corner. Witnessing Niananqi's reaction, he immediately adapted his strategy, using a swift, turning motion to cause her momentary joy to collapse, and her anticipation morphed into disappointment. Another push ensued. After a day of fermenting emotions, Niananqi subtly expressed her expectations through an upgraded breakfast. This was a veiled concession. Typically, a seasoned player would seize this opportunity to lay down their cards. Would this be effective? Yes, but not enough. The reason Jiang Xiao stood out among numerous streamers was his ability to stretch emotions to their limits. First, he lightly dismissed the matter, seemingly forgetting yesterday's events. The hope that had just kindled in Niananqi was once again transformed into immense disappointment. Only when she had completely given up and her mood had plunged to its nadir did Jiang Xiao reveal his trump card, propelling Niananqi's surprise to its zenith. For instance, if you wanted to smoke and suddenly discovered that the pack on the table was empty, you might recall that there might still be some in your pocket. Filled with anticipation, you dig into your pocket, and if you find it, that joy aligns perfectly with your expectations. However, if you cannot find anything in your pockets, a sense of disappointment will inevitably wash over you. Yet, in an unexpected twist of fate, you discover a pack of cigarettes beneath your desk. A delightful surprise that eclipses the mere joy of finding cigarettes in your pocket. The intensity of this moment is far more profound. Having been coddled all her life, Niananqi has never encountered such situations. Upon hearing the suggestion, she felt as though a beam of light pierced through the darkness, illuminating her heart. Without this last stroke of luck, Niananqi would never have experienced such immense satisfaction and joy. Nashi, you've been grinning like a fool all morning. Did you find money? Tian Chao observed the girl before her with curiosity, recalling how, after delivering breakfast the previous day, Niananqi spent half an hour playfully punching her plush toy on the bed. Why do you seem so daft today? Huh? Chao, what did you say? Tian Chao, at a loss for words, replied nothing. Oh, Chao, I've just thought a splendid idea. What do you think about the tables at the coffee shop? Tian Chao teased. What, your idea? Niananqi beamed, remaining silent. After class, she dialed home. Dad, I won't be coming back this week, okay? There are some matters to attend to at the shop. All right, just tell your mother. Don't overexert yourself. A voice filled with affection resonated through the phone. Okay, I'll hang up now. Unable to contain her jubilant spirit, upon returning to her dormitory, she indulged in an hour of selfies, ultimately selecting one from over 100 photos to post on her moments. Next week at Kitty Cafe, we can play board games for free. Is there anything in particular anyone wants to play? La. After sharing her post, she recalled Jiang Xiao and contemplated whether she should express her gratitude. But wasn't he delivering breakfast every day sufficient? No, that was merely a past suggestion. Yes, she reasoned, I, Niananqi, am quite polite. With her rationale in place, she sent a message to Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao, thank you. To convey my gratitude, what would you like for breakfast tomorrow? I'll go buy it for you. After hitting send, she felt a warmth creeping onto her face, surely due to the heat. I should apply a face mask. As she retrieved her mask, her phone chimed, prompting her to hastily grab it, only for her freshly opened mask to slip from her grasp and fall to the floor. Pouting slightly, she opened her phone to find a message from Jiang Xiao. This privileged youth seemed to possess an uncanny ability to sense the moment. As soon as Niananqi posted her moments, he was quick to respond. Nanqi, your idea is simply brilliant. I think games like Three Kingdoms, Kill and Werewolf would be fantastic. Jiang Xiao, who projected an image of a romantic but superficial rich heir, was, in fact, a quintessential scoundrel, lacking any real depth. As a freshman, he had already indulged in fleeting pleasures with numerous girls, effortlessly attracting them with his Porsche 718. They would readily occupy the passenger seat without a word from him, seeking their own excuses to declare they would return home that night. However, those girls paled in comparison to Niananqi in terms of appearance, temperament, and family background. Upon seeing Jiang Xiao's message, Niananqi immediately furrowed her brow. Glancing at the mask that had just fallen, she felt an inexplicable pang of heartache. Why did he have the message now of all times? How irritating. Her once elated mood began to wane. Thankfully, my cafe needs popularity and foot traffic, so I must explore all avenues. Jiang Xiao's initial reaction was to exclaim, I'll bring some friends to your shop after class. I'll help boost your crowd. Niananqi was left speechless. Was it supporters I lacked? She had previously regarded Jiang Xiao as somewhat clever, yet now he seemed rather foolish. Comparisons can be fatal. She mused, is Jiang Xiao truly better than Jiang Xiao? Stripping away their inner qualities, Qin Hao represents the affluent elite of Yanjing, with cultured parents, while Jiang Xiao hails from a rural background, with a mother who works at a modest government job in a small city. In terms of looks, unless someone is exceptionally striking, the general consensus tends to be not bad, and both boys were of similar height. Yet, who is to decide the comparison? All of Qin Hao's advantages hold no allure for Nian Nanchi. The manner in which Qin Hao offered help was worlds apart from Jiang Xiao's approach. No need, Nian Nanchi replied succinctly, punctuating her message with an exclamation mark. Qin Hao pondered her response, perceiving a hint of goodwill. Surely, she must be attempting to save money. After all, Nian Nanchi is not like those other girls. He scrolled back to her recent moments, opening it to savor the beauty of her visage. His thoughts then drifted to the fact that Nian Nanchi had been delivering breakfast to another boy, and a sinister glint crossed his eyes. Although he had learned that Nian Nanchi's actions were merely the result of a bet, the situation was still intolerable. Starting a business as a freshman? What kind of study room could that be? Earning a lifetime's worth would hardly suffice to buy a modest home in Yanjing. TCH, a country bumpkin thinking they can court a swan. At that moment, Qin Hao's imagined swan received a reply from the toad. No need. Tomorrow is Saturday. The swan felt a pang of embarrassment. Her cheeks flushed. On Saturday, Jiang Xiao received a set of new products sent by Li Lei. He borrowed a professional camera from Lu Yi at school to capture a series of photographs. Su Zhijing, skilled in Photoshop, made some simple edits at Jiang Xiao's request. After everything was arranged, Jiang Xiao kept the most visually appealing lipstick for himself, sending the rest to Zhang Yan. Yan, I've sent you a set of cosmetics. The new collection from L'Oreal. Please test it out and write a review for it. Okay, Zhang Yan replied, her voice still as cool as ever. Jiang Xiao did not hang up, watching Lu Yi, who was still discussing plans with Su Zhijing in the distance. Darling, do you miss me? I do. Shall I come find you? Jiang Xiao whispered. Chapter 42, The Mysterious Lipstick. Hearing Jiang Xiao's words, a faint blush crept onto Zhang Yan's face as she replied. Do you remember what day I first went to your school? Jiang Xiao paused for a moment, contemplating it was probably around the 8th, just after a week of military training. Yes. Zhang Yan did not elaborate further. Jiang Xiao, quick to respond, suddenly recalled that day when Zhang Yan mentioned a relative had come to visit. It was somewhat awkward, but fortunately, the phone call concealed their expressions. What's wrong? Does your stomach hurt? With something this serious, why didn't you tell me? I'll punish you. No talking to me for 7 days. Oh no, 3 days. On the other end of the line, Zhang Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, her smile radiant like a blooming snow lotus. At 8 p.m. on Sunday, the study room's beautiful diary published an article with an unusual title, The Vanishing Lipstick. The subtitle read, A lipstick named Fearless has gone missing, embarking on a quest for its owner. The article was peculiar, featuring only a hazy photograph, vaguely revealing a lipstick with a whimsical caption. I'm running away from home to find my owner. On Monday morning, Yanjing lay shrouded in a thin, cool autumn mist as sunlight struggled to break through the clouds, casting a blurry halo on the metallic edges of an old camera sculpture. In a large conference room at Red Label, over 20 men and women gathered. The enormous screen displayed a continuously refreshing Weibo page, L'Oreal's Student Series Youth Radiance Project. Jiran glanced at the time and turned to a woman beside her, saying, It's time, send it. On Weibo, the official account of L'Oreal unveiled 3 sets of celebrity photographs accompanied by video. Youth should shine. Yang Mi invites you to embark on the L'Oreal Student Series journey. Shortly thereafter, Yang Mi's account echoed this sentiment with a similar post. Youth should shine. Join me in commencing the L'Oreal Student Series journey. Following this, L'Oreal's official account initiated a trending topic, L'Oreal Youth League. The rules were straightforward yet demanding. Retweet the post with 3 friends for a chance to win one of 100 sample gift packs, and share a purchase receipt for a chance to win one of 10 full-size products. Daily reminders for the lottery were sent out. Only 24 hours left. Act swiftly. Within an hour, the topic ascended the trending charts. Observing this, Ji Ran's lips curled into a sly smile. She continued to instruct Xiao Lu, release the first batch of KOLs. Understood. Under the L'Oreal Youth League topic, a plethora of beauty bloggers emerged with uniform content. A must-have for students. L'Oreal's new series, Moisture Test. L'Oreal's new series, A Savior for Students. Retweet with the topic for a chance to win a lipstick. The topic garnered a flurry of comments. A novice beauty enthusiast, retweeting for a chance to win. Fingers crossed. Praying emoji, a devoted fan. I retweeted for Yang Mi, but I haven't tried the product yet. Sweat emoji, a frugal friend. I clicked the link. But the coupon only offers a 10 discount. The neighboring brand is giving 30 off. Campus Ambassador 003. Task completed. Feel free to ask questions. Bystander A. Aren't there too many ads? I see them on the homepage every day, rolling my eyes. At noon, outside the Communication University, students streamed out of classrooms. A girl emerged from the arts building, Jiang Xiao, who enjoys considerable popularity at the university. Last New Year's Eve, she performed a cheerleading routine in a snug tank top paired with yoga pants, her meticulously sculpted pear-shaped figure leaving the boys in the audience somewhat spellbound. Shan, where are you going for lunch? I have no idea. I don't want to go to the cafeteria. Never mind, I won't eat. I've gained a bit of weight. You call this weight gain? What about me? A roommate, weighing at least 150 pounds, expressed her indignation. Four girls exited the broadcasting building. Oh, what's that? One girl spotted something in the corner. As they approached, they discovered an exquisitely crafted transparent stand holding a lipstick. Beneath it lay an A4 sheet with a printed message. The girl named Shan leaned in closer to read the words aloud. I have been forgotten by my owner. I am a soul who loves adventure, eager to meet more interesting people. The first person to find me and is willing to take me to see the world will possess me. The first to complete the task and provide photographic proof will receive a mysterious grand prize. Shan, intrigued, seized the delicate transparent stand and A4 paper, attempting to navigate through the crowd. Where are you going, Shan? Not having lunch? You all go ahead. I need to hide something, Follow the self-study room's beauty diary. I think this will be a lot of fun. Some girls nearby dismissed her, while others took out their phones to search. Holding the items, Shan first marked her wrist as instructed, then pondered for a long time before entering a phrase into the public account. I name it. Dawn, tearing through the mundane. You are the light. She then began searching for a suitable hiding place. At 1 p.m., the self-study room's beauty diary published another article. Title, Day 1 Starting Point, Communication University. Subtitle, Dawn, tearing through the mundane. You are the light. The forgotten lipstick was rescued by the brave seeker number 1. She named it Dawn. Motto, tearing through the mundane. You are the light. Now en route to a new stronghold. Photo, the image was blurry, showing only a close-up of the top of a red mailbox, with a corner of a teaching building visible nearby. The journey of seeking light officially commenced, with participants finding the forgotten lipstick through images and completing corresponding tasks to become seekers of light. Seekers of light privileges, the right to nominate a new name for the forgotten lipstick, a certificate of honor for seekers, and a medal. Additionally, a mysterious prize will be revealed after the event concludes. All nominations from seekers will be voted on 7 days later, and the seeker with the highest votes will receive an extra mysterious grand prize. The journey of seeking light will be updated under the Weibo Topic Seeking Light Diary, with subsequent clues released within the topic. This event is supported by L'Oreal Youth League. This is Jiang Xiao's undertaking, a treasure hunt-like activity, given Jiang Xiao's understanding of women. The narrative of the forgotten lipstick princess easily triggers a woman's innate empathy and protective instincts. The tags of a forgotten lipstick, an adventurous soul, and seeking a brave warrior transform the product from a cold object into a character with a story and emotions in need of salvation. The Seeker of Light concept aligns perfectly with the psychological journey of heroes in their beloved fairy tales and idol dramas. The naming and slogan serve not only L'Oreal's objectives, but also provide a platform for creative expression and self-presentation for communication students. Naturally, numerous considerations are at play, such as the medals and certificates as prizes, among others. Jiang Xiao is up to something. While engrossed in her book, she swiftly opened her phone. Chapter 43. Let the bullets fly for a while. Jiang Xiao, upon seeing the post, quickly shared it on her social media. Haha, I am seeker number 1. Hurry and find it. She then screenshot the public account's reply and shared it. Her roommates, upon seeing Shan's post, exclaimed, Shan, where did you hide the lipstick? Hurry, tell me, so I can be the second. Haha, I won't tell you. Go check Weibo for the clues. 5 minutes later, under the Weibo Topic Seeking Light Diary, the self-study room's beauty diary posted a clue image. At 2 p.m., several girls hurriedly ran to a red mailbox. This must be the place. Look at the photo. From this angle, that teaching building is Ifu building. Hey, where's the lipstick? It's not here. Could have been taken? Oh, damn it, quick. Check Weibo for any clue updates. At 6 p.m., the self-study room's beauty diary published a second article. Day 1, Starting Point Communication University. Subtitle, Raging Fire. A spark ignites the vastness. Congratulations to the forgotten lipstick for welcoming its fourth seeker of light, who named it Raging Fire. A spark ignites the vastness. The new task is complete. Next stop, partial clue image. The post also listed previous nominees and their slogans. In a corner of the school, 3 men gathered, joking amongst themselves while occasionally glancing at the same spot. Whenever someone passed by, their chatter would hush. Hey, do you think the third 1S event is worthwhile? Who cares if it's worthwhile? Is that what you're concerned about? Li Zheng shot a glance at Jiang Xiao. Well, it is the third 1S undertaking. So shouldn't we show some interest? Keep your eyes peeled. Don't mess up. I'm counting on the third one to take us to the Yanda social. Shun Wei Chao interrupted the two. The three were the security personnel Jiang Xiao had enlisted to safeguard this event. Such offline activities, particularly the interactive storytelling type exemplified by Jiang Xiao, possess a remarkable potential for dissemination, yet they are equally susceptible to unforeseen complications. Consequently, Jiang Xiao devised a strategy to invite a few individuals to participate in a social gathering at Yanda over the weekend, effectively enlisting three to work for free. Behind them stood Su Zhijing, quietly holding camera. They were discovered. With his astute perception, Jiang Xiao promptly recognized the situation. Follow them. Li Zheng, though. 3 hours later, it became evident that bringing the trio was indeed a necessity. During the event, some girls found lipstick, showing little concern as they set it aside before turning to leave. The trio promptly concealed the lipstick once more. There were also boys who wished to dispose of the lipstick, but they were thwarted by the group of three from room 306. When the time came, Li Zheng glanced at the clock, and, after collecting the lipstick, they proceeded to room 207 in the West District. Inside 207, Jiang Xiao had just published the third post of the day. Title: Day 1 Starting Point, Communication University. Subtitle: Prism, Refracting Countless Facets, Beauty Without Definition. Congratulations to the Fearless for welcoming its 12th Seeker of Light, who has named it Prism, Refracting Countless Facets, Beauty Without Definition. The new task completed. Today's journey of the Fearless concludes here, with the new location to be announced at 8 a.m. tomorrow. The first day has ended. The virus has already been implanted and is now proliferating wildly. Zhijing, return the lipstick tomorrow. You've worked hard today. Go rest. Inside 207. Jiang Xiao shut his computer and stretched languidly. Despite numerous setbacks, the overall outcome was satisfactory. All right, Mr. Jiang. Suziding Zponde. A blend of exhaustion and excitement evident in her voice. The three from room 306 departed as well. Is teacher Lu not returning? Lu Yi observed Jiang Xiao with a calm demeanor. Does teacher Lu have insights? Is indeed intriguing. Yet although Lu Yi had reviewed the entire plan, she could not comprehend how, without grandiose publicity or even a single advertisement, it could gain traction. In her understanding, a marketing plan necessitated an initial burst of promotion to ignite interest. According to her perspective, this should have been the peak moment. The following days would see a gradual decline in enthusiasm, with the final voting environment experiencing a minor resurgence, marking it as a successful marketing case. Lu, the counselor, undoubtedly possessed professional acumen. Had Jiang Xiao adhered to traditional methods, their analysis would align. Jiang Xiao interjected, halting Lu Yi's subsequent remarks. Virus, it requires time to develop. Let us allow the bullets to fly for a while. He understood what Lu Yi was about to articulate. If he had the budget, he wouldn't expend so much effort. In the boardroom of the Hongbiao company, he continued to rub his temples, half reclining in his chair. All right, let us conclude here for today. Please monitor all relevant data this evening. Has communication with Weibo been established? A weary young woman replied. Yes, Mr. G. Communication with Weibo is complete. Tomorrow's trending topic will feature our carousel for a full day. Good. For the subsequent days, ensure a wave of KOLs, maintaining the rhythm when data declines. Promptly increase the number of KOLs. Xiao Lu, how is communication with the third party for ranking? It has been established. We can activate it whenever necessary. Ji Ran nodded, glancing at the 24th trending topic with dissatisfaction. The next day, at 8 a.m., the Beauty Diary released its first tweet as promised. Title: Day 2 New Clue, Communication University. Subtitle: Prism, Refracting Countless Facets, Beauty Without Definition. The prism made its appearance last night at the Computer Science Building, captured by the Keen Seeker of Light, number 12. It has been named the Prism, with the slogan, Refracting Countless Facets, Beauty Without Definition. Everyone is undoubtedly eager to discern what the new clue is. The new task completed. The next stop, blurry image. Meanwhile, a third-year group managing announcements on Weibo, Zhao Yang proclaimed, Classmates, I have analyzed the clue image. Based on the angle of light and the details of that faded dance shoe, it is undoubtedly the handrail of the spiral staircase on the second floor of the cafeteria, right beneath the plaque. Who is nearby? Hurry. Wu Shui responded, Really? Ha! I'm at the cafeteria, thanks Zhao Yang. 5 minutes later, Wu Shui reappeared in the group. Woe is me, I was a step too late, a freshman beat me to it. The light is gone. At 9 a.m., a male student moments. Haha, just went to the gym to play ball, and I caught the light. Image. Replies quickly flooded in. Li Wei, give it to me. I've thought of a slogan for ages. After 2 days of development, the virus finally revealed its terrifying side on the third day. There exists a law in this world that states one only needs to connect through 6 individuals to meet anyone they wish to know. The university does not constitute a vast social circle. At this moment, friend circles merely share daily selfies and snippets of life. Narrative-driven sequential events are indeed rare. In just 2 days, the students of Communication University had ignited an explosion in their social circles. Then, with Communication University as the epicenter, it radiated to surrounding schools. In the faculty dormitory, Lu Yi lay on her sofa, staring blankly at her phone. On her screen was her moments, where every few posts featured shares of the Seeking Light diary. Initially, she thought it was normal due to the many classmates among her friends helping to share, but familiarity does not equate to genuine popularity for the event. Thus, she consulted a few fellow counselors, returning to find herself in disbelief at the sheer volume of shares flooding her feed, shattering her understanding of marketing. Then she recalled the wager. Jiang Xiao's status as a student stirred within her an intense sense of shame, yet also a vague anticipation. If Jiang Xiao were to learn that Lu Yi believed he had fulfilled the wager, he would likely scoff? Is that all? If the goal was merely to dominate the moments of Communication University, why orchestrate such a complex event? A casual campus makeup competition would suffice. What he desired was far beyond this. Chapter 44. Oh no, the light has run off to another school. Where? Hurry. Niananqi hastily grabbed her phone while slipping on her shoes. Yuqing, where are you going? Yang watched Lu Yuqing dash out of the dormitory as if possessed. In a girl's dormitory, during lunchtime conversations. The dorm head must find it today. No one sleep in. I've analyzed the clue image. That faded dance shoe is key. Xiao Yi. I've heard news that the school broadcast station Xiaohua, Zhao Cici, seems to be today a seeker of light. She posted a blurry selfie with the caption, "My heart is ignited." The location must be near the broadcast station. Quiet. The broadcast station. The storage locker downstairs. It matches. That prop box is where they keep the performance costumes. Hurry. The student council sent out an instant reminder to all student leaders via the public account. Assist in maintaining order. Avoid stampedes. But remember to send photos if you find it. The Street Dance Society as virtuoso utilized the remnants of lipstick left on the rehearsal floor as paint for their graffiti. Posting a photo to the public account. The light is dancing. The next relayer is you. The president of the drama club sent a mass text regarding the final stage of the Search for Light event. All members are to gather at the broadcasting station storage room by 7 a.m. sharp. It is crucial that we secure the naming rights for our club. Slogan prepared. Thunder. Awaken. On the 4th day, campus journalists reported from the front lines. At 7:30 a.m., with only half an hour remaining until the final clue is revealed. The cultural building housing the broadcasting station was already surrounded by hundreds of students. The queue extended from the storage room door to outside the building. A security guard exclaimed, these media kids are really going all out for a lipstick. The scene was orderly, with students lining up spontaneously. Such cohesion is remarkable, akin to a wildfire effect, showcasing the power of media. A certain beauty from the arts department posted in her friend's circle. Wah, can someone help me analyze the clues? I am hopelessly directionally challenged. Below, a chorus of barking responses ensued. In an advertising class, a professor keenly observed the public accounts diary of the Search for Light. Addressing the murmuring students, this lipstick drift is an excellent marketing practice. Low cost, high interaction, precise targeting. Can anyone analyze its communication chain? The students instantly perked up. Chao Xingda sat in the youth league office, listening to several teachers discuss. This idea is quite impressive, far better than organizing a lecture for hundreds. The student energy behind this is substantial. He opened WeChat and sent a message to a university leader. This public account is one of our entrepreneurial office's outstanding projects this year. At noon, when the self-study rooms article was released, media students were taken aback. Title: Day 4 New Clue, Second 4-Language College. Subtitle: Symbiosis, You and I Intertwined, Beautiful Together. The pixelated image appeared in the gymnasium, captured by the astute seeker number 89. He named it Symbiosis with the slogan, You and I Intertwined, Beautiful Together. With a new task completed, they moved to the next stop. Breaking the boundaries was that simple, if it were merely to linger in media circles. Jiang Xiao wouldn't have needed to organize such a treasure-hunting event, which required real-time monitoring and continuous reporting. Now, under the Weibo topic, many students from other universities had joined in, some helping brainstorm slogans, others analyzing clues, and of course, there were those who complained. However, these complaints were swiftly countered. In this world, no event is flawless. For every praise, There's inevitably some disparagement, which Jiang Xiao took in stride, even hoping for more critics. Just like her previous article on the new era of women, without opposition, there can be no fervor. Watching the topic's popularity soar, Jiang Xiao closed her laptop. Exiting room 207, she needed to capture some material. A group of girls huddled around a phone, their faces filled with confusion as they examined an image on the screen. Where's this? I don't know. I've never seen it before. Look at the blurred background. Our school doesn't have buildings in that color. Wait, have you seen the title this time? Second Foreign Language College. In the cafeteria, a group of boys and girls were having lunch. Tang Xiaoqi remarked, "The media folks next door are having so much fun," with a hint of envy. A boy from the same class replied, "Yeah, I heard someone went over there yesterday to look for it, but didn't find anything. We're at a disadvantage since we're not familiar with the place." Suddenly, a girl at a nearby table shouted, "Ah," drawing the attention of those around her. Unfazed, she abandoned her half-eaten lunch and dashed out of the cafeteria, calling out to her bewildered friend, "Hurry, that lipstick has come to our school." Tang Xiaoqi quickly pulled out her phone, glanced at the title, and immediately opened the article. Her eyes lighting up. She had been to that place, near the experts building, within the foreign language college. Many were aware of the lipstick's appearance at their school, with some being longtime fans, thanks to Jiang Xiao's promotional efforts during military training, and others informed by media students, as the two schools are adjacent, with many students acquainted with one another. Consequently, the foreign language college buzzed with excitement. Throughout the afternoon and into the evening, students roamed the campus in groups, many skipping classes to join in. Upon learning of this situation, a leader at the foreign language college became somewhat irritated, shaking his head in resignation after gaining a full understanding. "Old Yang, it's your school's event that has thrown my school into chaos. Are you referring to that search for light activity? What do you think? Ha ha ha. Old Lee, let the students enjoy themselves. What is the harm in that? After all, our students have such great creativity. I don't care. You must treat me to a drink tomorrow." In the media administration building, Vice President Yang Sonli, responsible for student affairs, hung up the phone with a smug smile. After a moment's thought, he picked up the phone on his desk and dialed a number. "Director Chow, could you come to my office?" At 9 p.m. The title read, "Date for New Clue, Second Foreign Language College." Subtitle, "Time Imprint. This moment is legendary. The mark is eternal." An echo emerged in the foreign language library. Captured by the astute seeker number 100, he named it Time Imprint with the slogan, "This moment is legendary. The mark is eternal." The new task was complete. The next stop would be revealed at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Prompt, Central Academy of Drama. In an instant, countless students from other universities flooded the Central Academy of Drama's BBS forum, with the majority being from the Media College, followed by the Second Foreign Language College. The Weibo accounts of Central Academy students also saw an influx of messages and private notes, all revolving around a single topic, a traveling lipstick. In room 207 of the Media University's West District Incubation Building, Lu Yi sat motionless in her chair, her eyes reflecting the silhouette of someone furiously posting on Weibo. The events of the past few days had somewhat shattered her perceptions. Was this what viral marketing entailed? Now at Media University, if one were to casually pick anyone, it would be safe to say that if they didn't have a share of the diary of the search for light in their social circle, they were certainly not a media student. Moreover, when Jiang Xiao mentioned plans to go to the Central Academy of Drama the next day, she felt a shiver run down her spine, fully aware of what this maneuver signified. On Weibo, media students were indeed the largest demographic, but the highest volume of discussions undoubtedly belonged to students from the Central Academy of Drama. She could only imagine the waves this event would create on Weibo following tomorrow. All of this had cost less than 500 yuan, and that included Su Zhijing's overtime pay. Meanwhile, many students at the Central Academy of Drama remained in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 45, Trending Again. Xiao Yi had just finished her shower, sitting in a chair, drying her hair while perusing the comments from her Weibo followers on her computer screen. As one of the campus beauties of the Central Academy of Drama's 11th cohort, she had amassed over 40,000 followers on Weibo in a year, officially certified as a student of the Central Academy of Drama. Gradually, she noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Under the latest Weibo post, a plethora of comments appeared, all of a somewhat strange nature. What is this diary of the search for light? What else with the lipstick? Putting down her hairdryer, she began to delve deeper. After more than half an hour of investigation, she finally pieced together the events. Upon seeing the trending topic about the diary of the search for light and the missing lipstick, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. She quickly found a public account on WeChat, chose to follow it, and skimmed through past content, finding her interest piqued as she was quite the expert on makeup. She even set an alarm for 7:30 a.m. That night, many students from the Central Academy of Drama also tuned in to the diary of self-study room beautification. Title: Day 5 New Clue, Central Academy of Drama. Subtitle: Time Imprint. This moment is legendary. The mark is eternal. The imprint of time made its appearance at the Central Academy of Drama in China, where it was keenly captured by the perceptive seeker, number 100. He bestowed upon it the name Time Imprint with the slogan, "This moment is a legend." The imprint is eternal. With the completion of a new mission, the next destination awaited. Clue image. An hour later, a Weibo post by Xiao Yi emerged within the topic of Seeking Light Diary. Reverse entropy, combat chaos, beauty is the principle. Below it was a selfie of Xiao Yi, holding a lipstick with a vivid red mark adorning her wrist. The same content also graced her circle of friends. The lipstick lingered at the Drama Academy for an entire day. In the evening, Seeking Light Diary surged into trending topics. The lipstick that vanished on Saturday found its way to the Nationalities University of China, propelling Seeking Light Diary into the top 50 of trending searches. By Sunday morning, just half an hour after the release of the first article titled Beauty Diary, the topic Seeking Light Diary catapulted into the top 10 of trending searches, securing the 8th position. Title: Day 7, The Conclusion, Yenching University. Subtitle: The Journey's End. Photo: a long-haired girl crouches on the ground, cradling a lipstick in her hands. The girl is only seen from behind, resembling a silhouette against the setting sun, elegant and mysterious. Photo: a girl clad in traditional ethnic attire holds the lipstick towards the night sky. The streetlight illuminates her profile, akin to the brightest star in the nocturnal expanse. Photo: a selfie of Xiao Yi brandishing the lipstick, showcasing her strikingly cool visage. Photo: Tang Xiaoqi clasps the lipstick to her chest with both hands, resembling a sprite beseeching for love. Photo: a girl leans against the floor-to-ceiling window of a cafe named Kitty, retouching her lipstick. The glass reflects a misty outline, where the blurred lights cannot conceal her breathtaking beauty. Gratitude is extended to all seekers of light for fearlessly traversing a delightful journey over 7 days. At 6 p.m., the rewards for all seekers will be announced, along with a voting activity for naming. Please stay tuned. In the incubation building 207 at the Communication University, the office, which initially housed only 3 individuals, now welcomed an additional presence. Li Lei, who had been tirelessly promoting the event, found himself overwhelmed. By the time he became aware of the situation, Jiang Xiao's event had already surged into the top 50 of trending searches, evoking feelings of surprise, admiration, and a sense of vindication. On the day he nominated Jiang Xiao for this public account, he was lectured by a subordinate, leaving him quite displeased. However, the leader responsible for the entire event remained silent, leaving him unable to vent his frustrations. Yet this young man achieved such remarkable results. It's worth noting that aside from the purchased advertising slots, the topic only entered the trending list due to a few top-tier celebrities on the first day. Li Lei began to ponder. This Jiang Xiao is truly relentless. The investment this time must be considerable. He was aware of third-party ranking services. However, when the topic breached the top 10, he could no longer remain seated. Not only him, but Ji Ran, the director of Red Mark 7 departments, also found it hard to stay still, repeatedly confirming with L'Oreal whether any other companies were involved in this event. Ultimately, it was confirmed that it was a KOL previously excluded by himself on the first day, a project of his own design. This revelation rendered the once proud director utterly speechless, with the 8th position in trending searches landing like a resounding slap across her face. The conference room today was eerily silent, with everyone pretending to be busy. The person in charge from L'Oreal leaned back in his chair, gazing at the data on the large screen, his face unable to conceal his delight. In truth, he recognized Redmark's marketing initiative. Everyone engages in such practices, and the desired results had been achieved. However, comparisons are inescapable. Jiang Xiao's campaign thoroughly outshone others in terms of creativity, participant engagement, budget, effectiveness, and all other aspects. According to Li Lei, the total budget from that side did not exceed 10,000 yuan, which was already 5 times the amount Jiang Xiao had inflated it to. He thought, even if it cost $1 million, the results would be worth every penny. Everyone in the office awaited a call, eager for Li Lei to return from the Communication University with Jiang Xiao's subsequent plans to see how both sides would collaborate. Damn it, hurry up, Jiang Xiao grumbled as he returned to 207, exasperated. After all the trouble of visiting Yenching University, he had brought his notebook, charger, and ID. Yet, before he could speak, the phone rang incessantly, leaving him no choice but to give up. It is often said that men who abandon their careers for women are destined for mediocrity. But Zhang Yan is a student at Yenching University, and her family is not lacking in means. Do you even understand? With a creak, Jiang Xiao pushed open the glass door, harboring resentment. As he paced the office, Li Lei's eyes lit up as he hurried over. You're finally back. Cool, mate. Let us discuss the follow-up plan. Li Lei pulled Jiang Xiao to sit before the computer. Lu Yi maintained her somewhat serious demeanor. Yet her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she regarded Jiang Xiao. Su Zhijing's eyes were already filled with stars. She was one of the participants in the entire event and still felt as if she were dreaming. Wait, what follow-up plan? Jiang Xiao inquired. Li Lei quickly interjected. It's about the subsequent voting phase, right? Didn't Tiwi say each would play their own game? You vote for yours, and I'll vote for mine. Oh, that was how it was decided before. But who knew you'd turn things around so explosively? I tell you, Redmark is still in a meeting, waiting for your follow-up plan to see how they can cooperate. No need, let them do their own thing. Don't interfere with my rhythm. Jiang Zhao's words made Li Lei twitch, realizing this young man harbored grudges, yet he felt exhilarated. He genuinely wanted to return and witness the expression on Director G's face. Without delay, Li Lei stepped aside to call his superior. Xiaoli, how is it going? The leader answered the call, switching to speaker mode, and the entire conference room's attention focused on the phone. However, the voice on the line plunged the already quiet conference room into an abyss of silence. Leader, Zhang's voice resonated. The follow-up voting phase has already been arranged. And he mentioned that others should not interfere with his rhythm. Chapter 46, The Eve of the True Climax. Ji Ran could not recall how she exited the conference room. Upon sitting at her desk, her face had turned a shade of deep anger. Especially after the client ultimately decided that she should coordinate without disrupting the rhythm over there. At 5 p.m., when Li Lei arrived, he was brimming with excitement, leaving even more jubilantly, his eyes reflecting shock. Indeed, shock. He had believed that the treasure hunting event was Jiang Xiao's greatest stratagem. Little did he know that his true ace had yet to be revealed. He could hardly fathom the extent to which the event would reach according to Jiang Xiao's design. He needed to rush to Redmark immediately to report on the developments and ensure that no one interfered with Jiang Xiao's rhythm. Inside, 207. Jiang Xiao instructed Su Zhijing to return home and rest. This week had worn the young girl out considerably, and she had missed quite a few classes. Once she received her reward, he intended to treat her well. After Su Zhijing left, only Lu Yi and Jiang Xiao remained in the office. The atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar. With neither speaking, each lost in their thoughts. Jiang Xiao contemplated, having failed to win over Zhang Yin today, he ought to seek some consolation from Lu Yi, lest he suffer a significant loss. Lu Yi pondered, what should she do? When he calls me Yi, should I agree or decline? Jiang Xiao tentatively whispered, Yi. Upon hearing those two words, Lu Yi trembled slightly, utterly at a loss for how to respond, her heart a chaotic tempest. At that moment, her slender calves, encased in black stockings, were intertwined and tilted to the right, her knees resting against the edge of the desk. Her lush lips, no longer tightly sealed, parted ever so slightly, betraying a hint of vulnerability. The previously austere aura she exuded had dissipated entirely. Surely, Teacher Lu wouldn't reconsider her stance? Noticing Lu Yi's silence, Jiang Xiao spoke again. Lu Yi turned to glance at Jiang Xiao, took a deep breath, and said, remember your words. They may only be uttered when no one else is around. Jiang Xiao chuckled. All right, Yi. A shudder coursed through Lu Yi, who felt utterly helpless. Seemingly caught up in a moment, Jiang Xiao continued. Yi, could you fetch me a cup of water? Yi, how many fans does our delicate little fairy have now? Are you still writing posts at night? Shut up, that's enough. Lu Yi finally erupted, wishing she could leave immediately if not for wanting to witness Jiang Xiao's final endeavors. As the clock approached 6, Jiang Xiao ceased his playful banter, shifting to a serious demeanor as he prepared for the final push. Over the past few days, he had enlisted several graduate students from the computer science department to create a voting landing page. It might seem trivial, but Jiang Xiao knew the stakes. Once the voting commenced, thousands of students would flood in, and the website crashing was a distinct possibility. Performance and capacity had to meet stringent standards. At precisely 6 o'clock, the public account sent out a notification and the voting event commenced. Jiang Xiao meticulously listed all the nominations and slogans he had gathered. He organized them according to the school, dividing the voting into 2 rounds. The first round would take place within the school, while the second round would feature the top nominations from each institution. Tonight marked the first round, set to conclude by 10 o'clock, with the second round commencing at 8 the following morning and closing at midnight. Truth be told, Jiang Xiao was indifferent to the eventual name of the product. His sole focus was on generating buzz. For the voting to gain traction, it was essential to establish a clear stance for the participants. Much like certain talent shows, if one isn't particularly interested in a contestant, they are unlikely to cast their vote. The public account's message was disseminated, and a message was simultaneously sent on Weibo regarding the study room beautification diary. The voting channel was now open, urging followers to engage with the study room beautification diary to participate. The first round was merely a warm-up, allowing students from various schools to get acquainted with the process. The results of the first round emerged swiftly. The winning nomination from the Communication University was Liao Yuan, with the slogan, "A spark can ignite the wilderness." The Foreign Language University's winning nomination was Zhuigwang's, with the slogan, "Take a step forward, seize the brilliance." The Central Academy of Drama nominated Shiguangyan, with the slogan, "This moment is legendary. The imprint is eternal." The Minzu University nominated Pixel, with the slogan, "Faint light forms a painting, and you provide the finishing touch." Yanda nominated Neentropy, with the slogan, "Defying disorder, beauty is law." That evening, Weibo had already initiated the battle. Laughable Pixel? Is that even a name? How did Minzu University come up with that? Central Academy of Drama has a nomination too? How many students does your school have? Even all of you combined don't match the number in a single year. Someone clarify, what's the second character of Yanda's nomination? Can you even read half of it? You country bumpkin? Yanda will surely triumph. What's for dinner upstairs? Yanda will definitely win. Have you consulted with our communication department? Gradually, the discourse grew increasingly heated, and those observant enough would notice several accounts particularly active, launching indiscriminate attacks. Breach of defense, breach of defense. This girl has been breached. Sheng Ziong exclaimed, brimming with excitement. These accounts were naturally those of the group of 3 from class 306. Observing their animated expressions, Jiang Xiao shook his head and began to assess his gains. The overall cost of the event was approximately 2,000 yuan, which could cover the expenses for the creation of medals for the Seeker of Light. Initially, he could have sought reimbursement from L'Oreal, but that would appear overly frugal and detrimental to long-term collaboration. Additionally, he would need to allocate some overtime pay for Su Zhijing, though those costs were negligible. The study room beautification diary had surpassed 140,000 followers, and the main event was yet to come. Furthermore, regarding the marketing expenses, the initial agreement was to pay based on the level of engagement. If L'Oreal didn't contribute at least 300,000 to 500,000 yuan, it would be a disservice to the hype generated. Securing that funding, along with the revenue from his prior public account, would enable him to negotiate an exclusive agency for a cosmetic brand with the Korean firms. Thus, the new Era Women public account would gain sustainable profitability. Jiang Xiao was confident in Lu Yi's public account. As long as follower numbers increased, profit was merely a matter of time. The only remaining concern was the Technology Xiao Says account, which still lacked profitability. However, Jiang Xiao had never intended for it to be a money-making venture. It was primarily a strategic move to penetrate the investment circle. This marketing campaign provided excellent material, and after some contemplation, Jiang Xiao resolved to analyze this viral marketing event and post it on the Technology Xiao Says account. He was certain that many marketing professionals would be dissecting the event and drawing lessons, but who could analyze it more expertly than the event planner himself? While Jiang Xiao was engrossed in writing, Nian Nanshi stared at her phone, her irritation palpable. "Nanshi, why did you promote that guy?" Qin Hao, noticing the series of images posted by the study room beautification diary, immediately recognized the girl in the last photo, someone he had seen every night as he fell asleep, and his heart surged with anger, jealousy, and a sense of crisis. "I owe him a favor. Besides, that photo was taken to promote my cafe." Nian Nanshi found herself increasingly exasperated with Qin Hao. They had been quite close in high school, but why had he changed so drastically in college? Upon reading Nian Nanshi's response, Qin Hao felt a slight relief. He could accept this reasoning. He understood her well. This girl was not only beautiful and well-born, but also possessed an impeccable character, kind, enthusiastic, and polite. As for her pride, he didn't regard it as a flaw. Rather, it was part of her allure. "Oh, I see. Got it. Nanshi, don't stress too much about the cafe. Even if it fails, we can always start anew." Upon reading his message, Nian Nanshi was almost driven to toss her phone in frustration. Just a few days prior, she had received her salary and even taken a bit from her New Year's money. Although Jiang Xiao had offered suggestions, the cafe still hadn't turned a profit, and she was already worried about it. "You'd be the one to go bankrupt, your entire family." Furious, Nian Nanshi replied, "I am going to sleep." After deleting Qin Hao's chat, she set her phone down, but then picked it up again to send a WeChat message to Jiang Xiao. "Are you asleep?" The message vanished into silence. Monday, 7:30 a.m. Many students arose early today, even those without morning classes. In a dormitory of the School of Foreign Languages, Tang Xiaoqi rose at 7 o'clock and remained engrossed in her phone, for the first time feeling as though the morning hours slipped away with remarkable swiftness. It's here, hurry." Upon seeing the notification, the four girls in the room swiftly accessed the article, following the instructions to find a full text and enter the voting page. A blank screen greeted them, the loading progress bar crawling along like a tortoise. Indeed, they encountered concurrency issues, yet Jiang Xiao remained unperturbed. The system had not yet crashed, and a slight delay was to be expected, further testifying to the event's popularity. It's working, it's working. One of Tang Xiaoqi's roommates clicked to vote, revealing the nomination count for their foreign language department. 1, while others remained at 0. However, the page quickly refreshed. The nomination counts were as follows. Communication University, 423. Minzu University, 317. Yanda University, 223. Central Academy of Drama, 212. School of Foreign Languages, 174. Why are we last? Quick, rally people to vote. The girls exclaimed. Tang Xiaoqi acted swiftly, sharing the public account article in her high school group, pleading, please vote, please vote. Help me cast a vote for the School of Foreign Languages. I beg you. On Weibo, Zhang Yi updated her post. QR code, please vote for Central Academy of Drama. Family, I implore you. In a post by Zhang Yan from Yanda University. Please vote, help cast a vote for Yanda. A message from number 106 read, in pain, yet finding joy. After casting a vote, a teacher from Minzu University promptly shared it on their circle of friends. In a communication student union group, vote for communication. Then share it in your circles, get people to vote. Quickly, quickly. We must maintain our lead. Indeed, this was a true frenzy of social media activity. Jiang Xiao pointed to the Weibo topic, showcasing numerous screenshots shared by friends. Lu Yi felt numb, although she had mentally prepared for this the night before. Witnessing it all was still profoundly shocking. Particularly, the soaring follower count of the Diary of Becoming Beautiful was continuously reshaping her understanding. Countless university groups and former high school circles were filled with calls for votes. The official Weibo topic for L'Oreal reposted the voting results hourly. Under the Seeking Light Diary topic, excitement escalated, yet strangely, most of the participants were from universities outside the top 5. Why isn't our school included? This is suspicious. Indeed, why are only these few schools represented? This isn't fair. We must re-vote. I voted for Central Academy of Drama. And my goddess actually initiated a conversation with me to say thank you. Yanda must prevail. At 2 p.m., the event reached its climax when a popular celebrity who graduated from Central Academy of Drama retweeted the voting campaign. The topic erupted with protests. This is cheating. You all should recruit people too. Sister Baiha is one of us from Central Academy of Drama. How shameless. The topic's popularity surged into the top 3. L'Oreal's leadership smiled broadly, addressing Lillet. The results are excellent. Ensure that the requirements from the other side are met. Regarding expenses, there should still be plenty left in the red label budget. You should communicate with them and maintain contact with this public account. At Olay's headquarters, the promotion department manager beamed at the Diary of Becoming Beautiful, realizing it was the public account they had previously declined to collaborate with. Xiao Zhang, reach out to this public account and negotiate a partnership. In the e-commerce department of Baobao, they decided to send a collaboration invitation to this public account. At 5 p.m., Kashue Xiaoshua published an article. Even the minuscule can create miracles, presenting a groundbreaking case in marketing. Inside Garage Cafe, Su Ding glanced at Kashue Xiaoshua's article and suddenly had a thought. Xiao Wang, isn't Jiang Xiao from Communication University? Manager Wang nodded yes. Didn't he say Kashue Xiaoshua wasn't his entrepreneurial project? Do you think this Becoming Beautiful diary might be? A chilling intuition struck. No, could it be? Manager Wang hesitated, recalling Jiang Xiao's previous sharing, and felt the possibility was indeed substantial. Investigate this. Didn't we say we would invite him for coffee last time? Ask him. I'm increasingly intrigued by this fellow. Nanshi, Jiang Xiao is truly remarkable. Do you know how much he spent to create such a stir? How much? Nianangshi inquired, curious. Having followed the event closely and even taken a photo at Jiang Xiao's urging. Reflecting on that day made her furious. She had kindly invited him for coffee, only for him to chat for ages with the barista. Am I not as appealing as her? Why engage with the barista? Had it not been for the potential to attract more patrons to her cafe, she wouldn't have agreed to take his photo. Yet, he did capture some stunning shots. Of course, as a charismatic emotional influencer, photography is one of the essential skills. To be frank, aside from being dedicated, no man can become a charming rogue without more than just looks. One must understand psychology, master sweet talk, know how to engage, take great photos, comprehend luxury goods, and possess some medical knowledge, among other skills. Some high-level individuals even employ cold reading techniques, which is quite terrifying. Under 3,000. I heard his public account gained over 100,000 followers. In my opinion, Nanshi, your hard work in running that cafe is unnecessary. Jiang Xiao intended to offer her friend a splendid suggestion. What do you mean? Nian snapped back to reality, often zoning out when Jiang Xiao was mentioned. Just go for Jiang Xiao. It's far more effective than ruminating every day. He surely has a way. Didn't he say he would take over if you couldn't keep it up? Who? You witch? Are you joking with me? Nian retorted. I'm not kidding this time. The whole school is already gossiping that you and Jiang Xiao are dating. Your reputation is already at stake. Why not go all in? Jiang Xiao made a slicing gesture across her throat, her eyes filled with determination. Nian fell silent, leaning back in her chair, drifting into thought. She had indeed considered this matter. As a Yanjing girl, she held no antiquated notions and had no aversion to dating in university, though she wouldn't be frivolous about it. Jiang Xiao was quite handsome. Although he didn't wear designer brands, his clean and tidy appearance was quite pleasing. Before her stood Jiang Xiao, a capable individual, reminiscent of her father. Yet, he was infuriating, often teasing her, and it seemed he didn't harbor much affection for her. There was no flame of desire in his eyes like that of other boys. Sighing, Nian felt for the first time that her allure was lacking. Jiang Xiao, devoid of that flaming gaze? Certainly, he had hidden such fervor deep within. Nian's current mix of anxiety and anticipation had indeed ensnared her in the hunter's trap. High-level hunters often appeared in the guise of their prey. In an office at Communication University, Yang Somli beamed as he observed the content on Weibo. Addressing the person before him, he said, Director Chow, once the event concludes, have the broadcasting station conduct an interview. The event is fantastic, and the school should promote it. All right, I'll arrange it tomorrow. After Chao Xingda departed, Yang Somli pondered and opened his contacts to dial a number. The other end quickly connected. Hello, Principal Yang. Are you in Yinjing? Yes, I'm here. Just returned not long ago. A calm voice resonated from the other end of the phone. Would you be interested in coming to the school to impart some entrepreneurial wisdom to the younger students? There was a moment of silence on the line, as if the listener was in hesitation. Yang Somli understood the apprehension and continued. You could also visit your sister. The matters concerning your parents are their concern and do not involve you. All right, I will heed Principal Yang's arrangements. Chapter 48, Recruitment. On Tuesday, L'Oreal's official Weibo account announced the results, bolstered by the endorsement of frontline celebrities. The Central Academy of Drama was nominated for Time Imprint. The slogan read, "This moment is legendary. The imprint is eternal." With 170,000 votes, it secured the first position. L'Oreal's Weibo account quickly transformed into a battleground, primarily pitting students from the other 4 prestigious universities against fans of the Lily brand. The students were infuriated, with Jiang Xiao particularly agitated, not due to the Central Academy's recruitment of external assistants, but because his voting page had been shared separately, leading many users to bypass the official account and vote directly. The current state of the official account was rife with vulnerabilities. Come on, Long Ge, Jiang Xiao thought, feeling a pang in his heart as he saw the voting page's traffic statistics. Today's article in the study room not only revealed the voting results, but also shared experiences with the product samples. This event was nearing its end, and Jiang Xiao found himself with little time to focus on it. His phone was inundated with calls, and he was oblivious to who had leaked his private number. Collaboration invitations flooded in alongside interview requests for marketing accounts. Recruitment, Jiang Xiao dialed Counselor Lu's number. An exceptional teacher from a 985 university was now being treated as an HR administrative figure by Jiang Xiao. By the way, can we issue internship certificates? Is it recognized by the school? After a moment of silence on the line, 2 words came through. Yes. Jiang Xiao could almost visualize Lu Yi's forehead veins bulging in exasperation, yet he remained unfazed. Until Lu Yi's haughty demeanor was thoroughly dismantled, further progress would be elusive. Given Lu Yi's emotional intelligence, she must have sensed Jiang Xiao's ulterior motives by now. However, some matters, once entangled, are not easily shed. Lu Yi maintained her pride as a counselor, but within the dormitory, a stunningly proud girl had been shattered. Through conversations with Tian Xiao and Li Zheng, she learned that Jiang Xiao's collaboration invitations had become overwhelming, with offers escalating in value. Li Zheng mentioned that one caller had directly offered 40,000 for a single article, provided Jiang Xiao wrote a recommendation for their facial mask. Jiang Xiao merely glanced at it before promptly hanging up. He had no intention of selling subpar products for the new Arrow Women's official account, let alone for the study room account he had painstakingly developed. A 40,000 yuan article, with 4 promotions a month, could yield over 100,000 yuan monthly. His coffee shop, which struggled to sell 50 cups a day, barely reached that in a month, not to mention the costs involved, which Jiang Xiao's were almost negligible. reflecting on his accolade of having his outstanding project ranked first. Niananchi felt no pride whatsoever, only a profound sense of embarrassment. No wonder Jiang Xiao had posed such a question the first time. Opening WeChat, she found Jiang Xiao's chat window, the last message being her inquiry about whether he was asleep. Exiting the chat, she noticed 4 greetings from Jiang Xiao, prompting her to reopen Jiang Xiao's conversation. After several cycles of entering and exiting, Niananchi finally sent a message. Jiang Xiao, do you have time tonight? The reply came swiftly, filling her with excitement. What's up? Are you inviting me out for dinner? After a moment's contemplation, Niananchi responded. Yes. I had a delightful meal at a restaurant last time. After hitting send, Niananchi quickly locked her screen, tossing her phone aside as if it had burned her hands. Covering her slightly flushed cheeks, she heard a ping. Grabbing her phone again, she took a deep breath, entered her unlock code, and felt her face flush. Is this a date? The 5 words loomed like a spell before her. After much hesitation, she finally replied. No, I just wanted to thank you for your suggestions. Oh, not a date? Then forget it. Those suggestions were trivial. Her emotions were once again pulled in opposite directions. Soon, another message arrived. The breakfast from last time was quite good. Don't forget. All right, I'll get you those breakfast items tomorrow morning. After sending her reply, Niananchi waited 5 minutes without receiving any further messages. Exiting the chat, she noticed that Jiang Xiao's message count had risen to 7. The next day, Jiang Xiao sat in the only conference room in 207. Lu Yi, although proud, was astonishingly efficient. Within a day of discussing the matter, 5 individuals had already arrived, 2 males and 3 females. After a brief interview, Jiang Xiao retained 3 of them, a senior named Lu Su, a student from a disadvantaged background, a junior named Yang Jing, who candidly stated she was there for the internship certificate, and someone Jiang Xiao had not anticipated, Lu Yuqi. Lu Su, you will primarily be responsible for the ground promotion work. Others will rotate shifts. Yang Jing, you will handle business connections since you understand cosmetics. Remember, all qualifications must be complete or we will not engage, prioritizing major brands. Yuqi, you will first learn the basics under Sister Su. Zhang Yin, you know her. Collaborate with her. After providing training to the group, Jiang Xiao returned to the dormitory, where he found Shen Weiqiao and Li Zheng consoling Chengzong, who appeared distressed. What's going on? Did you just experience a breakup, old 4? Chengzong looked up with a downcast expression. Is it that obvious? Who is it? Wang Yao? Jiang Xiao inquired curiously. Li Zheng shook his head and interjected, you have no idea. This afternoon, old 4 bought flowers and confessed to Wang Yao in front of the entire school. Jiang Xiao was taken aback. What? Old 4? I didn't know you had such courage. And what was the outcome? What do you think? Shen Weiqiao shot Jiang Xiao a glance. But Wang Yao was decent and didn't make old 4 lose too much face. What happened? Cheng Xiang decided to narrate. She is a good girl. I was mortified, but she didn't outright reject me. She approached me, said she wasn't looking to date, but accepted the flowers and mentioned I could take her away from the crowd. After recounting this, Cheng Xiang wore an expression that proclaimed he had picked the right person. Jiang Xiao's eyes widened in shock. What kind of expression is that, old 3? Sighing, Jiang Xiao wrapped an arm around Cheng Xiang. Oh, old 4, you're in a tough spot. Wang Yao not only rejected you, but also turned down every girl in the school for you. The trio was momentarily flabbergasted, but they quickly regained their composure. Damn, just a moment ago, old 4 was a bit disappointed. Now he's utterly despondent, sitting in front of his computer with vacant eyes. Jiang Xiao felt a twinge of sympathy. Old 4, don't lose heart. This weekend, we're heading to Yin University. I've made arrangements. Really? Third brother? Cheng Xiang's spirits lifted slightly. Believe it or not, 3 spirited young women gathered once more to devise plans for their weekend social gathering, mindful not to disturb Jiang Xiao, as they were aware of his busy schedule. Recently, the promotional funds from L'Oreal were set to arrive, amounting to 480,000 yuan, which, according to Li Lei, had been secured from the Red Label side, who had made no noise about it whatsoever. The public accounts followers had stagnated at 210,000, with only a few hundred new additions each day. With ample funds at his disposal, Jiang Xiao contemplated treating Zhang Yan. Opting for a diverse approach, he decided to purchase a bag as a remedy for all ills. Additionally, he prepared to present an 18-year-old innocent male for Zhang Yao to savor. Chapter 49, Radio Station Interview. After a week of skipping classes, Jiang Xiao resumed his tranquil campus life. In the morning, he fetched breakfast, teasing Niananchi, the proud little sprite with a wealth of naivete. When not attending classes, he would sit in room 207, writing articles and conducting training sessions for a few peers. On Thursday, he dressed with particular care and made his way to the radio station, where Lu Yi had informed him of an upcoming interview. Initially inclined to decline, he recognized the importance of maintaining the school's reputation, especially after Liu Yi had issued a serious warning. Upon entering the radio station, he was unexpectedly greeted by a familiar face, Li Wei, the alluring spider spirit he had first encountered in the media department. Her previously exposed long legs were now clad in fitted jeans, prompting Jiang Xiao to lament the loss of her former attire. Li Wei, upon seeing Jiang Xiao, momentarily lost her focus. Just days prior, they had received notice to interview a freshman, and the radio staff had been less than enthusiastic until they discovered that he was indeed the founder of the Seeking Light Diary. The enchanting staff at the radio station engaged in a fierce competition, ultimately resulting in Li Wei's victory as she sought to confirm whether Jiang Xiao was indeed the freshman from the start of the semester. Upon validating her suspicion, she found it hard to believe. She had sensed that this newcomer would surely rise to prominence, yet she had not anticipated such a commotion in less than 2 months. Junior, you truly have opened my eyes. I suspected you would achieve fame, but I never imagined you would create such a stir upon your arrival. Li Wei exclaimed. Luck. Merely luck, Jiang Xiao replied with a hint of nonchalance, easing Li Wei's previously tense demeanor. This junior remained as endearing as ever, unaffected by his newfound notoriety. Shall we commence the interview? This time, we will primarily utilize a live broadcast format. There are 10 minutes left, and here are the questions I intend to ask. Please review them to prepare. Jiang Xiao understood that in typical interviews, prior communication was essential to avoid awkward silences. Having spent considerable time in live broadcasting previously, he found this scenario quite manageable. Official interviews required a grandiose approach, akin to flattery, far simpler than appeasing the dominant personalities in his former life. 10 minutes later, Li Wei adjusted the equipment and shot Jiang Xiao an inquiring glance. He nodded, maintaining a serene expression. Greetings, students. The radio station's character interview program is back to engage with you all. Today, we have a particularly special guest. You may recall the Seeking Light diary from last week. I remember squatting for several hours, sunburnt, and still not becoming a seeker. As she spoke, Li Wei cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Xiao, her expression mingling complaint, grievance, and a touch of mischief, amplified by her meticulously crafted appearance, undeniably striking. However, Jiang Xiao's defenses were formidable enough to withstand her charm. Today's guest from the radio station is none other than the planner of this event and the owner of the study room beautification diary, Jiang Xiao, a freshman in the new media major. He is quite the handsome lad. Gasps erupted. Wait, he is a freshman? How handsome is this little beauty? Shan, don't be upset. We found him. Let us seize the opportunity. Zhang Shan had been fuming lately, feeling that despite being the first to discover the lipstick, she had only received the initial encounter's reward and certificate. Yet, compared to an entire set of cosmetics, she yearned for the photo that would accompany the final promotion. At the campus entrance, a young man had just stepped into the media realm, pausing to listen closely before dialing his superior. Sue, it's confirmed. It's the young man behind this. Within the school's historical museum, a group of formally attired individuals also halted. One wore a Zhongshan suit, accompanied by an elderly gentleman with graying hair. Yang Sanli stood behind, a smirk gracing his lips. Liu Yi, who had worn Jiang Xiao, also appeared in the crowd, alongside Director Chao from the entrepreneurship office and several staff members resembling secretaries. Liu Yi felt a mix of pride and anxiety. Pride for having a student as the interviewee and anxiety fearing that this mischievous lad might act out of line. Although she had issued a stern warning, she had withheld the fact that this interview was deliberately arranged, hoping to prevent Jiang Xiao from becoming overly nervous. The leading figure's status could be discerned without glancing at their expressions. The tone of voice alone revealed the importance of the program. The broadcast resonated. I would first like to ask Jiang Xiao, what inspired you to embark on entrepreneurship in your freshman year? Firstly, the nation is currently riding a wave of rapid development, and over the years, the atmosphere for entrepreneurship has become increasingly vibrant. This is also a response to our call. We are part of a pilot program after all. How can we not take a chance given the school's immense support? Are you not concerned about lacking experience as a freshman and the possibility of failure? What is there to fear about failure? We often say that failure is the mother of success. Isn't experience accumulated through repeated failures? We are among the most dynamic and innovative individuals of this era. We simply must act. While Jiang Xiao spoke in the radio room, he deftly warded off Li Wei, who was inching closer, all the while responding to the questions. Of course, we cannot embark blindly. I spent 2 months conducting market research and analyzing my strengths before deciding to initiate this project. Why did you choose this particular project? Could you elaborate on your analysis process? Well, first of all, we are a media university, and I am in the new media major. This project aligns perfectly. I can consult with the most professional individuals in this industry. Here, I would like to express my gratitude for the school's support, particularly to my advisor Lu Yi, as well as Director Chao from the Entrepreneurship Office and the relevant leaders of the school. Jiang Xiao continued, discussing how he analyzed the current trends in mobile internet and elaborated on his resources and advantages. Unexpectedly, this junior possessed such comprehensive thoughts at the freshman level. Could you offer any advice to fellow students interested in entrepreneurship? I once stated that all greatness begins from the humble. We should have grand dreams, but start small, climbing step by step towards the pinnacle of our aspirations. Even if we fail, the beauty along the journey will still be our reward. Additionally, starting small means that losses will be minimal. Indeed, Principal Su, your pilot program is very grounded, and this student's advice is excellent. During my visits to several schools, I found that the issue of having high aspirations but low capabilities is quite common. Principal Su chuckled amiably without uttering a word, while Vice Principal Yang interjected. Director Lee has a point. Our school experiences similar situations, hence we have recalibrated our support direction. The group swiftly glossed over this topic, moving on to examine other facets. Yang Sanli lagged a few steps behind, approaching Lu Yi. Teacher Lu, what position does that student currently hold? Lu Yi's expression bore an unusual hint of embarrassment. Principal Yang, Jiang Xiao is merely an ordinary student. He previously declined the role of Youth League Secretary, citing his overwhelming busyness. Yang Sanli Frowenetsli Gli. That won't do. The school needs to set an example. Let's arrange for this young man to join the student council. And isn't Director Chao running an entrepreneurial association? He should be included there as well. It won't hinder his entrepreneurial endeavors. Please do some persuasion. By the way, will be coming next month to share her entrepreneurial insights. You two should meet. Lu Yi was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 50. Zhang Yan's Inner Voice. The interview at the broadcasting station lasted over half an hour, during which Li Wei threw in some unexpected questions. Does Jiang have a girlfriend? Is Jiang's makeup skill impressive? And so forth. No girlfriend. Unable to apply makeup, the content of the article is provided by professionals. Jiang Xiao adeptly navigated the barrage of probing from Li Wei, who ultimately conceded defeat and concluded the interview. Reluctantly, Li Wei posed one final question before Jiang Xiao departed. Junior, what are your thoughts on relationships with older women? Jiang Xiao remained silent, his gaze fixated on Li Wei's long legs, wearing a playful expression. He eventually uttered a parting remark. In youth, one fails to appreciate the allure of an older sister, mistaking a younger sister for treasure. On Friday, after class, Jiang Xiao embarked alone on the subway to Yen University. He had contemplated purchasing a vehicle, but as of 2012, Yanjing had initiated a lottery system for car ownership, leaving him without the necessary qualifications to participate, awaiting the requisite tax contributions from his enterprise. The dormitory gathering for room 306 was scheduled for the following day. Today he intended to select a gift for Zhang Yan. The 18-year-old innocent young man was ready, now preparing to buy a bag. As Jiang Xiao perused bags, Tian Chao Chao and Nian Nanshi were sipping coffee at Kitty Cafe. Nanshi, it can't be hidden any longer. Li Zheng informed me that every day, 3 or 4 people ask him for Jiang Zhao's WeChat. As an observer, Tian Chao Chao had long discerned Nian Nanshi's affections. From her initial grumbling when delivering breakfast to Jiang Xiao, to now stepping out with an expression of eager anticipation and joy. What does it have to do with me? There are plenty of people asking for my WeChat every day. Nian Nanshi pouted defiantly. You should have said something earlier. I kept telling Li Zheng not to give it out, and now I owe him a few meals. I'll just tell him to give it freely. No way. Nian Nanshi instinctively protested, and as the words left her lips, she blushed, wanting to find a hole to hide in amidst Tian Chao Chao's raucous laughter. After regaining her composure, Nian Nanshi felt a twinge of anxiety. It was already late October. She had promised to deliver breakfast for a month, and soon, that would no longer be necessary. Would that mean no further interactions with Jiang Xiao? She simply could not bear to continue delivering breakfast next month. Ultimately, she gritted her teeth and resolutely sent Jiang Xiao a message. Jiang Xiao, I officially invite you to a date tomorrow. Upon receiving the WeChat message, Jiang Xiao was on the subway, engaged in a spirited discussion with Zhang Yan, the aloof academic from Yen University, having just transitioned from girlhood to womanhood, was struggling to contain her urge to see Jiang Xiao. Fortunately, he would be bringing his roommate to Yen University the following day. However, with so many people present, she needed to maintain a semblance of distance, knowing Jiang Xiao would return home that evening. Each time she thought about this, memories of that night flooded her mind, igniting a warmth within her. With a full 20 hours until she would see Jiang Xiao, Zhang Yin suppressed her excitement and began composing a case analysis. If the female party engages in relations based on a misunderstanding but does so willingly, it does not constitute a crime for Jiang Xiao. If someone impersonates Jiang Xiao or uses drugs to induce a loss of consciousness, it could be classified as coercion. An hour later, Zhang Yin received a WeChat message from Jiang Xiao, containing only a photograph. It depicted a somewhat handsome young man, sporting a mischievous grin, one eye closed and the other wide open, with a glowing entrance bearing the name Yanjing University in the background. Startled, Zhang Yin leaped to her feet, nearly toppling her chair, and began rummaging for clothes. Her roommates, witnessing this usually composed and somewhat aloof girl in such a fluster, inquired, "Zhang Yin, what is going on? Are you going out?" "Ah, yes, my mother is visiting." "Oh, I might not return tonight. Wasn't your mother just here for the National Day holiday?" "She's back." In just 20 minutes, Zhang Yin achieved her fastest makeup completion yet. Before leaving, she retrieved a small box from the depths of a locked drawer. Glancing furtively at her roommates before swiftly stowing it in her bag, she hastily made her way to the west gate, taking several deep breaths to regain her composure, her expression transforming into one of elegant aloofness as she stepped outside. Upon exiting, she spotted Jiang Xiao engaged in conversation with a girl. "Senior, I see your eyelashes seem to have an issue." "What issue?" "They're a bit loose. Let me fix them for you. Just close your eyes." The senior, already entranced by Jiang Xiao's charm, obediently shut her eyes. However, after a prolonged wait, she opened her eyes to find Jiang Xiao carrying a struggling girl away. "Put me down." Zhang Yan's voice carried a hint of annoyance. The scene shifted as Jiang Xiao indulged in what is colloquially known as a post-event smoke, presenting Zhang Yan with the second of his gifts. Without hesitation, she emptied the contents of her bag into this LV bag, which was less expensive than her Chanel. Jiang Xiao smiled silently, fully aware that the LV bag could not compare to her Chanel. However, his current means did not allow for more extravagant gifts. The next tier up from Chanel would be Hermes, with bags valued in the tens of thousands, an expense he was not yet capable of affording. Zhang Yan, however, seemed unconcerned with such matters. She valued Jiang Xiao's first gift, that of an 18-year-old innocent young man. "Should I attend the gathering as your girlfriend?" Jiang Xiao pondered for a long while before uttering this question. This girl had silently stood by his side since his rebirth, never demanding anything, and had never refused his requests. Even with his decision to embrace a more carefree lifestyle, Jiang Xiao felt a twinge of guilt. Yet Zhang Yan's response surprised him. "No." Chapter 51, Nian Nanxi's First Date. Jiang Xiao embraced Zhang Yan's smooth shoulders, caressing her back, while gazing into her eyes, inquiring about her reasoning. "Xiao, do you know about my family?" "I have a vague idea. You've never mentioned your father." Zhang Yan tightened her grip around Jiang Xiao's arm. "That man divorced my mother when I was in elementary school. My mother is quite controlling, while he was quite capable, so she kept a tight rein. In the end, a woman approached our home, visibly pregnant, to tell my mother that no amount of guarding could prevent it. Witnessing my mother's struggles, ultimately receiving nothing but me, I realized that I would not be your girlfriend. My only rival would be your girlfriend. If I were your girlfriend, I would have countless competitors. Xiao, you are already so remarkable, let alone what you'll become in the future. Such concerns should be left for your future girlfriend. You just need to occasionally." Jiang Xiao reclined on the bed. Beside him lay the slumbering Zhang Yan, resembling a kitten much like she had on that day aboard the train. In his previous life as a live streamer, he had encountered women akin to her. Essentially, they were plagued by a phobia stemming from witnessing their mother's tragic fate. There was no need for coercion, nor did he possess the right to demand anything. After all, was he not in a similar predicament? He had never contemplated the notion of marriage. As for whether Zhang Yan would ultimately abandon him, as she had articulated, if a day came when her fears dissipated and a man of superior caliber to Jiang Xiao pursued her, she would indeed consider it. He could not dictate when Zhang Yan would overcome her trepidations, but a man more exceptional than himself? How could one engage in discourse about superiority with someone seemingly invincible? On Saturday, Zhang Yan appeared radiant, her previously aloof and elegant demeanor now imbued with a hint of allure. The trio from room 306 once again marveled at Jiang Xiao's fortune. The girls from Zhang Yan's dormitory may not have matched the beauty of Wang Yao or Lu Yuqi. Yet the women of Yin University exuded a profound aura of confidence that allowed one to overlook any disparity in physical appearance. Yin University was an unattainable realm. After sharing a meal at noon, Li Zheng suggested they all explore the old summer palace. Despite Jiang Zhao's reputation as a cad, he was an intensely patriotic individual. Upon witnessing the remnants of destruction wrought by the Eight-Nation Alliance, he spat in disdain, vowing to one day retaliate. The girls from Zhang Yan's dormitory regarded Jiang Zhao's words with skepticism, dismissing the audacity of a freshman claiming he would outsmart several superpowers. However, upon catching the glimmer of conviction in Jiang Xiao's eyes, Zhang Yin felt a shiver run through her, followed by a dizzying enchantment. She believed him. At 5 p.m., as they boarded the subway back to campus, Zhang Yin exhibited no reluctance typical of a love-stricken woman. Upon noticing the departure of her companions, she turned briskly, entering Yin University with her roommates. Yin, what is your relationship with Jiang Xiao? You didn't return last night. Were you with him? A girl who had accompanied her to SKP leaned in to whisper. Zhang Yin did not deny it, replying simply. So what are you two? He is my boyfriend, but I'm not his girlfriend. The girl was left speechless, utterly bewildered. On the subway, Cheng Xiang leaned against the connecting pole, remarking, the girls from Yin University don't seem particularly special. What do you expect? Do you think they possess extraordinary powers? The uniqueness you fail to see is a question for Lao San. Li Zheng chuckled, raising an eyebrow at Jiang Xiao. Shut it. Don't spread rumors about my affairs. What's most crucial in this game is maintaining my single status. Third brother, you owe me dinner tonight. Otherwise, I'll spill your secrets. Jiang Xiao shot Cheng Xiang a glare. Try it, and I'll publish your story on my public account, complete with your photo. I dare you to find a girlfriend in Yinjing after that. Bro, I was wrong. I'll treat you tonight. Boss, second brother, make sure to eat well tonight. And finish my share too. Jiang Xiao glanced at the messages on WeChat. Li Zheng, puzzled, inquired, what does that mean? Aren't you joining us? Jiang Xiao smiled and pocketed his phone, choosing silence. Returning to the media department, it was nearly 7 p.m. As they disembarked the subway, Jiang Xiao received a call from Yananshi, the owner of Kitty Cafe. Hello, where are you? Just got off the subway, where are you? I'll come find you. At the entrance of my shop. Initially, Jiang Xiao wished to shake off the trio from room 306. But Cheng Xiang saw through his intentions and insisted on following to see who Jiang Xiao was dining with. Jiang Xiao thought to himself, I never intended to flaunt it in your faces, but since you insist on approaching me, I cannot be blamed. As the four of them approached the school's west gate, Cheng Xiang, with keen eyesight, exclaimed, oh my, look over there. A striking red sports car was parked nearby. Li Zheng, being a second-generation elite from Beijing, was well acquainted with vehicles and interrupted Cheng Xiang's astonishment. Porsche 911 Carrera S, with a maximum power output of 400 horsepower, accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers h in approximately 4.1 seconds. Jiang Xiao could recognize the car, but was oblivious to specifics like horsepower or acceleration. He only knew that by 2025, even moderately good electric cars could reach 0 to 100 kilometers h in under 4 seconds. As they drew nearer, Cheng Xiang prepared to snap a photo. Though he boasted of being affluent, owning a car valued at around 2 million yuan was still a formidable challenge. Before he could activate his camera, the driver's side door swung open, and a girl with deep brown waves gracefully emerged. Her Chanel tweed coat nearly colliding with the car door as she adjusted her Hermes Kelly 28 crocodile handbag. As she stood upright, the entire tree-lined avenue seemed to radiate with brilliance. Beneath her coat, she wore a lace dress from Dior's early spring collection. The neckline adorned with pearls that dazzled the eye, while Van Cleef Arpels' clover necklace danced delicately against her collarbone. Even Jiang Xiao, seasoned in the ways of the world, couldn't help but exclaim, stunning. Coupled with her impeccable features and graceful silhouette, she epitomized the treasure of every man's dreams. Nian Nanshi regarded the four individuals before her, pouting slightly, seemingly a bit flustered. I've been waiting for you for almost half an hour. Nian Nanshi had never waited so long for a boy, nor had she made anyone else wait for such a duration. Upon hearing this, and glancing in the direction of Nian Nanshi's gaze, the trio from 306 instantly transformed from awestruck expressions to those of sheer disbelief. Lao San, quickly say you didn't ask her out. Cheng Xiang insisted. Yes. Cheng Xiang's expression softened slightly. She asked me out. Damn. The trio from 306 could not endure such a blow and turned back toward the school, their appetites for dinner completely diminished. Noticing the departure of others, Nian Nanshi's initial awkwardness eased somewhat. Being shy and having initiated a date with a boy for the first time, she felt somewhat embarrassed with onlookers present. As for the strangers passing by, she was utterly indifferent. Such scrutiny was far too commonplace. Indeed, stunning. Upon hearing Jiang Xiao's praise, Nian Nanshi felt a twinge of pride. What do you think? Are you once again mesmerized by my charm? Of course, Jiang Xiao replied, raising an eyebrow in appreciation. I'm at the car. You. Nian Nanshi pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Xiao, speechless. The person is even more beautiful. That's more like it. Jiang Xiao refrained from further teasing Nian Nanshi and approached the driver's seat, eagerly sliding into the car. He had been looking forward to this. In his previous life, He had only driven once, when a wealthy woman from Yanjing, claiming to be affluent, attempted to ensnare him by renting a vehicle like this. Ultimately, she ended up driving, he indulged in a meal, they shared a night together, and then he blocked her. Chapter 52. Let me be the boss. Nian Nangxi. Watching Jiang Xiao settle into the driver's seat, awkwardly inquired, "Can you drive?" "Get in. No need for idle chatter. I have a license, so relax." Unable to contend with this rogue, Nian Nanshi resigned herself to the situation and took her place in the passenger seat. The boys observing the scene were internally screaming, "No. Why her?" Casting a glance at Nian Nanshi in the passenger seat, she had her arms crossed tightly, her head tilted to the upper right, exuding an air of disdain. Noticing that Jiang Xiao had yet to start the engine, Nian Nanshi turned to him, only to find Jiang Xiao fixated on her legs. She instinctively drew her legs closer, casting a glance at him that bore both fear and a hint of delight. The girl's action of pulling her legs and caused Jiang Xiao to frown slightly. He had not finished admiring the view. His gaze returned to Nian Nanshi's face. "What are you looking at? Why aren't you leaving?" Nian Nanshi faltered under Jiang Xiao's gaze, evading his eyes as she spoke. "So where are we going, miss?" "Oh, we're heading to SKP. Today we're dining at Yanjing Kitchen. Their roasted pigeon is absolutely delectable." The press of the car's ignition button abruptly shattered the tranquility of the street, as the 911 roared onto the road, merging onto the expressway. Initially, she had yearned to experience the speed and thrill of the 911. But within the confines of Yanjing's bustling city, there was little room for its prowess, forcing them to trail behind a dilapidated pickup truck at a sluggish pace. "Dressed so splendidly today, is it because of me?" Jiang Xiao broke the car's silence. "Stop being so vain. That is not at all." Nian Nanshi's voice lacked its usual confidence, tinged with a hint of fluster and bashfulness. "Oh, I thought it was for my sake. How disappointing. I must have overthought it." Jiang Xiao feigned disappointment, while Nian Nanshi remained silent, her expression revealing a slight internal struggle. After a brief pause, Jiang Xiao continued, "Now, tell me, why such a formal invitation for a date?" The waist test, a term used to describe methods employed during courtship to assess the other party's value, is predominantly used by women. It encompasses various types. Economic value testing, for instance, directly asking about annual income, while more astute women might employ subtler inquiries, such as property fees. Other types include loyalty, compliance, and emotional stability. Jiang Zhao's earlier statement was an interest-based waist test, aimed at gauging his significance or appeal in her eyes. Nian Nanshi's slightly panicked response, combined with her shy demeanor, provided Jiang Xiao with a gratifying answer. He quickly shifted the topic to alleviate the awkwardness of not having received a clear response. He deftly referenced a message Nian Nanshi had sent the previous day, avoiding any semblance of intentionality while conducting a second waist test. As he emphasized the word date, a blush crept onto Nian Nanshi's cheeks, recalling her impulsive message from yesterday. She was oblivious to the true reason behind her desire to meet. No amount of persuasion would lead her to admit she had developed an affection for this rogue. It's just a thank you for your advice. Your suggestions have truly been beneficial, as long as it's useful. So, you're only inviting me because I'm of use to you?" This marked the third waist test. No, that is not what I meant. As friends, your assistance warrants my gratitude. I don't wish to be your friend. Jiang Xiao's sudden declaration left the girl momentarily stunned, her eyes shifting from confusion to a hint of existential doubt. "You don't want to be friends with me?" "Nope," Jiang Xiao replied calmly. "Why not?" Nian Nanshi's eyes glistened slightly. It was her first invitation to a boy, only to be met with a rejection of friendship. Jiang Zhao's gaze remained fixed on the traffic light, which shifted from red to green, and he pressed the accelerator, uttering, "Guess what?" The media center was in close proximity to SKP, and Jiang Xiao skillfully maneuvered into the parking lot. The narrow aisle of SKP's parking area, crowded on a Saturday, necessitated a circuitous route before he finally located a parking space in a secluded corner. Exiting the vehicle, Jiang Xiao stepped out first, a mischievous grin on his face as he watched Nian Nanshi emerge from the passenger seat, visibly displeased. He accompanied her to the 4th floor of Yanjing Kitchen, where, after providing their reservation number, they were escorted to a table by the window. At this hour, Yanjing was at its most vibrant, with the neon lights of Douang Bridge illuminating the scene, the China World Trade Center rising majestically, and street vendors bustling about. Returning his attention to Nian Nanshi, who had just placed their order, he noticed her lingering unhappiness. "Haven't guessed yet?" I didn't even try. I'm not interested." "Baby. As long as you're not interested, tell me, how is your cafe doing? I'd love to learn from your #1 project experience." Jiang Xiao was aware that this was a topic of utmost importance to Nian Nanshi, so he came prepared. "It's improved a little, but it's still not breaking even. Nian Nanshi appeared to ignore Jiang Xiao's sarcastic undertone, seemingly resigned to the reality. Not breaking even is inevitable. Your model is fundamentally flawed. My strategies merely mitigate your losses. Besides, you're not short on cash. Just treat it as a hobby. Who says I'm not short on cash? I promised my dad I wouldn't ask him for money. This month, I've been paying wages with my New Year's money. Nian Nanshi replied, a hint of indignation in her voice. Then you have it coming. I can't save your cafe. Any advice I provide will only help you lose less. This situation was akin to those electric cars in previous lives. Neglecting to address battery life and stability issues while wasting resources on trivial features like in-car refrigerators and ambient lighting. Focusing on the superficial instead of the core issues. Nian Nanshi appeared intent on probing further, but at that moment, the waiter brought out the roasted pigeon. Upon introduction, Jiang Xiao learned that this delicacy required prior reservation. Otherwise, it would have been sold out at this hour. It must be said that the price was justified. The aroma of the pigeon was intoxicating. With a single bite, the crispy skin shattered, releasing a burst of succulent juices mingling with the smoky flavor in his mouth, tender enough to extract flavor even from the crevices of the bones. Jiang Xiao became momentarily lost in the delightful experience, only to look up and find Nian Nanshi grinning mischievously at his eating habits. Unbothered, he returned her smile, his lips glistening with grease as he surreptitiously claimed half of her portion. Oh, that's mine. You invited me. I must eat my fill first. No way. I want some too. There's only one left. Don't bite. Nian Nanshi reached out, attempting to reclaim her half of the roasted pigeon from Jiang Xiao's mouth. Ultimately, she only managed to snag a leg and a wing, both likely contaminated with Jiang Xiao's saliva. Torn, Nian Nanshi eventually returned the pieces to Jiang Xiao's plate, pouting to convey her displeasure. Jiang Xiao paid her no mind. He had always prioritized eating over conversation. After a rather exhausting night, this dish was a much-needed boost. After more than half an hour of dining, Jiang Xiao felt sufficiently satiated, wiping his mouth and sipping his drink. Let me be the owner of Kitty. What? Chapter 53. The First and Second Intimate Encounters. What do you mean, owner? Nian Nanshi asked uncertainly. Well, I'm not interested in being your friend. But becoming the owner of the cafe is something I might consider. Huh, you. Upon fully comprehending his words, Nian Nanshi felt her neck flush with warmth. Was he confessing to me? How sudden? What should I do? It felt as if a small deer was racing wildly within her chest, and she shyly lowered her head, unable to meet Jiang Xiao's gaze. Seeing her flustered state, Jiang Xiao abruptly shifted his tone. What are you doing? I'll take over the cafe. You just need to collect the rent. He feigned a look of confusion as he observed Nian Nanshi. She was taken aback for a moment. Then her expression turned awkward as she realized she had misinterpreted his intentions. Wait, did Jiang Xiao just say he would take over her shop? What? That's my entrepreneurial project. You can't have it. Nian Nanshi retorted, a hint of annoyance in her tone. Well, the project can still be considered yours. I'll simply handle the operations, and I'll bear the profits and losses myself. Jiang Xiao took a step back. No way. If I hand it over to you. Well, I do. If that's the case, I've been working for a month for nothing. Jiang Xiao smiled with a hint of amusement. How could it be considered a fruitless endeavor? Haven't you lost quite a bit of money? The slightly irate girl was utterly infuriated by this taunt. You jerk. I kindly invited you to dinner, and you dare to say that to me. Nian Nanshi contemplated hurling her drink at Jiang Xiao's face. At that moment, she deemed this man before her even more despicable than the girls who had quarreled with her back in high school. Bound by the decorum befitting a wealthy young lady, she refrained from such an extreme action, yet her agitation remained palpable. Calm down, will you? If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. I had intended to help you make some substantial profits, but if you disagree, that's that. Next week, I'll inquire about applying for another project, perhaps a coffee shop. Suddenly, Jiang Xiao felt a sharp pain in his calf. Damn it, woman. Have you even considered the shoes you are wearing today? The tips of those shoes could stab someone to death, you know? You shall not open a coffee shop. Otherwise, I'll. Nian Nanshi's mind raced, and suddenly she exclaimed, otherwise, I'll come to your cafe every day for coffee without paying. And I'll bring Chow Chow and the entire class with me. Jiang Xiao was completely defeated by her retort. Was this truly the most dreadful tactic she could conceive? All right, I won't tease you anymore. Jiang Xiao rubbed his injured calf, guessing that the damage was minimal. Your coffee shop is perpetually in the red. That is not a viable solution. I do have a way to turn it profitable, but it would require an immense amount of effort. Jiang Xiao glanced at Nian Nanshi and continued, You're not my relative. Why should I expend such effort to assist you? Even relatives must keep accounts clear. No way. You've eaten my squab, so you must find a solution. What? I ate your squab? Do you even hear yourself? Nian Nanshi, perhaps in tea, fully grasped the implications of her words, but remained obstinate. Jiang Xiao feigned a conciliatory demeanor and awkwardly suggested, "How about this? You invest your rent as a stake, and I'll give you 10. Nian Nanshi laughed in exasperation. A 50 share was her utmost concession. "I'll take at least 50. I'm full. Let's head back." Without a second thought, Jiang Xiao tugged at his shirt, preparing to leave, as if the previous conversation had been mere idle chatter. "Then I'll settle for 40. It cannot be less." "Ah, you jerk. Why are you reducing the offer even further? I've already taken a step back." Jiang Xiao regarded the fuming Nian Nanshi. "I've also made a concession. 10 has now become 5. 30. I can't go any lower." "Jiang Xiao, don't push it." Nian Nanshi gritted fiercely, wishing she could eliminate this man before her. Suddenly, she stood abruptly from her seat, causing her chair to clatter to the floor with a loud bang. The cafe, still bustling with patrons, turned curious eyes towards them, and many men gazed at Nian Nanshi with newfound admiration, pondering what had transpired to provoke such anger from a girlfriend. The atmosphere became slightly awkward. Even with his thick skin, Jiang Xiao found it hard to endure the gazes directed at him. Bowing his head, he quickly signaled the waiter for the bill. Fortunately, Nian Nanshi, despite her ire, remembered that she was treating today. After she settled the bill, still plotting how to deal with Jiang Xiao, she looked up only to discover that he had stealthily slipped away. Grabbing her bag, Nian Nanshi hurried after him. Catching sight of Jiang Xiao's figure descending the escalator, gradually disappearing from view. "Stop right there," she called, racing after him, disregarding the curious stares of onlookers. Just as she was about to catch up, her leg slipped, and she stumbled forward. Hearing her scream, Jiang Xiao turned to see a shadow lunging towards him. Damn it! He instinctively caught this reckless girl in his arms, the force of the impact causing him to lose his balance. Fortunately, the escalator had reached the bottom. After stumbling back several steps, Jiang Xiao found himself sitting on the floor with Nian Nanshi atop him. Startled, Nian Nanshi only regained her senses when she felt the intense masculine aura enveloping her face. Realizing she was sprawled over Jiang Xiao, their bodies pressed closely together, their lips mere centimeters apart, their eyes locked, and a heavier breath than before brushed against the girl's face, marking yet another first, this close to a boy. Jiang Xiao groaned in discomfort. "Get up!" His shout jolted Nian Nanshi awake. Flustered, she propped herself on Jiang Xiao's chest, striving to sit up, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. It's all your fault." Once they had both risen, Jiang Xiao rubbed his already injured waist, disregarding the girl before him as he slowly made his way to the next level. "Jiang Xiao, I didn't do it on purpose. Can you at least speak to me? If it apologized, I'll even take another step back. How about 15? Observing Jiang Xiao's labored strides, Nian Nanshi lowered her expectations yet again, only to witness a sight that fueled her ire. Jiang Xiao dropped his hands from his waist, straightened up, and dashed towards the parking lot, declaring, "All right, you said it." He appeared anything but injured. "Jiang Xiao, you bastard, stop right there." Jiang Xiao complied obediently, spinning around with arms outstretched, a grin spreading across his face. Unable to halt her momentum, Nian Nanshi once again leaped into Jiang Xiao's embrace. Bang! Their second intimate encounter ensued. The girl's body exuded a delicate fragrance mingled with the aroma of roasted squab, wafting into Jiang Xiao's nostrils. After parting, Nian Nanshi remained too shy to speak, lowering her head as she walked ahead of Jiang Xiao, who followed with a beaming smile. On their way back, a light rain began to fall, and the two exchanged no further words, the car's speakers filling the silence with a popular song. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The hour hand continued its relentless march. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The gentle rain pitter-pattered against the water surface. Jiang Xiao found a private paid underground parking lot near the school, opting not to drive onto campus as there were no underground facilities there. Parking on the street would leave his car covered in bird droppings by the next day. After dropping Nian Nanshi off at her dormitory, they still didn't speak. However, as she turned back on the staircase, she cast a lingering glance at Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao strolled back to his dorm, enjoying the evening breeze, his spirits lifted with yet another delightful dish awaiting him. Approaching the door of room 306, he heard Cheng Xiang's excited voice before even entering. "I struck gold." "Ha ha ha." Jiang Xiao pushed the door open and inquired, "What have you found that has you so thrilled?" Upon seeing Jiang Xiao, Cheng Xiang shot him a disdainful glance. "You heartless beast. How could you forget your childhood friend? I found a drifting bottle from that bar girl who lured Bo. Damn, how did you even come across that?" "It can only mean that girl is destined for this encounter. What should we do?" Cheng Xiang asked Jiang Xiao. "What else can we do?" "Just chat. She's a bar girl. She'll definitely invite you out to eat, and you just need to play your part." Cheng Xiang nodded, though a hint of confusion lingered. "What part is that? Aren't you a rich second generation? Can't you flaunt your wealth?" a wealthy young master in the capital, feeling lonely. Jiang Xiao was genuinely taken aback by his friend's absurdity. Oh, I could do that. Wait, I am a rich second generation. Chapter 54, The Bar Girl. Jiang Xiao paid little heed to the dialogue between Cheng Xiang and that dubious woman. As long as Cheng Xiang refrained from disclosing his awareness of her true identity, the woman would continue to arrange meetings with him. As expected, before Jiang Xiao could finish reviewing the day's public account data, Cheng Xiang had already sent a report of success. They were to meet at 3 p.m. the following afternoon in Wangjing. And now it was up to Jiang Xiao to orchestrate the next steps. After placing a call to Chen Bo to explain the situation, he instructed him to wait at school the next day, and Jiang Xiao proceeded to complete his work for the day. The earnings from a New Era Women project were quite satisfactory, with 3 articles yielding nearly 5,000 yuan. While this may seem modest, the average price of books is inherently low, and the commission rates for book sales are generally quite meager. Jiang Xiao felt content with this income. Even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. After turning off the lights, Jiang Xiao lay in bed, engaging in his usual banter with Niananqi, ultimately borrowing her car to add a layer of assurance for the following day's endeavor. Although he was confident in his ability to win over the woman, he knew the process would likely be drawn out, and a high-performance sports car could significantly expedite that time. Such individuals did not merit Jiang Xiao's excessive exertion. On Sunday, the group, under the pretext of missing Chen Bo, insisted on accompanying him for an outing. Upon seeing Jiang Xiao's borrowed dream car, Cheng Xiang and Li Zheng were elated. However, their excitement was short-lived. The sleek 911 was undeniably attractive, yet the cramped space in the back seat was maddening. One could only wonder who it was designed for, especially since this model was not a convertible. Eventually, Shen Weichao opted out altogether, leaving Li Zheng and Cheng Zhang to venture to the Materials Institute together. After a half-hour drive, as Cheng Zhang was nearing his limit in the back seat, they arrived at the entrance of the Materials Institute. The striking 911 instantly became the center of attention, with Chen Bo standing at the door, phone in hand, eagerly awaiting Jiang Xiao's arrival. Upon sighting such an impressive vehicle, envy flickered in the eyes of onlookers, soon transforming into wide-eyed astonishment. Cheng Zhang, cursing, urged Li Zheng to disembark quickly, as the 911 Carrera S was a 2-door model, leaving Li Zheng unable to exit without assistance. Fatty? Chen Bo called out uncertainly. Ah, Jinbo. Cheng Zhang responded upon seeing him approach, but his eyes began to scan the surrounding women, only to feel a twinge of disappointment at the lackluster quality, ultimately returning his gaze to Chen Bo. Today, my friends have come to help you seek revenge. Chen Bo was too preoccupied to heed Cheng Zhang's words, fixated on Jiang Xiao in the driver's seat. His expression one of confusion. It's borrowed. Jiang Xiao clarified. Wow, it really is you. I thought I was dreaming. Wow, this car, wow. Chen Bo began to ramble excitedly, gingerly touching the vehicle, inspecting every detail. Ignoring Cheng Xiang's insistence to eat first, he hopped into the passenger seat, grabbing his phone to take selfies with abandon. The group decided to have lunch in the cafeteria of Chen Bo's school, a suggestion from Cheng Xiang, as it was economical and offered a chance to glimpse the senior girls. As Chen Bo listened to Jiang Xiao speak, he edited his social media posts, quickly uploading a photo that contrasted his own sulky expression with a luxurious car, capturing a glimpse of Jiang Xiao's profile in the corner. After giving Chen Bo some pointers, they toured the Materials Institute before driving to Wangjing. This time, Cheng Xiang adamantly refused to sit in the back, forcing Li Zheng and Chen Bo to make do with the cramped space. They parked a short distance from the agreed meeting spot, observing the women passing by. As the clock approached 3 p.m., Chen Bo spotted the woman who had deceived him. That's her, he pointed at a girl with a modest appearance. Around a 4 or 5 out of 10. Cheng Xiang glanced at her and admonished, Bozi, your standards are abysmal. You were completely enchanted by someone like her. Li Zheng nodded in agreement. Enough of that. You two get out and find somewhere cooler, Jiang Xiao instructed, ushering them out of the car. He tidied his hair in the rearview mirror, started the vehicle, and at the perfect moment, pulled up next to the girl. Excuse me, is there a gas station nearby? Wang Ru's expression darkened. She had been waiting for a self-proclaimed wealthy heir who had just canceled on her after she had spent ages getting ready. Upon hearing his voice, she looked up, her eyes narrowing at the sight of the sports car, her demeanor shifting from unfriendly to eager. She was a rural girl, drawn to the bright lights of the big city after following her blonde ex-boyfriend. 2 years later, he had returned home, but she chose to stay, ultimately becoming a bait for wealthy men. The gas station? Over there, but might be a bit far. I can take you, Jiang Xiao replied politely. That wouldn't be a bother, would it? Not at all. Thank you so much. I'm new to Yanjing and not very familiar with the area. Wang Ru suppressed her excitement as she settled into the passenger seat. Riding in such an expensive car for the first time nearly made her swoon. How wonderful it would be to own one herself. She turned to appraise Jiang Xiao, noticing his fair complexion, sunny demeanor, and the ever-present smile gracing his lips, youthful and naive. Which way? Oh, just a left turn. Before long, Jiang Xiao had pulled into the gas station. Fill it up with 98. He instructed the attendant. Wang Ru learned for the first time that such vehicles required premium gasoline. As they exited the station, Jiang Xiao turned to her with a charming smile. Thanks for your help today. Where are you headed? I can give you a ride. Huh? I don't have a destination. Perfect. I have no plans either. Let me treat you to coffee. He didn't wait for her agreement before steering toward the predetermined cafe. Soon enough, the pair found themselves seated in the cafe. Today, Jiang Xiao needed to embody the persona of a bright, innocent, and positively spirited student. They quickly grew comfortable with one another, with Wang Ru still portraying herself as a college student. Throughout their conversation, Jiang Xiao consistently exuded positivity, illuminating the beauty of life and the promise of society, while Wang Ru found herself entangled in a gray world where emotions and interests collided. She yearned for the life Jiang Xiao described, and an impractical thought blossomed in her mind, to date this boy, even if only for a brief time. In that moment, Jiang Xiao achieved his initial objective, having known the girl for less than an hour. Chung, are you quite popular at school? Jiang Xiao lowered his gaze and sipped his coffee, momentarily concealing the smile that graced his face. Just call me Xiang. It feels more personal. May I call you Ruru? Jiang Xiao feigned a blend of nervousness and anticipation, focusing intently on the girl before him. Sure, Xiang. I'm quite low-key at school, not much of a talker. I leave my cars at home and don't drive to campus. Jiang Xiao had deftly crafted a convenient excuse for his singleness. And you, Ruru, with your beauty, do you have a boyfriend? No, I was too naive in my freshman year and got deceived by a boy. It made me a bit wary. Oh, none? That's great. Jiang Xiao chose not to dwell on Wang Ru's past experiences, but instead emphasized the fact that she was currently unattached, subtly conveying the message that he did not advocate for relationships. After a round of subtle probing, mutual interest blossomed, and their conversation began to flow effortlessly. However, Jiang Xiao did not hasten to pierce through this veil of misunderstanding too quickly. Such haste, even with their bond established, could thwart Jiang Xiao's subsequent plans. Chapter 55. Are you out of your mind? A cup of coffee consumed a full 2 hours. Jiang Xiao glanced at the time, rose from his seat, and said to Wang Ru, Ruju, let me escort you back to school. No, that's unnecessary. You should head back first. I have a few matters to attend to. Wang Ru declined Jiang Xiao's offer with a hint of anxiety. As they stood at the entrance of the cafe, Wang Ru's phone rang. Wang Ru, why didn't you bring anyone today? Wasn't he there supposed to be a guy? Left in the lurch. Wang Ru watched the departing 911 with a twinge of regret for her decision to become a drinking companion. Handsome, wealthy, with a blissful family background and a future filled with promise. This man possessed all the traits that Wang Ru could ever dream of. To kiss beneath the Eiffel Tower in France, to be proposed to in the watery city of Venice, to celebrate a wedding amidst the tulip fields of the Netherlands. Wang Ru was uncertain what it took to attain such experiences. But one thing was crystal clear. She yearned for it desperately. Clutching her phone tightly, Wang Ru turned and walked in another direction, soon disappearing into a dimly lit passageway. Jiang Xiao rejoined his companions, while Chang'ang remained puzzled. Their plan was not meant to unfold this way. Jiang Xiao shook his head. It's too soon. I fear it might be precarious, so I decided to delay. I'll act when I'm certain. Then should I continue to flirt? Cheng Xiang asked. Rest assured, I will manage it with utmost precision. No need. I'll handle it from here. After dropping off Chenbo, the trio returned to campus. Cheng Xiang and Li Zheng headed back to their dormitory, while Jiang Xiao went to return the car keys. At the girls' dormitory, Jiang Xiao handed the keys to Nian Nanxi. Thanks. Where have you been? Nian Nanxi inquired curiously. With such an exquisite vehicle, where else could I be but out charming the ladies? Jiang Xiao replied with a smirk. I don't believe you. What is your plan for the cafe? Nian Nanxi was skeptical about any girl being more captivating than her. Noticing Nian Nanxi sidestepping the topic, Jiang Xiao chose not to pursue it further and pondered for a moment. Let us head to the cafe together. I need to gather some information. 10 minutes later, Jiang Xiao entered the cafe, which was sparsely populated, with only 2 tables occupied, patrons engaged in card games. Upon seeing Jiang Xiao enter, the barista and a male server stood to attend him, while another male and female remained seated, engrossed in their phones. It was only when Nian Nanxi arrived that the 2 employees sprang into action, greeting her warmly. Jiang Xiao found a corner and asked Nian Nanxi to summon the barista. The barista, Li Ling, had previously worked at a private cafe, honing her skills under a mentor for several years. Jiang Xiao had already gleaned this information during his last visit, so he refrained from unnecessary chatter. From now on, I am your boss. Next month, our cafe will close for renovations, and I have some matters to discuss with you. Upon hearing Jiang Xiao declare himself as the boss, Li Ling was taken aback, turning to glance at Nian Nanshi, awaiting the confirmation from his proprietor. Seeing that Nian Nanshi did not refute him, Li Ling's astonishment deepened. She was aware of how affluent her new boss was. The car he drove yesterday could sustain her for a lifetime. Had she just relinquished the cafe? Feeling somewhat disheartened, Li Ling realized that such a commendable boss was rare. Someone without stringent demands, who would not berate them for mistakes, merely advising them to be more cautious next time. However, she quickly considered another possibility. Looking back at Nian Nanshi, she noted her unwavering gaze fixed upon Jiang Xiao, her expression devoid of sorrow, instead tinged with anticipation. Indeed, she had transitioned from being a mere employee to the boss's wife. It surely must be so. In the coming month, you will need to develop several new products. The previous coffee will no longer be served. We'll discuss specifics once I procure the raw materials. Also, who has been managing the previous accounts? Bring me the records and call the others in. Li Ling nodded in acknowledgement and departed. Jiang Xiao turned to Nian Nanshi, who did your previous renovations. Do you still have her contact? Yes. Nian Nanshi obediently replied, akin to a diligent student. Arrange a meeting with their designer. Also, we should rename the cafe to Qin Xing Coffee and register it as a limited liability company, with me holding 100 of the shares. We will directly divide the company's equity. I want to elaborate further, as you might not grasp my reasoning. Nian Nanshi hesitated to counter, but ultimately suppressed her thoughts. Why did she always feel undermined in front of this boy? Soon, the other servers arrived. Jiang Xiao got straight to the point. Starting next month, there will be a half-month break during which no salaries will be paid. If you disagree, you may resign now, and I will compensate you for an additional 3 days of wages. One male server protested. On what grounds? Because I will be the owner of this establishment. I'm not here to negotiate. You either agree or you don't. President Nya, say something. You were supportive before. Hearing this, Nian Nanshi felt a pang of sympathy. Glancing at Jiang Xiao, wishing to offer to cover the half-month as wages, but Jiang Xiao interrupted her. Be silent, Jiang Xiao commanded, turning his attention to the first speaker. You may collect your final paycheck and leave. As for the rest of you, ultimately, aside from Li Ling, only one male server remained. After directing the two to return to their posts, Jiang Xiao flipped through the account books, feeling a headache coming on. I need a pen, he declared, beginning to calculate costs. Where are you planning to go? The dismissed man, Wang Hao, was asked by the girl accompanying him as they left. Wherever I please. Just some insignificant brat trying to act tough. I'll wait to see when he goes under. Spitting out a curse. Wang Hao paid little heed to the girl and departed alone. Turning the corner, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. Brother Hao, it's Wang Hao. I need to discuss something with you. Is what you said true? Came a furious voice from the other end of the line. Of course. That brat just fired me. I can no longer assist you. No worries. Keep that money as a token of gratitude for the tip-off. Thank you, Brother Hao. Goodbye. Qin Hao hung up. Pacing restlessly in his home, his expression grim. After contemplation, he picked up his phone and dialed Xiao Lingen's number. Xiao, do you have time tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner. The accounting records at Kitty Coffee were an utter mess. Every entry was indistinguishable from the next, leaving him baffled at how this young lady managed the cafe. It was a wonder it was even profitable. As he continued to scrutinize the accounts, he felt parched and took a sip of the coffee beside him, still bitter. Continuing his examination, he failed to notice Nian Nanshi staring wide-eyed at Jiang Xiao. The cup of coffee Jiang Xiao had just consumed was one she had previously sipped. Wasn't he that akin to an indirect kiss? This left Nian Nanshi in a dilemma, unsure whether to drink from the cup or not. After a lengthy internal struggle, she closed her eyes and plunged the straw into her mouth. Moments latte. Observing Jiang Xiao reaching for the coffee again, Nian Nanshi offered her own cup to him. Jiang Xiao looked up, furrowing his brow, and uttered a remark that sent Nian Nanshi into a fit of exasperation. Are you out of your mind? Why would you give me a cup of coffee you've already drunk? How utterly disgusting. Chapter 56. Yi Xing, you do not deserve him. Nian Nanshi was rendered speechless by the rebuke. Just moments ago, their little interaction had left her blushing. Now, her face burned even more with indignation. You are the one who is out of your mind. Jiang Xiao, Godi, she exclaimed, rising to her feet and delivering a sharp kick to Jiang Xiao before storming out of the cafe. Jiang Xiao was left utterly perplexed. What had just transpired? After much contemplation, he ultimately attributed her behavior to some physiological cycle that women experience. After perusing the account ledger for over an hour, Jiang Xiao arrived at a rather disheartening conclusion. It was a complete waste of time. Numerous expenditures were impossible to verify, There were no invoices or purchase records. Merely the word of a few clerks. Rubbing his throbbing temples, Jiang Xiao casually dismissed dinner and returned to his dormitory. After a brief respite, he embarked on procuring the raw materials for a new coffee blend. The first item to replicate was the immensely popular fresh coconut latte, a beverage that had sold over 100 million cups in a year. Having indulged in it a few times in his previous life, he had even gone to the extent of researching its ingredients, primarily to ascertain whether the daily discounts and promotions rendered it profitable. To his astonishment, he discovered that in 2024, the cost of a fresh coconut latte was merely 5 to 7 yuan, remarkably low for that year. In the present context, it would likely be around 3 yuan. However, the price of 5 to 7 yuan could largely be attributed to the establishment of a comprehensive supply chain, a capability Jiang Xiao lacked at this stage. He merely aimed to keep the cost per cup within a range of 6 to 7 yuan. As for the espresso concentrate, he was uncertain which variety Luckin used, so he purchased over 10 different options. For the coconut milk, he acquired a selection across various price points, from economy to premium. Syrups and such were readily available at Yanjing, eliminating the need for online searches. The cups were not an immediate concern, but the logo required confirmation. Niananchi appeared to have a background in advertising design, though Jiang Xiao was uncertain of her proficiency. Nevertheless, he decided to involve her in the process. After completing his tasks, Jiang Xiao felt somewhat fatigued. He lay down on his bed, intending to strategize on how to approach Wang Ru, but within moments, he succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, at a late-night eatery on Supu Road in Dachang City, a group of young men and women gathered to enjoy their snacks. Among them, a girl with exquisite features frequently drew the attention of passing youths, particularly due to the 2 streaks of vibrant pink in her hair. However, she appeared somewhat listless, not engaging in the conversations around her. Seeing stopped sulking. You made it out this time. Let loose a little. Zhang Meiwan encouraged her friend. Yi Xiying glanced at Zhang Meiwan, forcing a bitter smile and shaking her head. She longed to feel better, yet lacked the energy. After encountering Jiang Xiao at 101, she had cried for half a month, only recently beginning to feel somewhat normal again. This outing marked her first chance to unwind since that incident. A small reprieve for her spirits. She took out her phone, initially checking the chat history with Jiang Xiao, where her countless messages had been met with the same disheartening notification. The recipient has refused to receive your messages. Scrolling through her moments, she stumbled upon a post that caught her eye. Chinbo. It turned out that luxury cars weren't all they were cracked up to be. The space looked quite cramped. A grid of 9 images displayed various angles of a Porsche in 911. Opening the first photo, she saw a sleek silhouette, dazzling headlights, and the unmistakable emblem of the Porsche 911, all indicative of its exorbitant price. With each subsequent image, her eyes widened in disbelief. In one photo, a dark-skinned youth flashed a peace sign, and behind him, a familiar face peeked out. Zooming in, she could see the boy smiling, his hair styled with precision. One hand resting casually on the steering wheel while his gaze was directed toward the dark-skinned youth, an expression of helplessness in his eyes. Yi Xiying felt her heart lurch violently, as if struck by a heavy hammer, painful and suffocating. Seeing what's wrong. Are you feeling unwell? Zhang Meiwan noticed her friend clutching her chest, her brow furrowed in distress. The group at the late-night stall fell silent, and after a prolonged moment, Yi Xiying lifted her head, tears streaming down her cheeks to her chin. Meiwan, I want to go back. Ooh, I want to go back. Her expression left Zhang Meiwan at a loss for how to respond. She dared not insist on staying. Supporting Yi Xiying, she hailed a taxi to take her to Changhang. Since she wasn't a resident there, she refrained from getting in, instead calling Yi Xiying's roommate to arrange for her arrival. Upon returning, a young man expressed disappointment at Yi Xiying's departure and inquired about the situation. Zhang Meiwan shook her head, pondering for a moment before saying, perhaps she was reminded of her ex-boyfriend. Come on, really? How impressive could her ex be? Let me see if he's even half as handsome as Jin Chengwu. He scoffed, a hint of disdain in his tone. Zhang Meiwan struggled to find the right words, recalling how Yi Xiying's demeanor had shifted upon seeing something. She then opened her own moments and quickly understood, handing her phone to the still chattering young man. Look, Yi Xiying's boyfriend. Ha ha ha. Is this little dark-skinned guy really her type? Has she lost her sight? In the taxi, Yi Xiying's tears flowed unabated as they passed Remin Square, where the Zhongda cinema reminded her of the movie they had seen together, and as they drove down Zhongshan Road, memories of shopping with Jiang Xiao flooded her mind. Finally unable to bear it any longer, she picked up her phone and dialed number. Have you seen Jiang Xiao in Yanjing? Yes. I just saw him a few days ago. Are you two dating? There was a moment of silence on the other end before the question went unanswered. I'm not his girlfriend. Does he have a girlfriend now? I don't know. But, Yi Xiying, you don't deserve him. Yi Xing felt another pang in her heart. Her voice lowered. I know, but not being worthy now doesn't mean I won't be in the future. Well then, good luck. The call ended with a series of beeps. On Monday morning, Jiang Xiao was awakened by a knock at the door. Who is it? It's too early for this. Is there no sense of decency? Are there classes this morning? Being on the upper bunk made it inconvenient to open the door. He had to climb down, rubbing his eyes to see who had come. Oh, Prince of Love Songs. What's the matter? That girl has been waiting downstairs for quite a while. I just got back from a night shift and ran into her. She asked me to call you. Jiang Xiao had completely forgotten about it. He hurriedly dressed, not bothering to wash his face or fix his hair, and dashed downstairs. Upon seeing Yan Nanshi, she was holding breakfast, standing beside a flower bed, and cursing some scoundrel. Have you finished cursing? That's enough. Scoundrel. I waited half an hour for you, and I have class this morning. Yan Nanshi felt quite aggrieved since the previous night. All right, I apologize. Let's just get through these last 2 days. I'll take over the coffee shop, and you just need to finish what I asked. No way. I've been doing this for so long, and there are only 2 days left. Don't make me look like I'm not keeping my promises. Ha. Do as you wish. I'll give you a chance to ask me out this weekend. Jiang Xiao ruffled his disheveled hair. Who cares? Take it. I'm off to class. Leaving the breakfast behind, Yan Nanshi turned and left, her steps noticeably lighter. On Monday and Tuesday, Jiang Xiao juggled attending classes while drafting plans for the coffee shop, all the while dealing with the manipulative Wang Ru. He felt it was time to conclude matters with her, setting Wednesday as his moment of reckoning. The choice of Wednesday was deliberate. Both he and Chunbo had no classes that afternoon, and it was also a day when a 911S license plates were restricted, conveniently explaining why he wouldn't be driving. On Wednesday afternoon, the group of 4 split up. The other 3 went to meet Chunbo, while Jiang Xiao ventured alone to the rendezvous. The dating spot was chosen by Jiang Xiao. IKEA. There's a saying. If she is naive, show her the wonders of the world. If she bears the weight of experience, take her for a ride on the carousel. Wang Ru, a woman of dubious intentions, could hardly have anticipated that Jiang Xiao would bring her to IKEA, a venue steeped in familial warmth. Chapter 57. The Moment of Reckoning. Wang Ru stood under the shade of a tree by the roadside, clutching her phone, glancing at it intermittently. Today, she adorned herself in her most exquisite attire, instantly elevating her demeanor. Shortly thereafter, a taxi halted before her, and, as the window descended, Jiang Xiaoyang's radiant visage emerged into Wang Ru's view. Ru, get in, he beckoned. Momentarily taken aback, Wang Ru opened the door and entered the vehicle. Ziayan, why did you take a taxi today? She inquired. My car is restricted, and my father's vehicle has been taken by him. He explained. Wang Ru pondered the license plate number from their last encounter with the 911, nodding in acceptance of Jiang Xiaoyang's words without suspicion. The profession of a barmaid is characterized by a keen eye for detail, as they assess your worth based on various subtleties to determine the price of the drinks they offer. However, Jiang Xiaoyang's attire was rather misleading, a rare denim jacket, dark jeans, and high-top canvas shoes, a commonplace student ensemble that aligned with his identity as a scholar, coupled with his previously noted low-profile demeanor at school. It explained his lack of a girlfriend. Wang Ru had never encountered a young heir from a wealthy family, yet she recognized from his adept driving that he was no novice behind the wheel, naturally affirming his character in her mind. The IKEA in Yanjing was not far from Wangjing, and soon they arrived at its entrance. Upon disembarking, Wang Ru was taken aback. What brings us to such a place? When I previously dated other men, it was either the cinema or an amusement park. Ru, have you been here before? He inquired. I came once with a classmate who found it quite enjoyable. The playful banter began. Wang Ru shook her head, curiosity piqued. Was it a female classmate? Yes. But don't misinterpret it. She is just a regular classmate, and I have no romantic interest in her. Jiang Xiaoyang hurriedly clarified, appearing somewhat flustered. Observing his reaction, Wang Ru smiled softly and naturally linked her arm with his. Jiang Xiaoyang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he glanced at Wang Ru, and together they ventured into IKEA. Upon entering, Wang Ru's eyes widened in astonishment. This place is even larger than the subway station. Towering shelves resembled a colorful block wall, with the sweet scent of cinnamon rolls mingling with the aroma of wood shavings. She shook Jiang Xiaoyang's arm and whispered, "No one is watching us." This gave her the exhilarating sensation of sneaking into an amusement park. Before long, she transformed into a giddy child, gazing left and right. Jiang Xiaoyang followed, closely behind, pushing a shopping cart. Inside a model living room, Wang Ru plopped down onto a sofa. This sofa feels like a cloud. And look at that. Hilarious. In the kitchen area, she opened and closed drawers, clanging utensils. This kitchen is tiny yet charming. Haha, this frying pan resembles the one in the hands of Red Wolf. In the toy section, she immediately morphed into a 3-year-old, leaping towards a giant shark plushie. This fish looks so silly. As they entered the lighting section, her eyes sparkled with desire at the sight of various beautiful lamps. Throughout their adventure, Jiang Xiao spoke sparingly. Yet each of his remarks sent a shiver of delight through Wang Ru. Seeing Wang Ru seated on the sofa, he asked, "So, which one do you like? We should buy one in the future." Noticing her fiddling with kitchenware, he inquired, "Can you cook?" "I certainly cannot." Eventually, they found themselves resting in a bedroom display. Wang Ru had lain on a bed with men before, but this was her first time lying fully clothed beside a man, amidst a bustling crowd. Jiang Xiao embraced her, uttering some clumsy, sweet nothings, so mundane, so cliché. Had they been in another setting, Wang Ru would have scoffed at such words and dismissed them entirely. However, in this environment, the boyish, awkward, and naive expression convinced her completely, and without a thought for the surrounding crowd, she wrapped her arms around his waist. Jiang Xiao felt a bit uneasy, shifting uncomfortably, yet this only reinforced in Wang Ru's mind the genuine impression of an inexperienced boy, awkwardly embraced by a girl. "Ziayan, do you really like me?" "Of course," he replied earnestly. "From the moment I laid eyes on you, I was smitten." Jiang Xiaoyan's bashful expression was endearing as he continued. "Last time, I intentionally sought you out for directions." Wang Ru rolled her eyes at him, her heart swelling with sweetness. Finally, Jiang Xiao escorted Wang Ru to the dining area, treating her to a sweet cone. As she licked the cream, she said, "I passed by the baby room earlier, and the rattles sounded so lovely." "Yes, we should have one of those in the future," he replied. Wang Ru, feeling blissful, leaned in to kiss him. But Jiang Xiao turned his gaze toward the dining area. "Next time, try the meatballs with jam. They're delightful." Wang Ru wore a look of yearning as she followed Jiang Xiao into the returning taxi, already contemplating whether she should acquiesce if he proposed to rent a room later. Yet, to her disappointment, Jiang Xiao showed no inclination towards such an idea until they disembarked. "Well, this is fine. He is unlike those other despicable men. He genuinely likes me." After exiting, as they walked along the streets of Wangjing, they passed by a KTV, but Wang Ru had no intention of inviting Jiang Xiao inside. Instead, she quickened her pace, seemingly eager to distance herself from the place. However, Jiang Xiao had other plans. Just after turning the corner, 4 unexpected figures appeared, rendering her pale with fright. "It's her. She scammed me last time." Chen Bo, approaching them, pointed at Wang Ru and moved to grab her. "Who are you? Don't touch me." Jiang Xiao positioned himself protectively behind Wang Ru, confronting the group of men alone. Wang Ru's heart trembled once more, but this time it was accompanied by immense pain. Why had she not encountered such a man sooner? "Look at you. You don't seem like that kind of person. Do you know what she does?" Jiang Xiao furrowed his brow, glancing at Wang Ru in confusion before turning back. "She's merely a university student." "Who are you people?" "Ha ha ha. A university student? She's just a barmaid. My brother was scammed out of thousands by her." "You're talking nonsense." Jiang Xiao's expression fluctuated from anger to confusion, then to heartbreak. Ultimately, unable to contain himself, he engaged in a scuffle with the men. "Damn it, be gentle. Just pull my clothes, don't pull my hair." Wang Ru snapped back to reality and rushed to assist Jiang Xiao. Noticing the growing crowd of onlookers, Jiang Xiao signaled to Cheng Ziyang, who understood immediately. "You all wait here. We'll report to the police, and then you'll see." As the 4 men retreated, Jiang Xiao awkwardly adjusted his clothing, saying nothing, merely bowing his head in silence. Wang Ru longed to comfort him, but he evaded her touch. Tears streamed down her face, filled with sorrow. "Ziayan, I'm so sorry, so sorry. Does that mean what they said is true?" Jiang Xiao's disappointment was palpable as he gazed at Wang Ru, resembling a husband confronting an unfaithful wife. Why engage in such deceitful acts? Even if you're not a university student, I would take care if you were a street vendor or a waitress. "But, I'm sorry, I didn't want this. I was coerced." "Coerced?" Jiang Xiao's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope. "Who coerced you?" The boss of that KTV." Wang Ru then tearfully fabricated a tragic past. Jiang Xiao gradually calmed down, skepticism lingering in his tone as he asked, "Really?" Wang Ru nodded, embracing him. "Then prove it to me." "How can I prove it?" Wang Ru lifted her gaze to meet Jiang Xiao's. "Destroy that KTV." Wang Ru's heart trembled, her tone laced with a hint of anxiety. "Destroy? Destroy it? Well, my uncle is in law enforcement. As long as there is evidence, I can compel him to act. At that point, you would also have a reason to appear before my family. My mother is a university professor and has a great admiration for brave girls. If you truly wish to be with me, you must win her approval. Social status and family background mean little to my family. What truly matters is character." Jiang Xiao opined that the common woman's perceptions in this era were sheer nonsense. The wealthier the family, the more they emphasized social compatibility. Wang Ru remained hesitant. Jiang Xiao glanced at her and pushed her gently. You don't want to? Then I shall take my leave. Let us not meet again. Wait. I do want to. I'm just worried. Worried about what? Fear of retaliation? What kind of background does my family have? Would we fear someone running an illicit establishment? I will protect you. My family can also help you find a more respectable job. What should I do? Wang Ru bit her lip, yearning to escape this quagmire. In a bit, take me upstairs just like before. We'll gather some evidence, and then... Chapter 58. Only by standing in the sunlight can one have a bright future. After hearing Jiang Xiao's plan, Wang Ru gazed at him with a complex expression. Are you trying to deceive me? Jiang Xiao did not directly answer the question, but instead pointed to the disheveled clothing. Ru, this is your only chance. If I, Cheng Ziong, deceive you, may I never find success in this lifetime. Don't swear. I believe you. Jiang Xiao sighed in relief, narrowly escaping a precarious situation. After Wang Ru resolved herself, her decisive demeanor surprised Jiang Xiao. It turned out this woman had always possessed evidence, including recorded transactions. The mixing of red wine at the KTV, financial fraud, and details of coercive violence. Upon reviewing these, Jiang Xiao raised his eyes, filled with complexity, and asked Wang Ru, have you longed to break free? Sort of. I couldn't make up my mind before. You gave me the courage. Wang Ru felt as if a 1,000-pound shackle had been lifted, and her entire demeanor transformed. Ziong, do you know? Today is the happiest and most relaxed day of my life in these past few years, perhaps even my entire life. Jiang Xiao remained silent, gently embracing the girl, transferring data to his phone. He then told Wang Ru, leave Yanjing for a few days. Once things settle down, you can return. All right. The following afternoon, Jiang Xiao entered the police station. Afterward, he sent Wang Ru a message. It's done. Only by standing in the sunlight can one possess a bright future. Welcome back to this beautiful world, Jiang Xiao. I'm delighted to meet you, Wang Ru. On the high-speed train, Wang Ru read the message and softly murmured, bastard. As she looked up, tears had already traced down her cheeks. Silently wiping away her tears, Wang Ru revealed a genuine smile, radiant in the sunlight. A gentleman in a suit seated beside her was captivated by her sudden smile. Miss, may I add you on WeChat? Wang Ru apologized, saying, I'm sorry. I already have a boyfriend. His name is Jiang Xiao. Meanwhile, Uncle Hat's efficiency was commendable. Due to the comprehensive evidence chain, by Friday morning, the illicit KTV was uprooted, and its managers and related personnel were swiftly apprehended, facing sentences ranging from several years to over a decade of free meals. The orchestrator behind all this was presently discussing his requirements with a designer. I need a third space that bridges a dormitory and a classroom, capable of facilitating 15 minutes of efficient communication while accommodating over 2 hours of social relaxation. As for the style, I desire a futuristic technological feel, emphasizing brightness and a sense of freedom. The space must possess transparency. The layout also needs modification, a dining area upon entry, followed by a waiting area, and then some designated photo spots. Seated across from Jiang Xiao, a 30-something urban woman furrowed her brow, striving to comprehend the student client's intentions. Photo spots? What does that mean? Well, you can think of it as tourist attractions, like Yanda's Waming Lake. I have a few suggestions. First, a wishing wall. Second, an artistic corner for photos. Especially for the photo spots, lighting must be carefully considered. I suggest you consult a professional in photography. Jiang Xiao meticulously explained each point he had noted down to the designer. Nian Nanshi, sitting nearby like a curious child, blinked incessantly, internally cursing Jiang Xiao. What a rascal. Hiding so many ideas. Moments later, she marveled. How can he think of so much? Why can't I? The woman designer adjusted her glasses, exclaiming, classmate. Your requirements set a high bar for design. This is quite a challenge for me. Jiang Xiao smiled. Do you have confidence? I'll give it a try. I believe you can. After the designer departed, Jiang Xiao extended his hand towards Nian Nanshi, who looked puzzled. After a moment's thought, she placed her small hand atop his. Assuming Jiang Xiao intended to initiate a motivational ritual, akin to athletes before a game, Jiang Xiao rolled his eyes at Nian Nanshi, wondering what was on her mind, and withdrew his hand, saying, what about the tasks I assigned you? Where's the contract? Oh. Nian Nanshi blushed deeply and retrieved the contract from the side. After a brief review, Jiang Xiao signed his name at the bottom. I need to oversee the renovations in the coming days. I will cover the expenses. You need to handle a matter. Find a development team for an app. He pondered for a moment before shaking his head. The app is too crucial for Qingqing. I should look for myself. Never mind. You could design the logo instead. Any inspiration lately? None. Nanshi shook her head, having only attended basic courses for 2 months. Can you find a supplier for coffee cups? Nanshi nodded. That's no problem. One more thing. I will apply for a Qingqing Coffee public account and need to find someone to manage it. I will take care of this. But their fees will need to come from the company. I just wanted to let you know in advance. Oh, understood. Nian Nanshi now resembled a well-behaved child. After a while, she quietly asked Jiang Xiao, "Are we going out this weekend?" "Where to?" Jiang Xiao lifted his gaze from his notebook to look at Nian Nanshi. Nian Nanshi fidgeted, stammering, "Weren't you saying something about the weekend that night?" Her voice trailed off to a whisper. "A date?" Jiang Xiao recalled he had mentioned returning the favor of lending her his car. "Are you trying to flirt with me?" Jiang Xiao feigned a defensive stance. Nian Nanshi suddenly flared up. "What? Me flirt with you? You? Isn't that so?" Jiang Xiao leaned closer to Nian Nanshi, gazing into her exquisite face, and whispered, "Why else would you want to meet me this weekend? To discuss work? I just feel a bit bored and want some company." Seeing Nian Nanshi flustered and at a loss for words, Jiang Xiao decided not to tease her further. "We'll see. I have too much on my plate this week. I may not have time. By the way, you, the top student in our project, have you applied for support?" "Support? No. The office is of no use to me. The funds need to be repaid." Jiang Xiao was astounded. "How dare you open a shop? Who gave you the audacity? Who's the guiding teacher for your project? You must go tomorrow. You need support from the office and funding." Jiang Xiao resolved to issue commands directly in the future. Negotiating with this silly girl was essentially futile. "Let us go. I'm hungry. Treat me to a meal." Jiang Xiao closed his notebook and stood, exiting the cafe. Nian Nanshi evidently trailed behind, and the two made their way to the cafeteria. Jiang Xiao found an empty table, and upon noticing Nian Nanshi preparing to sit down, inquired, "What are you doing? Heading to get food? Waiting for someone?" Nian Nanshi felt a surge of frustration. To everyone else, she was a princess, but Jiang Xiao treated her like a servant. "You're insufferable," she pouted, walking over to the counter to queue for a meal. After finishing her modest serving of rice, Jiang Xiao rubbed her stomach, ready to return to her dormitory when her phone rang. Lu Yi's voice echoed from the receiver. "Jiang Xiao, where have you been these past few days?" "Come to 207. "Oh, I've had some personal matters to attend to. Is there something urgent?" "I'll head over now." Just as she was about to bid farewell to Nian Nanshi, she noticed a boy approaching her, speaking to Nian Nanshi. "Nanshi, what a coincidence. You're here for lunch too." Jiang Xiao chose not to interrupt and quietly exited the cafeteria, heading towards 207. Nian Nanshi did not respond immediately to the boy, but instead watched Jiang Xiao's retreating figure until she disappeared from sight before turning back to him. "Qin Hao, I thought you never came to the cafeteria?" Qin Hao concealed the malice lurking in his gaze and replied with a smile. "I suddenly felt like trying the cafeteria today. What a surprise to run into you." "Oh well, enjoy your meal. I've finished mine and will be heading back now." In room 207, the atmosphere was bustling with several part-time students and Lu Yi present. Jiang Xiao approached and asked, "What is going on?" Chapter 59. Lu Yi's request. Jiang Xiao casually took a seat and observed the group. After a prolonged silence, she decided to initiate the conversation. "Liu Su, why don't you start by reporting on the progress from the past few days?" Liu Su picked up his notebook and began. "We conducted 3 promotional events, costing approximately 300 yuan, and directly gained over 700 followers." Jiang Xiao furrowed her brow slightly. The cost per follower was rather high. Liu Su continued, "For the delicate fairy account, we now have 700 followers. How many promotional articles have we released in the past few days?" For Lu Yi chimed in. Jiang Xiao nodded, signaling them to continue. Yang Jing began her report. The study room received a total of 17 partnership invitations. After excluding those that did not meet our criteria, we have 8 potential partners, 5 for product recommendations, and 2 interested in joint activities. L'Oreal wants to replicate the light-seeking diary event in other cities. No, we cannot tie our accounts solely to L'Oreal. It would compromise our credibility. We want to consider collaborating with L'Oreal for a month. However, let us check if the white-collar demographic is willing to give it a try. Our delicate fairy account needs to pick up the pace. Jiang Xiao offered Lu Yi a reassuring glance, having noticed her serious demeanor since entering the room. It was clear she felt a twinge of jealousy, not in a romantic sense, but from feeling that Jiang Xiao was not sufficiently devoted to the delicate fairy account, which she was championing. As for the study room, let us propose 2 plans. 1 main promotional article per week, with interested parties queued according to price and event scale. We can also provide a second plan for trial experiences. Trial experiences? The group questioned. Yes, Zhang Yin doesn't have much time. 2 articles a week is already pushing it. You all need to start practicing your writing, beginning with trial experiences. The public account can publish up to 8 articles at a time. We'll aim for a rhythm of 2 to 4 articles per session, with the remaining articles focused on trial experiences. Jiang Xiao explained her arrangements and added, "This article is voluntary. 30 of the advertising fee can go to the writer." You can either try the products yourselves or find classmates to do so. Lu Su, you can give it a go too. Jiang Xiao swiftly organized the two primary accounts. After a brief silence, seeing that the group had mostly absorbed the work content, she dropped a small bombshell. There's one more thing. I need Lu teacher to work a bit harder. I've taken over that coffee shop at the West Gate and need to establish a public account for it. So I'll need to find another person. Yang Jing exclaimed in surprise. That kitty cafe? The others were also taken aback. The public account was functioning well. So why venture into opening a coffee shop? Is that the top project? Lu Yi clarified. Yes. Jiang Xiao confirmed. Lu Yi's eyes gleamed with a hint of excitement. So, that means both the top and second projects are yours? Technically the projects still belong to the original owner, who retains a 15% stake. Lu teacher. Don't be too greedy. Jiang Xiao understood Lu Yi's thoughts. If both projects were under her control, Lu Yi's position as Jiang Xiao's advisor or project mentor would significantly elevate within the department. The previous event had already garnered recognition from the school leadership, and her department had praised her highly. Upon hearing Jiang Xiao's words, Lu Yi felt a tinge of disappointment but was quickly comforted by Jiang Xiao. Let us expedite our work. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we will host a major event next month. Our very own. Jiang Xiao did not elaborate on the specific event, as she was still in the planning stages. After resolving a few minor issues the team faced, she dismissed them for the day. Yuqin, how have you been lately? Is communication with Zhang Yin going smoothly? Lu Yuqin halted her departure, feeling somewhat bashful. I'm not too bad. That is good to hear. Make sure to review past articles. Lu teacher has a document for you to study. I have high hopes for you. As a new media major, you should aim to surpass Zhang Yin. I will do my best. Yuqin replied shyly, stealing a glance at Jiang Xiao before quickly lowering her head to focus on her toes. Unfortunately, she couldn't even see them. By the way, I haven't asked, which high school did you attend? 7th high school. Jiang Xiao was taken aback. Wait, does your school have someone named Yang Jian? Lu Yuqin left with a puzzled expression, and soon only Jiang Xiao and Lu Yi remained in 207. Speak up, Yi. What is on your mind? Lu Yi shivered slightly at the sound of her name, despite having been through this before. Hearing Jiang Xiao address her so directly still made her uneasy. On Tuesday, someone is coming back to the school to share insights on entrepreneurship. What industry? Group buying. Jiang Xiao leaned back in her chair, not interested. It sounds dull. Aside from 8-1, other group buying companies won't last long. How do you know? Lu Yi asked curiously, recalling the woman who had approached her the previous day, arrogant in demeanor, which irritated her. Just analyzing. The capital market has cooled down, and those group buying companies focusing on first-tier cities can't afford to stop. Whoever halts first is doomed. Jiang Xiao didn't elaborate further. She knew Lu Yi wouldn't grasp these concepts. Really? Jiang Xiao stood up, glancing at Lu Yi. Is it important? That's my analysis. You must attend on Tuesday. Jiang Xiao was intrigued. Given Lu Yi's personality, she wouldn't typically place such importance on the event. Is the school mandating attendance? No, but I want you to go. Jiang Xiao smiled, stepping closer to Lu Yi, gazing down at her classical features. You need to understand that this is a company, not a classroom. And I am your boss. Lu Yi did not flinch. As a teacher, her pride forbade her from displaying any signs of weakness. And then what? Then, you must be mindful of your attitude and tone. After speaking, Jiang Xiao resumed his seat, the domineering aura dissipating. Given your character, you wouldn't demand that I go. Is something afoot? You'll understand once you go. Observing Lu Yi's pleading expression, Jiang Xiao pondered for a moment and replied, very well, I shall accompany you. With Jiang Xiao's acquiescence, Lu Yi let out a sigh of relief and quickly departed. Being alone with Jiang Xiao made her feel quite uncomfortable. The address of Yi and their teacher-student relationship rendered the atmosphere rather delicate. Was it shame? Ambiguity? Or perhaps something forbidden? Upon returning to the dormitory, the sight of Chengzong reminded Jiang Xiao of Wang Ru. Old four, treat me to a meal tomorrow. Cheng Xiang grumbled. On what grounds? I fought for the slightest hope that you might find a girlfriend. If I hadn't successfully won over Wang Ru, I would have sworn a lifetime vow of never finding a girlfriend. Jiang Xiao refrained from sharing the specifics of the situation with Cheng Xiang, fearing that Old Four would explode. Last time, due to Wang Yao's affair, this fool had already lost 2 pounds in frustration. Better not poke this powder keg. Before long, Li Zheng stealthily upbruaka Jiang Xiao. Old 3, do you have plans for tomorrow? I shouldn't have anything on. Why? Then shall we go out together tomorrow? Li Zheng said slyly, glancing at the other 2 in the dormitory. Oh, is there some intrigue? That Tian Chao Chao, you know her, right? I remember. She's Nian Non She's roommate. Jiang Xiao nodded. Yes, I want to invite her to go shopping tomorrow. She said she would only go if Nian Nanshi went too. With that, Li Zheng rubbed his hands together, eagerly awaiting Jiang Xiao's response. Got it. Jiang Xiao raised a finger. 1 week. Jiang Xiao shook his head, and Li Zheng's expression soured as he gritted his teeth. Fine, 1 month it is. For the following month, as long as Jiang Xiao did not attend class, Li Zheng would answer for him during roll call. Even if caught red-handed, he would claim it was Li Zheng who was absent. Nanshi, Jiang Xiao has agreed. Chapter 60. Jiang Xiao's service, worth every penny. On Saturday morning, Jiang Xiao rose as usual. After freshening up, he stepped outside. Li Zheng, having been overly excited the previous night, was still fast asleep. Skipping breakfast, he headed straight to the cafe, where the supplies he ordered had just arrived. Inside Kitty Cafe, Jiang Xiao addressed Li Ling. Next week, we shall close the shop for renovations. I now require you to concoct a coffee blend that caters to student tastes, primarily using these 2 ingredients. Jiang Xiao pointed to the items nearby. Cold brew espresso concentrate, fresh coconut milk. Li Ling looked puzzled, casting a questioning glance at Jiang Xiao. Having never heard of a coffee and coconut milk combination before, I once had it in the South Island province. I found it quite delightful, perfectly suited for the youth. When I inquired, the owner mentioned these 2 ingredients. I'm aiming to replicate it. Jiang Xiao had to spin a tale, elaborating on the taste profile. You need to achieve a balance between the sweetness of the coconut milk and the bitterness of the coffee. Feel free to add some adjunct for adjustment, such as syrups. These materials are for your experimentation. Li Ling, if you can create a flavor that satisfies me, I shall reward you with a surprise. Jiang Xiao began to describe the flavor profile of the coconut latte. Nian Nanshi arrived with breakfast. After learning the night before that Jiang Xiao had agreed to go out, she messaged him to bring breakfast in the morning. Jiang Xiao accepted and asked her to deliver it to the cafe. Where are you planning to take me today? Jiang Xiao inquired, nibbling on a bun. Where'd you like to go? You're a Beijinger. Asking me? Let us go to Xiangshan. Although it's a bit late now, it should still be enjoyable. The 2 chatted as they ate, and soon Tian Chao Chao and Li Zheng arrived. Have you eaten? Jiang Xiao asked the pair. Tian Chao Chao shot a resentful glance at Nian Nanshi. What is there to eat when a certain someone forgets their friends for the sake of a romantic interest? Chao Chao. What do you mean? Isn't it true? Just remembered to buy breakfast for certain individuals. TSK, look how lavish it is. Jiang Xiao wiped his mouth and interrupted. Do you need me to step out? I feel rather out of place here. Thinking you can eat and run? Rest assured, I'm not that sort of person. In that case, second brother, why don't you help Chao Chao get breakfast? No need to buy for me. Be a brother who forgets his friends for the sake of romance, and we'll call it even. Before long, Li Zheng returned with breakfast, and after receiving a couple of kicks from Tian Chao Chao, he sat down to eat. In private, Li Zheng gave Jiang Xiao a thumbs up in gratitude. As the group prepared to set off, the backseat of Nian Nanshi's car was too cramped, leading Jiang Xiao to propose taking the subway and then a bus. Saturday morning subways were quite crowded. Nian Nanshi, not accustomed to it, attracted the attention of several men due to her beauty. Noticing Nian Nanshi frowning, Jiang Xiao pulled her closer, moving her to a corner, using his body to shield her from the throng. Li Zheng followed suit, protecting Tian Chao Chao, though he wasn't as bold as Jiang Xiao, creating a larger space. The subway ride was lengthy, and many were heading to Xiangshan on the weekend. There were no seats available. Nian Nanshi's hand had already found its way to Jiang Xiao's waist, grasping his shirt to prevent herself from falling. Feeling a bit shy, the close contact reminded her of that day at SKP when she had been in Jiang Xiao's embrace twice. Gradually, Nian Nanshi felt the urge to hug Jiang Xiao. Stealing a glance at Tian Chao Chao, she caught her playful smile, causing her to retract her outstretched hand and quickly release Jiang Xiao's shirt. Just then, the subway came to a halt, and unable to steady herself, Nian Nanshi began to topple. Jiang Xiao swiftly caught her, frowning. What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to hold on to my shirt? Oh, Nian Nanshi blushed, regression Jiang shirt. After several transfers, the group disembarked at Bagu Station and boarded a bus. This time they found seats, choosing the last row, with Jiang Xiao and Li Zheng flanking the 2 girls. I heard there was a famous bus incident in Beijing a few years back. The 330 bus? Or was it the 375? Jiang Xiao opened the conversation. Having heard many locals discuss it in his past life, it was said to have made it to the newspapers. Oh, it must be the 330. I heard it also goes to Xiangshan. Li Zheng, being a local, was quite familiar with such strange tales. Tian Chao Chao chimed in. Are you referring to that supernatural event? Yes, Jiang Xiao replied. What 330? What happened? Nian Nanshi became curious. Jiang Xiao was astonished. You as a Beijinger don't know? Subsequently, Li Zheng recounted the story, stating that the 330 was a late-night bus. On November 4th, very late at night, The last 330 passed by the old summer palace when 3 individuals boarded, clad in Qing dynasty official garb. The driver and conductor found it odd, but considering the nearby film studio where many actors donned various costumes during the day, they thought nothing of it. Suddenly, an elderly lady on the bus seized a young man in front of her, accusing him of stealing her money. She forcibly dragged the young man off the bus, insisting they go to the police station. After disembarking, the elderly woman released the young man, who, bewildered, asked what was going on. The elderly lady explained, those 3 who just boarded were not human. They were ghosts. When they walked, their feet didn't touch the ground. Upon hearing this, Niananshi was enveloped by a shiver that ran down her spine, instinctively grasping Jiang Xiao's arm. Jiang Xiao swore that it was not his intention to broach such a topic. Li Zheng continued his narrative. The following day, that bus vanished, and it was later reported to have been discovered at a reservoir, with both the driver and ticket collector deceased, their bodies in a state of considerable decay, utterly inconsistent with having perished just a day or 2 prior. Jiang Xiao sensed a slight tremor in Niananqi's body as the tale reached its climax. This girl bore no resemblance to a typical Beijing gal, but rather seemed akin to a maiden from the picturesque waterways of Jiangnan. Although Tian Chao was aware of the story, he too felt a chill creep over him, yearning for someone to lean against. Turning to look, he saw that Niananshi was nearly resting in Jiang Xiao's embrace. Casting a glance of disapproval at Niananshi, he redirected his attention to Li Zheng. Suddenly, Li Zheng realized the potential implications of the situation, immediately straightening his posture, his elbows shifting outward, his demeanor exuding righteousness. The Beijing girl was refreshingly straightforward, unpretentious. As she seized Li Zheng's elbow, seeking solace, Xiangshan was indeed beautiful. The mountains, the foliage, and most importantly, the people. Such were Li Zheng's thoughts. Throughout their excursion, the demure Niananshi refrained from holding Jiang Xiao's hand, instead clutching the hem of his jacket. Why did she not take his hand? Because Niananshi was modest. Being a girl, she expected Jiang Xiao to take the initiative rather than having to do so herself. After descending from Xiangshan, Li Zheng proposed an outing to the cinema. Jiang Xiao chuckled, indicating he had already seen the film. Niananshi, you must have seen it too, he remarked, winking at her. Oh yes, I have. Tian Chao queried, but didn't you say otherwise last time? What did you watch? Jiang Xiao interjected, it was just a few days ago. Niananshi and I went together. How about this? You and Li Zheng go to the movies, while Niananshi and I explore nearby. Initially, Li Zheng felt a twinge of regret, but upon hearing Jiang Xiao's words, his eyes sparkled with delight as he cast a grateful glance in Jiang Xiao's direction. Jiang Xiao acknowledged with a knowing look, as if to say, consider it a service well worth the effort, with Li Zheng and Tian Chao off to the cinema. Only Jiang Xiao and Niananshi remained, accompanied by Niananshi. Jiang Xiao hailed Kab Togulo. Where are we going? To a place where I can sell you. Chapter 61. A Taste of the Heavenly School Flower. Watching movies and dining were activities Jiang Xiao found rather mundane, too conventional, unless a girl strongly insisted. He would never opt for such pursuits. However, if it were something akin to a private cinema, that would be an entirely different matter. In 2012, the private cinema market was still quite scarce. Jiang Xiao led Niananshi to Galu, strolling leisurely, and with such a charming companion by his side, he garnered countless envious glances. Eventually, he guided Niananshi into a narrow alleyway. In his past life, this had been Jiang Xiao's secret haven, a locale where he had advanced countless romantic encounters, particularly with girls he had just recently met. Niananshi curiously surveyed her surroundings, clearly having never visited a place like this before. Upon entering a small room filled with several tables, each speckled with substances resembling paint and some silicone-like solids, a woman in her late 20s greeted them. Jiang Xiao regarded the proprietor with a sense of familiarity mingled with strangeness. Sister Guan, let us have a hand mold, he greeted. The woman paused. Have you been here before? Jiang Xiao, feeling awkward, quickly clarified. No, I heard about it from a classmate. Oh, a hand mold, right? All right, please wait a moment. The proprietor, suspecting no ulterior motives, went to prepare the materials. Niananshi surveyed the environment, inquiring, what is this place for? To create some handcrafted items, far more interesting than watching a movie. Shortly, Sister Guan returned with a small wooden bucket and various materials, pouring a bag of powdery substance into the bucket, then adding water and handing it to Jiang Xiao. Just stir it, right? Jiang Xiao asked, feigning ignorance. Correct. Niananshi observed as Jiang Xiao diligently stirred the mixture in the bucket, akin to kneading dough. Once the contents had transformed into a viscous slurry, Jiang Xiao ceased stirring and extended his right hand toward Niananshi. At that moment, she realized what Jiang Xiao intended to do, feeling somewhat flustered. Hurry up, or it will solidify, Jiang Xiao urged, not granting her a moment to ponder. You're tricking me, Niananqi stammered, though inwardly she had already acquiesced, feeling a thrill of anticipation. What have I tricked you about? Will you join in or not? Quickly, remove your bracelet. Slowly, Niananqi took off her diamond-studded Cartier bracelet, glanced at Jiang Xiao, and placed her left hand in his. Their fingers intertwined. A delightful coolness and softness enveloped his grip. Together, they gently submerged their clasped hands into the wooden bucket. At this moment, their bodies were closely aligned, due to their height difference. Niananqi's head nestled against Jiang Xiao's shoulder. He tilted his head slightly down, offering a youthful smile as he gazed into her eyes. A faint scent of romance began to permeate the air, delicate and sweet. Niananqi averted her gaze, her head now fully resting on Jiang Xiao's shoulder, her heart having silently acknowledged a certain bond. Sister Guan, observing the two, smiled knowingly. Such scenes were commonplace in her establishment. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, the mixture in the bucket solidified, and they slowly withdrew their hands. Sister Guan promptly retrieved another batch of white material, prepared it, and gently poured it into the bucket. Jiang Xiao and Niananqi sat at the table, watching her work. Beneath the table, their hands, which should have been separated, found their way back to each other. This time, the duration was longer, during which Sister Guan complimented Jiang Xiao as girlfriend on her beauty. Jiang Xiao denied. We are merely classmates. Niananqi pouted, withdrawing her left hand and turning her head away, muttering, "Humph, who cares?" After what felt like an eternity, Sister Guan began to demold the creation, and soon, a hand mold, fingers intertwined, appeared before them. Niananqi examined the artifact with wide-eyed wonder, marveling at its charm. Ultimately, Sister Guan painted the mold and encased it within a glass jar illuminated by soft lights, completing the piece. Jiang Xiao settled the payment, adding Sister Guan on WeChat before leaving with the hand mold's box, neglecting Niananqi momentarily. It was only as Jiang Xiao stepped out that Niananqi snapped back to reality, quickly chasing after him. Jiang Xiao, I want that. What do you mean you want it? I paid for it. It's mine. No, that is my hand. Niananqi insisted, urgency in her voice. My hand was in there too. You. I don't care, I want it. I'll pay you. Niananqi was enamored with the item. Having never encountered something so intriguing and meaningful before, she was determined to possess it. No, I'm not short on cash. You can always make another one. Jiang Xiao, please just give it to me, I beg you. I can't just give it to you. Otherwise, my efforts this afternoon would have been in vain. Jiang Xiao firmly declined. Frustrated, Niananqi began to stamp her feet, refusing to budge, glaring at Jiang Xiao. Seeing that he showed no signs of relenting, she pursued him, shaking his arm. Stop shaking. I could give it to you. What would you offer in return? What do you want? Upon hearing the opportunity, Niananqi quickly inquired. Jiang Xiao smiled slightly, remaining silent, leaning his face closer to her. Niananqi was momentarily perplexed but soon discerned Jiang Xiao's intentions. Her cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Finally, she rose on her toes, furtively glanced around, and swiftly planted a kiss on Jiang Xiao's cheek. A wave of comfort washed over Jiang Xiao as he observed the bashful Niananqi, who was shaking her head slightly. He extended his hand toward her, and they resumed their stroll, having already reached Hohai. Along the way, Niananqi was as jubilant as a little bird, holding onto Jiang Xiao's hand while glancing around. Jiang Xiao, I want to eat takoyaki. Jiang Xiao, over there are candied hawthorns. The ringing of a phone interrupted their banter. Tian Chao Chao had finished her activities, and the two groups had drifted apart. They ultimately decided to reconvene at the school gate. After a day of indulging in various treats, dinner seemed unnecessary. By 8:30 p.m., the two groups converged at the entrance of Kitty Cafe. Li Zheng and Tian Chao Chao walked side by side, resembling two amicable classmates. Upon spotting Jiang Xiao and Niananqi, admiration flickered in Li Zheng's eyes, while Tian Chao Chao looked on with playful intrigue. Jiang Xiao led Niananqi to them, one exuding calmness, the other displaying bashfulness. Yet, their hands remained intertwined. After parting ways, Li Zheng and Jiang Xiao entered the school, while Niananqi and Tian Chao Chao headed towards the West District Girls' Dormitory. Third brother, have you succeeded? How did you manage to hold her hand? I wanted to several times, but was afraid of rejection. On their way, Li Zheng incessantly sought advice from Jiang Xiao on the art of handholding. Meanwhile, Tian Chao Chao mimicked something Niananqi had previously said. I wouldn't care for that scoundrel, even if all the men in the world vanished. I wouldn't choose him as my boyfriend. Unable to refute, Niananqi merely lowered her gaze, but when provoked, she would utilize the tactics Xin taught her and twist Tian Chao Chao's arm playfully. After a brief scuffle, Tian Chao Chao grew a bit serious. Nanshi, are you certain? Huh? Certain about what? Nian Nanshi inquired, her confusion apparent, whether feigned or genuine. About dating Jiang Xiao. I don't know. He said we were just classmates. Then why let him hold your hand? Tian Chao Chao retorted, speechless. He's just a scoundrel, taking me to that place. As she spoke, Nian Nanshi pulled out the hand mold, her tone laced with anger, yet her expression betrayed her joy. Tian Chao Chao glanced at the hand mold and then at her friend, taking a moment to gauge the situation. It seemed this cabbage had already been picked. Not wishing to say more, she pondered Jiang Xiao's family background, but concluded that, based on his exhibited capabilities, he was indeed worthy of Nian Nanshi, the precious gem. Chao Chao, you don't know. That scoundrel even made me kiss him. Huh? Did you kiss him? I had no choice. If I didn't kiss him, he wouldn't give me this. Are you boasting, Nian Nanshi? Tian Chao Chao began to piece things together. Jiang Xiao, this rascal. How could he make dating sound sweeter than anyone else? Li Zheng, that fool, only knows how to go to movies and dine. Second brother, don't go to the movies next time. I have some recommendations. Forget the place we went today. Nian Nanshi must have told Tian Chao Chao. You could go to catch stuffed toys, go boating, visit temples to pray for blessings, and so forth. That evening, news spread among the senior students. Li Bei, have you heard? Senior Qin Wangchuan is coming to school on Tuesday to share about entrepreneurship. I can't wait. Don't get too excited. He won't recognize you when he comes. Li Wei applied body lotion to her long legs, her thoughts drifting to Jiang Xiao. She eagerly anticipated what the encounter between the two would be like. Chapter 62. Established Male God versus Emerging Male God. On Sunday, Jiang Xiao spent most of his time in room 207, accompanied by two young women, Yang Jing and Lu Yuqi. Lu Su was out promoting, and Su Jijing had also gone to assist. The atmosphere in 207 was quite relaxed, primarily because the students were part-timers, thus there was no need for stringent expectations. Additionally, Jiang Xiao believed that as long as work was not hindered, a more relaxed ambience would foster a sense of belonging among the employees. Yuqi, you don't understand. Senior Qin was the idol of countless girls back in the day. Yang Jing reminisced, sharing tales of yesteryears with Lu Yuqi. Jiang Xiao initially showed little interest until he heard about the entrepreneurial sharing session on Tuesday, at which point he began to listen intently. On Tuesday, Senior Qin is coming to the school for an entrepreneurial talk. I heard that one of those two campus beauties will attend, while the other is studying abroad and cannot make it. Goodness, Lu Yi is insisting that I attend, and it can't be because of someone named Qin Wangchuan, can it? Is she the campus beauty? No, the ages don't match up. As Lu Yuqi absorbed Yang Jing's stories about Senior Qin, she discreetly cast a glance at Jiang Xiao. Yang Jing noticed and smiled subtly, whispering, though Jiang Xiao is also quite impressive, he still pales in comparison to Senior Qin. After pondering for a moment, she added, however, in a few years, our Jiang boss might have the opportunity to become a charismatic figure like Senior Qin. Yuqi, you like him, right? You should seize the moment. I tell you, our school has plenty of bold and beautiful girls. Jiang Xiao was at a loss for words. He could understand the whispers, but wished they would keep a little distance. He could hear every word clearly. Yet, he found Senior Qin somewhat intriguing and hoped he would not turn out to be another Su Lingyun. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought, convinced that such a clown could not wield that kind of influence. Time passed quickly, and on Monday, Jiang Xiao spent the day coordinating with the designer of Chin Chin Coffee, ultimately finalizing the plan. They decided to commence construction on Wednesday with a total budget of 180,000 yuan. Since this was the first store, Jiang Xiao was making a substantial investment, including the purchase of equipment, ingredients, and so forth. It was estimated that 200,000 yuan would barely suffice, not accounting for the cost of app development. The development team was also secured through the guidance of Nian Nanshi's project advisor. A graduate student mentor from the computer science department took on the project. The cost was modest, primarily aimed at providing the graduate student team with a practical project. Initially hesitant, Jiang Xiao eventually agreed when the graduate mentor expressed willingness to participate actively in the guidance. This graduate mentor was highly qualified, not only a professor in the computer science department, but also a former senior architect at Microsoft. Seeing such a notable figure involved, Jiang Xiao decided to entrust them with the development of another app as well, the UGC Community Little Red Book. On Tuesday afternoon, in an office within the media office building, Director Li gazed at her former student and remarked, Xiao Qin, or should I say, Director Qin now? How have you been this past year? Busy, I presume? Across from her sat a remarkably handsome gentleman in a suit, looking a bit bashful. Didactoli, please don't tease me. I still prefer you to call me Wang Chuan. This is school, and I will always be your student. Indeed, it has been a busy year, but fulfilling as well. We are in an era of rapid internet development. time is of the essence. I truly miss school life. Directoli nuda provingli. Yes, today. Please share your experiences with the younger students. Witnessing you transform the comprehensive skills cultivated here into tangible social competitiveness is the most gratifying outcome for us teachers. Qin Wangshuan humbly nodded. Is only right. I'm also very grateful for the guidance from the school. All right. It must be difficult for you to chat with an old woman like me. Go and engage with the underclassmen. No, I'm delighted to hear your teachings. So I won't disturb you any longer. Carefully, Qin Wangshuan exited the office, closing the door behind him as he stepped out of the building, only to be quickly encircled by a group of young women. Senior Qin, what does it feel like to return to school this time? What have you been doing since graduating? What insights will Senior Qin be sharing with us this time? The ever-composed Qin Wangshuan answered the inquiries of the junior students without a hint of impatience. The school is wonderful, and I have fond memories. I have established my own media company, and today I will impart some experiences from my entrepreneurial journey. Among the crowd, a strikingly beautiful girl gazed at Qin Wangshuan, momentarily entranced. It was only when Qin Wangshuan turned his attention toward her that she snapped back to reality. Still as dazed as ever, Qin Wangshuan playfully ruffled the girl's hair. I'm not dazed. You never respond to my messages. She pouted, revealing herself to be Xiao Nana, one of the two most ardent admirers of Qin Wangshuan from their school days. I've been too busy, he retorted. Too busy? Yet you're not too busy when that woman visits the school? Xiao Nana's irritation was palpable, though she had grown accustomed to it. Qin Wangshuan merely shook his head in resignation and made his way toward the activity center, thinking to himself that she should have arrived by now. Along the way, he engaged with the junior students about the recent happenings at the school. Senior, we have new freshmen this year, and they're quite impressive. Have you heard about that Seeking Light diary from a while back? He organized it. Yes, I've heard. Indeed remarkable, Qin Wangshuan replied. His media company was not a part of the new media wave, but rather a traditional advertising firm. And he had heard whispers about the recent marketing uproar in the media circle. It was said to have caused quite a stir, even making Red Label falter. Though he remained skeptical, suspecting that the tales had become exaggerated through retelling. As a media practitioner, he had witnessed such occurrences too many times. In the spacious auditorium of the activity center, Yang solemnly regarded the spirited girl before him, nodding in approval. Not bad. You've developed a bit of a leadership aura after these years of experience outside. Principal Yang, please don't flatter me. In your presence, I dare not claim such a title. I am merely your student, she humbly replied. Ha ha ha, still the same as before. Have you seen your sister? Yes. I met her a few days ago. She smiled. Ah, you all are such good kids. Why must it be this way? Yang solemnly shook his head, a hint of regret in his demeanor. Principal Yang, please don't concern yourself with that. I've never paid much heed. It's my sister who has been preoccupied. All right, I want to meddle in those matters. This time, make sure to share something substantial with the juniors. The school has produced an excellent talent. As the time drew near and the classroom filled to capacity, Yang solemnly ceased his conversation and took a seat at the front alongside the young woman. Jiang Xiao was abruptly yanked from her bed by Lu Yi, startling the three unruly girls in room 306. Teacher Lu, could you step outside for a moment? I'm not dressed, Jiang Xiao exclaimed, wide-eyed with surprise. You have 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, Jiang Xiao reluctantly emerged from her dormitory, accompanied by Lu Yi, and they headed to the activity center. Upon their arrival, the auditorium was packed, even more so than during the previous cafe event. ISNT, this an entrepreneurial sharing session? Does the school have this many students venturing into entrepreneurship? Jiang Xiao voiced her confusion. It's normal. Most are not entrepreneurs, but 3rd and 4th year students preparing to step into society and gain a glimpse of what lies ahead. Today, there are multiple speakers, Lu Yi explained, guiding Jiang Xiao to the exclusive seats reserved for outstanding project entrepreneurs, as the sharing primarily catered to those embarking on their entrepreneurial paths. Jiang Xiao, over here, Nian Nanshi called out after scanning the room for some time and finally spotting Jiang Xiao, waving to her. Naturally, the 1st and 2nd rank positions were situated together. Jiang Xiao settled down to the left of Nian Nanshi, with Lu Yi on her left. A battlefield? Not at all. One was a good classmate, the other a commendable teacher. With everyone behaving honorably, how could it possibly be a battlefield? Upon seeing Jiang Xiao finally arrive, Nian Nanshi breathed a sigh of relief. As they took their seats, she focused intently on the projection, her left hand casually resting on the side, conveniently positioned for Jiang Xiao to hold. However, Jiang Xiao had no intention of reaching for her hand. At that moment, she was as serene as a sage, viewing female allure as ephemeral. On the stage, a familiar figure emerged, Li Wei, the girl from the broadcasting station who had interviewed Jiang Xiao. The previous interview had garnered high praise for the school from a certain leader. and Li Wei had capitalized on this momentum to become a star at the broadcasting station. Strutting confidently, Li Wei approached the podium, tested the microphone, and once the classroom quieted, her crisp, melodious voice resonated. Good afternoon, fellow students and esteemed teachers. Today, the school leadership has invited several esteemed alumni to share their experiences of entering the workforce. There will be practical insights, entrepreneurial experiences, and some advice. I want to elaborate further. Please welcome our first speaker, Senior Wang Qixing. A senior, dressed distinctly, rose from the corner of the auditorium, bowed, and proceeded to the stage. Graduating with a degree in media studies, he was now a reporter at Beijing Television, primarily sharing insights on the unspoken rules of the workplace. His presentation was commendable, devoid of grandstanding or lofty rhetoric, instead filled with intricate tales. As a journalist, his eloquence shone through, and his 20-minute talk was uninterrupted by silence. Upon concluding, he did not return to his original seat, but was invited to a chair nearby for a Q&A session with the students. Following him, two more senior sisters shared their experiences, discussing interactions with colleagues and reporting on completed work. One particularly attractive senior even addressed how to reject workplace undercurrents. Before they knew it, an hour had slipped by, and Li Wei returned to announce a break. Jiang Xiao felt disheartened. The previous presentations bore no relevance or significance to her. Having worked for several years in her past life, she was already well aware of what was to be known. In this life, she had no intention of entering the workforce. Teacher Lu, could you move aside? I need to use the restroom for some fresh air. Jiang Xiao attempted to slip away. Perfect timing. I need to go too. Lu Yi replied. Is it really necessary? Does that Qin fellow truly have something to do with you? Jiang Xiao disregarded the remark, determined to step outside for a smoke. As she made her way to the back door, Lu Yi followed, her gaze shifting toward the right side of the room. The striking woman on that side seemed to sense their presence and glanced back, their eyes meeting in an electrifying moment. Jiang Xiao chose not to head to the restroom. After finishing her smoke outside, Lu Yi dragged her back inside. Li Wei once again took the stage. Please take your seats. As we now invite Senior Qin Wangchuan to share his entrepreneurial experiences. A stir rippled through the audience. Here he comes, finally. Ah, he is so handsome. Qin Wangchuan politely bowed toward the school leaders, nodded at the students, and approached the podium. Jiang Zhao's interest was piqued as she observed the man ascending the stage. Indeed, he was strikingly handsome, standing around 180 centimeters tall, impeccably dressed in a suit, with sharp brows and a noble profile. She turned her gaze back to Lu Yi, only to find that her attention was not on Qin Wangchuan. Suddenly, a little head leaned in from the right, whispering in Jiang Zhao's ear, "He's even more handsome than you. Go away, go away." Jiang Xiao unceremoniously brushed off the little imp. What do you know about handsome? You haven't experienced my charm yet. Soon enough, it'll leave you speechless. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Qin Wangchuan began his address. Hello, everyone. Seeing so many juniors and seniors here fills me with nostalgia, reminding me of my time at school, which I cherish dearly. Upon entering society, one can no longer experience the unique sentiments of school life. After graduation, I established a media company named Chuani Media. Following this declaration, Qin Wangchuan cast his gaze towards an impressive woman seated on the right side of the classroom. Her expression remained unperturbed, and a ripple of commotion surged through the classroom as some students, possessing insight, expressed their admiration. Senior Qin is so affectionate. If only a man treated me like that, I would be willing to do anything for him. Enough with the nonsense. You should keep your distance, huffed Xiao Nana, her voice drowned in the clamor. Once the atmosphere settled somewhat, Qin Wangchuan resumed. Today, I shall share my entrepreneurial experiences with you all. We find ourselves in an extraordinarily favorable period. If we seize the opportunities presented by the internet and remain grounded, everyone will have the chance to ascend to great heights. He proceeded to elaborate on his industry, demonstrating once again why he was regarded as the charismatic icon of his time. His insights, both profound and accessible, were laced with humor and assertiveness, allowing many present to once more appreciate Qin Wangchuan's charm. After an engaging half-hour, he concluded his talk amidst the reluctant farewells of his audience. Li Bei, smiling, returned to the stage, her gaze, however, fixated on Jiang Xiao with an intriguing glimmer. Is she looking at you? Nianangshi inquired. Jiang Xiao, perplexed, responded. Why don't you ask for yourself? Do you know her? Yes, she hosted me during the freshman reception, and she also conducted the interview last time. What a coincidence, Jiang Xiao remarked, turning to Nianangshi. Why are you being so sarcastic? Mind your own business. HMPF, seductress. Nianangshi shot a fierce glare at the woman on stage. Shouldn't you look in the mirror to see who resembles a seductress more? Thank you, Senior Qin, for your sharing. Now, let us welcome our final speaker of the day, Senior Lu Yi. Jiang Xiao furrowed her brow upon hearing the name Lu Yi, glancing at Lu Yi, who was intently focused on the woman approaching the podium. So, it's because of her? Why? Arriva? Following her gaze, Jiang Xiao's eyes widened in realization. Wait, isn't that the woman from the capital airport that day? No. Upon closer examination of the woman's features, Jiang Xiao swiftly glanced back at Lu Yi, then back at the woman, and then again at Lu Yi. Lu Yi, you too? She's my twin sister. Jiang Xiao was taken aback, bewildered by this unexpected revelation. After a considerable pause, excitement flickered in her eyes. Twin goddesses. This is utterly thrilling. On stage, Lu Yi's voice resonated, clear and metallic. I am Lu Yi, currently the market VP of Tuanshuan. You all should be familiar with Tuanshuan, as it operates within the booming group buying market. I have no grand advice to offer, just this. Seize opportunities and dare to experiment. Hesitation in this fleeting era of opportunity is foolish. Keep your vision broad and do not dwell on immediate gains or losses. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Lu Yi refrained from further platitudes, instead recounting the challenges she faced on her journey to becoming a VP after joining the company. Is your sister also a shareholder in Tuanshuan? Did she invest? Jiang Xiao queried Lu Yi as she listened to the woman on stage. She probably did. Our father must have provided considerable support. He has always been very fond of her. Isn't your father her father too? That is unfortunate. What do you mean? Lu Yi asked. I mentioned before that apart from Meituan, other group buying platforms are doomed to fail. For those working there, it's merely a matter of not getting paid. But for investors, it's a total loss. Are you so certain of your judgment? Lu Yi was puzzled. Jiang Xiao was merely a freshman without any experience in the group buying market. So where did this confidence stem from? Leaning against her chair, Jiang Xiao's gaze remained fixed on the woman, still addressing the audience. Because I am Jiang Xiao, she declared, brimming with audacity and assertiveness.